In the province of Huaihai, within the city of Jinling, in the district of Gufeng, Lin Dong stood beneath an aging residential building, gazing down at a pair of delicate, fair hands. His large, curious eyes brimmed with confusion. Wasn't I just engaged in a fierce skirmish with the Dongxing gang? How have I arrived here? Before he could unravel the mystery of his situation, a figure emerged from the corridor. Little Dong, today marks your first day of elementary school. Be sure to establish good relations with your classmates, unlike in kindergarten. Lin Dong, elementary school? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a flood of memories surged within him, and Lin Dong comprehended the truth. He had been fatally injured and transmigrated into the body of a namesakean 80-year-old child, freshly enrolled in the first grade. Orphaned, he lived with his sister. Little Dong, while at school, you must remain vigilant and avoid being bullied. Lin Dong lifted his gaze to meet his sister Lin Nan's stare. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, she wore a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, her long, slender legs accentuating her beauty. With her hair tied in a high ponytail and adorned with black-framed glasses, her exquisite features were undeniable. Yet, despite her allure, Lin Dong felt indifferent after all. She was his sister. Elementary school? Lin Dong scoffed in his previous life. Though he had been immersed in the underworld, he had at least received a superior education. While much of it had faded from memory, the rudiments of elementary school would pose no challenge for him. With this thought, an image formed in his mind. In class, the math teacher sternly inquired, "Students, what is 6'5"? Upon hearing this, several first graders gasped in dismay. Oh no, is this the legendary realm of double-digit addition? How do we compute this? I only have 10 fingers. This is so difficult. Woe is me. This is simply beyond what we should be tackling in first grade." As despair enveloped his classmates, Lin Dong stood up with calm composure and declared, 6'5" equals 11. His classmates stared in astonishment, while the teacher was equally taken aback, exclaiming, "A prodigy." In elementary school, a prodigy emerged from Huaihai. In middle school, the prodigy continued to shine. In high school, however, the prodigy's brilliance waned. What are you daydreaming about? As Lin Dong reveled in his musings, he felt a light tap on the back of his head. Turning around, he was surprised to find Lin Nan, who had somehow appeared behind him, riding an electric scooter. "Get on, I'll take you to school," before heading off to work. Sighing, Lin Dong lowered his head and trudged to the back seat of the scooter, exerting all his strength to hoist himself onto it. This frail body is far too weak. I must allow it to develop first. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached forward, grasping his small ones. Lin Nan placed his hands around her waist, exasperatedly instructing, "Hold on tight, don't fall off." Lin Dong's arms barely encircled her waist, his face pressed against her back. The scent that filled his nostrils made his cheeks flush. Was this experience of transmigration truly a burden? It felt remarkably delightful. As they rode along, they passed a bank where several uniformed officers were displaying posters and using megaphones to announce something. A summer breeze swept past, and Lin Dong caught only 3 words: bank robbery. The journey from their home to the school took merely 10 minutes. At the start of the school year, the streets flanking the school were lined with vehicles. Numerous small children, accompanied by their parents, wore expressions of curiosity as they hurried toward the school. Lin Nan parked the scooter and led Lin Dong inside. This public school primarily served the children of working-class families, though there were exceptions. Lin Dong spotted a sleek black car adorned with wings parked by the roadside. The school building boasted 8 stories, with Lin Dong's class located on the first floor. While at school, you must listen to your teachers and refrain from bullying your classmates. If anyone dares to bully you, you must inform me immediately. Lin Dong listened listlessly to Lin Nan's admonitions. She treated him as if he were an 80-year-old, which, in truth, he currently was. "All right, I will wait for you at the school gate when classes end at 3 this afternoon." After speaking, Lin Nan ruffled Lin Dong's hair, flashing him a sweet smile. Though he found the situation disconcerting, Lin Dong felt powerless to resist. Class was about to commence, and once the parents departed, Lin Dong idly counted the students present. Including himself, there were 32 in total. The door at the front of the classroom swung open, revealing Yu Qingyu, clad in a white dress and cradling a stack of books, as she walked eagerly to the podium. Her heart raced with excitement as she surveyed the innocent faces below. A graduate of Huaihai Normal University, She had spent a year preparing for this moment, finally securing a position as a certified teacher. This class would be the genesis of her teaching career. Gazing at the pure and adorable faces before her, Yu Qingyu felt a sense of hope for the future. She set her books down and wrote her name on the blackboard. Yu Qingyu. Class, please settle down. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu, and you may call me Teacher Yu. I will be teaching you language arts and will also serve as your homeroom teacher. Seated at the back of the classroom, Lin Dong stifled a yawn out of boredom. After Yu Qingyu concluded her introduction, she continued, "Now, I would like each student to come to the front and introduce themselves." Just then, Lin Dong noticed a classmate dressed in a black children's trench coat and wearing a black mask step forward. "Isn't that Jiahao from the next class? What brings him to our class?" Ding! The unparalleled bandit system has been successfully bound. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lin Dong's mind, causing his body to tremble. A system? This means I can commence my rise to power at the tender age of 8. With my past experiences combined with this system, shall I pursue a career in politics or criminal endeavors? At the very least, I could ascend to the position of a prominent figure in Huaihai. Wait a moment. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, suddenly aware of the term unparalleled bandit. What does this mean? Unparalleled bandit. The host is situated in Huaihai, a place historically renowned for the emergence of heroes. Becoming a provincial governor pales in comparison to seizing control of the capital and becoming the foremost figure in the nation. What on earth? Lin Dong could hardly contain himself, nearly uttering an expletive. If others were to overhear this, he would undoubtedly find himself besieged by adversaries from all directions. Based on his previous life experiences, Huaihai was surrounded by at least 6 heavily armored combined brigades. This system was essentially leading him to his demise. His countenance darkened as he helplessly inquired, "What are your functions?" The host currently possesses limited strength. Please focus on accumulating power for the time being. In the next moment, a panel appeared before Lin Dong, visible only to him. Host: Lin Dong. Age: 28. Physique: 3. What does this age of 28 signify? Lin Dong's lips twitched. Neither his past nor present life aligned with this age. Now he understood. The system was undeniably malfunctioning. The most suitable task has been assigned to the host: bank robbery. Chapter 2. Is there a minor protection law that makes bank robberies acceptable? Lin Dong. At this moment, his small mind was filled with questions. What are you saying, system? What do you want me to do? Bank robbery? A shadow of gloom appeared on his forehead. He was not unfamiliar with this line of work in his past life, but now, I am merely an 8-year-old child. A bank robbery? I would be treated as a missing child if I went to the bank alone. Damn system. Cursing inwardly, Lin Dong resolved to ignore this entity. Detected that the host's current constitution is too weak, the novice gift package has been issued. Lin Dong's eyes brightened. A novice gift package? This system is truly marvelous. Constitution points 50, random max level skill 1. Gazing at the 2 lines of prompts before him, Lin Dong rested his chin on one hand. Constitution points can strengthen the host's physique. Random max level skill. Randomly obtain a max level skill for various fields, realizing their significance. Lin Dong allocated the 50 constitution points to his body. In the next moment, he felt a surge of refreshing energy descending from above, permeating his very being. The frail sensation of his 8-year-old body vanished, replaced by a rapid expansion of power. Host: Lin Dong. Constitution: 53. This constitution. 10 points signify an ordinary adult. And now, I possess 50. Lin Dong murmured. He lifted his fist and gazed down. His tiny fist could undoubtedly deliver a lethal blow. And this random skill, just as Lin Dong was about to explore it, he suddenly felt a gentle push. Turning around, he found a charming little girl with twin pigtails gazing at him. Li Ziki extended her small hand, gesturing for Lin Dong to look at the podium. Only then did Lin Dong realize that everyone in the class was watching him. Yu Qingyu cleared her throat and reiterated, "This classmate. You are the last one. Please come up and introduce yourself." Lin Dong nodded and stood up. How adorable. A wave of affection surged within Yu Qingyu. Lin Dong's fair skin, bright eyes, and slightly chubby cheeks presented a quintessential child model's appearance. Lin Dong felt helpless. In his past life, his handsomeness had led to trouble. And now, Even after crossing over, he remained striking. It was quite the challenge. "This classmate, please introduce yourself to everyone." A sweet smile graced Yu Qingyu's face. She had a fondness for children, especially ones as adorable as Lin Dong. Clearing his throat, Lin Dong surveyed the audience. He felt no nervousness. Having mingled with the underworld in his previous life, he had developed muscle memory for speaking in front of others. Under Yu Qingyu's gentle gaze, Lin Dong casually placed one hand in his pocket and spoke with an air of confidence. "I am Lin Dong. Since we're in the same class, we are brothers. The world is vast and filled with opportunities. I shall organize a gathering in due time for us to share stories over drinks." Yu Qingyu. Bewilderment adorned the faces of the children below. What? What does that even mean? After finishing, Lin Dong disregarded the stunned Yu Qingyu and strolled down the podium. Observing his retreating figure with one hand in his pocket, Yu Qingyu finally snapped back to reality. Her lips twitching, Lin Dong truly loved to joke around. Returning to his seat, a pair of small hands suddenly approached him. Li Ziki, with her lips pursed and curiosity sparkling in her big eyes, remarked, "What you said sounds just like what my dad says." "Lin Dong, may I inquire what your father does?" "My dad didn't tell me, but I think he is a security guard," Li Ziki innocently replied. "Oh." Lin Dong did not delve deeper into the matter and opened a random max-level skill. He rubbed his small hands beneath the desk. System, activate. Host has drawn the skill. Century Thief. Century Thief. Integrates the experiences of all famous robbers throughout history. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed, and a wave of memories surged into his mind. One extraordinary century thief. After absorbing the memories, Lin Dong exhaled deeply. The experiences of renowned thieves from both ancient and modern times merged within him. Coupled with his current constitution of 53, accomplishing the task assigned by the system would not be overly difficult. And I am merely 8 years old. With the minor protection law, surely I would not face incarceration for a bank robbery? Lin Dong contemplated. "You mean to say that you accidentally got separated from your parents, wandered into a bank, inadvertently bypassed all security measures, happened to unlock the vault, and casually withdrew 1 million in cash. Am I right?" "Yes, officer, I am but a child." "Am I treating the police like a bunch of cherry blossom people?" Lin Dong shook his head in resignation. The first day of school was relatively simple. Merely introductions from various subject teachers and distributing textbooks. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was time to dismiss class. Lin Dong slung his backpack over his shoulder and followed the crowd towards the school gate. As in the morning during the opening ceremony, the roadside was filled with parked cars, and numerous parents were searching for their children amidst the throng. "Xiaodong," a familiar call echoed, as Lin Nin stood by the roadside, waving at him. "How was your first day of elementary school?" Lin Nin forced a smile and inquired. "Not bad," Lin Dong replied indifferently. Noticing her expression, he casually asked, "Did you fail the interview?" "Sigh." Lin Nan sighed helplessly. "The electric bike ran out of power, so we have to walk home." Lin Dong shrugged nonchalantly. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar black car with wings parked nearby. A familiar figure entered the vehicle. "Isn't that my deskmate, Li Ziki? Is this car hers?" Lin Dong felt a twinge of surprise, recalling her earlier words. A suspicion forming in his mind. Is she the daughter of a crime lord? Lin Nan noticed her brother staring intently at the Bentley. Her fists clenched. "Xiaodong, you need not envy others. As long as we work hard, we will eventually have our own car." Lin Dong withdrew his gaze, opting to say nothing further. The two siblings walked home together. Along the way, they passed by the bank from the morning. A few police officers still stood at the entrance, holding posters and using loudspeakers to promote something. This time, Lin Dong listened attentively. The police station in Gufeng District, in collaboration with Jinling Daily and Huaihai Bank Branch, is conducting a robbery drill and is currently seeking volunteers from the public. A bank robbery drill? Lin Dong halted his steps and glanced over. The exercise is scheduled for the upcoming weekend, calling for 1 robber and several other participants. There is no age limit for the robber volunteer, although those with prior experience are preferred. Preferred experience? Lin Dong's lips curled slightly. Those with experience are likely to be seasoned criminals, right? For a moment, he was perplexed. unsure whether this was truly a drill or a police sting operation. Lin Nan, noticing her brother's pause, followed his gaze and curiously inquired, "Xiao Dong, what are you looking at?" Lin Dong remained silent, lost in thought. Does the system's detection function have a flaw? Am I not required to actually rob a bank, but merely go through the motions? With this in mind, Lin Dong continued walking. At the entrance of the People's Bank, Lin Xiangwei and Fan Xiaolan stood in the shaded canopy, yet the heat was still unbearable. The former fanned her face weakly with her hand, lamenting, "It's been a whole day, and not a single volunteer has shown up." Fan Xiaolan twisted her neck and remarked, "I don't understand what the director is thinking. Can't we just find someone from our own department? Why complicate things? It's all because of the live broadcast. Using our own people might lead netizens to suspect it's scripted," Lin Xiangwei retorted, casting an annoyed glance at her. "Also, can we modify the recording in that speaker? What does experience preferred even mean? If others hear it, they might think we're trying to set a trap." While the two exchanged banter to pass the time, a youthful voice suddenly piped up, "I want to be a robber volunteer." Huh? They turned to see a cute boy, about a meter tall, standing before them. Lin Xiangwei crouched down, gently ruffling Lin Dong's hair. "Little one, have you lost your family?" "No, you said there's no age limit for robber volunteers, right?" "I'm here to volunteer," Lin Dong replied earnestly. "I'm sorry, police sister." Lin Nan rushed over, gripping Lin Dong's hand, apologizing while attempting to pull him away. To her surprise, she found she couldn't budge him. "Kid, this isn't a joke. It's a drill. Come back when you're older," Fan Xiaolan said, crossing her arms and adopting a mock-serious tone. Lin Dong expressed his dissatisfaction. "You advertised no age limit. This is deceit." Hearing this, the three of them erupted in laughter. Lin Nan awkwardly chuckled, wishing she could sink into the ground, while the other two found it amusing. Fan Xiaolan said, "Volunteering requires some strength. How about this? If you can outmuscle me, you could take the role." As she spoke, she fetched a chair. "Let us have an arm wrestling match." Rather than stand idly during work hours, it seemed more entertaining to engage with the little one. Lin Dong rolled up his sleeves and placed his hand on the table. Lin Xiangwei shook her head, teasing, "If you manage to win, I'll make an exception and let you be the volunteer." Fan Xiaolan rolled up her sleeves, flexing her arm muscles. In her view, this was hardly a fair match. After all, she was a police academy graduate and trained daily. Her strength was at least double that of an average person. Playing with a child should be as easy as flicking a finger. Fan Xiaolan's large hand enveloped Lin Dong's small one. She intended to feign defeat, applying force at the last moment before her palm hit the table. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, her hand slammed down on the chair without any hesitation. Fan Xiaolan blinked, her mind momentarily foggy. What just happened? Standing beside her, Lin Xiangwei's lips twitched. Confused, she genuinely believed Fan Xiaolan intended for the boy to become a volunteer. Surely, she couldn't be outmatched by an 8-year-old. Chapter 3. Formulating a Detailed Plan. Lin Nan blinked his large eyes behind his black-framed glasses, perplexed. Lin Dong inquired, "Is it ready now?" Fan Xiaolan, half squatting in place, remained silent for a long while. Finally, with profound embarrassment, he uttered, I was just not in good form earlier. Let's try again." In his 20s, he was in the prime of his vitality. Yet now, in front of two beautiful women, he found himself outmatched by a mere child. He was certain he had been careless. Absolutely. Lin Dong adopted a nonchalant demeanor, resting his elbows on the chair. This time, Fan Xiaolan's expression was remarkably serious as he clenched his fingers, inhaled deeply, and enveloped the child's small hand with his own. At the signal, the match commenced. With a resounding clap, his hand was once again effortlessly forced down. "This is impossible." Fan Xiaolan's expression turned incredulous as he sprang up from his position. He distinctly felt the sheer force that had overpowered his hand. Am I dreaming? He pinched his own arm, wincing at the pain. He could hardly believe it. How could he possibly lack the strength of an 8-year-old child? Lin Xiangwei observed everything intently. If the first attempt could be attributed to some unforeseen circumstance, the second was undeniably genuine. She was well aware of Fan Xiaolan's strength. How could he not surpass a child like this? "Can I become a volunteer now?" A voice chimed in, drawing their attention. Innocent, large eyes blinked at them. Brother and sister, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? Lin Dong pouted, pressing for an answer. Lin Xiangwei's throat tightened. So adorable. They exchanged glances, denying their previous statements would render them liars. It felt fundamentally wrong to instill in a child the idea that what the police said was false. However, to let an 8-year-old play the role of a bank robber seemed even more inappropriate. As they pondered their dilemma, the bank's automatic doors swung open, revealing several figures stepping out with jovial expressions. Director. Upon seeing a middle-aged man, both Lin Dong and Lin Xiangwei saluted simultaneously. Among the trio were the director of the Gufeng District Police Bureau, the branch manager of Huaihai Bank, and the editor-in-chief of Jinling Daily. Xiao Fan, Xiao Lin. How has your day been? Li Weiguo approached with a friendly smile. Lin Xiangwei felt a twinge of anxiety, but mustered the courage to respond. The public has been very enthusiastic. We have nearly enough volunteers, but we still lack a candidate for the robber. Lin Dong observed their exchange keenly and interjected eagerly, Me? Who is this child? Fan Xiaolan's smile was forced as he recounted the events. Oh. Upon hearing that Fan Xiaolan had been unable to outmaneuver the child in arm wrestling, Li Weiguo's interest was piqued. Back in my military days, not a single one of my squad could defeat me in arm wrestling. Director, perhaps you should reconsider. Fan Xiaolan gulped, wanting to advise him, but was silenced by a stern glance from Li Weiguo. How could someone of your stature possibly lose to a child? Were you merely slacking off during training? As he spoke, Li Weiguo rolled up his sleeves, revealing skin like soy sauce and bulging muscles. He held absolute confidence in himself. During his military service, he had been invincible among his peers. Surely, his comrades couldn't be weaker than this 8-year-old child. However, Lin Dong shook his head, provocatively stating, No way. You police officers are all frauds. Huh. Ha ha. Rest assured, if you manage to defeat me, I will guarantee you the role of this volunteer. Li Weiguo vowed, not contemplating the possibility of his own defeat. As the signal for the match sounded, Li Weiguo's smile froze instantaneously. Much like Fan Xiaolan, his hand was decisively pinned down without any hesitation. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The expressions turned curious as they regarded Lin Dong. This child is quite extraordinary. His strength is remarkable. Lin Dong, appearing relaxed, queried, What time does the drill commence? This time, it was Li Weiguo who hesitated. Although this child possessed great strength, if he were truly to assume the role of a robber, it would surely become a laughingstock. Yet, he couldn't simply dismiss his own words. Very well. Finally, Li Weiguo gritted his teeth and turned to Fan Xiaolan. In the drill the day after tomorrow, Xiao Fan, you will play the robber, and this child will be your accomplice. Me? Fan Xiaolan blinked in disbelief. But, Director, I have no experience in robbing banks. Would you still be in this attire if you had that kind of experience? Li Weiguo shot him a glance. You have a point. Fan Xiaolan was momentarily at a loss for words. Thus it was decided, the day after tomorrow, bring this child along to rob the bank. You two can plan the specifics of the operation. After issuing the command, Li Weiguo swiftly departed with the other two. How humiliating. How utterly humiliating. Having lived for so many years, he had never been bested by a child. Only 4 remained in the spot. The 3 were left in disarray by the wind, while Lin Dong let out a resigned sigh. He had not wished for this outcome either. Yet, they could not actually rob a bank. What are you sighing about now? Fan Xiaolan observed Lin Dong's demeanor, his eyelids twitching. Are you free tonight? Come to my house, and we can discuss the steps for the bank robbery. Lin Dong raised his head, adopting a brotherly tone. This is merely a formality. Once the drill begins, we can perform appropriately, as if captured. Fan Xiaolan replied weakly. I suppose Lin Dong shook his head, seriousness etched across his face. We must have a detailed plan. I shall draft it myself and inform you when we act. Fan Xiaolan lifted his eyelids. He couldn't shake the feeling that before this lad, he appeared like the child. He waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. He did not believe that a mere child could devise any plan. Though strong, robbing a bank relied not on brute force, but rather on wisdom. After the two agreed on their meeting time for the day after tomorrow, Lin Nan left with Lin Dong, her expression tinged with melancholy. After walking a short distance, she playfully poked Lin Dong's forehead with her slender, fair fingers. All you do is stir up trouble. Why do you have to join in on this commotion? And how is it that your strength has suddenly increased so much? Lin Dong shrugged helplessly, opting not to respond to her inquiry. Instead, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Come on, sister, I still need to go back and devise a plan." "Plans? Plans?" Lin Nan exclaimed, ruffling Lin Dong's hair with both hands in a bid to vent her frustration. Their home was located on the 3rd floor, room 301. Chapter 4. The Underworld and Li Qianlong. Meanwhile, a black Bentley with a Hawaii license plate cruised from Gufeng Primary School to the outskirts. In the backseat sat Li Ziki, quiet, with 2 ponytails cascading down her back. Beside her, a middle-aged man gazed downward. After a few breaths, Li Qianlong opened his eyes, his high nose bridge and sharply defined cheekbones accentuating the depth of his brown irises. He exuded the unique aura of a mature man. At this moment, this notorious underworld figure hesitated. How should he initiate a conversation with his daughter? Li Ziki, as his only child, had lost her mother shortly after birth. For the past few years, Li Qianlong had been abroad, leaving little time for her, which resulted in a certain distance between them. Primarily, he was at a loss as to how to interact with a child. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice rich and magnetic. "How is school?" Li Ziki nodded, softly responding, "It's good." "Do you resent your father for not sending you to a private school, but rather to a public one?" Li Ziki turned to look at him, her bright eyes shimmering. "Dad, I understand you." Soon, the vehicle came to a halt in front of an abandoned factory. Li Qianlong gently patted her head, softly instructing, "Wait in the car for a moment. Father needs to handle something." A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Ziki's eyes. Yet she obediently nodded. After her father exited the vehicle, she retrieved a crumpled amusement park flyer from her backpack, clutching its corner in her small hand. "Brother, you finally arrived." 2 figures awaited at the factory entrance, one stout, the other lean, one tall, the other short. Li Qianlong, tall and imposing in his black trench coat, now bore a countenance devoid of the tenderness he had shown his daughter. His eyes were cold and menacing as he strode into the factory without uttering a word. "Brother, brother, brother." Sunlight filtered through the sparse windows, casting dim light within the factory. Above a large pool, 3 dark-skinned men were confined in a cage, clad only in underwear, their bodies marred by numerous bruises. Upon seeing Li Qianlong, the 3 clung to the bars, desperately pleading, "Brother, you must believe me. I wasn't in Myakina the day the incident occurred." Before they could finish, Li Da, the tall and slender figure beside Li Qianlong, gestured dismissively. "Why, I sent you to Myakina. How did you assure me? It has only been 2 months, and we have already lost 5 million. Brother Li Gu, we have identified those responsible. Just give us some time. We will make them pay." The assailants were from the local Black Dragon Gang of Myakina. "You have 3 minutes to present a solution," Li Er interjected, extending 3 fingers. The 3 men, as if grasping a lifeline, spoke urgently. "The Black Dragon Gang relies on the support of the Myakina government, but we have bribed numerous officials over the years. As long as it remains under the radar, there will be no issues. Since they have robbed our bank, we shall return the favor. We will send someone to impersonate them and rob their bank. Brother, grant us this opportunity." After listening, Li Qianlong finally spoke. "You have 1 week. If you fail, you will feed the crocodiles." Lita chuckled coldly. "Don't think that just because you're not in the country, you can escape in Myakina. You should know our business spans Southeast Asia. If the brother says you will feed the crocodiles, you will certainly ensure they are well fed." The 3 men immediately expressed their determination. "Brother, rest assured, we will gather our men and formulate a plan right away." In Gufeng District, within a residential building, apartment 301, a brother and sister quietly awaited at a table with a missing corner. Braised beef and chicken stew with mushrooms lay before them. Lin Dong, after a moment of silence, asked with a complex tone, "Sister, are we being too extravagant?" "Don't worry, once I find a job and earn a salary, this will be our standard every day," Lin Nan replied. On the table, 2 large bowls were set, not even instant noodles in bulk packages, but rather in bags. They split the bags and covered the bowls with them, using chopsticks to weigh them down. The reason for this was not to reminisce about hardship. It was solely because the siblings were too impoverished. The savings left by their parents barely allowed Lin Nan to complete her university education, and her living expenses were earned through part-time work. Lin Dong opened a package, eating half-cooked instant noodles. Lin Nan's phone was a second-hand model from 3 years ago, as she scrolled through job platforms while eating. Unfortunately, her major made job hunting exceedingly difficult. Sigh. Lin Dong looked up at his sister, who was sighing, and suggested, "Sister, if it comes to that, why not become a streamer? I can't let you suffer while I'm your brother." Lin Nan shot him a glare. "Even if we starve, I will never resort to being a borderline streamer." "Do you have stockings, sister?" Lin Dong suddenly inquired. "What do you need those for?" Lin Nan narrowed her eyes beneath her black-framed glasses, leaning closer to Lin Dong. "For a bank robbery rehearsal," Lin Dong shrugged, responding, "What do you think I need them for?" Lin Nan's face turned pale. "No. Then let us use sunglasses and a mask instead," Lin Dong said earnestly. The next morning, Saturday, Lin Nan went for an interview. Before leaving, she reminded him, "The first-floor resident has a large dog that often runs out. Several kids have nearly been bitten, so don't wander around." Lin Dong nodded obediently. Through the window, he saw Lin Nan cycling away. He immediately decided to head out. "Tomorrow we start robbing banks. I need to scout the area first." As he descended the stairs, he caught a glimpse of a large yellow-furred dog glaring at him. Woof! It barked ferociously. Lin Dong turned to look from his current height. The imposing dog was indeed intimidating. Had it been an average child, they would likely be curled up on the ground in tears. A genius might have known to call for help to escape the dog's line of sight. But what about Lin Dong? With a physique of 53 points. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. Behind the dog lay the courtyard of the first-floor resident, resembling a miniature vegetable garden. At this moment, inside the first floor, for women, all in their 40s or 50s, gathered around a mahjong table. "Sisterly, where is your Da Huang?" One of them casually waved her hand dismissively. "Perhaps he's gone out to the restroom. My Da Huang is quite intelligent." Someone chimed in with a question. "Sisterly, aren't you worried that Da Huang might bite someone?" There are no cameras nearby, and whoever gets bitten would simply be out of luck. Upon hearing this, the three women erupted into laughter. Chapter 5. Cultivating an Oppos. Performance in Oppos from a young age. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside. What has transpired? Startled, the woman sprang to her feet. Hastily opening the rear door of the courtyard and stepping outside, followed closely by the others who exchanged anxious glances. "Son!" The exceptionally shrill voice sent a jolt through Lin Dong's eardrums. A heavily made-up woman in her 40s, with a corpulent figure, rushed out of the courtyard in large strides. Her face was etched with sorrow as she gazed down at the yellow dog lying motionless on the ground beside her. "Is it your son?" Lin Dong scratched his head, perplexed. "But you two don't even resemble each other?" Moments earlier, this large dog had lunged at Lin Dong, only to be struck dead by a single punch. With a physique of 53 points, it was equivalent to the combined strength of 5 ordinary adults. You killed my son." The woman's gaze shifted to Lin Dong, her fury momentarily faltering. Standing at about 1 meter tall, dressed in children's clothing, it was evident he was no older than 10. It was her own dog that had bitten him. "Did you see who harmed my son?" The woman glared at Lin Dong, her tone sharp. "Fool!" Lin Dong shot her an exasperated glance and turned to leave. There were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity, and besides, he was merely a child. Could she truly resort to violence against a mere child? Were that the case, he would have no choice but to alert the authorities. At Huaihai Bank's goofing branch, Lin Dong spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. "Officer." He approached, greeting him warmly. Fan Xiaolan turned around, and upon seeing the young boy, his forehead darkened. "Are you here to scout too?" Lin Dong inquired. Fan Xiaolan nodded. Although he had mentioned yesterday that they need not take it too seriously and could merely perform and get caught once the drill commenced, it was prudent to make some preparations. Thus, he had come to survey the area today. Before them stood a roadside signpost, displaying a map of Goofing District. "Officer, what is your plan?" Lin Dong asked earnestly. "Don't call me officer," Fan Xiaolan replied, casting a glance at him. "Just call me Brother Fan." My plan is to enter the bank tomorrow at 9, using a fake robbery to seize control of the situation, making a brief appearance on the live stream. And then, in a manner reminiscent of cinematic heroes in their moment of despair, take my own life when the police arrive. How juvenile. As he finished, the words echoed in his ears. His lips stiffened. Looking at Lin Dong, he forced a smile. What are you, a mere child, understand? He then began to earnestly enlighten Lin Dong. While this is a drill, I certainly wish to give it my all, but you are unaware of the modern police force's capabilities. It's not merely 2 robbers. Even 200 robbers would find it impossible to successfully carry out a heist. In Fan Xiaolan's view, this child was oblivious to the terror that modern police could instill. Having watched a few movies, he presumed the police to be ineffectual. Lin Dong yawned in boredom. Old Fan, let us proceed according to my plan. Old Fan? Fan Xiaolan felt a wave of frustration. Others either called him Xiao Fan or Brother Fan, but this old Fan was rather perplexing. I'm only 26, yet he found himself unable to voice his concerns. For in the presence of this 8-year-old child, he indeed felt aged. We need not reveal our identities from the outset. We only need to intimidate a couple of bank tellers from the shadows, compelling them to hand us the money. Remember, in modern times, money is not the most crucial element. The most vital factor is the hostages. As long as we have hostages in our possession, the authorities will not dare to act against us. Always remember, hostages are our only bargaining chip. Lin Dong delineated the detailed plan for the following day. His hands clasped behind his back, articulating each point with clarity. Fan Xiaolan stood frozen, as if turned to stone. He listened, captivated, to this logically sound, operationally viable plan. How to describe it? It felt as if he were witnessing the essence of every bank robbery case he had studied in police academy, distilled to its purest form. Old Fan? Old Fan! It was only when he heard his name being called that he snapped back to reality. His gaze shifted to Lin Dong, now imbued with a newfound respect. This young boy possessed such innate talent. What would he become when he matured? He would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. Locking eyes with Fan Xiaolan, Lin Dong smirked. Old Fan, I consider you my elder brother. You wouldn't think of using me for your achievements, would you? If I had that thought, Fan Xiaolan replied candidly. He had merely jested. Any arrest would have to wait until a decade later, once he reached adulthood. That would truly count as an achievement. Let us follow your plan for tomorrow. Fan Xiaolan concluded, eyeing Lin Dong from head to toe. Are you really going to wear that children's outfit? The latter sighed in resignation. What else am I supposed to wear? My first-grade uniform? Fan Xiaolan. Let us go to a nearby clothing store. We need to procure a proper outfit. In the fervor of youth, Fan Xiaolan had grown up watching Hong Kong films. As a child, he often fantasized about robbing banks and outsmarting the police. Now, although he was a policeman, he had a legitimate opportunity to fulfill his childhood dream. Previously, he had lacked interest due to the stark realization of the disparity between both sides. The outcome had been predetermined, merely a FAAD. But now Lin Dong's plan, in his eyes, was entirely feasible. What the result would be remained an unknown. Thus, he was compelled to give it his all. The two arrived at a nearby clothing store. As soon as they entered, the proprietress greeted them enthusiastically. What can I help you with today? Lin Dong directly inquired. Do you have attire suitable for a bank heist? The proprietress was taken aback. Oh, we actually do. She produced 2 brown trench coats, explaining. If you're planning a bank heist, you should wear these. I'll even throw in 2 pairs of stockings and a guide on bank heists. A guide on bank heists? Fan Xiaolan hesitated momentarily. Was he truly receiving a third-class honor for merely buying clothes? The proprietress sighed. My husband told me about it. Where's your husband? Fan Xiaolan was prepared to call for backup. He is due to return in a year, the proprietress replied with resignation. Fan Xiaolan had nothing more to say. After trying on the clothes, he paid and they left. Old Fan, our attire truly embodies the essence of the triads depicted in Hong Kong films yet. The times have changed. Wearing this outfit would undoubtedly draw the attention of the authorities. Lin Dong shrugged and remarked. Fan Xiaolan was well aware of this fact. Yet this was not an actual bank heist. The primary aim was to look dashing. Tomorrow, the Jinling Daily will be broadcasting live across the internet. and one must be impeccably dressed. The two agreed to meet at the bank entrance at 9 o'clock in the morning. It isn't safe for a child like you to return alone. I shall accompany you, Fan Xiaolan insisted, escorting Lin Dong downstairs. Just then, they encountered Lin Nan, who was returning on his electric scooter. Chapter 6. Life is yours. Money is the company's. Xiaodong, where did you get that coat? Lin Nan inquired, noticing the trench coat worn by Lin Dong. This is the outfit we'll be wearing for tomorrow's drill, bought by my partner, Lin Dong replied, glancing at Fan Xiaolan. Hello. Fan Xiaolan quickly adjusted her appearance upon meeting Lin Nan, speaking in a slightly muffled tone. I apologize, officer. My brother is quite foolish. How much was it? I can transfer the money to you now. Though Lin Nan was not affluent, she was not one to take advantage of others. She took out her phone, ready to scan and make the transfer. No need. No need. Fan Xiaolan waved her hand. This little amount is insignificant. How about treating me to a meal instead? Lin Dong looked up at him, and as he spoke, it was as if he were about to whistle and dye his hair blonde. I consider you a big brother, and you wish to pursue my sister? Clearing his throat, Lin Dong produced 2 pairs of stockings gifted by the boutique owner and handed them to Lin Nan. Sister, these were also given to me by my big brother. Fan Xiaolan stood frozen, aghast. What do you mean by that? The brand new stockings were intended for their heist simulation, but they had no use for them during the drill. Fan Xiaolan had casually remarked to Lin Dong to keep them. But how had it transformed into a gift for her sister? A stranger presenting stockings? What would that imply? You're unbelievable. Lin Nan gazed down at the unopened stockings in her brother's hands, the air thick with awkwardness among the three. After a few breaths, Fan Xiaolan awkwardly broke the silence. I just remembered I've already eaten, so I'll pass on dining with you. Before leaving, she shot Lin Dong a knowing look, as if to say, you better watch out. I'll hold you accountable for this in 10 years. The siblings returned to room 301. Sighing, Lin Dong asked, Didn't you succeed in the interview? Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Nan appeared utterly exhausted, removing one shoe from her foot. She looked at Lin Dong and raised her other foot. Help me take off my shoe. Lin Dong responded with a middle finger. Lin Nan neatly placed both shoes at the door, her bare feet resting on the wooden floor. The interview didn't go well, but I managed to distribute flyers for a few hours this afternoon and earned $65, she said with a wry smile. I'm not in the mood for instant noodles. Let us try something different. How about ordering takeout? Upon hearing the last 3 words, Lin Dong paused for a moment. Then never mind, I'll stick with instant noodles. The following day, on the weekend, in the early morning, the street outside Huaihai Bank's Gufeng branch was under temporary control, with vehicles prohibited from entering. At the bank entrance, several young individuals clad in uniforms from Jinling Daily set up a camera aimed at the door. Cameras were also installed inside the bank. The drill was scheduled for today, yet the individuals playing the role of robbers were uncertain about their exact appearance time. Inside the bank, an elderly security guard with slicked-back hair stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, exuding newfound vitality. Drills like this were rare for someone of his age, and he intended to treat it with utmost seriousness. Manager Liu Dafeng gathered the staff to discuss the drill as protocols. Although this is just a drill, we must not let our guard down. Every procedure must follow the employee handbook. Understood? A weak chorus of understood echoed in response. Soon, volunteers began to trickle into the bank, unaware of who would portray the robbers. In the command room of the Gufeng branch, Li Weigua glanced at the clock, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. Why haven't those 2 shown up yet? To maintain the exercise's authenticity, only he and Lin Qiangwei knew the identities of the robbers. While they had already stationed a few plainclothes officers in the bank, the main force awaited the call to action. Live streaming was underway on Jinling Daily's platform. At that moment, just over 1,000 viewers were present in the stream. Though a bank heist drill was intriguing, the robbers' delayed appearance rendered it rather dull, causing many to leave. At 9 o'clock in the morning, around the corner from Huaihai Bank, 2 figures clad in trench coats made their entrance, homemade rifles in hand. Fan Xiaolan pulled out a makeshift gun from her coat and tossed it to Lin Dong. Naturally, it was merely a shell. Lin Dong's coat barely concealed the weapon. Checking the time, Fan Xiaolan took a deep breath. Let us move. Under the bewildered gaze of the elderly security guard at the bank entrance, they walked in slowly. Inside, a dozen volunteers lounged about. Some were idly seated in the waiting area, while others chatted with staff at the counters. Given the televised nature of the event, they were all dressed quite elaborately. Lin Dong and Fan Xiao Lan did not attract much attention. After all, who would expect bank robbers to be accompanied by children? With a clear objective, they approached the furthest counter. Lin Ji propped her chin on one hand, eyes closed, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone tapped on the glass in front of her. "Sir, we're not conducting business today," Lin Ji replied with a professional smile plastered on her face. Then, she noticed a tall figure producing a passbook, opening the first page to reveal colorful writing. "Don't alert anyone. We have guns." Lin Dong lifted the corner of his trench coat, exposing the rifle stock. The second page read, "Rest assured, we won't harm you." The third page, "Prepare 2 million for us." The fourth page, "The money belongs to the company. Life is ours." After reading, Lin Ji paused momentarily, then turned and beckoned a man in the distance. "Manager, the robbers are here." Lu Dafeng approached, scrutinizing Lin Dong and Fan Xiaolan. "Please wait a moment while I check the employee handbook on how to deal with armed robbers." It was understandable. After all, they had grown too comfortable. Knowing it was just a drill without real danger inevitably led to a lack of seriousness. Lin Dong and Fan Xiaolan exchanged glances, fully anticipating this outcome. They immediately drew their rifles, aiming them at the ceiling, unleashing a barrage of shots. The Fan Xiaolan mimicked the sound of gunfire with her lips. Everyone ducked for cover. Lin Dong briskly approached the entrance, skillfully closing the rolling shutter. Inside the hall, a dozen volunteers' eyes brightened. The robbers have finally arrived. They promptly crouched down, puzzled, but why is there a child with the robbers? A father and son duo of thieves? The events occurring within the bank were being transmitted in real time to the Jinling Daily Live broadcast room via the pre-installed cameras. As the robbers made their appearance, the excitement began to escalate. Is the drill commencing now? Wait, that child is remarkably handsome. This can't be a joke, can it? Who robs a bank accompanied by a child? Is this all scripted? Chapter 7. What kind of thief uses bombs right from the start? Lu Dafeng, adhering to the guidelines outlined in the employee manual, dialed the emergency number. "Everyone step out." Lin Dong redirected his firearm towards the back of the counter. 7 bank employees, including manager Lu Dafeng, emerged with their heads bowed. "You two, fill 2 bags with 2 million in cash," Lin Dong commanded fiercely, tossing 2 handbags at Lin Ji and Lu Dafeng's feet. How adorable, thought the surrounding bank staff and other volunteers playing customers. "The money belongs to the company. Only your lives are your own." Lin Dong spoke rapidly. "How does the company exploit you? What happens when you fail to meet performance targets? Your wages are docked. The boss buys one luxury home after another, one extravagant car after another, while the boss's wife changes like the seasons. And what about you? After a month of hard work, your salary is just 3,000 yuan. That struck a chord. The crowd, who had found the situation amusing moments ago, now lowered their heads in agreement. How true. They had been treated like beasts of burden by the company, and now they were expected to protect its assets with their lives. "I'll go get the money." "Me too." At that moment, Lin Ji and several staff members exclaimed, momentarily forgetting that this was merely a drill. ISN and Oppos. This right? Being exploited by the company and then expected to risk our lives to protect its wealth? If that's the case, then we're truly the embodiment of sacrificial labor. I now think these staff members would rather this be real. Haha. If our company gets robbed, I'll simply say, "Boss, I know where the finance room is. I'll lead the way. I will love the company as much as it loves me." Li Weigua, watching the unfolding events through a live stream, felt a twitch in his eye. This young man not only possessed great strength, but also spoke with such incisive clarity. Just then, he received a report. "Director, the nearest first team has surrounded the bank. What should we do next?" Old Lin was one of our bureau's top experts. He would handle it with discretion. Li Weiguo waved his hand, harboring no expectations for the outcome. He knew Fan Xiaolan well, and in his view, the outcome of this drill was predetermined. Could our Gufeng branch's many elites truly be outmatched by this mere child? At Huaihai Bank, the The situation was easily controlled by the two robbers, who affixed a small card labeled bound to each of the hostages. A large crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the bank. Amidst the cacophony, the harsh sound of rubber tires screeching against the asphalt pierced the air. Red and blue police lights flashed through the gaps in the glass. Lin Dong and his accomplice observed 5 or 6 police cars encircling the entrance. A large group of officers emerged, led by Captain Lin Dong of our bureau's first team. Upon recognizing the approaching figures, Fan Xiaolan remarked to Lin Dong, "Is this Officer Lin really formidable?" Lin Dong casually inquired. Fan Xiaolan looked down, wondering why this young man referred to police officers so casually. Wasn't it customary to call them uncle or brother at such a young age? If Lin Dong were aware of this query, he would merely shrug. "It's an ingrained habit from my past life." Fan Xiaolan chose not to delve deeper, instead explaining earnestly, "He is one of our bureau's top 3 criminal investigation experts." Outside the bank, Lin Quando possessed an ordinary appearance and an average build. He instructed his subordinates to disperse the gathered onlookers to the perimeter. His serious demeanor, marked by a square face, conveyed an air of sternness. What kind of exercise is this? A waste of time. Lin Quando felt reluctant but swiftly organized the deployment. He obtained a detailed map of the area and ensured that the bank's back entrance and all possible exit points were closely monitored. There were 2 robbers armed, controlling 17 hostages, 7 of whom were bank employees. His subordinates relayed the intelligence to him. After listening, Lin Quando nodded and waved his hand. An officer handed him a loudspeaker. "Attention inside. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons. Surrender is your only option." Inside the bank, the hostages in the lobby gazed with interest at the 2 figures at the entrance. Fan Xiaolan removed his backpack and pulled out a box. "Time bomb," he declared, causing Lin Dong to look up at him. "Are you serious? You, a police officer, bringing this is more suspicious than I am." "Hello, everyone. I am Sun Ruowei from Jinling Daily, currently reporting live from Huaihai Bank in the Gufeng district. As we can see, the drill has commenced." A tall woman in professional attire, microphone in hand, emerged amidst the crowd. Lin Quando glanced over, but quickly returned his focus, preparing to speak when suddenly the bank doors swung open. 3 figures stepped out, the bank security guard and 2 volunteers. Fan Xiaolan's voice echoed from within, "We only want money. We don't wish to harm anyone." "How boring," Lin Quando scoffed, finding the release of hostages to be a sign of weakness. The drill had only just begun, and they had already released 3 hostages. Their ability to withstand pressure was disappointing. With that thought, he stepped forward. "Comrades, I apologize for the inconvenience you faced inside." He shook hands with the security guard. Only then did he notice the paper cards affixed to the backs of the 3 individuals. Time bomb? Before he could comprehend the implications, the bank door opened once more. Lin Dong emerged, hands raised. "These 3 individuals have been secretly fitted with timed explosives. Now, if the bomb detonates, everyone nearby, including the officers, will be eliminated." Lin Quando and the nearby officers were momentarily taken aback. "What? We could just be blown up like that? Who told you to act this way? What kind of robbery uses bombs against the police right from the start?" The materials for the bomb were simple. Even sugar, lard, and soap could suffice. Nearby cameras captured the scene in vivid detail. Ridiculous. What kind of thief uses bombs right from the start? This is definitely not scripted. It defies all logic. Within the confines of the station, Li Wei was swiftly received the disheartening news regarding the sacrifice of 5 police officers, including Lin Quando, and 3 hostages. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly rose to his feet. This situation was amiss. He must personally oversee the scene. Chapter 8. This is no ordinary drill. Summon the SWAT team. Outside the bank, the gathered onlookers, having been dispersed to this location, pointed and whispered about the events that had just transpired. According to reliable sources, only 2 robbers remained inside the bank. All 15 hostages were still alive, and 5 officers had already made the ultimate sacrifice. Sun Ruowei addressed the camera, meticulously reporting the situation at the scene. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Quando and 5 officers who had been taken out by the explosion huddled together, their heads bowed and silently smoking. Their expressions were dark. each more somber than the last. How humiliating to be taken down while live-streamed across the internet. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Weigua arrived with reinforcements. The director glanced at the group of silent officers smoking in the corner, his expression a complex mix of emotions, pondering their thoughts. It was entirely unforeseen. Who would have anticipated that Fan Xiaolan and that young boy would resort to using timed explosives? Fortunately, this was merely a drill. Had it been real, he would not have been the one here now. The city bureau chief, the mayor, the director of counterterrorism director, it has been 20 minutes since the operation commenced. Do you have any comments regarding the current situation? Sun Ruowei approached with her cameraman, conducting an interview with Li Weigua. The latter and Oppo's, as face darkened. Yet he endeavored to maintain a calm tone before the camera, stating their immediate use of heavy weaponry is tantamount to seeking their own demise. It signifies that the situation has reached an irretrievable point. We will spare no effort to bring them to justice. Sun Ruowei nodded and inquired further. How do you intend to handle the 15 hostages? Will you consider them expendable, even if it requires sacrificing them? Li Weigua pondered for a moment before responding. We will act with the utmost regard for the safety of our citizens after his statement. He turned away without further comment, following his assistant deeper into the building. At the entrance of the bank, a makeshift command center had been established. Director, should we force our way in? Someone suggested. Not yet. Li Weigua raised his hand, focusing on the screen at the command post. The footage showed the unfolding events inside the bank. His gaze settled on two figures in the lobby, a cold smile forming on his lips. I had prepared a contingency plan. With the second and fifth place winners from the Dongchang District Martial Arts Competition, Sun Yu and Huang Yu, to ensure the success of this drill. Li Weigua had specifically borrowed these two from the neighboring district's police department. Director, your foresight is commendable. You had two undercover agents positioned inside to take action at the right moment. Fan Xiaolan and his companion are in for a tough time. The deputy director exclaimed with admiration. Why haven't they finished packing the money yet? Inside the bank, Fan Xiaolan checked the time, his brow furrowed. Lin Ji and the others had mentioned that there was insufficient cash at the counter, necessitating a trip to the vault. 10 minutes had already passed, and they were still not back. Stay here. I'll check in the back, Fan Xiaolan declared, raising his weapon. Before Lin Dong could call out to stop him, he had already moved toward the rear. In the waiting area of the lobby, a dozen hostages sat idly. A man and a woman exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. With only one guard remaining, Sun Yu and Huang Yu prepared to take action. Director, look, those two are getting ready to move. Outside at the command center, Li Weigua nodded in satisfaction. If these two could catch their opponent off guard and subdue him, they could seize the weapon and regain control of the situation. Ensure our team is ready to provide support at a moment's notice. He commanded, shaking his head inwardly. Was this to be the conclusion? It seemed too easy. His eyes narrowed as he observed the two restless figures on the monitor. This would require one to sacrifice himself, taking the bullets to create an opportunity for the other. In the bank, Sun Yu and Huang Yu had devised a specific plan through a series of exchange glances. The guard was merely a child, his physique and reflexes unable to compare to theirs. Despite wielding a firearm, he could fire only once. As long as one of them acted as a shield to absorb that bullet, the other would have ample opportunity to act. At the precise moment when Lin Dong turned his head, the two sprang into action. They leaped forward, their feet pounding the ground as they lunged at Lin Dong from either side. Lin Dong turned, remaining calm as he aimed his firearm at Sun Yu. The latter sneered. Your makeshift rifle can't fire in rapid succession. You've already chambered a round aimed at me, and you won't be able to shoot again in quick succession. Huang Yu was now close to Lin Dong, and at this distance, he had no time to reload. Let us end this farce. Huang Yu lunged at Lin Dong with outstretched hands. Witnessing this, the online audience buzzed with excitement. Is it heating up? Go. Turn the tide. Just as adrenaline surged, they saw Lin Dong leap off the ground, his body soaring over a meter high, evading Huang Yu's grasp. The latter, stunned and momentarily disoriented, failed to react. Lin Dong spun gracefully in midair, landing firmly a meter away. He was merely 8 years old, not large in stature. Even at 53 points of physicality, It was remarkable he could move with such agility. What just happened? Is this kid some circus prodigy? Didn't that look more impressive than a movie? Lin Dong raised his weapon, aiming it at Huang Yu, who was still intent on advancing. It's already chambered. Moments later, Sun Yu and Huang Yu sat dejectedly in a corner, a deceased label affixed to them. We can see that 2 more hostages have encountered unforeseen events inside the bank. Sun Ruowei reported to the camera. At the command center, silence reigned, broken only by the sound of the wind. Li Weigua's forehead darkened, while the deputy director appeared somewhat embarrassed. Others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The contingency plan inside had failed so quickly. Bang! Li Weigua slammed his fist on the table, the veins on his forehead standing out. The current situation has surpassed his control. He spoke with unwavering determination. This is no longer a mere drill. Bring me the special police. Chapter 9. In the presence of absolute talent, geniuses merely meet my threshold. The red and blue sirens flashed. Several SWAT vehicles were parked at the roadside. The captain of the Jinling SWAT 4th team, Liu Xin, approached the command post with his team. Isn't this a drill? Hearing this question, Li Weigua's forehead bulged with veins. Indeed, isn't this a drill? Yet those 2 kids inside are not following the script at all. What kind of robber would use explosives against the police right from the start? There's no time for explanations. Let your men infiltrate through the ventilation ducts. Li Weigua glanced at the blueprints on the table before him, which outlined the bank structure. He pointed to a specific ventilation duct. Liu Xin nodded and turned to the people behind him. Zhang Ziqiang and Guo, you 2 will infiltrate quietly and wait for the right moment to eliminate the robbers. The duct's narrowness could accommodate no more than 2 adults, which they deemed sufficient. The 2 were not unarmed. They would enter with firearms. Trained SWAT members, especially in the shadows, should have no trouble taking out the robbers unexpectedly, right? Inside the bank, Fan Xiaolan, accompanied by Lin Ji, who had just gone to gather the money, returned to the hall, each carrying 2 bulging bags. 2 million is all here. He tossed one bag at Lin Dong's feet, exuding an air of someone eager to distribute the spoils. Host practice task has been completed. In the next moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Indeed, the system's detection function has significant flaws. Task reward, physical points 20, random max level skill 1. As the system's voice faded, Lin Dong contemplated and immediately used the 20 physical points. The skill could wait until he returned. What shall we do now? Fan Xiaolan suddenly inquired. They had successfully completed the bank heist drill and seized the money. What next? Engage in a shootout with the police outside, or... Lin Dong pondered for a moment. The task was accomplished, and he was indifferent. There was, however, a way to break out. But this was merely a drill. They couldn't realistically flee abroad with 2 million, could they? Moreover, with the live broadcast, escaping successfully under Li Weigua's very nose would jeopardize the director's career. Perhaps it would be better to perform a small favor? Just as he was contemplating, Lin Dong's ears perked up. With 73 points in physicality, his enhancement included acute hearing. He could detect subtle sounds that others could not. He looked up. Is someone crawling inside the metal ducts? Lin Dong realized that Li Weigua had organized personnel to enter through the ventilation ducts. Fan Xiaolan followed his gaze and spotted the nearby vent. Although he heard no noise, he deduced what was occurring. He had graduated from the police academy, after all. Infiltrating through ventilation ducts was a core focus of their training. As Lin Dong considered whether to take advantage of the opportunity to surrender, he caught a glimpse of Fan Xiaolan retrieving a box from his backpack. The label read, "Bomb." Lin Dong, what are you planning? You're a police officer. Would he truly resort to such extreme measures against a fellow officer? Fan Xiaolan turned to him, holding the bomb. Before we came, the director instructed me to go all out, to forget my identity as a police officer, and to act like a true robber. Lin Dong. In the dark, narrow ventilation duct above, Zhang Ziqiang and Guo crawled forward, moving toward the vent's opening. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as screws were turned. The next moment, the vent cover was removed and an object flew in. Outside the bank at the command post, Li Weigua and his team were observing the unfolding situation through the cameras. What was this kid doing? What did he just throw in? A sense of foreboding washed over Li Weiguo. Moments later, the figures of Zhang Ziqiang and Nguo, clad in uniforms, appeared on screen as they fell from a duct. What had transpired? Liu Xan furrowed his brows, repeatedly calling the two over the radio. "Captain, we have fallen the line of duty," came a voice tinged with helplessness and frustration. They had thrown a bomb into the ventilation duct. Everyone at the command post was left in stunned silence, as if petrified. Li Weiguo's forehead darkened with rage. "Another bomb. Where's this kid getting all these explosives?" Zhang Ziqiang held the box labeled bomb up to the camera. At that moment, the tens of thousands of viewers watching the live stream could no longer contain themselves. This is no longer a robbery. This is sheer madness. Explosions. Explosions are art. They're completely disregarding the script. Who would have thought he'd throw a bomb into the ventilation duct? This is too real. Look at the expressions on those leaders at the command post. Ha. Inside the bank, Zhang Ziqiang and Nguo crouched by the wall. Beside them were the equally despondent Sun Yu and Huang Yu, who eyed Fan Xiaolan with a desire to tear him apart. In this situation, Fan Xiaolan casually remarked, "You still need to practice. With such performance, how can we trust you with the safety of the people?" Had it not been for the live cameras, the four would have rushed over to give Fan Xiaolan a good lesson. Press forward. Push up. Li Weiguo removed his police cap, his eyes bloodshot. Organized forces to create a show of strong assault, providing opportunities for the snipers in the distance. At this stage in the drill, regardless of the outcome, they had already lost. 3 out of 17 hostages had perished. 2 police officers and 2 SWAT members had fallen in the line of duty. Such a cost was far too great. The SWAT members, armed with riot shields, charged at the forefront, followed by those wielding semi-automatic rifles. Other police officers spread out to the sides as they slowly approached the bank. Were they truly going for a strong assault? Seeing the scene outside, Fan Xiaolan's brow furrowed. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, peering through the bank's floor-to-ceiling windows toward the high-rise buildings behind the police. The assault is a facade. Creating opportunities for the snipers is the true objective. Lin Dong had no desire to take any further action. After all, the system's task was complete, rendering any additional effort unnecessary. Stay back. We still have hostages. If you wish to avoid mutual destruction, prepare a fully fueled bus. Fan Xiaolan proclaimed loudly from the window. Li Weiguo, with his hands clasped behind his back, received an unexpected message through his radio. Report to the director. 2 robbers have been neutralized. The information came from a sniper concealed on a nearby rooftop. The exercise concluded with the deaths of Fan Xiaolan and Lin Dong. The Jinling Daily reported, the bank robbery drill in Gufeng District has ended, with both assailants eliminated by a sniper. Sun Ruowei addressed the camera. Is this how the exercise ends? Why does it feel like a movie that abruptly falls apart halfway? From my perspective, in this exercise, the robber scored 9 out of 10, while this little brat scored 91. Fan Xiaolan exited the bank, his expression one of dissatisfaction. As he glanced at the comments online, his forehead slightly furrowed. Sun Yu and Huang Yu passed by him, commenting, "The netizens are astute. It's a layup win." "Damn," Fan Xiaolan retorted. "Why are you so concerned about these online ratings? They diminish the value of one's efforts. You see, everyone is praising this little brat's skills, declaring him the MVP. I clearly brought out several bombs. A layup win. Is that fair? Is that reasonable?" The others shot him a dismissive glance, smirking. At that moment, Li Weiguo and his colleagues approached, patting Fan Xiaolan on the shoulder with a forceful grip. The division director, with a smirk that barely concealed his amusement, remarked, "You performed admirably this time. Later, you will receive an award at the office." Feeling the ache in his shoulder, Fan Xiaolan grimaced. "Director, the overall plan for this exercise was devised by this kid." He unhesitatingly threw Lin Dong onto the bus. "HM?" Li Weiguo turned to look at the boy who had just exited the bank. Lin Dong, clad in a scaled-down trench coat, hands in pockets and head bowed, replied succinctly, "Aside from the final decision regarding the ventilation shaft, all previous plans were his." Fan Xiaolan lamented. "Interesting," Li Weiguo chuckled, retracting his hand and approaching Lin Dong. "Where did you learn this?" Lin Dong halted, replying candidly, "Talent." "Talent?" Upon hearing this word, the director, the deputy director, and the SWAT team leader all paused, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 10. Can great achievers do without financial resources? The nearby camera captured the entire scene. Upon hearing Lin Dong casually utter the phrase talent, hundreds of thousands of viewers erupted in laughter. No way. Drawing, music, mathematics, singing. That is talent. Who robs a bank and calls it talent? Having such talent at a young age, what will he become when he grows up? I suspect his talent only pertains to bank robbery. Does he have any other skills? Could this boy be a robber reincarnated with memories from a past life? As they witnessed the surging popularity of the live stream, Sun Ruowei and her colleagues from the Jinling Daily were indeed taken aback. The online viewer count was on the verge of surpassing 200,000. They had initially estimated a peak of merely 10,000. The sheer madness of this drill was unprecedented. The robbers had started by detonating explosives, taking down Liu Quandu and others, indicating this was no scripted performance. Moreover, the 8-year-old's performance, coupled with that nonchalant mention of talent, propelled this event to the trending searches. Viewers accustomed to seeing artistic and musical talents were witnessing, for the first time, someone who seemed to have allocated all his talent points to bank robbery. Many marveled, this child is extraordinary. The future holds great promise. Upon returning home, Lin Dong encountered his sister, Lin Nan, who had just come back as well. Having taken a part-time job, she had no time to watch the live stream and was oblivious to the events surrounding her brother. She placed her shoes at the door. Her delicate feet, encased in white cotton socks, slightly flushed soles pressing against the wooden floor. With a bright smile, Lin Nan approached Lin Dong. "What are you up to? We can treat ourselves to better food today." With that, Lin Nan produced 200 yuan bills from her pocket, proudly exclaiming, "The boss of my part-time job gave me 200 instead of 100 for some reason." Lin Dong responded with a nonchalant "Oh." Having just dealt with 2 million earlier that day, 200 yuan seemed trivial in comparison. "Let me tidy up first, and then we can go for a hot pot." Lin Nan giggled. Lin Dong redirected his focus to the system panel before him. He had already utilized the physical points gained from completing his task, but there remained one randomly upgraded skill. What will it be this time? A flicker of anticipation surged within him. Perhaps a legitimate skill to earn money and improve our family situation. With that thought, he mentally commanded "Open." Host has acquired the ultimate skill, money printing. Historically, can great achievers do without financial resources? Lin Dong leaned forward, elbows resting on a chipped tabletop, hands clasped under his chin. He maintained this pose for a full minute. Money printing? He exhaled slowly. Just moments ago, he had wished for a skill that could generate income, and this money printing, in its literal sense, perfectly fit the bill. Money printing, mastery of all processes involved in the production of currency from various nations. The system's explanation aligned with his expectations. Does this mean what I think it does? While it can indeed generate wealth, surely I cannot literally conjure thousands of yuan out of thin air. However, he realized he could indeed produce thousands at will. It was merely a matter of technical skill, and authenticity could still be assessed through serial numbers. This infernal system. It truly has put me in a predicament. Lin Dong composed himself. Host, Lin Dong, age 29, physical attributes, 73, task hall. Observing the current system panel, Lin Dong opened the task hall for the first time. After a moment of silence, he exited. The tasks within were peculiar. Completing them would require a trip to Kyoto to claim rewards, including reimbursement for one-way tickets. At that moment, Lin Dong's peripheral vision caught sight of the 2 bills Lin Nan had left on the corner of the table. Upon grasping them, realization dawned. Could it be that Lin Nan had received 2 counterfeit bills? He rubbed them between his fingers, his eyes twitching. Is this technical quality truly so abysmal? These bills are indistinguishable from the cheap merchandise found at street stalls. And the ink quality, the illustrations, in reality, the craftsmanship of those bills was such that an ordinary person would struggle to discern any flaws. They could barely be deemed subpar. Yet, before Lin Dong, a self-proclaimed master of the trade, they appeared as childish scribbles, utterly worthless. How dare they present such shoddy goods to deceive others? Lin Dong leapt from his chair, indignation swelling within him as he prepared to take Lin Nan to confront someone. Just then, She emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her long hair still damp. The subtle scent of body wash mixed with her natural fragrance enveloped him, causing Lin Dong's cheeks to flush. "What's wrong, Xiaodong?" Lin Nan inquired. "Sister, wait a moment. I need to tell you something." Lin Dong turned, directing his focus back to the counterfeit bills in his hand. Lin Nan, puzzled, entered her room. Minutes later, she reappeared, her hair still slightly wet from her hasty change. Lin Dong presented the 2 counterfeit bills before her. "Sister, you and Appos, been deceived. These bills are fake." "Huh?" Lin Nan furrowed her brows, skepticism evident in her voice. "How do you know?" "Look here." Lin Dong pointed out several details. He then urged Lin Nan to retrieve a genuine bill for comparison. Upon doing so, Lin Nan trembled, finally believing she had indeed been duped. Without pausing to question how her brother possessed such knowledge about counterfeit currency, she disregarded her damp hair and took him downstairs to confront the culprit. They rode their electric scooter to Wanda Plaza, where the boss had handed her the money. Unfortunately, their search yielded no results. After 2 hours of fruitless searching, darkness enveloped the area. With a resigned sigh, Lin Nan forced a weak smile. "All right, let us just consider a lesson learned and go eat hot pot." Such mental comfort would at least soften the blow. On their way back, they passed by the police station, and Lin Nan's frustration grew. Thus, she led Lin Dong inside. The issue of 2 counterfeit 100 yuan bills was neither trivial nor major. After a brief inquiry, the staff advised them to return and await notification. As he emerged from the police station, a constable, with a grin that failed to reach his eyes, greeted Lin Dong. "Ain't you what?" Lin Dong inquired. The officer replied with a mocking tone. "One of the 5 you unceremoniously dispatched from the bank today." Lin Dong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Upon returning home, Lin Nan unlocked his phone. As he beheld the deluge of trending news surrounding his younger brother, astonishment swiftly supplanted the frustration of having received counterfeit currency. Aware that no explanation could suffice, Lin Dong left a brief remark. "I have to wake up early for school tomorrow," before hastily retreating to his room. Chapter 11. Unveiling the talents of the top-level child prodigy. In Huaihai Province, Jinling City, the Jinling Broadcasting Building stands illuminated even in the late evening. Within a conference room on the top floor, Director Fan Shuangwen and Chief Editor Ho Wu, along with journalist Sun Ruwei from the Jinling Daily, are gathered. At the head of the rectangular conference table, a large screen displays various data from today's live broadcast across the internet. Fan Shuangwen adjusts his glasses, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Today, our online viewership has set a record for Jinling television station. The peak reached 250,000 viewers. His gaze shifts to Chief Editor Ho Wu. "Old Ho, what do you think is the key factor behind this remarkable achievement?" Ho Wu rises and approaches the screen, pulling up several images while pointing to specific highlights. "The primary reason for today's sensational broadcast lies with this child. Viewers are accustomed to so-called prodigies in painting, music, and other arts, but a talent maximized for bank robbery is truly unparalleled online. Especially the last 2 words that escaped his lips have left the entire internet in speculation. Is this talent limited solely to bank robbery? What else might he be capable of?" The anticipation has reached its zenith. After Ho Wu concludes, the director nods in agreement. "Well said. We must seize this momentum. Let us create a revealing program while the excitement is at its peak." "Reveal? Reveal what?" someone inquires. "Let us uncover what other talents this prodigy possesses." The director chuckles. Following a brief discussion among the attendees, a detailed plan swiftly takes shape. The program will be titled Unveiling the Talents of the Top-Level Child Prodigy and will commence a week-long shooting schedule centering around the currently trending Lin Dong. By capitalizing on this fervor, perhaps the show will ascend to even greater heights. The director exclaims with enthusiasm, though others in the room echo his sentiments. They are seasoned veterans, familiar with the fleeting nature of such hype-driven programs. They have witnessed numerous instances where initial excitement fizzled out, leaving viewers disenchanted and departing in droves. The reason is simple. It is exceedingly rare for an individual to possess more than one viral meme. Take Lin Dong, for instance. His striking performance during the drills captivated everyone. yet he may very well be unremarkable in other realms, unless he can consistently exceed audience expectations. For example, robbing a bank today, forging currency tomorrow, and crafting a firearm the day after. Such scenarios, however, are patently implausible. Thus, they all recognize that this new program is merely riding the wave of current popularity and unlikely to make significant waves. At 10:00 AM, Oppo's clock that evening, Lin Dong receives a call from Jinling Television. Upon hearing that they wish to invite her brother to be the star of the new show, she hesitates. Our shooting schedule is tentatively set for 7 days, with a concluding reward of 200,000. What? Lin Dong, having grown up as an orphan, has rarely encountered such a staggering sum. However, she does not immediately agree, but instead knocks on Lin Dong's door to seek his opinion. Upon hearing the details, 7 days for 200,000, Lin Dong shows no hesitation. I accept. 200,000 over the course of a week. That averages to 30,000 a day. To hesitate even for a second would be a disservice to such an opportunity. Time is of the essence. We will commence shooting tomorrow, and I will send you an electronic contract shortly. After some discussion, they agree to officially begin filming in front of Goofing Primary School the following morning. After hanging up, Lin Dong still feels a sense of disbelief. 200,000. Conversely, Lin Dong remains remarkably composed. A mere 200,000. If he so desires, he could conjure that amount in half a day. Yet, given the legal means, why opt for the risky alternative? But I'm still just an 8-year-old child. Does the juvenile protection law cover counterfeiting? Lin Dong ponders whether he should investigate this protection law further. On Monday morning, a black Bentley approaches Goofing Primary School. Inside, Li Ziki, donned in a white school uniform, sits quietly in the back seat with her twin ponytails cascading behind her. Li Qianlong occupies the passenger seat, his eyes downcast and a slight bulge in his forehead indicating stress. A voice from his Bluetooth headset resonates. Brother, those three have messed things up. They've just been fed to the crocodiles. Truly useless. As the words nearly escape his lips, Li Qianlong remembers his daughter is seated behind him and stops himself, opting instead to type on his phone. After a brief pause, the voice in his ear resumes, tinged with exasperation. Boss, there's another issue. Our dealings with Fei Libean's USD business have also taken a significant hit. Our technicians were involved in an accident on a bus yesterday, and now our orders are severely backlogged. Many clients are growing impatient and choosing to collaborate with others. As he absorbs this barrage of news, Li Qianlong's eyelids twitch slightly. He types a response. Gather all the gang members at Qingfeng Mingwei, the name of a club under his management. Moments later, the vehicle halts at the roadside of Goofing Primary School. Through the window, Li Qianlong notices a group at the entrance, equipped with cameras and microphones, all clad in Jinling daily uniforms. Li Ziki shares her curiosity. Little Qi, this is where I leave you. Li Qianlong turns, forcing a smile. Li Ziki nods obediently, expertly opening the door and stepping out. As he watches his daughter's slender figure retreat, Li Qianlong remains silent for a moment before gesturing to the driver, to Qingfeng Mingwei. He wishes to spend time with his daughter, yet pressing issues within the gang prevent him from doing so. At the entrance of Goofing Primary School, Sun Ruowei stands as the host of this episode, addressing the camera with a professional smile. Hello everyone, welcome to unveiling the talents of the top-level child prodigy. I am your host, Sun Ruowei. Currently, the entire internet is abuzz with curiosity regarding the origins of the child named Lin Dong and whether he possesses any additional talents. This episode aims to unveil the mystery. The director of Jinling Television happens to have a connection with the principal of Goofing Primary School, allowing them to film on campus without disrupting the educational process. With the momentum from yesterday's excitement, as soon as today's program commenced, over 100,000 viewers flooded into the live stream. Witnessing the immediate surge of over 100,000 viewers, Sun Ruowei finally comprehended the so-called foundation of the sect mentioned in the novel. Chapter 12. The Master of Money on the other side, having parked the electric vehicle, Lin Dong leisurely walked towards the school entrance with Lin Dong. Upon spotting Sun Ruowei and her entourage in the distance, Lin Dong felt a knot of anxiety form in her throat. She had never imagined that her younger brother could potentially become an internet sensation. In contrast to her discomfort, Lin Dong appeared rather nonchalant. After all, what was so extraordinary about live streaming? As long as nothing unexpected occurred within the next 7 days, they would secure a reward of 200,000. Hello. Sun Roy greeted them with a smile as they approached, while the cameraman skillfully shifted the focus onto the two. As the main characters finally made their appearance, the barrage of comments in the live stream began to surge. Is this the child trending on social media? Aside from being as handsome as I am, there's nothing particularly remarkable about him. I don't care about anything else. I just want to know what other talents he possesses. Could he possibly demonstrate robbing a bank to give us a thrill? Who is that beautiful girl beside him? I think I might be in love. Numerous netizens were captivated by Lin Nan. She had deliberately dressed up for the occasion, her already stunning features adorned with light makeup, her hair styled in a high ponytail, and 2 strands framing her face. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt paired with denim shorts, her fair legs perfectly straight. I dare her to call me mommy. Would she dare to accept? Just yesterday, she was playing games with me. How did she transform into this today? Let us introduce ourselves to the viewers. Sun Roy said with a gentle smile, directing her attention to Lin Dong. He nodded slightly, clearing his throat. He casually placed a hand in his pocket and calmly addressed the camera. I am Lin Dong, a first-grade student at Gufeng Primary School. Having said that, Lin Dong felt satisfied, but Sun Roy gestured for him to elaborate further for the sake of the show. After pondering for a moment, he continued, I must clarify that I was born under the red flag and have grown up in the spring breeze. I will never engage in any illegal activities. The corner of Sun Roy's eye twitched. Perhaps she shouldn't have encouraged him to speak more. How could a child comprehend the nuances of entertainment? Moreover, the words sounded rather peculiar coming from him. Standing at the school gate, Lin Nan watched her brother and the television crew enter. She repeatedly reassured herself. It's just 7 days. My brother will not cause any trouble. Upon entering the school, students flowed in and out. This institution was not solely a primary school, but encompassed both primary and secondary education. Lin Dong, followed by the cameraman and Sun Roy, became the center of attention, attracting countless curious gazes. Upon returning to Class 5, Sun Roy and her companions discreetly positioned themselves at the back, ensuring they did not disrupt the classroom's discipline while filming Lin Dong. Of course, for a first-grade class that had just begun the school year, there was little concern about disturbing the learning environment, as formal lessons had yet to commence. They would have to wait at least a week for the students to acclimatize before actual teaching began. Lin Dong rested his head on the desk, suddenly feeling a nudge beside him. He looked up to find Li Ziki curiously gazing at him. Their eyes met. What does this daughter of a mafia leader want? With a hint of admiration in her tone, Li Ziki remarked, I saw you on television yesterday. Lin Dong detected an unusual tone in her voice. Li Ziki continued, I watched it with my dad, and midway through, he made a call, seemingly to arrange for someone to learn from you. Lin Dong. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and Yu Qingyu entered. She had received notification that a television crew would be filming in her class. Like Lin Nan, facing the camera for the first time made her nervous, but she quickly overcame it. Yu Qingyu's voice rang clear. Today's lesson is art. Your art teacher is on leave, so I will be substituting. With that, she pulled out her teaching materials from her bag. The students below the podium eagerly retrieved their paintbrushes. You have 15 minutes to freely express yourselves and draw something you excel at, she encouraged with a smile. Lin Dong, feeling rather apathetic, yawned. Regardless of his past life or present, his artistic talent could be described as non-existent. Just as he was about to scribble something randomly, a cold, familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host has not accepted a task for an extended period. An appropriate task has been automatically assigned to the host. Master of money, please complete the first step within 20 minutes. Depict the original image. As the system's voice faded, Lin Dong stiffened in his seat. After a few breaths, he sheepishly inquired, what if I fail to complete it within 20 minutes? Time is of the essence. Please do not procrastinate. If the stipulated time is not met, the system will disengage. Damn, Lin Dong silently cursed. Depicting the original image meant replicating the portrait on a banknote. For someone with the money-printing skill, this was as effortless as drinking water. But this was live streaming. Why did this damn system have to show up now? Was it deliberate? Lin Dong's forehead visibly darkened. As time ticked away, the other students in the classroom diligently focused on their drawings, with one notable exception. Yu Qingyu approached Lin Dong, noticing him gripping the pen, yet remaining motionless. She gently encouraged, "It's all right, just give yourself a bit of courage. Even if your drawing is not great, no one will mock you." Lin Dong forced a smile and nodded slightly. Indeed, give oneself a bit of courage. One must believe in the minor protection law. He selected several suitable brushes and trimmed the blank paper before him to an appropriate size. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his task. Yu Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the mindset she hoped to instill: encourage oneself and embrace the possibility of failure. She then moved on to attend to other students, unaware that Lin Dong had already begun to sketch Franklin's portrait halfway onto the suitably sized paper before him. 10 minutes have elapsed. Many students have completed their drawings. The number of viewers in the live stream hovers around 60,000. Those lured by sensationalism have departed upon failing to find the content they desired. The remaining audience, over 60,000, now finds the live stream's visuals rather tedious. The barrage of comments is sparse, with only a few scattered messages. After obtaining Yuqing's consent, Sun Ruowei, accompanied by a photographer, commenced capturing the completed works of her fellow students. Chapter 13. Pass the currency verifier. The little bunny drawn is truly adorable, so lifelike. The small turtle is also quite commendable. The camera focuses on Li Ziki, Lin Dong's desk mate, and her artwork. A rugged silhouette embraces a little girl. Although the lines and style are rather crude, for a child who has just entered first grade, producing such a piece is undoubtedly a display of remarkable talent. Sun Ruowei curiously inquires, "Classmate, what does your painting signify?" Li Ziki points to the silhouette, pursing her lips. "This is the silhouette of my father. Although he seldom has time to accompany me, I know he loves me." Such words spoken from the mouth of a child moved many netizens profoundly. Is there sand in my eyes? Is this the little cotton-padded jacket? My child only knows how to use chopsticks every day. Same here, only knows how to play games. Lately, he has been frantically shouting about some extraordinary single-character ID, claiming he will make a fortune. I seized the opportunity while he was at school to sell his account, and surprisingly, I made $200. The deep bond between father and daughter is truly touching. After Sun Ruowei finished speaking, Lin Dong, sitting beside Li Ziki, also put down his pen. As the star of the show, Lin Dong and Appo's artwork was initially the most anticipated. However, after witnessing Li Ziki and Appo's emotionally charged creation, netizens unanimously agreed that she was the true MVP. No one present could surpass her. Given time and proper guidance, she might become a master in the future. Lin Dong, let us see your work. Sun Ruowei smiled. Lin Dong's body trembled, hastily covering his hands and awkwardly saying, "How about? Let's skip it." Many netizens felt perplexed. It's just first grade. Even if it's poorly done, we wouldn't team mock it. Exactly. Acting all shy is making viewers feel irritated. Is it the lower abdomen or the groin? No. Can you still drive under these circumstances? Sun Ruowei encouraged. It's all right, Lin Dong. No one will laugh at you. At that moment, Lin Dong truly understood what it meant to suffer in silence. Who cares about being mocked? What I care about is. Ultimately, Lin Dong, feeling helpless as he had already signed a contract, slowly removed his hands. Upon closer inspection, Sun Ruowei was taken aback, her tone filled with astonishment. Lin Dong, your dollar bill drawing is incredibly lifelike. Why were you hesitant to show it? Her words trailed off abruptly. Sun Ruowei then realized, in disbelief, rubbing her eyes and looking again. The drawing of the $100 bill was vividly lifelike, albeit uncolored. Every detail presented itself clearly before her. It was undoubtedly a $100 bill. This. As a seasoned reporter, she had encountered numerous scenes, but this was truly a first. The camera captured this moment, causing netizens to erupt in excitement. No way. Is this real? Did he really draw a $100 bill so vividly? Can someone knowledgeable clarify what level this is? I was sentenced to 5 years for this. I have a say in this matter. In our field, we call this a replica image, the most challenging step in the production process, requiring a one-to-one replication of the dollar with no margin for error. However, seeing it through a screen, one can only assess it vaguely. I'm unsure about this one. Let us not forget, at such a young age, achieving this level, with a bit of nurturing, he could be making money at lightning speed. Turns out he wasn't too shy about showing it. He was too bold to reveal it. As a seasoned journalist, after a brief moment of astonishment, Sun Ruowei quickly regained her composure. This program she was hosting was about to explode. Not only did he display talent in robbery, but now he revealed such astonishing talent and oppos. It was hard to imagine the kind of waves this would create online. Yu Qingyu approached, and upon seeing Lin Dong's artwork, she opened her mouth several times, but the words got stuck in her throat. Ha ha ha, Lin Dong, you truly have a sense of humor. Sun Ruowei awkwardly chuckled, realizing that such moments needed to be smoothed over. Little did she expect Lin Dong's talent in painting to be so remarkable. Of course, this was merely a painting. It had no bearing on actual currency, right? Lin Dong agreed. Indeed, it's just a coincidence. I'm still just a child. Just then, the photographer, not one to shy away from trouble, suggested, how about we use a currency verifier for an experiment? His intention was to enhance the program's effect. After all, no discerning person would believe that this child could casually create something that would pass a currency verifier. Soon, other staff members of the program borrowed a currency verifier from the school's finance office. Accompanying them was an accountant from Gufeng Primary School. She introduced to the camera, "This is our newly imported currency verifier, featuring multiple independent inspection functions. It can first scan the original image using ultraviolet light or be inserted directly for a comprehensive examination." Hearing the first part of her statement, Lin Dong's lips twitched, internally exclaiming, "It's over." Sun Ruowei, suppressing her laughter, inserted the drawing into the currency verifier. "Please note, this is counterfeit. Please note, this is counterfeit. Please note, this is counterfeit." Now we will begin independent verification, starting with a scan of the original image. Sun Ruowei held the drawn image in both hands, showcasing it before the camera. Under the gaze of all the netizens and the entire class, she activated the independent verification function of the currency verifier. As a beam of ultraviolet light swept over, everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. Only Lin Dong anticipated the outcome, knowing things had escalated. Possessing the skill of printing money, he was akin to a human printing machine. Even if the Federal Reserve encountered an anomaly, he could not fail. Sure enough, seconds later, the machine displayed a green light. This indicated that there was no issue with the original image on the paper. At that moment, the atmosphere in the entire venue was eerily quiet. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood motionless, as if petrified. Sun Ruowei, still not ready to concede, tremulously extended the paper once more for examination. This time, the wait felt interminable to the onlookers. After a few seconds, the green light appeared once again. Those familiar with the production of counterfeit currency understand that the most daunting technical challenge lies in hand-drawing the original image, which demands an extraordinary level of detail. Even the world's foremost artists would require a month or more to accomplish such a feat yet today, in their homeland. A primary school student had managed to create a hand-drawn replica capable of passing through a currency verifier in under 20 minutes. Chapter 14. The private Federal Reserve. This news exploded online. "This is incredible. This young man has a promising future. Who has his contact information? Let's see if he is interested in developing in the Golden Triangle. We can pay him by the second. Should we call the police?" From a strict legal standpoint, he is not counterfeiting currency, as he has only completed the first step, unless he perfects the subsequent steps. In the classroom of Class 5 at Gufeng Primary School, the students were bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. However, others present, Yu Qingyu, Sun Ruowei, and the photographer, stood frozen, staring at Lin Dong with expressions of disbelief. Moments later, Sun Ruowei was the first to react. She swallowed nervously, even with her vast experience. She was at a loss for how to proceed. "The host has completed the first step. Next, please complete the Money Master task," produce 100,000 within 42 hours. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Clearing his throat and sensing the atmosphere around him, he coughed lightly, casually snatching the artwork he had drawn from Sun Ruowei's hands. With a swift motion, he tore it in half. "It's fine. Everyone, let us pretend nothing happened." Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly careless action was viewed as utterly foolish by the experts present. What is he doing? That's an original image that can pass a currency verifier. Its market value is at least in the millions. How outrageous. Who knows this little brat's address? Lin Dong was blissfully unaware that even if he knew the worth of $1 million, he wouldn't feel a twinge of regret. After all, with his counterfeiting skills, creating an original image would take him no more than 10 minutes. If he were to genuinely pursue such an item, Lin Dong suspected that the Federal Reserve would send a SEAL team to eliminate him. Meanwhile, in Huaihai Province, Jilin City, in the eastern suburbs, a rusty metal factory stood. The lighting was dim, but the underground offered a different world altogether. "Come, Wolf." A plump, middle-aged man entered the basement, casting an unfriendly glance at a young man in a white short-sleeved shirt who was holding a speaker. Xia Zhishuan sighed helplessly and turned off the music. Lu Chao surveyed the room. "Where is everyone? Bring them over." Soon, 6 figures, including Lu Chao, appeared in the basement hall. 5 men and 1 woman. "Where is Li Yan?" Lu Chao exclaimed with dissatisfaction. The others exchanged glances and shook their heads. Seeing this, a vein throbbed on Lu Chao's forehead. "Without discipline, how can our team thrive? How can we bring glory to our nation?" I'll say it again. We are not engaging in illegal activities. We are helping our country break free from the stranglehold of a dollar. We are creating our own Federal Reserve. His confusing rhetoric had an immediate effect. His followers became invigorated, as if adrenaline had surged through them. "Boss, the acid-free paper is ready, and the color-changing ink will arrive shortly. We are all set, just lacking." "Lacking what?" Lu Chao furrowed his brow. Xia Zhishuan spoke with a complex tone. "Boss, you forgot that our artist responsible for replicating the original dollar image was poached. Now we only lack the original image." Upon hearing this, a vein popped on Lu Chao's forehead. He had almost forgotten this matter. Those who dared to undermine him would certainly pay later. Creating an original image had to be hand-carved. Even the highest precision printing equipment would produce Moyer patterns. A heavy silence fell over the basement. These individuals were seasoned criminals, previously operating independently, now gathered by Lu Chao to collaborate in crafting the finest of masterpieces. They had invested significant sums of money, nearly depleting Lu Chao's savings. But now, they found themselves stymied by this single step. Replicating the original image was no easy feat. It required extraordinary artistic talent and could not afford a single error. "Is there any news from the black market?" Lu Chao gritted his teeth. "We must acquire one, even at a high price." Xia Zhishuan shook his head, palms open. "None." Just as silence enveloped them, a figure clad in casual attire entered the basement. It was their final accomplice, Li Yan. Seeing her, Lu Chao, already in a foul mood, snapped. "Where have you been?" Li Yan approached, a smile on her face. "Boss, I just found a talent online. HM." Li Yan continued. "Aren't we in need of the original image? This person can produce it in 10 minutes and pass the currency verifier. Such a person exists." Lu Chao's pupils constricted, and the others were equally incredulous. They were all seasoned veterans, well aware that in their line of work, the most challenging and labor-intensive aspect was the original image. It required a top-tier artist to replicate it one-to-one without a single mistake. If anything went awry, all previous steps would need to be redone, often taking months. But now, Li Yan claimed someone could accomplish this in 10 minutes. Taking out her phone, Li Yan opened the live stream titled, revealing the talents of the ultimate kid. Lu Chao looked on, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What is this?" Li Yan pointed at the child on screen. "This is the guy who created the original image in 10 minutes. A brief silence ensued. Xia Zhishuan scoffed, his tone incredulous. "Xiao Yan, is this really the time for jokes? How old is this talent? At most a first grader. You expect him to create an original image in 10 minutes? The others regarded Li Yan with expressions of disbelief. "Dare to mock me?" Lu Chao felt an urge to strike her. Li Yan, feeling helpless, was relieved she had recorded the earlier event. She played the video for her companions. Lu Chao and his companions watched the recording several times in disbelief, repeatedly replaying the footage of the final scene captured by the currency verification machine. This is the innate divine embodiment of our industry. In the end, Lu Chao, a semi-master in the realm of US dollars, spoke with a voice filled with astonishment. Such talent at such a young age. What will he achieve as he matures? Observing the expressions of his companions, Li Yan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Boss, if we could have him assist in creating a piece, it would take no more than 10 minutes. If we could manage to control him and have him produce original portraits in bulk for sale on the black market, the profits would be. Chapter 15. The underworld should not employ child labor. Lu Chao and his companions instinctively followed her line of thought. 10 minutes to create an original portrait, which could fetch a staggering price of $1 million in the domestic black market. This translates to 10 minutes equals 1 million. An hour yields 6 million. A day. 24 hours. 100 million. Is this not more lucrative than directly producing U.S. dollars? Of course. Generating 100 million in a day exists only in imagination. In reality, such a blatant and continuous output would attract attention within a week. Manufacturing dollars poses minimal threat to the Federal Reserve. However, selling original images equates to a catastrophic breach. They would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate the source. Who exactly is this young man? Lu Chao's gaze was fixed on Lin Dong in the live broadcast, his tone grave. This is a live stream, taking place at a primary school, right here in Jinling. Shall we send Lao Yi to discreetly investigate the situation? Xia Zhishuan pondered aloud. The group turned their attention to a lean youth clad in a tank top, characterized by a furtive demeanor. This individual is the Lao Yi they referred to? Yi Ming. Lu Chao nodded. Lao Yi, quietly follow this individual during the live stream and ascertain his circumstances at home. Investigate if there are any powerful connections. He waved his hand decisively. Time is of the essence. Depart immediately. Meanwhile, at the Jinling Bureau, Fan Xiaolan stood at the entrance of the director's office, taking a deep breath to muster courage before knocking on the door. Come in. The deep voice of Li Weiguo resonated from within. Upon entering, Fan Xiaolan awkwardly inquired, Director, you summon me? Li Weiguo shifted his gaze from the computer screen to him, his expression complex. Did you watch the live stream? The live stream? Fan Xiaolan quickly shook his head. It's working hours. I certainly wouldn't. Enough. Enough. Li Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. I know you often slack off. I'm not here to reprimand you. Fan Xiaolan scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Then, Director, what is your inquiry? Li Weiguo scrutinized him intently. Your partner from yesterday has launched a new program. That young man. Fan Xiaolan's pupils constricted as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Yesterday, his performance during the bank robbery drill was justifiable as an accident, but do you know what he did today? At this juncture, Li Weiguo stood up, his gaze solemn. He drew an original portrait of U.S. dollars in front of over 100,000 viewers. What? Fan Xiaolan almost shouted in disbelief, struggling to process the information. Li Weiguo continued. That original portrait took merely 10 minutes to create and pass the counterfeit detection machine. Fan Xiaolan was rendered speechless by the revelation. Just days ago, he had witnessed the peculiar talents of this young boy, who could effortlessly surpass him in strength. Such a phenomenon could only be attributed to innate abilities. His performance during the bank heist was already perplexing. Now, he had conjured such an absurdity. 10 minutes for an original portrait that passed validation. He hadn't witnessed it firsthand, yet he was grateful to Li Weiguo for informing him. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed them as insane. After a moment of stunned silence, Fan Xiaolan finally regained his composure. Director, this boy must be a significant threat. Li Weiguo shot him a sidelong glance. What do you propose we do? Not to mention, he hasn't actually produced counterfeit money. How old is he? The minor protection laws are not mere formalities. Fan Xiaolan was momentarily at a loss for words. The police academy hadn't prepared him for such scenarios. Not only him, but even Li Weiguo, a seasoned officer with decades of experience, had never encountered anything like this. Unbelievably bizarre. Could he truly be an 8-year-old child? Director, does your summoning imply? Fan Xiaolan finally grasped the crux of the matter and inquired. Li Weigua spoke with significant emphasis. I do not believe a person can possess such extraordinary talent without reason. Investigate to see if he has been influenced by his surroundings. This boy lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his sister. Where could he have been influenced? Fan Xiaolan shrugged. That's why I need you to investigate discreetly. With that, Fan Xiaolan had no choice but to accept the assignment and leave. Class 5 at Gufeng Primary School. Following the earlier events, the atmosphere in the classroom grew decidedly peculiar. Sun Ruowei and her colleagues from the production team were positioned at the back, capturing footage of Lin Dong, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. Were they pleased? The viewer count in the live stream had surpassed 300,000, a resounding success. Yet, Sun Ruowei and the others could not muster any joy. Yu Qingyu stood at the front of the classroom, leaning on the desk, her head bowed, lips tightly pressed. After a year of hard work, she had finally succeeded in securing a position. Yet now, she felt utterly lost. Why does this classroom differ so vastly from my expectations? First graders were supposed to be brimming with innocence and vitality, adorably naive. How on earth had one of them casually sketched a counterfeit bill? Something was fundamentally amiss. She vividly recalled her own mischief in first grade, merely neglecting to complete her homework. A mere decade had passed, and things had devolved to such a degree. Lin Dong rested his elbows on the desk. Compared to others, his thoughts were far simpler. Where can I acquire 200,000 US dollars? Host, Lin Dong. Age, 29. Physique, 72. Task hall, current task. Master of money. Gazing at the panel visible only to him, Lin Dong smirked. Although he possessed the skill counterfeiting, he could not conjure money out of thin air. Equipment was essential. While he could assemble the necessary apparatus, given ample time, the pressing issue was the lack of time. The system had allotted him only 42 hours. As a primary school student, he had neither funds nor connections. Where could he source materials within this limited time frame? In his moment of distress, he caught a glimpse of his deskmate, Li Ziki. An idea sparked in his mind. His father is involved with the underworld. Surely he has dealings with US dollars. Could I possibly collaborate with him? Lin Dong shook his head, dismissing the notion as impractical. A young child, utterly destitute. Even the underworld would have no use for child labor. Time passes swiftly. The first class, the second class. At last, it was time for lunch. In the cafeteria, Lin Dong devoured his meal of 3 dishes and a soup with the fervor of a starving man. In comparison to instant noodles and hastily prepared meals, the cafeteria fare was nothing short of a delicacy to him. The surveillance cameras captured this scene, observing Lin Dong's voracious appetite, reminiscent of a long-awaited rain after a drought. Coupled with the prior introduction by the program team regarding his family's circumstances, it was clear to all that he came from a poor background. Chapter 16. An 8-year-old child's impertinence towards the elderly. Had it not been for the events of the morning, the online community would undoubtedly have expressed their pity. However, the narrative has dramatically shifted. While I comprehend the rationale, with such skills at your disposal, surely you would not lack for funds, even with the most casual of endeavors. Even if one refrains from direct involvement, purchasing some components or serving as a consultant would likely attract numerous eager candidates. Do you think he can only replicate original portraits, utterly ignorant of other processes? Otherwise, how could he possibly be so impoverished? I believe the previous commenter has a point. After finishing their meal, they returned to the classroom. At 3 in the afternoon, school concluded, and Lin Dong gathered his belongings before exiting the school gates. Lin then was already waiting for him. Despite her mental preparation, she felt unaccustomed to the presence of the production team, following her younger brother. Sun Ruowei approached and inquired, "Are you aware of your brother's talent in the realm of painting?" Lin Nan paused momentarily, reflecting before shaking her head. "My brother lacks talent in painting. As his sister, having lived together for 8 years, she had never witnessed her brother engage in art. Moreover, having just rushed from her part-time job, she had not kept abreast of the trending topics online. Naturally, she was oblivious to the happenings surrounding Lin Dong. Are you certain?" Sun Ruowei pressed further. Absolutely. Though Lin Nan was puzzled by the question, she resolutely nodded. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes narrowed as she regarded Lin Dong. Sun Ruowei shook her head. No, that's not the case. Lin Dong simply created painting today. Initially, Sun Ruowei assumed Lin Nan, as the elder sister, would be well informed about the current episode. Her inquiry was intended for the sake of the program's appeal. She was astonished to discover that Lin Nan was utterly unaware. Was she to bluntly state, your brother casually produced a dollar bill, which even passed the counterfeit detection machine? The crew followed the pair back home. Numerous netizens were curious about the family environment that could cultivate such a prodigy. Just 8 years old, robbing banks, producing dollars. What unfathomable achievements might await as he matures? Upon returning home, the initially eager viewers, alongside Sun Ruowei and her colleagues, were met with disappointment. It was an ordinary setting, a simple 2-bedroom apartment. The spacious living room housed a sofa, a somewhat outdated television, and a dining table with a missing corner. A haphazard assortment of items cluttered the balcony. Without an alcoholic father, ailing mother, or a school-going sister, it is difficult to imagine how this child has acquired such skills. I once doubted the notion of talent, but now I am convinced. At 7 in the evening, Sun Ruowei faced the camera with a smile, stating, Dear viewers, today's episode of Revealing the Prodigy Child concludes here. We shall resume broadcasting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let us anticipate the hidden talents of Lin Dong and others. As the live stream ended, over 200,000 viewers felt a lingering curiosity, flocking to various short video platforms, forums, and discussion boards. With the live stream concluded, the production team members, including Sun Ruowei, wrapped up their work for the day, planning to reconvene at the school gate at 8 the following morning. Sun Ruowei cheerfully addressed Lin Dong. Downstairs, by the roadside, in an inconspicuous van, Yi Ming observed as the production team's vehicles departed, his phone indicating the closure of the live stream. After waiting a moment in the van, he dialed Lu Chao's number. Boss, I've gathered the intel. There's no backing. He relayed what he knew to Lu Chao on the other end of the line. Yi Ming chuckled. Currently, there are only 2 individuals in that household, a defenseless child and a woman. Given the time constraints, should I proceed to abduct them now? In contrast to his recklessness, Lu Chao, the leader, maintained a composed demeanor. Hold on for now. It is only 7 o'clock. Wait until midnight to act. We must not be careless. I will have Xiaji Xuan and Dulong assist you. After providing the detailed location, the call ended. Yi Ming scoffed. It's just a little brat and a woman. Isn't it? I could easily subdue them with one hand. He lingered downstairs for an hour until Lu Chao's reinforcements arrived, Xiaji Xuan, and a burly man named Dulong. Lin Nan gazed at the myriad posts regarding her brother, trending online, momentarily lost in thought. The buzz surrounding the bank heist had yet to subside, and now there was a new wave of speculation about. A painter? Shock. 8-year-old child recreates dollar bill in 10 minutes. Latest counterfeit detector cannot distinguish. Robbing banks yesterday, producing dollars today. The daily life of an 8-year-old is astonishing. As Lin Nan scanned the chaotic posts, her eyes twitched. Meanwhile, Lin Dong pondered how to complete his system task when Lin Nan kicked open the door to his room, standing beside him with her phone inches from his face. With her other hand, she ruffled his hair. How on earth did you accomplish that? Lin Dong struggled free. Shrugging helplessly, sister, this is what one calls talent. Talent? Lin Nan's lips twitched. How is it that among us, only you possess it? What about mine? Lin Dong adamantly insisted that it was indeed talent, leaving Lin Nan unable to probe further, resulting in her surrender. At 10 o'clock that evening, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Lin Dong, possessing heightened perception, was the first to notice, stepping out of his room, with Lin Nan closely following. Who is it? Lin Nan whispered. Could it be an overly zealous fan following the digital trail? News outlets often report on stalkers pursuing celebrities. Given her brother's newfound fame, Lin Nan deemed it entirely plausible. As she contemplated peering through the peephole to discern the situation outside, the door handle began to turn abruptly, and the door was thrust open, revealing a crouching, shifty-eyed young man with a lewd grin. Behind him stood Dulong and another man. Picking locks is a fundamental skill. Yiming chuckled to himself. Who are you? Lin Nan demanded, placing herself protectively behind Lin Dong. Du Long and Appo's voice resonated with authority. Do not be concerned. We have business to discuss with you. The trio entered, swiftly locking the door behind them to thwart any attempts at escape. Lin Dong shook his head in dismay. Why must you resort to violence? Lin Nan continued to retreat with her brother. Stay back. I will call the police. We are not villains. Yi Ming interjected with a chuckle, his demeanor relaxed. After all, we are merely 3 grown men confronting a defenseless woman and an 8-year-old child. What could possibly go awry? Chapter 17, is this really an 8-year-old? Aren't you supposed to be an artist? We would like to request your assistance in creating an original image, Xia Zhishuan said with a smile. Lin Nan continuously retreated until her back collided with the wall. Beside her, Lin Dong's gaze was somber. I believe I understand what these individuals intend to do. He stated directly, are you planning to counterfeit money? Upon receiving a definitive answer, Lin Dong instinctively licked his lips. Well, this is a golden opportunity. He was currently troubled about where to find the equipment and materials necessary to complete the system's task, Master of Money. 10 hours had already elapsed out of the 42-hour limit. He certainly could not accomplish it alone. Lin Dong stepped forward, concealing the fervor in his eyes. I will go with you. Do not harm my sister. Xiao Dong. Lin Nan opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Yet, Yiming interrupted her, looking at Lin Dong and shaking his head derisively. That's not acceptable. What if she reports us once we leave? He added, rest assured, as long as you comply, we will not harm either of you. On the contrary, we can ensure you lead a life of luxury. Lin Dong glanced at Lin Nan. He possessed a physique score of 73, giving him confidence that he could escape unscathed from these individuals. But Lin Nan was merely an ordinary person. Yiming glanced at the time, unwilling to delay any further. He urged, do not refuse a toast to drink a penalty. Moments later, seeing that the two remained unresponsive, he exchanged a knowing look with Du Long. The latter stepped forward with a cold smile, shedding his short-sleeved shirt, revealing his tanned skin and well-defined muscles. Since you refuse to cooperate, I will have to knock you out and take you away. Behind Du Long, Yi Ming and Xia Zhishuan wore mocking smiles. Lin Dong sighed in resignation and approached Lin Nan, observing the readiness of Du Long to strike. The trio laughed, finding amusement in the sight of an 8-year-old child, whose teeth had yet to fully develop. Du Long had no intention of wasting words. He reached for Lin Dong's head with a large hand. He expected to lift him as one would a chick. However, the next moment, Du Long's outstretched left hand abruptly froze, no matter how hard he tried. It would not move. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed ahead, where a small hand pressed against his palm, exerting a force that completely overwhelmed him. How is this possible? Cold sweat broke out on Du Long's forehead. If not for the strength radiating from his palm, he would have thought he was dreaming. Behind him, Yi Ming and Xia Zhishuan also registered the situation. Du Long, what are you doing? Is this really the time for games? You don't understand. A strong person should humiliate the weak, Yi Ming sneered. They assumed this was Du Long's way of toying with Lin Dong. Indeed, a strong person should humiliate the weak. A slightly immature voice emanated from in front of Du Long, causing both men to frown in unison. Lin Dong extended his other hand. Before Du Long could react, both of Lin Dong and Appo's hands gripped Du Long and Appo's left wrist, exerting tremendous force. With a physique score of 73, Du Long and Appo's feet left the ground and his entire body soared. Bang! He spun halfway in the air before crashing down to the floor. Had Lin Dong not considered that this was his home and that he would be damaging his own belongings, Du Long's fate would have been far worse. What has happened? Yi Ming and Xia Zhishuan's faces mirrored their astonishment. Their gazes switched between the struggling Du Long on the ground and Lin Dong. Finally, they exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in their eyes. What had transpired? An 8-year-old child had performed a shoulder throw on a 200-pound Du Long? Was this really possible? Lin Dong paid no mind to their thoughts and moved forward toward the two. Yi Ming gritted his teeth, still unwilling to believe that an 8-year-old child could possess such strength. He swung his fist at Lin Dong, who deftly sidestepped and seized the outstretched arm, executing another shoulder throw. Bang! Now, only Xia Zhishuan remained. Previously, they had forced Lin Nan to retreat. Now, the tables had turned, and it was they who were being pressured backward. Xia Zhishuan's throat bobbed as he took steps back. With a thud, he collided against the door. In a flustered attempt to twist the handle, he discovered it was locked. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare us. He recognized the gravity of the situation and knelt outright. They had underestimated the situation, failing to bring any weapons such as steel pipes or knives. Who would have thought that an 8-year-old could be so formidable? Truly, it was as the saying goes, an 8-year-old child takes advantage of my old age. Lin Dong, with one hand in his pocket and adopting the tone of a leader, said now, "Tell me, who sent you here? And what exactly do you intend to accomplish by meeting with me?" Listening to his tone and observing his demeanor, Xia Zhishuan felt slightly dazed. Is this really an 8-year-old? Behind them, Lin Nan blinked, recalling the scene from a few days prior at the bank, murmuring to herself, could my brother truly be endowed with such extraordinary strength? Xia Zhishuan divulged everything he knew. Upon finishing, he looked at Lin Dong with pleading eyes. According to the rules of the underworld, we have trespassed today, and we must make amends. Can we avoid the police? Lin Dong did not respond, but instead asked in a deep voice, so, you have all the equipment and materials prepared, and now you just need the original image? Although unsure of the relevance of his question, Xia Zhishuan nodded after a moment's contemplation. Is it possible to produce 200,000 in one night's output? That is certainly feasible. Xia Zhishuan replied with confidence. Lin Dong nodded. Now, is it all right for me to accompany you? Xia Zhishuan, Du Long, and Yi Ming staggered to their feet, their expressions toward Lin Dong filled with incredulity. Rest assured, my sister will not report you, Lin Dong reiterated. Moments later, the door swung open. 3 figures with complex expressions emerged. Don't worry, sis, there's no need to be concerned about me, Lin Dong reassured Lin Nan, stepping out of the room. Reluctantly, Lin Nan wished to prevent her brother from taking risks, but Lin Dong was resolute in ignoring her concerns. The 4 individuals descended the dark corridor in complete silence. Xia Zhishuan and Du Long exchanged glances. Does this fellow intend to collaborate with us? In that case, we need not worry about his sister reporting us. Of course, the primary reason for their relief was their inability to overpower him. It was quite peculiar. How could an 8-year-old possess such extraordinary strength? The 4 figures emerged from the corridor, making their way towards the minivan parked at the roadside. Meanwhile, at the roadside, in an unremarkable white sedan, Fan Xiaolan glanced at her phone to check the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Chapter 18. Was this kid abducted by a criminal gang? As fatigue washed over him, he could not help but stifle a yawn. It was purely a product of the director's overthinking. This lad had been orphaned from a young age, raised by his sister. What had he been exposed to? He shrugged, pondering this in silence. Li Weigua had instructed him to discreetly investigate Lin Dong. After a day of inquiries, he discovered that Lin had previously been as innocuous as a blank slate. During his kindergarten years, the teachers had described him as honest and straightforward. This piqued Fan Xiaolan's curiosity. How could someone change so drastically in just a few months from kindergarten to elementary school? Could it be an awakening of latent talent? Or perhaps he has mastered some hidden arts. He shook his head vigorously. As a party member and a staunch materialist, his upbringing forbade such fanciful thoughts. Just as Fan Xiaolan was preparing to observe a bit longer before returning, his gaze caught sight of several figures emerging from the community entrance through the car window. Sneaking around in the dead of night, the instinct of a police officer kicked in, sharpening his focus. The moonlight was favorable, allowing him to discern 3 adult figures along with a child's silhouette. Could it be true, just as the director suggested? Due to the distance, he could not make out their exact features, but he was convinced that little figure among them was Lin Dong, sneaking out in the middle of the night with a group. Following this thought, and recalling Li Weigua's words, he surmised there must be something amiss. His eyes narrowed. Lin Dong climbed into a van with 3 individuals. Yi Ming and his companions quickly realized that he had come willingly, thus easing the tension in the atmosphere. After all, they were all in pursuit of wealth. Amicability was the best approach for profit. The van roared to life, heading toward their hideout. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of contemplation, Fan Xiaolan gritted his teeth and pressed down on the accelerator to follow them. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Could this boy truly be entangled with a criminal syndicate? Or perhaps, due to his performance on Today and Oppos, as program, he had attracted the attention of a criminal group? Had he been abducted? With no time to ponder further, he quickly reported the situation and then stealthily trailed the van. Lin Dong was uncertain if the three were intentionally taking a longer route or if it was happenstance. After approximately 2 hours, the vehicle finally came to a stop at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Stepping out of the car, he noticed lights above the factory entrance where 5 figures stood, evidently having awaited their arrival for some time. Despite having seen them on video, Lu Chao felt a twinge of skepticism upon encountering Lin Dong. The primary reason was the boy's age, height, and appearance. Yi Ming leaned closer to Lu Chao, whispering something in his ear. "Oh!" Lu Chao regarded Lin Dong with a peculiar expression. This little brat managed to take down Du Long and Yi Ming? Lin Dong surveyed the surroundings calmly, stating, "I am here to collaborate with you." This declaration snapped Lu Chao back to reality. "We have all the materials and equipment. As long as you can replicate the original image, what percentage of the profits do you desire?" Lin Dong coolly extended 2 fingers. Lu Chao frowned. 20%? Your appetite seems rather excessive. Lin Dong shook his head. Not 20%. I require $200,000. He was acutely aware that counterfeiting money was illegal. His sole purpose for being there was to complete the System S task. Once accomplished, he would find an opportunity to extricate himself and report that he had been abducted, coerced into providing materials for criminal activities. Lin Dong's reasoning was sound. After all, Yi Ming and his associates intended to abduct him. Only 200,000? Lu Chao squinted, appraising Lin Dong. A realization dawned upon him. After all, he is merely a child, likely unfamiliar with money. To him, 200,000 must seem like a fortune. With this thought in mind, he readily agreed. "Fine, as long as you can replicate the original image, I assure you. The 200,000 will not be delayed." With that, he turned and entered the factory, followed closely by Lin Dong and the others, the last person extinguishing the lights at the entrance. Descending into the basement, Lin Dong was met with an expansive area, roughly the size of several basketball courts, illuminated brightly. Various equipment was systematically arranged. Lu Chao proudly guided Lin Dong through the space, pointing to a printing press. "Do you know what this is? One of the most crucial devices for producing counterfeit money, which I procured through connections from a foreign government." Observing the rusted relic, Lin Dong shook his head, wearing an expression of disdain. Lu Chao was visibly irked. "What else with that expression? Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed for this printing press?" After introducing the other equipment, Lu Chao concluded, "Though this is our first meeting, I consider you a friend. You must sense my sincerity, right?" Lin Dong nodded, but remained silent. To him, the equipment resembled antiquities past their prime. Given sufficient time, he could create something far superior with his own hands. Lu Chao, treating the machinery as a treasure, inquired, "The materials are ready. How long do you need?" Leading Lin Dong to a clear space filled with various brushes, Lu Chao asked. Lin Dong casually replied, 10 minutes. Lu Chao bit his lip and advised, "The original image is of paramount importance. Don't be careless. There's no need to rush. Slow work yields fine results." He had previously collaborated with numerous artists, each of whom required at least a month to finish. Although he was aware that this individual had once completed a piece in 10 minutes, Lu Chao couldn't resist offering his counsel. Lin Dong selected a few suitable brushes. Summer Zhishuan, Yi Ming, and Lu Chao stood anxiously behind him, in stark contrast to Lin Dong's nonchalance. Approximately 8 minutes later, Lin Dong tossed the brush aside, clapped his hands, and declared done. As Lu Chao carefully picked up the finished product, he scrutinized it. Upon inspection, it appeared indistinguishable from a genuine article. Witnessing the execution of one of the most challenging technical aspects of counterfeiting money completed so effortlessly left him in awe. Yi Ming, Xia Zhishuan, Du Long, and Lu Chao, all experts in their respective fields, were rendered speechless by the astonishing revelations. The objects were already in their possession. Yet Lu Chao had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. In less than 10 minutes, he replicated the original image, an unprecedented feat in the entire industry. If a long-term collaborative relationship could be established, Lu Chao could scarcely fathom the magnitude of his future commercial empire. Chapter 19. Electroplating. At midnight, in the suburbs of Jinling City, Huaihai Province, Fan Xiaolan parked his vehicle at a distance to avoid drawing attention, stealthily approaching the abandoned factory. He concealed himself behind a large tree, gazing intently ahead. After observing for a while, he raised his head just as a gust of wind swept by, shrouding the moon with dark clouds. A moonless night with high winds. In the dead of night, amidst shadows and secrecy in the desolate factory, unidentified figures lingered. Fan Xiaolan murmured to himself, a dark line appearing on his forehead. This is definitely suspicious. In such circumstances, even an ordinary person would suspect that something nefarious was afoot, let alone a police academy graduate like him. On this dark and windy night, he stealthily followed these unknown individuals to the remote, deserted factory. They surely weren't here for any lawful purpose, were they? The thought of Lin Dong crossed his mind, causing Fan Xiaolan to furrow his brow slightly. Their previous encounters had revealed that Lin Dong had an uncanny nature, yet surely he wouldn't engage in criminal activities? Moreover, he was merely an 8-year-old student, still innocent and naive. Could it be that he was abducted by malicious criminals due to his performance on the show today? This possibility loomed large in Fan Xiaolan's mind. He retrieved his walkie-talkie and reported his location and suspicions to Li Weigua. Meanwhile, in the factory's basement, having obtained the original image, the next step was to electroplate it onto the equipment, a task requiring technical expertise. Lu Chao scanned the room, searching for the figure he needed. And in dissatisfaction, he asked, "Where's old Bao?" Yi Ming, Xia Xian, and Du Long exchanged glances, looking around, all expressing ignorance. He must have gone to the restroom, Li Yin suggested after a moment's thought. Why now of all times? Lu Chao spat on the ground in frustration. After waiting for another 10 minutes without sight of old Bao, Lu Chao could no longer contain his impatience and turned to Du Long. "Go fetch old Bao. Check if he's fallen in the restroom." Before long, Du Long returned, leading a frail old man. This was their team's specialist responsible for the electroplating images, Bao Yuqian. Lin Dong observed the old man, clad in a white shirt and wearing reading glasses, walking unsteadily. He appeared to be at least 70 years old. Seeing him in such a state, Lu Chao felt a sense of helplessness. There was no choice, talent was scarce, and they had to make do. "What do you need me for?" Bao Yuqian swayed his head, sounding somewhat dazed. Lin Dong and Appo's eyelids twitched. He began to doubt the reliability of this team. He still had system tasks to complete. "Don't mess this up. It looks like he's suffering from dementia." Lu Chao leaned close to his ear and shouted, "It's time to get to work." Bao Yuqian jolted, and Lin Dong worried that the old man's frail frame might collapse. "All right, time to work." Bao Yuqian smacked his forehead, as if regaining his senses. He approached the electroplating machine, his frail hands trembling as he accepted the original image from Lu Chao, placing it unsteadily on the machine. Lin Dong, Lu Chao, Du Long, and Xia Xian stood behind him, watching as Bao Yuqian hovered his fingers over the controls, remaining frozen in that position for a minute. Suddenly, he turned around and asked, "What should I do next?" His dementia had struck again. "You." Lu Chao's forehead darkened, his teeth grinding audibly. All the materials were ready, and yet they faced an unexpected delay. While the team was numerous, their skills were limited to specific steps. Take the electroplating process, for example. Only Bao Yuqian could perform it. "Get him out." Lu Chao grimaced, gesturing for someone to remove the dazed Bao Yuqian. If they waited for him to recover, it might take until tomorrow night. Yi Ming sighed in resignation, a bitter smile gracing his lips. They could afford to wait a day or two, but others could not. "A bunch of useless fools," Lin Dong silently cursed. He had filming to attend to the next day. There was no choice. Breaching the contract would incur penalties. Moreover, he had the system task, Money Master, which had a time limit. Only 20 hours remained. They could only wait for old Bao to regain consciousness, Lu Chao lamented. "Haven't you heard the saying that time is money?" Suddenly, a voice, youthful yet firm, echoed in their ears. They turned to see Lin Dong, arms crossed, continuing. How much production do you think we lose by delaying a day? Don't you know that in our industry, time is measured in seconds? When faced with difficulties, instead of seeking solutions, you think of evasion. How can you stand firm in such a competitive industry? His words left Du Long and the others feeling ashamed. When faced with challenges, we must resolve them, not procrastinate. An 8-year-old child possesses this awareness, yet we do not. Yiming pondered for a moment. But electroplating requires skill. Even a slight error could ruin the original image. Lin Dong stepped forward, speaking as he walked. Isn't electroplating a task anyone can perform with hands-on ability? He possessed the skill money printing, mastering every step of the process. You can. Lu Chao instinctively asked, glancing at the child standing barely a meter tall, whose youthful appearance belied his skill. Despite his demeanor, tone, and strength being far removed from that of an 8-year-old, he truly was one. Lin Dong did not respond. Instead, he approached the electroplating machine, repositioning the original image and activating the device, operating it with casual ease. In the incredulous gaze of Lu Chao, Du Long, Xia Xian, and the others, minutes passed. He successfully electroplated the original image onto the mold. His movements were swift, his efficiency vastly superior to that of Bao Yuqian. A few moments later, Lu Chao finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. He gulped, incredulously swallowing hard. Initially, he thought Lin Dong was merely talented at drawing, capable of casually sketching the original image. Yet now, he realized that everyone had been mistaken. The true talent lay not in painting, but in creating currency, reproducing the original image, and then applying electroplating. These two technically demanding steps were flawlessly executed by him in less than 10 minutes. And how old is he? Just 8. In the first grade. Even the titans of the industry would be left in awe. Such an innate mastery of currency creation. If he were born in the United States, the Federal Reserve would likely send agents to eliminate him. Gradually, a few individuals emerged from their shock. Lin Dong spoke with a calm demeanor. The electroplating is complete. Now we shall proceed to the next steps. Chapter 20. At the tender age of 8, he possessed the expertise of 20 years in handling U.S. dollars. Oh, splendid. Lu Chao shook his head and commanded everyone to commence their tasks. They prepared the specially formulated color-changing ink and poured it into the printing machine. The two most technically challenging steps, acid-free paper and electroplating, were deftly resolved by Lin Dong, leaving the remaining tasks considerably simpler. Once everything was meticulously arranged, as the machines whirred to life, freshly minted U.S. dollars began to emerge from the apparatus. Lu Chao and his team stood alongside the assembly line, their eyes gleaming with fervor. This was truly a matter of counting wealth by the second. A single $100 bill, according to the current exchange rate, could be traded for 7 units of Huaxia currency. As Lin Dong observed the continuous production of dollars, a twinge of apprehension gripped his heart. I wonder if this batch meets the system's standards? Have the buyers been secured? Lu Chao shifted his gaze to Yiming, inquiring. The latter nodded affirmatively. I've already made contact. It's Niu Dahai from the Simplicity Village. Niu Dahai. The name rolled off Lu Chao's tongue as he pondered. After a brief moment of reflection, he recalled, I've heard he has made quite a few enemies lately. Yiming continued. This fool is courting disaster. He had his men blow up a factory belonging to Myanmar's Haodai in their Simplicity Village. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang erupted from the printing machine, which had been operating normally just moments before. Suddenly, the bills emerging from it lost their color, and the production slowed to a crawl until the machine came to a complete halt. What was happening? Lu Chao furrowed his brow and approached hastily. Yiming, Xia Zhishuan, and the others gathered around as well. In the next moment, a thick plume of black smoke billowed from the machine and oppose as output. Is it malfunctioning? Li Yin proposed, a conclusion that was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. Damn it! Lu Chao clenched his left fist and slammed it against the machine's surface. I spent millions to acquire this piece of junk. The others exchanged helpless glances, shrugging in resignation. None of them could repair this contraption. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's lips curled into a faint smile, inwardly cursing. What a bunch of useless individuals. He merely wished to produce $200,000 in counterfeit bills, complete the system task, and then seek an opportunity to extricate himself. Such a simple plan, yet unexpected complications arose constantly. Lu Chao's forehead darkened with frustration. This device lacked a manual. They would have to wait until tomorrow to consult the seller about the machine. All they wanted was to quietly produce dollars. It was a criminal endeavor. Why was it so difficult? The clock had already struck 2 in the morning. Lu Chao muttered, "We'll ask the seller about this tomorrow." Yi Ming asked softly, "So, boss, what do we do now?" Lu Chao waved his hand dismissively. "It's late. Let us rest here." Sigh. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden sigh echoed through the room. Lin Dong, hands in his pockets, lowered his head and approached the smoke-emitting device in silence. How could I have forgotten him? Lu Chao's body trembled as a realization struck him. This was their innate genius in the dollar industry, capable of sketching original images by hand and mastering electroplating with ease. Then, repairing this machine should pose no challenge at all, right? Under the expectant gazes of the others, Lin Dong extended his left hand, his delicate fingers deftly grasping the screws of the lid and effortlessly unscrewing them. Lu Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. These were not ordinary screws. They were rusted. Even with tools, they would be difficult to unscrew. Yet this 8-year-old managed to do it with his bare hands? Only then did he begin to believe Yi Ming's assertion. This child possesses extraordinary strength. Once all the screws were removed, Lin Dong lifted the cover of the printing machine. Instantly, a thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, Lu Chao leaned in to inspect the chaotic interior, feeling a chill run down his spine. Lin Dong, equipped with the skill, printing, swiftly identified the source of the problem. After approximately 3 minutes, he replaced the lid, hopped down from the machine, brushed off his hands, and casually remarked, "Done." Is it really fixed? Xiaoji Xuan still found it hard to believe. He activated the printing machine, and after a brief moment of preparation, it indeed resumed normal operation. Brand new U.S. dollars were produced once more. A prodigy, truly a prodigy, was the legendary dollar genius, a once-in-300 years talent, finally making his appearance. The awe in the eyes of the others as they regarded Lin Dong was palpable, remarkable. If only he were a bit older, perhaps 20, all of this might seem within the realm of normalcy. But how old is he? Just 8 years old. What was I doing at 8? Playing house, pointing at Ultraman on TV and declaring I was the red one? In contrast to the astonishment of the others, Lin Dong remained remarkably composed. He silently gazed at the freshly produced dollars, his mind solely focused on one thought: complete the system task swiftly and then escape. Finally, $200,000 had been manufactured. After witnessing Lin Dong's talent, Lu Chao thumped his chest and proclaimed, "The 200,000 we agreed upon is right here." Lin Dong remained silent. After a brief pause, his mind stayed tranquil, unperturbed by any commotion. His brow furrowed slightly. The $200,000 is complete, but where is the system? While pondering, Lin Dong reached out and picked up a dollar bill. A suspicion began to form in his mind. Could it be that the quality of this dollar is too low? The batch they had produced was already of exceptional quality, with at least 93% accuracy. Most of the processes were handled by others. Lin Dong had merely drawn the original image and conducted the electroplating. Lu Chao also picked up a dollar bill, holding it beneath his nose for an epic whiff. "Good stuff," he declared. Their previous goods had fluctuated around 90% quality. This time, however, they had significantly exceeded expectations, marking the highest quality produced in their careers. Xiaoji Xuan, Yi Ming, Du Long, and the others followed suit, picking up bills and nodding in agreement. This is truly exceptional quality. Not only would ordinary people struggle to discern it, but even those frequently handling cash would find it challenging. If we can maintain this level of quality, our goods will undoubtedly sell well across various countries. We're going to strike it rich. As they reveled in their joy, a sorrowful sigh suddenly broke the silence. Following the sound, they beheld Lin Dong casually tearing a stack of American dollars in half. What utter rubbish! How can one dare to present such low-quality goods? Lu Chao and Yi Ming exchanged bewildered glances, while Du Long stood in disbelief. Could their ears have deceived them? This exquisite quality was being dismissed as trash? An 8-year-old child dared to utter such bold claims, yet they found themselves unable to counter him. After all, it was Lin Dong speaking. The group exchanged glances, a shadow of doubt creeping upon their foreheads. Trash? This was of premium quality. It surpassed all the American dollars they had previously produced. Yi Ming, steeling himself, attempted to voice a protest, but the words caught in his throat. Lu Chao pondered for a moment before muttering, "If you consider this rubbish, why not demonstrate your prowess and show us what true quality looks like?" Without needing to be prompted, Lin Dong prepared to take action himself. There was no alternative. The system task, Master of Money, required $200,000, and he could not accept the inferior quality of this batch. Every step of the process would be under his control, from mixing the color-changing ink to using acid-free paper. Standing nearby, Lu Chao observed the diminutive figure skillfully navigating the machinery, executing each step with an ease that suggested familiarity. It was as though he possessed decades of experience in crafting currency. No, it was more than that. Lu Chao himself had 2 decades of experience. Yet he was certain he could never replicate such mastery. Could this child? Many present swallowed hard, the sound of their throats working audible in the tense atmosphere. An 8-year-old possessing the expertise of someone decades older. Who would dare believe it if they had not witnessed it firsthand? Compared to this, I am more curious about the quality of the final product, Lu Chao remarked, his eyes alight with fervor. If premium quality was deemed trash, then to catch this person's attention, the output must be at least 96% superior. If he could indeed produce such exceptional quality, Lu Chao could hardly fathom the sales potential. At 4 in the morning, everything was ready. As the printing machine whirred to life, Lin Dong stood at the output, his expression somber. With the machine in motion, the hearts of Lu Chao and the others raced, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming results. Meanwhile, outside the factory, Li Weiguo had arrived, flanked by Fan Xiaolan. "Director, our personnel have surrounded the area," Lu Quandu reported. Peering through his night vision binoculars, Li Weiguo assessed the situation. He raised a hand, signaling for caution. "Let us not alert them. We are not yet fully apprised of the circumstances within." Fan Xiaolan pondered aloud. "It has been 4 hours since they entered without any sign of activity. I am increasingly concerned about that child's safety." Li Weiguo lowered his binoculars. "Do we not send someone to check on his home?" "What did his sister say?" Lu Quandu, having just received news, responded promptly. According to his sister, 3 individuals forcefully entered their home and took her brother. She mentioned that they indicated Lin Dong was to create an original image for them. "This means the child has been abducted by criminals." Li Weiguo's gaze darkened. Fan Xiaolan lowered his head, piecing together the information. "It appears that due to his performance during the live broadcast, the criminals targeted him, infiltrating his home. To protect his sister, he willingly accompanied them here. Who would have thought this boy, despite his youth, possesses such courage?" Soon, Li Weiguo and his team outlined the situation succinctly. Counterfeit money ring, 8-year-old hostage, all located in the basement. Lu Quandu turned to Li Weiguo, inquiring, "Director, what should we do next?" After a moment's thought, Li Weiguo replied, "What do you suggest?" "My suggestion is to first ascertain the layout of the factory, then execute a decisive operation." Li Weiguo nodded in agreement. "Let's proceed as such. Deploy a few individuals to infiltrate. The factory is devoid of light. They must be in the basement. Let's locate the entrance." Chapter 21. Kidnapping? What is kidnapping? Within the factory, in the basement, as freshly cut stacks of pristine U.S. dollars appeared before everyone's eyes. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lu Chao swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously, as he extended his left hand to tremblingly grasp a bill. After a brief inspection, his mouth slowly parted in disbelief. The others, witnessing their leader's astonishment, eagerly followed suit to examine the bills. Approximately a minute later, they gazed at Lin Dong with expressions of sheer bewilderment. Their eyes reflected admiration, confusion, and a profound sense of shock. The quality of this batch of U.S. dollars was incomparably superior to what they had just produced. Reaching an extraordinary standard, at least 98%. It was highly unlikely that even the most seasoned counterfeiters could detect the difference. Even experts like Lu Chao, Yi Ming, and Xiaji Xuan, with years of industry experience, would be left in a daze, struggling to discern the authenticity of what lay before them. Once Lu Chao regained his composure, a fervent thought ignited within him. If such quality dollars flood the market, it would surely create a stir. I am destined to become wealthy. Watching the continuous flow of dollars, Lin Dong nodded slightly, pondering, this quality must surely meet the system's requirements, right? 98%, that was not his limit, but merely a constraint of time. Given ample time to modify the equipment, recalibrate the color-shifting inks and other materials, Lin Dong was confident he could produce bills that were indistinguishable from genuine ones, save for the serial numbers. You possess the ability to create such quality bills. I cannot allow you to leave, Lu Chao remarked, shifting his gaze towards Lin Dong, his eyes dark and calculating. In his mind, achieving 98% was an unattainable feat. If he could seize Lin Dong and have him produce bills continuously, he would soon rise to become a renowned dollar tycoon. A mere child, how much strength could he possibly wield? He cannot be allowed to escape. Not only was Lu Chao consumed by such thoughts, but Lin Dong too contemplated. How should I report this? Once the $200,000 are manufactured and the system task is completed, I can extricate myself. Lin Dong was acutely aware that his performance today would undoubtedly provoke thoughts among these men. They would not easily let him go, even if they refrained from acting today. Should they spread the word, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. The only way to ensure his safety was to eliminate them all. At this moment, one might question, hey, you created the dollars. You are an accomplice. To this, Lin Dong could only retort, who witnessed it. Lu Chao and the others saw it. But would the police believe a criminal in Oppos? S-word? Having been a formidable figure in the underworld in his previous life, Lin Dong was well aware of the consequences. He had been forcibly taken from his home. Not only was he a child, but he was also a victim, as each person harbored their own ulterior motives. Du Long hurriedly approached Lu Chao, whispering urgently in his ear. Upon hearing, Lu Chao's expression shifted to one of seriousness, his voice low. You go check upstairs and remember, if anything unexpected happens, inform me immediately. Lin Dong, standing not far away, with his enhanced physique, managed to overhear Du Long's words. They had lost contact with the lookout left above. Could Lin then have alerted the authorities? Lin Dong pondered. I instructed her not to call the police. She shouldn't have. Never mind. The $200,000 are about to be produced. He dismissed other thoughts, concentrating solely on the pristine bills before him. From his assessment, they had already amassed 150,000. Meanwhile, above in the factory, Lu Quandu personally led a team, flanked by 2 police officers who were escorting an unconscious man outside. He and a small group awaited near a specific section of the floor, which had been identified as the entrance to the basement. Soon, a muffled sound resonated from beneath the floor, followed by the lid being pushed open, revealing a head emerging first. The factory was dimly lit, and before Du Long could fully assess his surroundings, he felt a chill at the back of his neck. A faint voice commanded, "Police, put your hands out." Du Long shivered, hastily responding, Don't shoot. Keep it down. Come out with your hands on your head." Lu Quandu interrupted his desperate attempt to call out for Lu Chao. Du Long, resigned, found a gun pressed against his skull. What else could he do? Yes, he possessed a short knife, but if he brandished it and charged at the officer, he knew he would be met with a barrage of bullets. One should never underestimate the speed of a trigger pull. Once outside the factory, Li Weigua initiated the interrogation. How many of your men are still in the basement? What weapons do you have, and what is the condition of the child you abducted? Du Long was no stranger to being captured. He understood the 3 cardinal rules of the underworld: betrayal, selling out your brothers, taking care of the elder sister. Now that he was caught, if he quickly divulged the identities of his comrades in the basement, his sentence could be reduced. However, he was perplexed by the phrasing, the child you abducted. Abducted? Lin Dong had come willingly with him, Yi Ming and Xiaji Xuan. Although their initial intention was indeed to coerce Lin Dong, he had ultimately agreed to accompany them. If they had tried to stop him, he would have even retaliated. Du Long recounted the situation in the basement in one breath, but in conclusion, he felt compelled to clarify, "Your Honor, that lad came willingly. He was not abducted." Li Weigua, Lu Quandu, and Fan Xiaolan stared at him in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that you trespassed into someone else's home in the dead of night, and that the 8-year-old child inside not only remained unafraid, but willingly decided to join your escapade?" Du Long opened his mouth several times, attempting to provide an explanation. Yet, how could he possibly articulate such a thing? To claim that they, 3 grown individuals, had been bested by an 8-year-old child? Frankly, he himself would find it hard to believe. "Take him away." Li Weigua gestured dismissively as he was escorted into the police vehicle by 2 officers. Chapter 22. 1 second. 3 blows. "Officer, I am a law-abiding citizen in the dimly lit basement of the factory." The sound of the printing press hummed softly as crisp new bills were being produced. Lu Chao stood by, glancing at his watch, his brow furrowed in anxiety. He frequently cast glances toward the rear, where Du Long had exited 5 minutes ago without a word. Confusion gnawed at him, as his past experiences of being apprehended thrice told him that something was amiss. Something has gone wrong, he thought. Could it be that the cops are on to us? That shouldn't be possible. Who could have tipped them off? His thoughts raced as he instinctively turned his gaze towards Lin Dong. Could it be that his family reported him? Lu Chao shook his head vigorously. There was no time for such speculation. He needed to devise a means of escape. 18,000. Only 2,000 more to go, Lin Dong murmured, fixated on the products emerging from the printing press. He fervently hoped that no unforeseen events would transpire before the remaining $2,000 were completed. In the next moment, he realized his wish would not come to fruition. Bang! The entrance to the basement was suddenly kicked open. A squad of fully armed police officers surged in. "Oh no!" Lu Chao's pupils dilated as he realized he was surrounded, shocked by the rapidity of their actions. Instantly, a barrage of smoke grenades was hurled at their feet, enveloping the room in a thick, choking haze. 19,000. Lin Dong's heart raced. With a physical constitution of 73, the smoke had minimal effect on him, allowing him to discern the chaos around him. He looked back to see several officers wielding batons charging towards him. While he was relatively unaffected, the others were not as fortunate, flailing blindly like headless flies in the murky white fog. Leading the charge was Lu Quandu, wearing specialized goggles that shielded him from the smoke. He approached Yi Ming first, swinging his baton with a swift precision that struck the latter's mouth, preempting any cries for mercy. The second blow landed on his leg, thwarting any attempts at escape, while the third incapacitated him entirely. In just 1 second, 3 blows were delivered. "Officer, please stop. I am a law-abiding citizen." Amidst the cacophony, Lin Dong remained oblivious, his eyes locked onto the burgeoning pile of money. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. With 19,000 already amassed, he was tantalizingly close to fulfilling the system's task, needing just one more $1,000. As Yi Ming, Li Yin, Xia Xian, and 2 others were subdued without resistance, one individual stood out. Lu Chao. Having lived over 40 years, he was well acquainted with police captures. He always kept a pair of goggles handy for smoke situations. The basement was spacious, and the concentrated smoke only filled half of it. Lu Chao dashed through the smoke, panting as he beheld the unfolding scene. From Du Long's revelations, Lu Quandu and his team had already comprehended the layout of the basement, including alternate exits and hidden passages. They had dispatched officers to block these routes the moment they entered. As Lu Chao's hopes of escape dwindled, he refused to surrender. He knew that, given his background, he was a repeat offender. If captured, a decade behind bars was inevitable, and those who had been incarcerated knew that a 10-year stint was more torturous than death itself. He resolved to take a gamble for freedom. As the smoke gradually dissipated and the basement returned to clarity, Lin Dong remained by the still-operating printing press. Yi Ming, Xia Xian, Li Yin, and others huddled together, hands and feet shackled, some bearing bruises on their faces. It was then that Lu Quandu finally focused on the familiar figure beside the machine. He recalled how just days prior, this young man had orchestrated a plan that had led to his own downfall during a drill. However, Lu Quandu was not one to harbor grudges. He approached Lin Dong. who seemed oblivious to his presence, his gaze fixated on the printing press. At last, the count reached 200,000. Lin Dong heard the familiar cold, mechanical voice in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the system task. Money Master. Reward: 20 attribute points and 3 random max-level skills. Hearing these words, Lin Dong exhaled in relief. After toiling throughout the night, he had finally completed the task, receiving even more generous rewards than before, including 3 max-level skills. We have arrived late, but you are safe now, Lu Quandu proclaimed with authority. Only then did Lin Dong turn to look at him, unsure of the specifics of what had transpired. Nonetheless, he gathered that Lu Quandu seemed to view him as a victim. Seizing the moment, Lin Dong played along. Officer, you finally come. I was just at home doing my homework when they barged in, intending to abduct my sister and me. To protect her, I had to voluntarily accompany them here, and they forced me to draw original images to aid their illegal activities. Officer, you must seek justice for me. Observing this extravagant performance, Yi Ming, Xia Zhixian, and the others were left speechless. Had he not been struck by a baton, Yi Ming would have immediately stood up to refute Lin Dong's claims. What do you mean we forced you to participate in illegal activities? And what do you mean we threatened you into compliance? Yes, we did intrude upon your home, but the truth is you assaulted us first. We had no choice but to let you come along. And now, you're claiming the $20,000 we created are all your handiwork? Did we ever utter a word of protest? The expressions of the group conveyed their indignation, on the verge of tears at such unwarranted humiliation. They had never endured such disgrace in their lives. Be honest. Fan Xiaolan descended, intervening to halt the restless individuals. I witnessed you seizing him from someone else's home. Stay back. Suddenly, a defiant roar reverberated through the basement. The crowd turned towards the sound, discovering the sole survivor, Lu Chao, clutching a spherical object in his hand, his gaze resolute and unwavering. He continued, "This is a bomb I crafted myself. Once I detonate it, you shall all perish." Chapter 23. This is also a talent. Lu Quandu furrowed his brow and said, "Lay down your resistance, and you may still secure a lighter sentence." Oof. Lu Chao snorted coldly. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? A lighter sentence?" With that, his gaze turned fierce, and he placed his other hand on the round bomb, making it evident that he was ready to detonate it at any moment. His voice grew threefold in intensity. "Prepare a fully fueled bus for me, and have this kid come with me." As he spoke, his eyes fell upon Lin Dong. 2 thoughts occupied his mind. Firstly, the hostage. Secondly, Lin Dong and Appo's skills. The ability to produce 98% of U.S. dollars was an unprecedented feat within the industry. Even experts from the Federal Reserve would likely be baffled upon witnessing the products he manufactured. If only he could escape the country with Lin Dong. He could elevate Lin Dong's talents to new heights, and within a year, no, not years, within months, he could potentially become a globally renowned tycoon of U.S. currency. This was impossible. Lu Quan shook his head grimly. To send an 8-year-old child as a hostage to a criminal? Had he lost his mind? Or was it Lu Chao who had lost his senses? Then don't blame me for detonating the bomb. Lu Chao threatened coldly. Thus, the 2 sides remained locked in a stalemate. The clock now read 5 in the morning. Lin Dong yawned in boredom, displaying an apathetic demeanor amidst the tense atmosphere surrounding him. For him, the system mission had already been accomplished. He was indifferent to the outcome. Finally, Lu Quandu could no longer wait. "I will warn you once more. Lay down your weapons, cease your resistance, and you may still have a chance for leniency. Remember, do not stray further down the wrong path." Lu Chao remained unmoved, resolutely reiterating his demands for a fully fueled vehicle, 2 tickets for leaving the country, and Lin Dong. "Do not force my hand. Otherwise, I will detonate the bomb." Lu Chao shouted fiercely. It was evident to anyone with a discerning eye that his threats were mere bluster, leaving aside whether the unremarkable bomb in his hand could even be detonated. Even if it could, its impact would be no greater than a couple of firecrackers during the new year, incapable of even killing him, let alone achieving mutual destruction. He had clearly watched too many movies. Moreover, it was obvious he had never attended high school, nor had he studied physics or chemistry. Had he possessed even a basic understanding of these subjects, he would not have constructed such a subpar bomb. It was precisely for this reason that Liu Quandu and his team chose to endure the situation rather than dispatch a sniper to eliminate him. And so, the deadlock continued. After another hour had passed in the basement, not only the police, but even Yi Ming and the others had grown weary of the situation. The swelling on Yi Ming's face from the baton had diminished significantly, and he could speak again. Maintaining the crouch position with his hands on his head was exhausting. Fan Xiaolan suggested they change their stance. By 6 in the morning, everyone present had gone without sleep for the entire night, and their mental state was predictable. Only Lin Dong, with a physique rated at 73, seemed somewhat better off. "Boss, why not just do this?" Yi Ming could no longer bear it and began to persuade Lu Chao. "Right, boss. Worst case, we do a few years inside, and when we get out, we can re-enter the industry. It's not as if we haven't been in before. To be honest, I even miss the food in there." Faced with the pleas of his subordinates, Lu Chao remained resolute. By 7 in the morning, Li Weiguo could no longer tolerate the situation and descended into the basement. Lin Dong sat on the ground, listlessly counting the pebbles on the floor. These pebbles are indeed pebbles. Lu Chao continued to resist, and more infuriatingly, he would not allow the others present to leave. After a night of endurance, the resentment among the group, including Li Weiguo, was palpable. "I will give you one last warning. Surrender? Not a chance." Lu Chao's attitude was unwavering. In the next moment, Li Weiguo waved his hand. The police, who had been waiting all night, raised their rifles in unison. "Do you think the probability of you detonating that pathetic homemade bomb and dying together is greater than our chance of turning you into a sieve?" Finally, as Li Weiguo raised his handgun and fired a shot into the air, Lu Chao faltered. After all, no one genuinely wished to be turned into a sieve. He tossed the bomb aside, and several police officers quickly subdued him. Finally, it's over. As Lu Chao was escorted past Lin Dong, he suddenly halted, regarding him with an unusual gaze. No matter how much the two officers tried to force him forward, Lu Chao and Appo's body remained immobile. Li Weiguo and Liu Quandu exchanged puzzled glances at this scene. Lin Dong lifted his gaze to meet Lu Chao's. What kind of look was reflected in Lu Chao's eyes? If Lin Dong had to describe it, it would be akin to the aged sunset gazing upon the nascent dawn. Although this description was far from precise, it indeed captured Lin Dong and Appo's impression. "Let us go." Lu Chao was forcibly led away by the two officers, followed closely by Yi Ming and Xia Zhishuan. Soon, the once bustling basement was left with only 5 or 6 figures: Li Weiguo, Fan Xiaolan, Liu Quandu, and Lin Dong. Li Weiguo looked at the now-still printing press and casually picked up a dollar bill, scrutinizing it closely. His brown eyes narrowed slightly. After decades of service in the police force, he had encountered countless counterfeit cases. Naturally, he possessed a unique method for discerning counterfeit currency. He could usually identify the authenticity of a bill at a glance. Yet now, as he examined the bill in his hand, he was astonished to discover he could not discern its legitimacy. "Send for the reconnaissance team." His expression grew somber as he called out behind him. Moments later, a thin young man wearing glasses entered the basement. Li Weiguo handed him the dollar bill, saying, "Take a look at this counterfeit." After Bai examined the bill carefully, a look of astonishment filled his eyes beneath the lens. This is counterfeit? The quality and craftsmanship. The only discernible difference from genuine currency is likely just the serial number. Upon hearing such a grand assessment from him, the 3 companions instinctively inhaled sharply. They then turned their gaze in unison towards Lin Dong, who appeared unfazed by the situation. For reasons unbeknownst to them, a thought emerged in their minds that this batch of dollars was perhaps fabricated by this young man. Lin Dong's body trembled slightly as he raised his head. Meeting the 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes, he awkwardly chuckled. "Officer, I was coerced." Li Weiguo recalled the events from a few days prior at the bank entrance, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, "Is this also a talent of yours?" Chapter 24. Authoritative Certification. After sealing off the scene, a considerable number of journalists and members of the publicity department entered the basement. Facing the cameras of the municipal publicity department, Li Weiguo straightened his attire, cleared his throat, and with a solemn expression declared, Just moments ago, we successfully dismantled a kidnapping and counterfeit currency operation. Not only did we eradicate a criminal den responsible for producing counterfeit money, but we also apprehended several suspects and seized over $400,000 in counterfeit bills. Furthermore, we rescued an 8-year-old child who had been taken hostage by the criminals. Within this basement, not only were there members of the publicity department, but also other media representatives. Half of the cameras were directed at Li Weigua, while the other half focused on Lin Dong. The kidnapped citizen could have been anyone, yet it happened to be Lin Dong. His online popularity had yet to wane. He had dominated several trending topics, with countless clips on Douyin garnering tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of likes. His performance during the bank robbery drill had effortlessly produced an authentic image of the U.S. dollar. Any controversy surrounding him could easily become a hot topic that others would only dream of. Now, he had been kidnapped by a group of criminals who coerced him into helping them manufacture counterfeit money. What does this constitute? Authoritative certification. Online trolls speculated that Lin Dong was merely a media and local government creation for the sake of hype, akin to a mere puppet of promotional efforts. However, should this incident be exposed, it would certainly slap those detractors in the face. Hype. Which household would resort to hiring a professional criminal syndicate for publicity? An unknown female journalist, microphone in hand, approached Lin Dong aggressively. "Hello, could you share what you experienced after being kidnapped by the criminals? Furthermore, how do you perceive the current trending topics about you online? Most importantly, what role did you play in the production of over $400,000 in counterfeit money?" Lin Dong's eye twitched in irritation. Were it not for the cameras surrounding him, he would have relished the opportunity to punch this impolite reporter. Did she not understand the concept of respect? Why was she thrusting the microphone into his face? Finally suppressing the urge to retaliate, he replied curtly, "I am the victim." He then forcefully pushed his way through the crowd of reporters and cameramen. After this commotion, it was now 8 o'clock. Lin Dong exited the basement and found himself outside the factory, where a few journalists still lingered. Lu Chao and his companions were seated on the ground, seemingly awaiting transport in a police vehicle. A bolder journalist approached them, initiating an interview. "Hello, why did you choose to produce counterfeit money?" Yi Ming and the others had come to terms with their fate. After all, they were merely facing a few more years in confinement. Responding weakly to the journalist and Oppo's inquiry, they lamented, "Because we couldn't produce the real thing." Ah, how reasonable that sounded. The journalist found himself momentarily speechless. "Now, was the $400,000 inside all produced by you?" He posed again, asking a rather redundant question. "No." Lian shook her head vehemently. Just as she spoke, her gaze fell upon Lin Dong, who had just exited the factory. Gritting her teeth, she observed him appearing unfazed while she remained handcuffed. Feeling a wave of resentment wash over her. Strictly speaking, they had collectively produced $400,000 in counterfeit bills, half of which Lin Dong had single-handedly crafted. Why was he unscathed? Was this the essence of the juvenile protection law? It was not the scarcity of punishment that bothered her, but the inequity of it all. Had Lin Dong faced the same fate, even a life sentence would have felt less burdensome. Yet now they had all been jovially producing counterfeit money together, only for her to be apprehended as a suspect while he was lauded as a victim. Was this just? Most importantly, he had crafted half of that counterfeit currency. By all rights, he should be considered the principal offender. With this thought in mind, Lian immediately addressed the camera. Of the 400,000, only 200,000 was produced by us. The remaining 200,000 was solely the work of that boy. As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on Lin Dong at the factory entrance, radiating an intense desire to devour him whole. Lin Dong yawned, ignoring the unfolding situation. Fan Xiaolan also emerged from the basement and found Lin Dong. "Our director has instructed me to escort you home." Had Lin Dong been an adult, or even 14 years of age, he would undoubtedly not have been so easily exonerated. He would have faced a thorough investigation. At the very least, he would have been taken in for a statement. But the crux of the matter was that he was merely 8 years old. 8 years old. He might not even be able to write his name. How could an investigation proceed? Their police department was certainly not a kindergarten. Moreover, No one would believe that an 8-year-old elementary student would willingly accompany Yi Ming and his gang to this place, only to disdain the counterfeit money they produced, and then personally craft 200,000 of it. This was a unified testimony of Yi Ming, Xia Zhishuan, and Du Long. The trio could even swear that this was the only truthful testimony they had ever given in their lives. Yet no one believed them. After all, such events were typically confined to the realm of novels or television dramas. In reality, anyone who heard such a claim would surely exclaim, "Only a madman would say such a thing. This must be a fabrication they concocted to absolve themselves of the kidnapping charges." Lin Dong climbed into a police vehicle alongside Fan Xiaolan, heading home. Meanwhile, at Gufeng Primary School, outside the school gate, the program revealing the talents of a young prodigy was already underway. Sun Ruowei and the rest of the production team were scanning the area, searching for Lin Dong's figure. It was now 8:30, half an hour past the time they had agreed upon yesterday. The live stream audience, numbering in the tens of thousands, was growing impatient. Where is he? Where is that boy? I heard he can draw an authentic image of a US dollar in just 10 minutes. I came to learn from him. I witnessed it live yesterday. I can attest to its authenticity. It even passed the counterfeit detection machine. But where has he gone now? Do you think the rumors trending online are true? Is that boy just a scripted character playing us for fools? I do not believe that there truly exists any innate embodiment of beauty in this world. Their talent may only extend to the realm of painting. Just as Sun Ruowei was about to call Lin Nan to inquire about Lin Dong's situation, she took out her phone and, upon seeing the messages circulating in their media group, was utterly stunned. The videos depicting the events occurring in the factory basement had been swiftly edited and disseminated online. In an instant, a fervent wave erupted across the internet. A child was kidnapped late at night. A criminal gang compelled him to manufacture counterfeit currency. Shockingly, the child criticized the criminals' inept methods, managing to produce $200,000 overnight. Various sensational headlines ignited a frenzy online. Chapter 25, An Unbelievable Talent. Particularly during the interviews with Lu Chao, Li Yin, and Yi Ming, their words left many viewers utterly astounded. A total of 400,000 US dollars, of which 200,000 were fabricated by Lin Dong himself. This revelation left numerous netizens in a state of bewilderment. Initially, it was believed that his extraordinary talent lay in painting, adept at reproducing original images within mere minutes, potentially heralding the next Van Gogh. However, everyone soon realized their grave misconception. His true talent was not in the realm of art, but rather in the art of counterfeiting US dollars. He single-handedly orchestrated the entire process, creating $200,000. Insiders disclosed that without 2 to 3 decades of experience in counterfeiting, such a feat would be impossible. At the tender age of 8, he possessed 30 years of expertise in producing counterfeit currency. As various videos and interviews proliferated online, the rumors that Lin Dong's story was merely a scripted media stunt were swiftly dispelled. It was absurd. Even if he were a promotional ambassador launched by the local tourism department, no amount of police presence could be summoned for a stage performance. Moreover, Lin Dong was indeed kidnapped by a group of criminals, forced to manufacture counterfeit bills. This was genuine authoritative certification. The live streaming room, titled Revealing the Talents of the Child Prodigy, was the epicenter of this unprecedented frenzy. Originally hosting tens of thousands of viewers, it now swelled by another 100,000, with numbers continuously rising. Sun Ruowei was momentarily taken aback. She exchanged astonished glances with other crew members, each reflecting the shock in their eyes. This kid is unbelievably talented. Not merely talented, but exceptionally so. Even seasoned media professionals were left utterly astounded. Is this what the post-2010 generation embodies? At 8 years old, while I was playing house, he was already earning money by the second. I must concede. Are the textbooks today vastly different from those we used? No one taught me how to counterfeit dollars during my schooling. Is humanity secretly evolving without my knowledge? Who has this child as contact information? I have a daring idea. I'll handle the acid-free paper. He LL managed the color-changing ink. And you're responsible for taking the fall. As the barrage of comments flooded the live stream, Sun Ruowei wiped non-existent sweat from her brow. What was I going to do with my phone? All right, I should call Lin Nan. Yet, she hesitated. Earlier, she was unaware of Lin Dong's whereabouts. But now she knew he was likely at the police station, sipping tea. However, given the minors' protection laws and the fact he was kidnapped, surely it would be fine, right? Just as Sun Ruowei pondered this, a police car approached and halted at the entrance of Gufeng Primary School. Inside the vehicle, Fan Xiaolan peered through the window and spotted Sun Ruowei's group, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Her gaze shifted to Lin Dong, who sat in the passenger seat, her eyes narrowing slightly. This incident stemmed from Lin Dong's performance on the show, attracting the attention of the counterfeiters, thus triggering this series of events. If he displayed any additional talents and oppos, on air, could it lead to— No. She quickly dismissed the thought. I'm merely being overly anxious. Even if this kid is exceptional, at 8 years old, his prowess in bank robbery or counterfeiting must surely be limited. It was impossible for him to possess any further bizarre talents. Fan Xiaolan repeatedly reassured herself. I'll drop you off here. She paused, then added, Do you need me to explain your tardiness to your teacher? Lin Dong hesitated, shaking his head, uncertainly replying, I don't think so. First graders aren't bound by so many rules. Besides, given that a dozen reporters have already covered it, my teacher should know what I was up to. He opened the door and stepped out as Fan Xiaolan drove away. He noticed Sun Ruowei and her team at the school gate, casually slipping his hand into his pocket as he approached. With a calm demeanor, he stated, Apologies for being an hour late due to a minor matter. The demeanor and tone left the crew momentarily speechless, particularly the casual mention of a minor matter. One might assume he merely overslept. Is this truly the composure one expects from an 8-year-old? A minor matter? You were kidnapped and counterfeited $200,000, and you call that a minor matter? Does the police escort signify that this child is in the clear? The livestream audience surged towards 400,000. Sun Ruowei, regaining her senses, was about to speak when Lin Dong interjected, I'm already an hour late, and there seems to be a test today. With that, he turned and walked through the gate, followed closely by the crew. This child is confused. With such skills, why bother with tests? Shouldn't and oppos he be abroad, showcasing his talent? Aren't you curious about what kind of student he is, given his extraordinary abilities? When God opens a window, he often shuts a door. The only solace I find is that this child is too busy to study, resulting in poor grades. Meanwhile, in Class 5, Yu Qingyu stood at the podium, occasionally glancing towards Lin Dong's empty seat. The other students were quietly focused on their exam papers. Since the class began, she hadn't checked her phone, thus remaining oblivious to the internet's overwhelming buzz surrounding Lin Dong. Sighing inwardly, Yu Qingyu thought, first grade is a pivotal stage in a student's life. He should focus on building a strong foundation. His parents shouldn't have enrolled him in such a program, hindering his studies. Just then, Lin Dong's figure appeared at the classroom door, announcing his arrival. Several students, engrossed in their examination papers, lifted their heads to look over. Yu Qingyu waved her hand, inviting him in. She handed him a test paper, explaining, Lin, there are only 10 minutes left until the end. Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement, took the paper, and returned to his seat. To avoid disturbing the other students, the staff from the production team quietly positioned themselves at the back of the classroom. Meanwhile, many viewers in the live stream were filled with curiosity about the content of a first-grade examination paper. Could it be that this kid's test paper is a special edition? While others are grappling with simple questions like 1-1, he is faced with how to remove a battery from an electric bike in under a minute. This is hilarious. Are they treating this little guy like a cherry blossom person? Chapter 26. Haji Child, you rascal. The cameraman stood at the back of the classroom, shouldering the camera as he surveyed the room. All the viewers online were able to witness the scene. The students were engrossed in their examination papers, with a few exceptions. For instance, Lin Dong's desk mate, Li Ziki, had already set her pen down, having completed her test early. Lin Dong, on the other hand, casually grabbed a pen. Despite having not slept a wink the previous day, his robust physique, rated at 73, rendered the fatigue negligible. He yawned, his gaze drifting over the test paper before him. Days had passed since his arrival in this time, and while he had absorbed little of the material, How could a first-grade test pose any challenge to him? With less than 5 minutes remaining in the exam, Lin Dong gripped his pen, his impressive stamina allowing him to answer questions at an astonishing speed, making it appear as though he were operating at triple speed. At the podium, Yu Qingyu observed Lin Dong's rapid writing, her eyes blinking in disbelief. How astonishingly quick! Setting aside all else, she had never witnessed such speed in writing, not even during her university days. Li Ziki, with her wide eyes filled with confusion, had never seen anyone tackle a test in such a manner. The live audience of over 400,000 viewers shared this sentiment. This speed. Is he competing for the title of the fastest man in the world? Haji Child, you rascal. If Haji Child can think of this, his family must have some talented individuals. To be honest, I haven't touched a pen since graduating. I've forgotten how to write many characters. 1. It looks impressive, but I wonder how his answers will turn out. Is he scribbling nonsense or genuinely working for the problems? Isn't it obvious? No one writes like that unless they're copying answers. Is there a possibility that he is cheating? Perhaps he memorized the answers before entering the exam room. Could the person above truly be a genius? Just as many viewers pondered whether Lin Dong was writing randomly or genuinely answering the questions, the cameraman rose, unable to suppress his smile. Finally, the high-end German lens worth tens of thousands can showcase its prowess. From a distance, he zoomed in, capturing the content of Lin Dong's test paper in remarkable clarity for the live stream. Lin Dong had just set down his pen after completing it in a mere 2 minutes. The first-grade questions were comprehensible to the viewers, and without a doubt, every answer was correct. Could he really be a genius? Aside from his somewhat messy handwriting, all the answers are correct. Haji Child, how did you manage this? He hasn't studied. He is either robbing banks or counterfeiting money. Could he truly be a prodigy? Lin Dong, maintaining a calm demeanor, handed his test paper to Yu Qingyu, deftly twirling a pencil with his other hand. The elementary school questions posed no challenge for him. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the aura of a prodigy would surely carry him through high school. Yu Qingyu glanced over the paper, noting that all the answers were correct, and she was genuinely curious about how Lin Dong accomplished this, as she had not seen him studying diligently. The life of a first grader remained rather uneventful. The morning passed swiftly, and finally, it was time for the moment he eagerly anticipated, lunch. The instant the bell rang, Lin Dong dashed toward the back door of the classroom, racing toward the cafeteria, outpacing the crew members trailing behind him. It had been previously mentioned that there was a middle school section within the campus. Using the pretext of a restroom break, he had left the classroom a few minutes early to be the first to reach the cafeteria. Futile. I have seen through your intentions. 2 middle schoolers sprinted alongside him. As they neared the cafeteria entrance, an unexpected figure dashed past them and burst through the door first. Both boys paused in surprise, realizing there was another competitor. However, there was still a chance for second place. The next moment, the cameraman, burdened with his heavy camera, sped past them without a backward glance, followed closely by the rest of the crew. The cameraman, Fang Yufan, a long-haired youth, bore an expression of exhilaration despite the weight he carried. Since graduating high school, I haven't experienced the thrill of being the first to rush into the cafeteria when the bell rings. This feeling is a long-lost treasure. By the time the 2 middle schoolers arrived at the cafeteria, Lin Dong was already indulging in his meal. The government-subsidized lunch consisted of 3 dishes and a soup. The breathless cameraman took a seat opposite Lin Dong, their contrasting states starkly apparent. The 8-year-old not only exhibited such speed, but astonishingly, his stamina was remarkable. He was eating as if nothing were amiss, without the need to catch his breath. Lin Dong devoured his meal of braised chicken leg, shredded potatoes, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The school lunch was the only substantial meal he would enjoy throughout the day, as his other meals typically consisted of instant noodles or prepackaged meals. 3 dishes and a soup, with both meat and vegetables, and it's free? This kid is eating better than I do as a university student. Can he not eat so well? I never had such meals back in my day. I'll be so envious. Sobi. I'm getting hungry just watching this. Enough talk. I'm going to order a plate of zombie meat that is older than I am, some wilted vegetables from the market, and leftover soup from customers. All prepared by a chef who doesn't wash his hands, just to treat myself. The person above, please stop. I'm about to break down. After finishing his meal, with time left before class resumed, Lin Dong wandered aimlessly around the playground. As Lin Dong gazed at the system panel before him, a sense of unease began to stir within. Would the system soon assign him yet another array of bizarre tasks? Would he be compelled to engage in bank heists or counterfeiting, and might it escalate to wielding firearms? Lost in these thoughts, the cacophony around him grew increasingly pronounced. Raising his head, he realized he had arrived at the rear of the playground, where an assortment of equipment had been installed. A group of middle school students had gathered around a solitary pull-up bar, where a frail boy, his face flushed with effort, managed to complete a mere 3 pull-ups. Chapter 27. The enigmatic firestorm. Lin Dong withdrew his gaze, suddenly hearing a voice beside him. Which one do you think is more loyal, Golden Iron Beast or Firestorm? Golden Iron Beast? Firestorm? Upon hearing these two familiar, yet unfamiliar names, Lin Dong recalled that they were characters from the anime adventure of Lolo he watched in his childhood. The cultural landscape of Blue Star and Earth is quite similar in terms of entertainment. This also explains why Lin Dong chose not to be a mere copycat of literature. Turning towards the source of the voice, he discovered a group of 5 or 6 students clad in junior high school uniforms engaged in animated discussion. I believe Firestorm is more loyal. After all, he is the protagonist. I concur. Golden Iron Beast is the villain. Listening to the children's evaluations, Lin Dong stroked his chin, reminiscing about the anime he had watched a decade ago, the storyline of which had faded from his memory. What nonsense! Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from behind. Fong Yufan tossed the camera to his apprentice and strode over. Let me tell you, that old rascal Firestorm is full of tricks. On the surface, he appears to have a brotherly bond with Golden Iron Beast, yet behind the scenes, he bullies him. This statement successfully captivated the attention of the discussing students, and Lin Dong curiously glanced over. Could it be that this world was not portraying the same version he had seen? Fong Yufan continued, when Golden Iron Beast self-destructed, it was not only to save Wild Gorilla, but also to save Firestorm, wasn't it? If Firestorm were truly loyal, he should at least express his stance. Not only did he fail to reveal his hidden energy to help, but he didn't end oppose, to even offer a few words of encouragement. I was kneeling in front of the television, pleading with King Tiger to spare Golden Iron Beast, while that old rascal Firestorm was lying there pretending to be dead, pretending to be asleep, pretending to be knocked out. When I saw Golden Iron Beast about his self-destruct, he simply jumped up and fled at maximum speed. Given Firestorm stayed at the time, leaking oil like a junk car, instead of being concerned for Golden Iron Beast, he bolted to save himself. Doesn't that suggest he was merely pretending all along? Therefore, Golden Iron Beast is genuinely loyal, while Firestorm is deceitful. As Fong Yufan concluded his remarks, the junior high students were left dumbfounded, and Lin Dong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Was this true? The apprentice with the camera recorded the entire scene, including Fong Yufan's analysis. Over 40,000 viewers in the live stream expressed their agreement. Absolutely. I know that old rascal Firestorm. He is involved in all sorts of shady dealings. I heard he's even hiding pinhole cameras in car washes, collecting used tires from other vehicles. Am I dreaming? Is someone actually cyberbullying Firestorm? Observing the comments flooding in the live stream, the host, Sun Ruowei, forced a smile and glanced at the self-satisfied Fong Yufan. However, putting aside any other considerations, Fong Yufan's antics indeed invigorated the atmosphere of their broadcast. Shaking his head, Lin Dong attempted to dismiss this distraction and walked over to an outdoor pull-up bar. At his current height, he needed to jump to reach it. Nearby, a group of 8th grade students, around 7 or 8 in number, were present. Among them, a chubby student hung from the bar, his face turning crimson. The others cheered him on. Come on, little fatty. If you can complete one more, you'll break your record. The student, dubbed Little Fatty, trembled as he clutched the bar, ultimately failing to pull himself up and falling back to the ground with a thud. Little Fatty managed 4. That's the highest among us, remarked a thin student wearing glasses, shaking his head. Their gazes then shifted to Lin Dong and the production team behind him. Revealing the talents of the ultimate kid had become a phenomenon in the current internet landscape. Naturally, these 8th graders had heard of it and quickly recognized Lin Dong's identity. Is this the child who has become an internet sensation? They exchanged glances, intrigued. Noticing Lin Dong's interest in the pull-up bar, the bespectacled student cheerfully asked, "We can manage a maximum of 4. How about you?" Lin Dong shot him a glance, but remained silent. "Oh, trying to act aloof?" The student's irritation was palpable. The bespectacled boy quickly responded, "If you could do just one, we'll give you $10 deal." This wasn't tea because they were short on cash. In their eyes, Lin Dong was merely an insignificant 8-year-old, just a primary school student. Sun Ruowei, overhearing this, felt a spark of curiosity. Earlier, she had wondered how such a young child could possess such remarkable speed. What must his strength be like? This was undoubtedly a compelling point of interest for the viewers in the live stream. Upon hearing that he could earn $10 for just one pull-up, Lin Dong's eyes narrowed. "Really?" The bespectacled student thumped his chest. "Of course. Look, the camera will record it." With his confirmation, Lin Dong wasted no time. With a powerful leap, he grasped the pull-up bar. For an ordinary person, completing 10 pull-ups would already be quite an achievement. However, Lin Dong possessed a physique score of 73. For him, performing pull-ups was only slightly more challenging than drinking water. Under the watchful eyes of Sun Ruowei, Fong Yufan, and the 8th grade students, alongside over 40,000 viewers in the live stream, Lin Dong engaged his arms, lifting his upper body above the bar. His form was impeccable. Even professional athletes would exclaim, "That's incredibly perfect." The first, second, third, fourth, all the way to the 15th. Lin Dong showed no signs of stopping, nor did he exhibit any fatigue. In fact, he seemed to be growing more adept with each repetition. The bespectacled student and his friends were now left with foreheads darkened with disbelief, internally screaming, "Is this even human?" At the tender age of 8, performing over 20 pull-ups in one breath, and still continuing? The astonishment was not limited to them. It extended to the audience in the live broadcast as well. Robbing a bank or counterfeiting currency may seem far-fetched and elusive to the average person, something they have never experienced and cannot fathom. However, Lin Dong's current feat is markedly different. Pull-ups are an exercise that nearly everyone has encountered to some degree. Chapter 28. Go tell the minor protection law. The simplest of tasks often prove to be the most challenging. Take the common exercise of pull-ups. It is rare for an ordinary adult to complete even 10, unless they are accustomed to regular training. Yet, even those who do train diligently would hesitate to claim they could match Lin Dong's astonishing feat of performing 1 pull-up per second, and with such impeccable form, akin to that seen in competitive settings. It truly defies all rational explanation. Amidst the astonished gazes of over 400,000 viewers in the live stream and the spectators present, Lin Dong released his grip from the horizontal bar. 1 minute, 60? Fong Yufan counted in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Could this be a world record?" Indeed, it has been shattered. I just checked, and the previous world record for pull-ups in a minute was 56. This world is utterly insane. Haji, did you drink some sort of compound when you were born? Performing 60 pull-ups in a minute was not even Lin Dong's limit. Had he just signed a contract recognized by the law, he could have potentially brought these few students' families to bankruptcy. 60 pull-ups, 600 yuan. How shall it be compensated? Lin Dong calmly inquired, glancing at the stunned individuals standing before him. The once arrogant group now bore expressions of bitter defeat, exchanging glances filled with resentment directed towards the bespectacled student, as if to say, "It's all your fault for provoking him." They had completely forgotten their earlier camaraderie. Currently, our program and Oppo's online audience has surpassed 450,000. Whether intentional or not, Fong Yufan suddenly spoke up, perhaps to remind the students, "Everything you just said has been recorded, and all 450,000 viewers heard it. Do you dare to go back on your word? Are you not afraid of being publicly shamed online?" The group had no choice but to muster their courage and start pooling money together. To avoid public humiliation, they even borrowed from classmates. Ultimately, they managed to gather 600 yuan in cash. Lin Dong accepted it without a hint of reluctance. After all, they were merely middle school students. still naive and not fully understanding the importance of grace. How could one be so petty? With 45,000 viewers online, it was astonishing that no foolish public outcry arose. Why? Because taking 600 yuan from students still in middle school, such a scenario would surely incite a frenzy of outrage from sensationalist media in any other context, all for the sake of clicks and views. But this time it was different. Lin Dong was simply too young. Yes, these students were still children, but so was Lin Dong at just 8 years old. Who would dare to malign an 8-year-old child for the sake of online clout? Go tell that to the minor protection law. Upon receiving the 600 yuan, it was not in crisp 100 yuan notes. Most were 10 or 20 yuan bills. And there were even scattered coins. Returning to the classroom during mathematics class, their teacher, Bai Zishu, robust middle-aged man with a crew cut, stood at the lectern, one hand clutching the textbook while the other swiftly wrote on the blackboard, all the while articulating the problems with fervor. Lin Dong yawned. The teacher's voice was like a lullaby. Mathematics class is truly the best remedy for insomnia. He rested his head on the desk, on the verge of drifting off. It was not just him. Even the crew filming at the back of the classroom, Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan, were yawning in succession. The latter muttered, "It's been years since graduation, yet attending math class still makes me drowsy." Once Bai Zishu concluded the lesson, he set down the textbook and surveyed the classroom. Lin Dong, dozing at his desk, stood out among the students. "Dare you sleep in my class?" Bai Zishu murmured, picking up a piece of chalk, gripping it between his fingers, and launching it toward Lin Dong. He had thrown chalk at countless students over the years. The chalk flew straight for Lin Dong's head, yet he was not truly asleep. His reflexes were quick. Without lifting his head, he extended his left hand, expertly catching the chalk between his index and middle fingers. Speed is the essence of martial arts. Fang Yufan quipped from the back, perfectly timed. Bai Zishu, slightly taken aback, had never encountered a student capable of catching chalk in his decade of teaching. Clearing his throat, he crossed his arms, his tone laced with discontent. "Lin Dong, did you come to school merely to sleep?" More or less, Lin Dong mused internally. He found himself in school out of necessity. If asked whether he was there to learn, what knowledge could he truly acquire? Phonetics and grammar? Outside, at his tender age of 8, he would simply be mistaken for a lost child. With a resigned sigh, Lin Dong replied, "Teacher, I have already mastered what you are teaching." "Oh." Bai Zishu raised an eyebrow, aware of Lin Dong's unusual capabilities. Being overly confident at such a young age is not a virtue. This boy needs to be tempered. With that thought in mind, he decided to present Lin Dong with a challenge. Turning to the blackboard, he wrote several problems. 1. If Xiao Ming reads 20 pages a day, how many pages can he read in a week, 7 days? 2. If 48 apples are evenly distributed among 6 people, how many apples does each person receive? 3. How many centimeters are in 1 meter? How many meters are in 500 centimeters? Completing the problems, Bai Zishu turned back with a sly smile. Addressing Lin Dong, "Since you claim to have mastered this knowledge, why don't you come up and solve these questions?" Down below, many first-year students stared at the 3 challenging problems, unable to comprehend them. Of course they can't solve it. I specifically crafted these problems for him. They were merely first graders, while these questions were meant for third graders. Life must involve some challenges. A continuous path of ease would hardly be beneficial. Bai Zishu crossed his arms, deep in thought. His intention was to suppress Lin Dong, making him aware that he should not become arrogant or overconfident. He needed to comprehend the wisdom that there are always greater talents beyond one's own sphere. Many netizens found amusement in the situation, leaving comments such as, "Testing a first grader with questions meant for a third grader. Oh, Haji teacher, you truly are a master of cunning. Is the little guy finally going to witness the darker side of the world? Even if he were a prodigy, capable of reciting the textbook backwards, he wouldn't be able to solve these 3 questions. The first grade curriculum certainly does not include third grade material. What kind of school is this? Even the teachers seem to have such peculiar antics. Are they naturally gifted internet prodigies?" Lin Dong stood up and rubbed his eyes, glancing at the difficult problems behind Bai Zishu. He couldn't help but smirk. This situation felt like pressing his head to the ground. Wait, I am only 8 years old. That makes much more sense. Chapter 29. 3 more max-level skills. Lin Dong stepped onto the stage and received a piece of chalk from Bai Zishu. Gazing at the 3 problems on the blackboard, he paused for a moment before writing down the answers. Xiaoming can read 240 pages in a week. Each person can receive 8 apples. 1 meter equals 100 centimeters, and 500 centimeters equal 5 meters. Once he completed the answers, Lin Dong tilted his head to look at Bai Zishu, his expression seemingly questioning. Is there any difficulty in this? Bai Zishu's eyelids twitched, his mouth moving several times as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. But each time he swallowed the words before they could escape. Is this correct, child? These problems would require considerable effort, even from a 3rd-grade student. You solve them so easily? A prodigy? Bai Zishu, a staunch materialist throughout his life, felt a subtle tremor within his convictions at that moment. Could it be that prodigies truly exist in this world? He had intended to deliver a blow to Lin Dong's confidence, yet he found himself the one profoundly shaken. Teacher, may I return now? Lin Dong's voice echoed in Bai Zishu's ears, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Why, yes. You may go. It just so happened to be the end of class. Bai Zishu silently gathered his teaching tools, his face darkened, and left the room. How did you solve those problems? Li Ziki nudged Lin Dong's arm, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Very simple. Just do this and that, then write down the answers. Lin Dong shared his insights with her. Li Ziki. During the break, while Lin Dong was dozing at his desk, he was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of noise. Can't anyone let me sleep in peace? Lin Dong lifted his head. The students in their classroom were crowded around the windows, eagerly peering outside to catch a glimpse of the commotion on the playground. Wow, they look so cool. Are those soldiers? Just like in a dramas. What are they doing at our school? Are they going to execute our principal? Is it a real gun? Can we touch it? Listening to their discussions, Lin Dong squeezed through the crowd to the window, finally seeing the scene outside. About a dozen soldiers in uniform stood in a line on the playground. How did the military get onto campus? Lin Dong was a bit surprised, but quickly deduced the situation. Military training. Freshmen undergo military training when school starts in the summer. However, Lin Dong rubbed his chin. I remember elementary students don't undergo military training. It starts in middle school. Lin Dong was uncertain whether this world followed the same rules, as he had never experienced military training during his own elementary school years. Time flew by, and soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The school day had ended. Upon exiting the school gate, Lin Dong spotted his sister Lin Nan waiting for him. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a scattered 600 yuan. Here, sister. You take it. Lin Nan, who had not worked part-time today, had been following the program and knew how her brother had won this 600 yuan. 600 yuan can cover my part-time job for a whole week, Lin Nan said with a bittersweet shake of her head. But she quickly shifted her tone. Now that we have some money, we should indulge in some retail therapy. Retail therapy? Lin Dong squinted, recalling that in his memories, Lin Nan had never been extravagant with money. What did she possibly mean by retail therapy? 25 yuan self-service rotating hot pot. Standing at the entrance and glancing at the sign, Lin Dong tilted his head toward Lin Nan, pausing for a moment before asking with a complex tone. Sister, is this what you mean by retail therapy? Once people have money, they tend to spend it extravagantly. This time, we're going for the 25 yuan option instead of the 18 yuan one next door. Lin Nan replied with a smile. This moment was captured by the filming crew accompanying them. Once people have money, they indeed begin to indulge in retail therapy, instant noodles with 5 eggs. To maintain a wealthy appearance, I've decided to restrict my takeout extravagance. What is this? I never share orders on Pinduoduo. Can't compare. The upstairs truly has money. After dining, the two returned home. By 5 o'clock in the evening, the filming crew concluded their shoot for the day. After agreeing on the meeting time for tomorrow, the crew members, including Sun Ruowei and Feng Yufan, departed. Once back in his room, Lin Dong locked the door and sat cross-legged on his bed, gazing at the system panel before him. Host, Lin Dong. Age, 29. Physique, 73. 20 physique points available. Mission Hall. Random max level skills 3. Current ongoing tasks. If it's the same as last time, then as long as I don't proactively accept tasks within 24 hours, the system will automatically assign me one. Lin Dong pondered while stroking his chin. It had been nearly 24 hours since he completed the task, Money Master. What sort of task would the system assign him next? The mere thought sent a pang of anxiety through him. It wasn't that he was unwilling to accept tasks proactively. It was just that the tasks in this blasted system's mission hall were utterly ridiculous. If Lin Dong had to describe it, let's put it this way. The tasks in the mission hall, if one dares to accept them and the government finds out, one would be divided into 4 parts the next day, to tackle the remaining 4 challenges solo. Sighing helplessly, Lin Dong resigned himself to awaiting the next task assigned by the system. Hopefully, it would be something legitimate. He then shifted his focus back to his physique. He still had the 20 physique points from completing the task, Money Master, that he hadn't used yet. Physique, 93. After using them, his bodily functions received a boost. The average adult has a physique around 10. Now, at the age of 8, Lin Dong's physique had reached 93. This equated to that of a 9.5-year-old adult. Moreover, he still had 3 random max-level skills. With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, Lin Dong opened one. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ultimate skill, Gambling King. Possessing a 100% victory rate at the gaming table, Lin Dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ultimate skill, King of Weapons, adept in the use of various firearms, melee weapons, and more. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ultimate skill, Universal Language, fluent in all languages spoken across the nations of Earth. Observing the final skill revealed, Lin Dong's previously gloomy expression began to brighten slightly. At last, a legitimate skill had arrived. What were those first 2? Gambling King? King of Weapons? The first one ISN and Oppos. T2 bad. A few years in confinement, and one could emerge unscathed. However, the second one, firearms. Such matters are no trifling matter in Huaxia. Should any incident occur, there is but one phrase to heed. Suppressing rebellion only requires coordinates. Chapter 30, Initial Wealth. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Dong sat cross-legged on his bed, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the system panel before him. Host, Lin Dong. Age, 29. Physique, 93. Mission hall, current active mission, none. He had just utilized 3 randomly acquired max-level skills, which were Gambling King, Weapon Master, and Universal Language. Undoubtedly, disregarding legalities, all 3 skills were immensely practical. However, how could one disregard the law while residing in Huaxia? Just as Lin Dong was preparing to sleep, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The host has not accepted a mission for an extended period. A suitable mission has been automatically assigned. ISNT, it's supposed to be 24 hours? Lin Dong abruptly sat up in bed, muttering to himself. He had initially believed that the system would only assign a mission after he failed to accept one for 24 hours. Yet, it had only been 20 hours since he completed the Master Money task, and now the system was assigning him a new mission? What could it be? Lin Dong felt a twinge of anxiety. Time is of the essence. Current wealth accumulation detected at 0. A suitable mission has been assigned. Initial wealth, basic wealth accumulation. Please accumulate 5 million within 48 hours. As the system's voice faded, Lin Dong remained seated on his bed, staring at the dark, unlit room, rendered speechless as if he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. What? Accumulate 5 million in 48 hours? Lin Dong nearly cursed aloud. Indeed, compared to the previous 2 tasks, this one seemed to circumvent legal concerns. But where on earth was he to procure 5 million in such a short time frame? This was no trivial sum. 5 million. The average salary in Huaxia was merely 4,000 yuan. A typical individual would need to abstain from eating and drinking for over 100 years to amass such wealth. Taking a deep breath, he remained oblivious to the reddening hue of his face in the darkness. So the purpose of the Gambling King skill is revealed here. Gritting his teeth, Lin Dong focused on the newly acquired Gambling King skill. To fulfill the initial wealth mission within 48 hours, he had only one recourse: gambling. Yet, therein lay another dilemma. He had no knowledge of where to find a casino. Moreover, gambling was illegal in this world, even more strictly enforced than on Earth. 5 million is not a sum that a small casino could yield. Lin Dong felt a wave of frustration. A casino capable of supporting a 5 million win would at the very least be mid-tier. Such venues in Jinling, if they existed, were well concealed and accessible only to select members. Lin Dong didn't he even have the qualifications to enter. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. His elementary school classmate, Li Ziki. I wonder if this daughter of a mafia lord has connections to a casino of that caliber? But then he was struck by another dilemma. Even if she does, how would I approach her? After all, I've exchanged no more than 10 words with Li Ziki. Am I to simply approach her tomorrow and ask, "Does your father own a casino? Can you introduce me?" Shaking his head vigorously, Lin Dong knew such a notion was ludicrous. Beyond this course of action, he possessed other skills that could potentially earn him 5 million, such as counterfeiting money. Given ample time, he could produce counterfeit currency and find buyers. But the pressing issue remained. Time was fleeting. He had only 48 hours. Overwhelmed, he resolved to set the matter aside and sleep. The following morning, at the entrance of Gufeng Primary School, having learned from past experiences, Sun Ruowei took out her phone before the broadcast of her show, unveiling the talents of the max-level kid, and checked various peer groups. She was anxious to avoid a repeat of the prior day's incident where the protagonist had vanished to create dollars. Thankfully, there were no new updates about him. After a thorough check, Sun Ruowei exhaled in relief. Adjusting her demeanor, she held the microphone and smiled at the camera. Good morning, dear viewers. Welcome to this episode of Unveiling the Talents of the Max-Level Kid. I am your host, Sun Ruowei, with the momentum from the previous days. As soon as the show went live, 20,000 viewers flooded the stream. In this so-called end-of-law era, a figure like Lin Dong had emerged. His audacious acts continuously challenged the boundaries of juvenile protection laws. Numerous netizens exclaimed, "A young supreme has emerged in this lawless age." Far more audacious than those who merely shouted slogans in public restrooms or engaged in petty antics. A black Bentley parked a short distance from the school entrance. After Li Ziki departed, the back seat was left with Li Qianlong. The driver was at the wheel, and a stout man occupied the passenger seat, wearing an oversized blue t-shirt. Looking anxious, he was none other than Li Qianlong's right-hand man. Leader Li Qianlong watched his daughter enter the school, his gentle smile gradually fading into a calm demeanor. Turning his head slightly, he glanced at Lida and said, "Now that Xiaoqi has left, you may speak freely about what transpired." Despite the urgency of the situation, Lida did not forget to flatter. "Boss, you truly care for Xiaoqi. You won't even allow us to utter a curse in her presence. You are the epitome of fatherhood." Before he could finish, Li Qianlong interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Enough with the pleasantries. Get to the point." Clearing his throat, Lida immediately adopted a serious tone. Last night, Lu Datu's venue was raided by the police. Given his flamboyant style, it was not unexpected that he was involved in such activities. Upon hearing this news, Li Qianlong displayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated it all along. "Boss, that's not the crux of the matter. The key issue is..." Lida hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "According to our informant position beside Lu Datu, Lu Data believes that his venue was compromised due to our Qinglong gang." Li Qianlong raised an eyebrow. "Because of us?" Lida continued, "Because the people from our establishment have all flocked to him. We envy his booming business, which is why we sought the authorities." What a fool. A cold smirk crept across Li Qianlong's lips. "The dwindling number of patrons at our venue is a result of our gradual shift away from the low-end gambling scene. We are beginning to transform. How could he possibly think I would be envious enough to resort to such petty revenge?" Lida, filled with concern, remarked, "Lu Datu is notoriously stingy in our circle. Now that he harbors such thoughts, he will undoubtedly retaliate against us." Li Qianlong fell silent for a moment. Let us observe what actions he will take next. Chapter 31. Visiting the daughter of the underworld? At the school gate, there were no unexpected occurrences this time. At precisely 7:45, Lin Dong's figure materialized within the live broadcast room. "I thought you would be off making counterfeit money again last night," quipped Fong Yufan, holding a cup of soy milk in one hand and a fried dough stick in the other. Naturally, it was his apprentice who was responsible for carrying the camera. Returning to the classroom, the first lesson commenced at 8:15 in the morning. The English teacher, a 30-year-old woman wearing glasses, exuded an aura that made her seem unapproachable. Over the past few days, she had gained a reputation for her strictness among the first-grade students. Standing at the podium, Yin Lily surveyed her students with a calm demeanor. Today, we shall learn the 26 letters of the English alphabet. Now, please open your textbooks. A rustle of pages filled the classroom. Lin Dong sat at his desk, rubbing his temples. The English lesson for first graders was exceedingly simplistic for him. A, B, C, D, E. He was already proficient at the 6th level of English, not to mention possessing a skill titled Universal Language, enabling him to master every language across the globe. He turned his head to observe Li Ziki, who was diligently engaged in her studies, while contemplating the plan he had devised the previous night. The father of this underworld heiress. Surely, he must have a gambling den. How can I infiltrate? Perhaps he could follow her after school and see if he could uncover any leads? However, this thought was swiftly dismissed by Lin Dong. Although he possessed a physique rated at 93, he was still merely flesh and blood. The opponent, being from the underworld, could very well be armed. What if he were discovered and mistaken for a thug, receiving a bullet for his troubles? And what about the crew? Lin Dong could hardly abandon them after school to tail Li Ziki. Could he? Host, Lin Dong. Age, 29. Physique, 93. Task hall, current task. Initial wealth, time remaining, 41 hours. Gazing at the system panel, Lin Dong felt a pang of frustration at the 41 hours left for his task. Though his eyes remained fixed on the system panel, he did not turn his head. His gaze remained on Li Ziki, who began to notice his stare. Anyone would feel uneasy when being watched, especially a first grader. From the corner of her eye, she caught Lin Dong's persistent gaze, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. Whether from shyness or something else, it was unclear. At the back of the classroom, Fang Yufan zoomed the camera in, capturing the moment with crystal clarity through the expensive imported lenses. What is this kid staring at the girl for? How old is he? Does he want to fall in love early? Goodness, I've lived over 20 years and have never dared to look at a girl like that. I'll keep watching this show, and if this kid shows any signs of puppy love, I'll be the first to report him. Where's the principal? Where's the grade director? Why aren't they intervening? They're too busy catching me for peeing in the principal's cup. Li Ziki, aware of Lin Dong's unyielding gaze, pressed her lips together and suddenly turned to face him, their eyes locking. At that moment, Lin Dong's attention shifted from the system panel to her captivating eyes. Simultaneously, a small note was tossed his way. Why are you staring at me? Contemplating the note's content for a moment, Lin Dong responded by writing on a blank space, because your eyes resemble stars. This was merely a casual excuse, devoid of any ulterior motive. After all, Li Ziki was only 8 or 9, and more importantly, her father was a notorious underworld figure. Lin Dong was acutely aware that to others, he resembled a rogue on the street. If he were to put himself in the shoes of his former self, having married and had children, he would certainly break the legs of any thug who dared to lay eyes on his first-grade daughter. Upon reading the note, Li Ziki's cheeks flushed even more. Thank you. After jotting down those words, she paused and picked up the pen again, writing, Can you be my friend? Lin Dong stared at the note in silence for a moment, but soon surmised, Li Ziki has likely been solitary throughout her life, and at home. Given her father's status, she probably has no friends. Thus, he replied on the note, Sure. The risk of being beaten by her father for being friends was minor. After all, he could hardly harm the classmates of his 8-year-old daughter. Could he? Perhaps he might even receive 5 million to distance himself from her. If that were the case, he could easily complete his system task. Of course, this was merely a fanciful thought, and Lin Dong did not take it seriously. Would you like to come over to my house after school? As Lin Dong suspected, Li Ziki had indeed never had a friend before, and Lin Dong represented her first. Lacking experience, she mimicked what she had seen on television and invited her newfound friend over. Lin Dong pondered for a moment and wrote back, Sure. He had nothing pressing to attend to, and accompanying Li Ziki to her home might allow him to meet her father and subtly inquire about the locations of some gambling dens. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, the schoolyard had undergone a significant transformation overnight. The majority of the playground had been converted into a miniature military training ground, remodeled according to the methods used for training new recruits in the army. Meanwhile, at Gufeng Primary School, in the principal's office, Principal Lu Yixiao sat on the sofa. accompanied by 4 others. Among them were 2 individuals in military uniforms, one a youth, the other of middle age, alongside a leader from the Education Bureau and the deputy principal of their school. Liu Yixiao was the first to speak, directing his gaze towards the middle-aged Zhang Yuwei, clad in military attire. Old Zhang, for the coming week, this group of students is entrusted to you. As for everything else, I'll leave it in your hands. Train them according to military standards. Train them according to military standards? Old Liu, you certainly have a ruthless streak, chuckled a middle-aged leader from the Education Bureau. Liu Yixiao sighed, exuding a sense of disappointment. What has become of the students' physical fitness? The news just reported it. Today's college students can't even manage 10 pull-ups. I cannot allow our school's students to end up like that. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yuwei nodded. Since you have spoken, Old Liu, rest assured, I will not show leniency. He then shifted the topic, expressing genuine curiosity. Speaking of pull-ups, your school has indeed produced a noteworthy talent. The others present understood whom Zhang Yuwei referred to, a first-year student from their school, currently a sensation on the internet, endowed with extraordinary talent. Lin Dong. Zhang Yuwei continued. At such a young age, he astonishingly broke the world record by performing 60 pull-ups in 1 minute. And this is not even his limit. He is a promising candidate for the military. However, Liu Yixiao doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Based on the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that this young man will ever serve in the military. Zhang Yuwei was puzzled by his words. As long as he maintains this condition, once he reaches the appropriate age to enlist, the military will surely compete to recruit him. Liu Yixiao shook his head, speaking with a hint of melancholy. What I mean is, if he continues on this trajectory, he may very well fail to pass the political examination. Zhang Yuwei was momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing without sound. He had momentarily forgotten this aspect. Bank robbery, counterfeiting currency, although both were accidents, they illustrated his frightening potential. He was still young and oblivious. What if, as he matured, he were to stray down a dark path and exploit his talents? Then he would truly be forever barred from military service. At that moment, a young man in military attire beside Zhang Yuwei interjected. Principal Liu, will this military training focus on the middle school section? Liu Yixiao pondered briefly. Let the first, second, and third-year students participate first. We will assess the results before deciding whether to involve the younger students as well. However, Zhang Yuwei abruptly inquired, Old Liu, I am also curious. How did you manage to cultivate this young man? Such a unique prodigy has emerged from Jinling. Even I, living in the barracks, have grown weary from hearing about him these past few days. Liu Yixiao shot him an incredulous glance. What do you mean by we cultivated him? He hasn't even been in school for a week. Before long, noon arrived, and the setting shifted to Huaihai Province, Jinling City, Gufeng District, Dongchang Street, at the Wangzi Clubhouse. The establishment sprawled across 8 opulent floors, adorned in a manner that conveyed an aura of unattainable luxury. At this moment, within a private room on the 3rd floor, 4 figures sat silently on leather sofas, smoking. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man with a scar on his left cheek entered, his expression grim. The 4 individuals promptly stood, exclaiming in unison, Good day, Brother Liu. Liu Data paid them no mind and directly took a seat at the back. Grabbing a lotus flower from the table, he began to smoke. The others exchanged glances and one, summoning courage, spoke up. Brother Liu, we are discussing what to do next. What to do? Liu Datu finished his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. If Li Qianlong dares to play tricks on me, then I shall play along. Doesn't he have a daughter? I instructed you to investigate her background. Have you found anything? Lin Zishan quickly replied. Brother Liu, we found something, but isn't it against the rules to target child? Chapter 32. Has the kid brother taken a seat in a Bentley? Rules. Rules. Upon hearing these 2 words, Liu Datu abruptly turned his head, his gaze fixated on Lin Zishan, who had spoken. The latter opened his mouth, intending to say something further. But upon meeting the intense gaze of the former, he swallowed his words, his throat tightening, ultimately refraining from speaking. Liu Data declared, That guy Li Qianlong is the first to break the rules by seeking the police. I, Liu Datu, am no meek victim. I'm eager to see if he can still act arrogantly after I bring his daughter here. In the private room, all but Lin Zishan echoed his sentiments. Liu Data keenly noticed Lin Zishan's silence, and his tone grew somber. Zishan, you seem rather strange today. Why are you suddenly so concerned with rules? As soon as he uttered this, all sounds in the room ceased abruptly. In the eerie silence, Lin Zishan felt the weight of four sinister gazes upon him. Brother Liu, I do this for you. It's for the reputation of our gang. We must not involve family. If this kind of incident were to leak, Liu Datu lowered his eyes, fixing his stare on him. After a prolonged pause, he scoffed coldly. Reputation? I, Liu Datu, have never relied on such ethereal concepts in my dealings. He then commanded, this matter is known only to us five. Do not disclose it to anyone else, including your subordinates. Liu Dadu had a vague suspicion that Li Qianlong might have informants among them, yet he had not yet cast suspicion on these four individuals. You four will personally take action later. Seize his daughter when she leaves school. As he departed, Liu Datu left behind this instruction. The private room was left with just the four. Lin Zishan, Hou Yuqian, Fan Shuangyuan, and Wu De Li. Qianlong's daughter attends an obscure public school. Wu De, with a shifty demeanor, reviewed the gathered information. Hou Yuqian shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation. Let us plan our course of action. We cannot act at the school gate, and approaching his home would be futile. There must be many members of the Qinglong gang around Li Qianlong's residence. Then our only option is to act in transit. Fan Shuang, indifferent, remarked, according to our intelligence. The route from Goofing School to Li Qianlong's home passes through a construction site that has long been abandoned, where human presence is scarce. It is the perfect opportunity for us. The three engaged in an animated discussion, while Lin Zishan appeared disinterested, occasionally offering half-hearted agreement. At 3 in the afternoon, outside Goofing School. Are you going to your classmate's house? Lin Dong, accompanying his sister Lin Nan, expressed surprise at her mention of visiting a friend's home. Lin Nan glanced at Li Ziki beside Lin Dong. Could it be that my little brother is experiencing puppy love? No, no, no. As the thought crossed her mind, she hastily shook her head. Her little brother was merely 8 years old, the age of innocence. Any semblance of pure friendship between boys and girls could only exist before the age of 10. Though Lin Nan felt a twinge of concern. She pondered that her brother had already made plans with his friend. Would her disapproval harm their friendship? Ultimately, she merely cautioned, you may go, but ensure you return home before 6 when the sun sets. Lin Dong nodded and then turned to follow Li Ziki towards the parked Bentley without looking back. The crew trailing them continued filming. When over 400,000 viewers in the live stream spotted the Bentley, they were filled with curiosity. Whose family is wealthy enough to arrive in a Bentley at this ordinary public primary school? Then they observed Lin Dong following Li Ziki towards the luxurious vehicle. The viewers' worst fears materialized. Wait, has the kid brother just casually befriended a rich girl who drives a Bentley? Get out of the way. Can this 8-year-old even comprehend this kind of soft living? I should be the one. I'm willing to wait 20 years. Congratulations to this kid brother, gritting teeth, for circumventing 40 years of hardship, extremely begrudging. Kid brother, hold a class. I'll listen on my knees. I don't need a Bentley. A Rolls-Royce would suffice. Sun Ruawei observed the barrage of comments in the live stream, shaking her head. Earlier, many viewers felt that Lin Dong walking with Li Ziki evoked a sense of childhood sweetness. But now, upon realizing that Li Ziki's family owned a Bentley, the audience could hardly contain themselves. How could one describe this feeling? It was akin to, a brother can find love, a brother can become handsome, a brother can rise above, but a brother cannot suddenly become wealthy. We were all struggling together, and then you unexpectedly found a rich benefactor driving a Bentley. This is more painful than death. Driver Li Guangxiang stood by the car door, and upon seeing Li Ziki, smiled and said, Miss, Brother Li has business to attend to. I'm here to take you home. He then noticed Lin Dong beside Li Ziki and the crew behind them. Li Guangxiang instinctively furrowed his brow. Li Ziki explained, Uncle Chang, this is my friend. I invited him to my house. Li Guangxiang hesitated. He was not only a driver, but also a member of the Qinglong gang. If Li Ziki had invited someone slightly older, say around 15 or 16, he would have suspected ulterior motives. But now, She was inviting a classmate, an 8-year-old child. Could a primary school student harbor any ill intentions? Even so, he dared not make a decision unilaterally and called Li Qianlong for clarification. Upon hearing that his daughter wanted to bring a classmate home to play, Li Qianlong was visibly excited. Has Xiao Qi finally made a friend? Brother Li. The boy is accompanied by a whole crew. At this, Li Qianlong paused. Images of the people he had seen near the school gate while dropping his daughter off flashing through his mind. Brother Li, if she brings her classmate home, the crew will follow for the live broadcast. Let them follow. This is a rare friendship for Xiao Qi. Li Qianlong replied nonchalantly, as Lin Dong's age was a factor. 8 years old? Who would harbor suspicion towards an 8-year-old first-grade student? The primary reason lies in the fact that Li Qianlong, along with his associates from the Qinglong gang, primarily conducts their business abroad. Moreover, he has always refrained from discussing gang-related matters in the presence of his daughter, resulting in a complete absence of gang-related information within his household. Following Li Qianlong's directive, Li Guangxiang opened the rear door of the car for the two individuals. Addressing Sun Ruowei, who had approached to inquire about the possibility of following her home to capture footage, he stated, "Our master has granted permission for you to accompany him for filming. The child has already taken a seat in a Bentley. I've yet to encounter such a thing in reality. A family that can afford a Bentley must surely reside in an exquisite abode, right?" Chapter 33. Brace for my flying kick. Lin Dong reclined in the opulent back seat of a Bentley worth millions. Meanwhile, Sun Ruowei and the crew of the program, revealing the talents of the ultimate child, trailed behind in their van, capturing the unfolding scenes. Is this what it feels like to be ensconced in a Bentley? Lin Dong closed his eyes, savoring the plush leather seat beneath him. In his previous life, although he had been a notorious gang leader, he had never harbored an interest in cars, often settling for a modest jinbei, an ordinary civilian transport. Raising his gaze to the celestial light fixtures above, he was enveloped by a rich ambience, sparking a desire to own a similar vehicle. Albeit he was still a tad short of the requisite funds. "Uncle Chong, is my dad working the night shift again?" Li Ziqi, seated beside him, inquired of the driver. Li Guangxiang, night shift? Lin Dong's eyes flickered at the mention of those words. After a brief hesitation, Li Guangxiang replied, "Yes, Li Gu is on the night shift." Lin Dong recalled that his desk mate had once mentioned her father, but had never revealed his occupation. She merely assumed he was security guard. How could a security guard afford a Bentley? Lin Dong mused, bemused yet understanding, considering Li Ziqi's tender age. As a father, Li Qianlong likely wished to spare his daughter from the harsh realities of his world. Perhaps Li Ziqi was oblivious to the true value of the luxury vehicle that transported her daily. Perhaps due to Lin Dong's presence as a friend, Li Ziqi displayed none of her usual melancholy. Should I tentatively ask the driver if he knows where I might find a casino? As Lin Dong pondered this, he instinctively raised a hand to stroke his chin, but halted midway, realizing it might appear odd for someone of his age. The scenery outside transitioned as the bustling streets receded and the Bentley ventured into a developing area. Surrounding the roads were numerous idle construction sites, with skeletal high-rises and scattered debris. Targets emerged. Not far ahead, at a corner, an unmarked blue car lay in wait, its occupants monitoring the approaching Bentley via pre-installed surveillance. Wuda licked his parched lips with a suggestive leer. Finally, Davy arrived. Beside him, Lin Zishan remained silent, his expression dark. Wuda seized the intercom, instructing the waiting Feng Shuangyuan and his companions, "You know what to do. Stop them." After receiving confirmation, Wu Da's eyes gleamed with fervor. Capturing Li Qianlong's only daughter would compel him to acquiesce to any demands they might pose. Imagine if we were to demand he relinquish the operations of the Azure Dragon Gang abroad. Wu Da concluded, awaiting a response that did not come. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Lin Zishan, who, with a calm demeanor, replied, "Let us discuss future matters later. It's best to avoid premature celebrations." Wu Da waved off his concern. Li Guangxiang is practically an old acquaintance. He is not particularly skilled, surely. We want to encounter any unforeseen complications. Just then, Wu Da leaned closer to the monitor displaying the surveillance footage. "What is that vehicle doing?" He gestured toward the program crew S van. However, His vantage point only captured half of it, obscuring the side emblazoned with the words Jinling Daily. With little time to contemplate, he dismissed it as merely a passing vehicle. As the moment of action approached, he commanded, "Move out." The soundproofing in this Bentley is remarkable. Lin Dong reflected as he rode in the back. Comparing this multi-million-dollar vehicle to my previous life's modest Jinbei, the disparity is staggering. With the windows closed, outside noise was non-existent, and the ride was so smooth that Lin Dong felt as though even a collision would go unnoticed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a black SUV careened into the lane from ahead, abruptly changing direction. Bang! Despite the Bentley's immense value, the impact jolted the entire vehicle. Fortunately, the two passengers in the back, especially Lin Dong, who had a robust physique, emerged unscathed. However, Li Guangxiang at the wheel was not as fortunate. He slammed into the steering wheel and lost consciousness. Damn, how could we be so unlucky? A car accident? Lin Dong internally cursed, eager to confront the driver responsible. Could they not recognize the emblem of luxury they had just collided with? The production cruise van also came to a halt, and its doors swung open. Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan hurriedly exited, believing this to be a typical accident, intent on checking for injuries. The cameras captured every moment. What happened? Li Ziki murmured, shaking her head in confusion. Lin Dong's hand fumbled against the car door for a moment before he realized he couldn't locate the handle. This was his first experience with a Bentley's intricate design. Suddenly, another vehicle sped toward them. More trouble? Lin Dong's pupils dilated as a blue car drifted expertly around them, narrowly avoiding a collision. Wu Da and Lin Zishan exited their vehicle, commanding the attention of Sun Ruowei and her companions who were drawn near. Upon noticing the camera on Fang Yufan and Appo's shoulder, Wu Da and Appo's brow furrowed, yet there was no turning back now. Lin Dong soon noticed the doors of the SUV on either side swing open. Two figures, one tall and one short, emerged and hurried towards him. This was not an accident. It was a premeditated assault. Lin Dong's expression darkened immediately. The local gang displayed a shocking lack of decorum. At the very least, they should have waited until nightfall to act. Who would create such a commotion in broad daylight? If this were in his past life, any member of his underworld crew who dared to behave in such a manner would find themselves undergoing a few days of rigorous swimming practice. What a pathetic gang. Lacking even the most basic common sense, Lin Dong muttered to himself. Initially, the doors of the Bentley were locked, but the onboard system, detecting the accident, unlocked all four doors. The robust Fang Shuangyuan pulled open the rear door, only to be greeted by a flying kick. The 30-sized soul loomed larger in his vision. Chapter 34. Today is uneventful, and the nation is at peace. Suddenly, a sense of alarm washed over Fang Shuangyuan as his pupils constricted. With little time to ponder, he hastily raised his left hand to shield his face. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Lin Dong delivered a powerful kick to his forearm. He could not fathom how a mere child possessed such formidable strength. Fang Shuangyuan and Appo's entire body was sent tumbling backward, crashing onto the asphalt with a thud. Across the way, Hou Yuqian, who had just placed his hand on the car door handle, was startled by the commotion. He looked up, exclaiming in disbelief, "Old fan." Lin Dong did not hesitate. Leveraging the momentum, he leaped onto the car's roof, locking eyes with Hou Yuqian. The latter's heart raced furiously. What was happening? According to the intel, only Li Guangxiang and Li Qianlong's daughter should be in that car. Where did this little brat come from? Lin Dong refrained from uttering a word. With a physical prowess equivalent to that of 9½ adults, he propelled himself off the car roof, lunging toward the bewildered Hou Yuqian. Upon witnessing Lin Dong's motion, Hou Yuqian gritted his teeth. He had not seen how Fang Shuangyuan had fallen and certainly did not regard a child barely taller than his legs as a threat. Fang Shuangyuan, clutching his forearm and shaking his head, stood up and urgently shouted at Hou Yuqian, "Get out of the way, a mere elementary school student. How could he possibly compel me to yield?" Hou Yuqian scoffed, extending both hands forward, intending to subdue Lin Dong. In the next moment, Lin Dong swiftly grasped the wrists of Hou Yuqian's outstretched hands. A moment of shock passed as an immense force surged through his wrists. Hou Yuqian felt his feet being lifted off the ground. Subsequently, Lin Dong intensified his grip, flipping Hou Yuqian upside down, his head toward the car roof and feet towards the sky, his mind a muddle. Ultimately, his entire body was slammed down onto the ground. Who am I? What just happened? What am I doing? Hou Yuqian lay on the ground, staring at the azure sky, mumbling to himself. Even now, he could hardly believe that he had just been lifted and thrown aside by a mere elementary school student. Is this truly a child? Is he not a master sent by Li Qianlong from some mountain to protect his daughter? Meanwhile, behind, Wu De and Lin Zishan watched in stunned silence, along with Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan, who had been intercepted. The 40,000 viewers in the live stream were equally astounded. This kid isn't just showing off with pull-ups. He possesses innate strength. That adult must weigh at least 150 pounds. Yet this child effortlessly lifted him and threw him like a rag doll. I can't shake the feeling that this isn't merely a car accident. I agree. These individuals clearly came prepared. Should we call the police? Wu De noticed the cameras, but was oblivious to their purpose. The revelation of Lin Dong's extraordinary abilities was trending. Yet not everyone was privy to online gossip, especially someone like Wu De, whose access to entertainment far exceeded that of the average person. Free services were perks of their gang, so he seldom ventured online and had no knowledge of the ongoing live stream, nor the 40,000 viewers present. Keep an eye on these people, Wu De instructed Lin Zishan, hastening towards the rear. Two worthless fools, unable to handle an 8-year-old. Lin Dong crouched on the roof of the Bentley, turning to observe Wu De approaching, his gaze inscrutable. Are you truly skilled? Wu De, as he walked, spat onto the ground and reached into his coat. Lin Dong's pupils narrowed slightly, exactly as he had anticipated. When Wu De's hand emerged, it bore a pitch-black handgun. Despite the stringent firearm regulations in Huaxia, Wu De and his crew were no mere small-time gangsters. Acquiring a few handguns from abroad posed no challenge. Those who recognize the situation are the wise. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Dong understood this principle well. Though he possessed a physique rating of 93, he was still flesh and blood. A single bullet would undoubtedly send him to meet Yama. Will he let me go if I tell him I'm just passing by? Lin Dong pondered bitterly. He would not be foolish enough to shout, I bet your gun is unloaded, as if he were Yin Shuangying. The grim reality was that the moment he finished speaking, he would find himself face to face with God or Buddha. Wu De aimed the gun at Lin Dong, commanding, Get down. He then turned to Hou Yuqian, who lay sprawled on the ground. Bind this brat. He wished to keep the gun concealed. But given Lin Dong's display of strength, he realized even 4 of them combined could not contain this child. If Li Guanxiang regained consciousness and summoned the Qinglong gang, there would be no escape. Rather than face such complications, it was far simpler to brandish the gun from the outset. Lin Dong complied as Hou Yuli bound his hands with rope. I'm merely an 8-year-old first grader. They wouldn't dare do anything to me, right? Hou Yuqian shot Lin Dong a fierce glare before opening the opposite car door and yanking Li Ziki from the back seat. Due to the earlier collision, she had bumped her head and was still trying to comprehend the situation. You two, behave yourselves. With the situation under control, Wu De walked away, gun in hand. Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan took a few steps back. Ultimately, Wu De pressed the gun against Fang Youfan's head, demanding, Hand over that camera. It recorded everything that transpired here. If you don't surrender it, we won't let you leave. Wu De spoke coldly, convinced that the footage of him wielding a gun needed to be destroyed. Unbeknownst to him, this was not merely a recording. It was a live stream. As they witnessed Lin Dong being threatened with a gun and Fang Yufan subsequently held at gunpoint, the 40,000 viewers in the live stream erupted in chaos. Is this some sort of script? Are there really idiots who would hold a gun and attempt a kidnapping in front of 40,000 viewers? This cannot possibly be a script. The production team could never conceive of such a plot in their lifetimes. Does this imply that it is indeed true? It seems we are in for some entertainment. Meanwhile, at the Gufeng district branch, Li Weiguo leisurely sipped his tea in the office. Today, there were no cases, and he would soon be able to finish his morning shift. Glancing at the time, he noted in the day's work summary, No matters today, peace and prosperity for the nation. The next moment, bang, the office door was forcefully flung open, and Fan Xiaolan rushed in, A look of urgency etched across her face. Huh? Li Weigua furrowed his brow. Before he could inquire, Fan Xiaolan spoke in a hurried tone. Director, we have a gun-related kidnapping case occurring in our district. Gun? Kidnapping? Chapter 35. Buckle up for safety. Upon hearing this, Li Weigua spat out the tea leaves in his mouth. He sprang to his feet. A kidnapping incident had occurred in his jurisdiction, and the assailants were armed. This was no trivial matter. If mishandled, it could lead to widespread panic or casualties. Then, not only would he, as the chief, have to remove his police uniform, but higher authorities would also face repercussions. How could Li Weigua not take this seriously? Looking at Fan Xiaolan, he inquired rapidly, what is the current situation? Are there any casualties at the scene? We must contain the news. We cannot allow public panic. In his anxiety, Li Weigua failed to ponder an illogical question. Why did Fan Xiaolan know about this armed kidnapping before him? The chief? By protocol. He should have been the first to know about such incidents. Fortunately, there were no casualties at the scene, but Fan Xiaolan's voice grew increasingly faint. But what? Li Weigua furrowed his brow. Fan Xiaolan, with a tone of resignation, explained, we can't contain the news because this incident happened in a live stream with an audience of 400,000. Li Weigua had just picked up his phone to summon Lu Chuando and others when he froze mid-motion. A live stream? He instantly recalled someone and blurted out, is it that kid again? Fan Xiaolan nodded and recounted the situation. There were no cases today, so I had been monitoring that kid's live stream. A dark line formed on Li Weigua's forehead. Hadn't that kid just been kidnapped by a previous group of criminals just days ago? Now he was targeted again. The last time it was counterfeit money. What was it this time? There was no time for further contemplation. He immediately gathered personnel to head to the crime scene. Regardless of who was kidnapped, the assailants were armed. At the scene, Fang Yufan had a dark muzzle pressed against his head. Wu De towered over him, his stature a half-head taller. The lens alone cost tens of thousands. I won't give it to you. Fang Yufan gulped and steeled himself to speak. Wu De had no time to waste. I'll count to 3. Before he could utter 2, Fang Yufan changed his tone. Forget it, this is the company, yes. I didn't buy it out of my own pocket. After acquiring the camera, Wu De, perplexed by the complex buttons, opted to disregard it, tossing it into the corner of the back seat. Lin Zishan walked silently to the bound Lin Dong and Li Ziki, addressing Hou Yuqian. We'll take these 2 back. Your car should still be operational. Let's drive around Jinling to confuse the police before finding an opportunity to escape. Although Hou Yuqian and Feng Shuangyuan had more to say, Lin Zishan simply seized Lin Dong and Li Ziki, heading towards their blue vehicle. Get in. He shoved the 2 in the back seat, returned to the driver's seat, and instructed Wu De, don't waste time here, let's go. Wu De shot a fierce glare at Fang Yufan and others, leaving behind a warning. If you don't want your household registration to only have 1 page left, don't say too much to the police. As for why they didn't take extreme measures and simply shoot Sun Ruowei and the 7 crew members, Wu De only thought, I'm a gangster, not a fool. He had studied criminal law and had a basic understanding. Shooting 7 people in broad daylight in Huaxia, what did that imply? It would surely rank among the top 15 most heinous cases in the past 70 years. Wu De and his crew sought wealth, not a death sentence. If they went in without a murder charge, they would serve 8 to 10 years. They could lay low and emerge as free men. But if they were charged with murder, they wouldn't be free until 18 years later. Wu De settled into the passenger seat, closing the door. Although he typically drove, he felt no issue with Lin Zishan taking the wheel. He turned to Lin Dong and Li Ziki in the back seat, Li Qianlong's daughter. Don't be afraid. We know your father. Wu De forced a friendly smile at Li Ziki. The latter had bumped her head earlier, but was recovering. Gazing at the fierce Wu De, the 8-year-old Li Ziki naturally found it hard to believe him. When she appeared on the verge of tears, Wu De quickly threatened. Don't cry. If you dare to cry, I'll throw you out of here. As Lin Zishan drove, he glanced at the damaged SUV tailing them through the rearview mirror, frowning. Didn't I tell them to confuse the police? Why are they following us? Wu De dismissed it, saying, I had them follow. It's not a problem. Let us head to Lion Mountain together. Inside the vehicle, the group remained oblivious to the camera that Wu De had carelessly discarded in the corner of the back seat, still recording. Jinling Daily. as the official media outlet of the Huaihai provincial capital was never short on funds. They sought not just the best equipment, but the most expensive. This camera's lens alone cost tens of thousands, and its internal components were luxurious. Even now, it was streaming live footage to the broadcast room. How fake! It feels so real. Is this the magic of the real world? Do these people not realize that high-end cameras come equipped with a complete live broadcasting system? This is like broadcasting their location to the police. This kid, inside the car, Wuda redirected his attention to Lin Dong, who innocently spoke, "I'm only 8 years old. I don't know anything." He blinked innocently afterward. "Damn it, just wait until you let a guard down. I'll show you how it's done." And Oppos. This was his inner thought. According to the rules of the underworld, kidnapping hostages was typically for negotiation. They wouldn't kill immediately. This was also why Lin Dong and fought back desperately. Better to live than to die in vain. Wuda scrutinized Lin Dong for a moment, then furrowed his brow. Why have they brought along this irrelevant little brat? Given the urgency of the situation at the time, they had little choice but to take both of them along. It is what it is. Finally, Wuda waved his hand dismissively. As they drove onto the elevated highway, Wuda instructed, "Turn left at the upcoming intersection." Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. "Remember to fasten your seatbelt while riding." Wuda had not yet processed the words when he turned his face to look at the speaker, Lin Zishan. In the next moment, he saw the other party lift a leg and deliver a powerful kick towards him, simultaneously flinging open the car door beside him. Wuda's pupils dilated, and just as he managed to utter a word, he was forcefully kicked out of the vehicle. Chapter 36. I thought it was a speed bump. At this moment, not only was Li Ziki utterly astonished, but even Lin Dong was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Was it an internal conflict among the gang factions? The number of viewers in the live stream surged, and this scene was captured by the rear cameras. What the hell? Has someone been killed? What is going on? Weren't they on the same side? How? Is there a twist? This is more captivating than domestic films. And Oppos. Did we just roll over a speed bump? And Oppos. A vehicle trailing closely behind brakes suddenly, but the occupants inside paid little attention, assuming they had merely crossed a speed bump. Due to the proximity of the two parties, they failed to witness Wu to being kicked down, while the car had already rolled over. However, Hou Yuqian and his companion had a clear view of the unfolding chaos. What was happening? With a sudden brake, a blue car, its front end severely damaged, came to a halt beside Wuda. If the driver had pressed the brake just a tad lighter, they would have run over him. Good heavens, can't they drive? Thanks to Hou Yuqian's abrupt stop, a potential chain collision was narrowly avoided, eliciting a torrent of curses from the drivers trailing behind. But at that moment, they had no time to concern themselves with others as they hurriedly exited their vehicle. What? Moments ago, Lin Zishan had not been speeding, merely going at a pace of over 30 miles per hour. Wuda, having been kicked down, had not sustained severe injuries. Yet, a car just treated his legs like a speed bump. Now, Wuda's face was ashen, frothing at the mouth, with his knees a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Whether from excessive blood loss or sheer agony, he had already fainted. What was going on? Lin Zishan. Hou Yuqian's brow furrowed deeply. Stop overthinking it. We need to get him in the car. Fan Shuangyuan gestured, and the two of them worked together to lift the unconscious Wu De into their vehicle. What now? Should we take him to the hospital, or... It's just a minor injury. Wuda shouldn't die on us just yet. Let us retrieve our phones from him and inform Lu Gu about what transpired here. After a brief silence, Fan Shuangyuan added, with fierce determination, just tell him Lin Zishan has betrayed the gang. With that, he accelerated towards Lin Zishan's vehicle. Don't be afraid. I am a member of the Qinglong gang, sent by your father to infiltrate Lu Dadu's side. Unfastening his seatbelt, Lin Zishan drove with one hand while shutting the passenger door with the other, simultaneously explaining to the bewildered Li Ziki in the back seat. My father. Li Ziki blinked in confusion, clearly still trying to grasp the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and the 40,000 viewers watching the live stream had an epiphany. Oh, so it's an undercover operation. That makes sense. Wait, this little girl's father? Qinglong gang? They drive a Bentley? Isn't she a bona fide mafia princess? Kid, you're in deep trouble. What the hell? This kid's day is more exciting than my entire year. You're mistaken. Riding in a Bentley, mingling with a mafia princess, living a movie-like plot. We'll never have a life that thrilling. I'm breaking down. I need to sit on the rooftop for a while. Who orchestrated this operation? Once he grasped the situation, Lin Dong leaned back in his seat and casually asked Lin Zishan, acting in broad daylight without a plan or backup, not even a reconnaissance. Yet the latter seemed uninterested in the queries of an 8-year-old. As a member of the Qinglong gang, Lin Zishan's sole focus was on protecting Li Ziki, with rescuing Lin Dong as an afterthought. Does anyone have a mobile phone? Through the rearview mirror, Lin Zishan noticed the pursuing vehicle and inquired of the two. Where'd a first grader get a phone? Both shook their heads in response. Seeing this, Lin Zishan gritted his teeth. For the sake of this operation's secrecy, would have confiscated my phone. Realizing there was no way to contact Li Qianlong, Lin Zishan abruptly swerved the steering wheel, guiding the car off the elevated road. They had now exited the city, entering the southernmost area of Jinling City, known as Nanshan District, characterized by its mountainous terrain. Do you have a knife or something? Something sharp? Lin Dong asked Wu De, whose expression darkened as he pondered how to shake off the persistent pursuit of Ho Yuqian and his crew. However, the incessant buzzing of their vehicle was akin to a fly buzzing in his ear. Observing his bound hands and feet, Lin Dong felt a sense of helplessness. This was an old-fashioned Chinese-style hemp rope. Even with his robust physique, he couldn't break free. Wu De, exasperated, was unable to deliver a punch while driving. Instead, he rummaged through the storage compartment and tossed a screwdriver to Lin Dong. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Dong swiftly cut through the ropes binding him. How do we escape them? Our Qinglong gang lacks influence in Nanshan District, and our fuel is running low. We want to make it to the nearest stronghold. Lin Zishan thought rapidly. By now, Ho Yuqian and his crew should have extracted the phone from Wu De and informed Lu Datu. He understood that if they continued in this stalemate, they would inevitably suffer once the fuel ran out. As for why they wouldn't go to the police station, everyone was involved in the underworld. No one was clean. Seeking police assistance? That would be akin to turning oneself in. No, look behind you. What's with you up there? He.S. a man. Why would he pay attention to what's behind him in Chengdu? What are you thinking? I meant for him to pay attention to Kid. Look, Kid is already sharpening the screwdriver. Lin Dong sharpened the screwdriver, preparing to use it as a threat against Lin Zishan, demanding he drive to the nearest police station. He cared little for gang conflicts. His life was of utmost importance. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly heard Lin Zishan murmuring softly, "It seems we can only head to Lion Mountain, to the Diamond Casino in the Lion Temple, to find a way to contact Li Ge." His whisper was so faint that even the dozens of cameras failed to detect it. Yet, with Lin Dong's impressive physique, he heard it clearly. Diamond Casino? A casino. Upon hearing those 4 words, Lin Dong abandoned his plan to threaten Lin Zishan with a screwdriver. He had long yearned to visit that place. Now, it seemed an opportunity had arisen. Host, Lin Dong, age, 28, physique, 93. Mission hall, current mission, initial wealth, remaining time, 31 hours, gazing at the system panel before him. With 30 hours remaining on his task, Lin Dong realized that to accomplish it, he would have to rely on his gambling skills. Therefore, he resolved to refrain from taking action for the moment and instead accompany others to this so-called Diamond Casino. As the live stream approached 500,000 viewers, they felt a wave of disappointment when they witnessed Lin Dong sharpening his tools only to subsequently set down the screwdriver. Bored. I want to see rivers of blood. Why isn't the kid making a move? Just use the screwdriver on him. Chapter 37. Who dares to say this is a script? What is the situation? Such a turn of events. Meanwhile, in the emergency conference room of the Gufeng branch in Jinling City, Director Li Weigua wore a grim expression. On the screen before him were surveillance videos from various locations. At the center, however, was the live broadcast titled Revealing the Ultimate Child's Talent. Members of the Qinglong gang? Just moments ago, Lin Zishan's self-exposure had revealed the identity of one faction to Li Weigua and his team. Suddenly, Li Weigua's secretary knocked on the conference room door. She hurried to his side and whispered Director Chi from a municipal bureau, is on the line. Hiss. The smile on Li Weigua's lips was bitter. A gunpoint kidnapping. Under normal circumstances, they could suppress the news until the case was solved to prevent widespread panic. But today, this incident, the live stream, is still ongoing, and the situation is rapidly spreading across the internet. Countless netizens are flocking in. At this very moment, the number of online viewers in this broadcast room has surpassed 550,000, and it seems poised to reach 600,000. Given such circumstances, not only their branch, but even the municipal bureau would be unable to contain it. A bunch of useless fools. Li Weigua couldn't help but curse aloud. He was not referring to his subordinates, but rather Wu De and the others. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. Don't they realize they should have shut down the stream first? Another string of curses. The news is spreading wider, the municipal bureau is taking it seriously, and even their director has personally called him. Director, according to the surveillance on the overpass, that vehicle has already left our Gufeng district and entered the Nanshan district. Upon hearing this, Li Weigua immediately ordered, contact the Nanshan branch to assist us. Also, can we pinpoint their specific location? The officer responsible for the technical aspects shook his head. The cameras only captured the interior of the vehicle. We cannot determine their location from this footage. We can only make rough estimates based on the images captured by various surveillance cameras. Nanshan district is mountainous with sparse surveillance. Li Weigua's frown deepened. The person he had kicked out of the car mentioned going to Lion Mount. Sent a small team there immediately. Although the other party had mentioned it, he couldn't guarantee it now. After all, Lin Zishan had just kicked Wu De out. Would they still follow the route they had agreed upon? After he spoke, the conference room fell into silence. Li Weigua breathed heavily, his gaze fixed on Lin Dong's image in the center of the screen. Just moments ago, Lin Dong had been sharpening his tools, and Li Weigua felt a pang of anxiety. He had thought the boy was going to resist. Alas, but that was to be expected. Even the most precocious 8-year-old is still just a child. Achoo! On a certain road in Nanshan district, Lin Dong rubbed his nose and looked around. He murmured, how strange. There are clearly only 3 people in the car, yet I feel as though hundreds of thousands of eyes are watching me. The screwdriver he had sharpened had not been used on Lin Zishan. After cutting the hemp rope binding Li Ziki, he did not return it but instead tucked it into his waist, concealed beneath his school uniform. He was still just an 8-year-old child. He needed something for self-defense. Where are we going? After a prolonged lack of clarity, Li Ziki, being a genuine 8-year-old, felt fear. Lin Zishan tried to keep his tone gentle. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. He did not disclose their destination, which left Lin Dong somewhat disappointed. He had intended to feign ignorance and ask, what is that place? When Lin Zishan revealed they were headed to the Diamond Casino. If he were to directly inquire now, Lin Zishan would undoubtedly be taken aback. How did you know I was going there? His previous murmurs were not much different from voicing his thoughts. Only Lin Dong, with his 93-point physique, could hear him. Lion Mountain, located in the northern part of Nanshan district in Jinling City, derives its name from its lion-like appearance. This mountain, amidst the many famous peaks in Jinling, is not particularly popular and is rather desolate. Atop the mountain stands a peculiar temple. It neither demands incense nor offerings. The monks inside are often absent, causing fewer and fewer visitors to ascend the mountain to pray. The abduction of Lin Dong and the others occurred around 4 in the afternoon. Now, the time has reached 6 o'clock. Lion Mountain has a circular road leading directly to the summit. However, for safety's sake, Lin Zishan chose not to drive up but parked the car in a dense forest at the mountain's foot. Let's go. Lin Zishan opened the car door and addressed Li Ziki. He had not completely abandoned Ho Yu Qian and the others. They were merely momentarily left behind. It wouldn't be long before they pursued. Moreover, Lu Dadu had already received news. He would surely dispatch more personnel, since his daughter had not yet returned home. Li Gu must have suspected something, Lin Zishan murmured. Yet, Li Ziki's subsequent words doused his spirits with cold water. My dad told me this morning when he dropped me off at school that he would be going abroad this afternoon. He should still be on the plane. Lin Zishan tightly pressed his lips together, lifting Li Ziki and navigating a narrow path up the mountain. As for Lin Dong, Lin Zishan was indifferent to his presence. If he could keep up, so be it. If not, it was his own concern. After all, Lu Datu and Appo's target was not him. An 8-year-old child could not possibly keep pace with him. Before Lin Zishan could finish his thoughts and turn around, his pupils dilated in shock. He saw a child in a school uniform, looking youthful and standing at about 1 meter tall. A little brat. How'd he keep up? At that moment, Lin Zishan's mind was consumed by this single question. Furthermore, Lin Dong wore an expression of calm, as if he had yet to exert himself. This is impossible. Even if I carry Li Ziki, there is no way a child could keep up with me. Lin Zishan gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. But Lin Dong remained steadfastly by his side, showing no signs of struggle. Just 5 minutes after they began their ascent, a blue car halted beside the abandoned vehicle. Hou Yuqian stepped out of the vehicle and opened the rear door, gazing into the empty interior. Devoid of anything save for the camera. Had they ascended the mountain? Were they heading to the Diamond Casino? Fan Shuangyuan also emerged, fixating on the winding path leading upward, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Should we pursue them or wait for Brother Lu and the others? Hou Yuqian glanced at the time. Brother Lu and his companions would arrive soon. Let us hold on for a moment. That little brat seems rather peculiar. At this remark, an inexplicable pain surged through Fan Shuangyuan's left forearm. If I get my hands on him, I shall surely dislocate his arm. Their exchange was captured by the camera within the vehicle, broadcasting live to the audience. This is hilarious. Who would dare claim that little boy is scripted? Just days ago, he was officially verified, and now this again. Isn't this more captivating than a film? I'm so fired up, I feel like rushing over to support little boy. Chapter 38. The Pride of Man. I wonder how that fellow Wu Da is faring now. Hou Yuqian spat on the ground beneath his feet. Wu Da's legs had been crushed like speed bumps, and they had no choice but to take him to the stronghold in Nanshan District, which allowed Lin Zishan to gain a considerable distance ahead. The two remained silent for about 10 minutes until 2 vans appeared in their line of sight. They're here. Hou Yuqian quickly approached and opened the door. Lu Datu emerged with a grim expression, followed by 10 others who descended from the 2 vans. Brother Lu, Lin Zishan, Hou Yuqian began, but he was interrupted by Lu Datu's slight hand gesture. I had suspected that Li Qianlong would place someone beside me, but I never expected it would be him. Their vehicle had stopped here. They must be heading up the mountain to the Diamond Casino at the Lion Temple. Fan Shuangyuan remarked in a low voice. What are we waiting for? Get moving and pursue them. And you lot, come with me to drive around the mountain road and block them off. Lu Datu commanded, and the group swiftly sprang into action. Hou Yuqian and Fan Shuangyuan led 5 men along the back mountain trail in pursuit. Lu Datu was able to arrive quickly because Hou Yuqian was relaying their real-time location. Although the cameras were still recording, with the doors shut, they could only capture the dim interior of the vehicle. Furthermore, their earlier conversation hadn't been broadcasted, making it impossible to pinpoint their exact location through those means alone. Meanwhile, at Lion Mountain, in the middle of the back mountain path, the sun was setting, significantly reducing visibility. The ascent became increasingly treacherous, with each step proving to be a laborious task. Lin Zishan paused, lowering the burden of Li Ziki he had been carrying. His forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he gasped for breath. Clearly, someone who had mingled with Lu Datu at a higher echelon would possess commendable stamina. Yet carrying a weight of dozens of pounds uphill for over 10 minutes was exhausting. He plopped down onto a rock. That kid can't possibly still be. Lin Zishan mused, turning back only to have his pupils constrict in shock, nearly cursing aloud. Lin Dong stood behind him, appearing utterly unfazed. Not only was he not panting as heavily as Lin Zishan, but he didn't even have a single bead of sweat on his forehead. Is this really an 8-year-old? Lin Zishan would never have believed it had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. Aren't we supposed to be peers? We both ran from the foot of the mountain to here. This is an uphill climb, not flat ground. Each step is a struggle. How can you look so composed? Lin Zishan felt the urge to plead with Lin Dong to at least show a hint of fatigue. Otherwise, the comparison made him seem like a delicate flower. Look at that calm 8-year-old, while here I am, a man in his 30s, falling short of even a child. Lin Dong noticed Lin Zishan's gaze, but remained oblivious to his thoughts. Had he known that his dignity as a man was on the line, he might have let out a symbolic sigh. Why are we going to the Lion Temple? Lin Dong feigned ignorance, eager to learn whether the Diamond Casino could aid him in fulfilling his system task. Only 20 hours remained to complete initial wealth. Lin Zishan had initially intended to ignore him. What business does an 8-year-old have asking so many questions? Yet, upon recalling Lin Dong's performance earlier in the afternoon, when he had effortlessly taken down Hou Yuqian and Fan Shuangyuan, he reconsidered. This child possessed a natural strength. If they were confronted by Lu Datu at the summit, they might very well rely on this boy. With this thought in mind, he took a deep breath. The monks at the Lion Temple are merely their superficial identities, and the temple itself serves as a facade. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong understood. Lin Zishan continued, elucidating, they are using this cover to operate a casino, serving as the house. The leader, Yang Yangpian, is the nominal head monk of the temple. Due to the hefty protection fees he pays annually, coupled with the concealment of their identities, the Diamond Casino is among the most prominent in the underworld. Oh, Lin Dong feigned enlightenment, nodding in understanding. Do you know Yang Yangpian? Lin Zishan shook his head. I do not. Then why are we going there? You can think of the Diamond Casino as a significantly downgraded version of the Peace Hotel. Once inside, you need not worry about anyone causing you harm. Oh, I see. Lin Dong urged. Let us not dawdle any longer. We must hurry. After resting for a moment, Lin Zishan felt rejuvenated enough to rise and once again carry Li Ziki. I'll take her. Lin Dong swiftly stepped forward and hoisted Li Ziki onto his back. Your pace is so slow. If I carry her, how long will it take us to arrive? Time is of the essence. And if I fail to complete the system task, who will be held accountable? This thought remained unspoken, as Lin Dong was confident he could reach the summit even faster on his own. Yet, he had never been to the Lion Temple. Surely, he would be mistaken for a lost child. What chance did he have of entering the casino? Lin Dong and Li Ziki were of similar height. Watching him carry her, Lin Zishan felt a tinge of surprise. Although he had already formed his own conclusions, he couldn't help but inquire. Is this okay? Lin Dong responded urgently. No problem, just lead the way. The others are closing in. With a physical prowess of 93, carrying the weight of Li Ziki posed no challenge for Lin Dong. The two ascended the steps with determination. Steady. If one were to ask Li Ziki what distinguished Lin Dong from Lin Zishan, she would have but one answer. Despite the steep ascent, Lin Dong maintained his balance effortlessly. Exhausted from a day of frolicking, Li Ziki succumbed to sleep, her small arms wrapped around Lin Dong's neck, her face resting on his shoulder. After about 20 more minutes, Lin Zishan, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, leaned against a nearby tree. After catching his breath, he lifted his gaze to the front. We are nearly at the summit. The Lion Temple is just ahead. The sun had completely set, yet the moonlight tonight was quite favorable. Wait! Lin Dong squinted his eyes, gazing ahead. His vision surpassed that of Lin Zishan, and in a lowered voice, he remarked, there are people. Had Lu Datu's men taken the road to intercept us? Lin Zishan clenched his teeth. At Lin Dong's reminder, he narrowed his eyes but failed to spot any figures. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Lin Dong. This path led solely to the summit of the back mountain, while the Lion Temple lay on the front mountain, separated by a considerable distance. Lin Zishan's voice was barely audible. Only upon entering the Lion Temple and the Diamond Casino could one truly consider themselves within the Peace Hotel. Just as despair enveloped him, he saw Lin Dong hand over Li Ziki, who was slung over his back. Wait here for a moment. I will deal with them. Chapter 39. Child Labor? Does the Underworld even care? Revealing the genius of a max-level child, live stream. Though the scene is shrouded in darkness within the car, the fervor only intensifies. Countless netizens flock here, and the viewer count is on the verge of surpassing 700,000. Sun Ruowei and the production team are astonished as they gaze at the backstage data. 700,000 online. This marks a record for their careers. In the afternoon, they were taken in for questioning by the police, and after sharing what they knew, they were released without further incident. Meanwhile, at the Gufeng substation, the brightly lit emergency meeting room is eerily silent. Director, our team has been intercepted at Lion Mountain. Lu Quandu's brow furrows deeply. Moments ago, Li Weigua had dispatched a small squad of officers to Lion Mountain. Logically, they should have arrived by now. Yet the news arrives that they are stuck at the foot of the mountain. The personnel from the Nanshan substation claim that they have searched Lion Mountain on orders from their director and found no suspects. Lu Quandu continues. Thus, they are currently holding our people at the mountain's base. As his words fall, the meeting room plunges into silence once more. After a few breaths, Li Weigua lifts his gaze towards the officers responsible for investigation in their substation. Based on the surveillance footage from various locations, can we estimate the approximate position of those individuals? The young officer immediately replies, according to the scattered surveillance footage from Nanshan District. However, midway through his sentence, his tone becomes hesitant. Lu Quandu, being impatient, urges speak quickly. The young officer's body trembles slightly. All surveillance footage indicates that those two groups have parked their vehicles around Lion Mountain. This is peculiar. Li Weigua muses, stroking his chin. If all surveillance points to their presence at Lion Mountain, then why does the Nanshan substation assert there are none? Have they truly conducted a search? What lies atop Lion Mountain? Li Weigua inquires. Only a temple that does not accept offerings. Lion Temple, someone responds. What should we do now? Should we have our people retreat, or? Lu Quandu murmurs. Nanshan and Gufeng are two distinct jurisdictions. They are bound to encounter obstacles on another's turf. Perhaps we should consult Director Qi and exert pressure from the Municipal Bureau on the Nanshan substation, Lu Quandu suggests. At this point, after decades of service, Li Weigua has begun to form a vague hypothesis. There may be illicit dealings occurring atop Lion Mountain, or the Nanshan substation could be a protective shield for one of those two groups. However, regardless of the conjectures, these remain mere speculations. One cannot hastily determine the integrity of a substation based solely on assumptions. I will speak with Director Qi. Old Lu, take a team of elite officers and quietly approach Lion Mountain via the back roads. On Lion Mountain at the rear path, the moonlight is dim, and the trees are dense. Lu Datu is crouched, observing the narrow path. To him, it is merely a realm of darkness. Lu Gu, check the time. Lin Zishan should be arriving soon. A subordinate whispers beside him. Be prepared. As soon as that traitor appears, you act swiftly. Lu Quandu's gaze is somber. Any movement? Suddenly, he hears footsteps, and everyone tenses immediately. In the next moment, a small student, dressed in a school uniform and standing at around 1 meter tall, appears on the dark path. Who is this? Lu Datu is taken aback, clearly unaware that Hou Yuqian had not informed him about Lin Dong. After all, such matters are best kept to oneself. To be beaten by an 8-year-old, if this were to leak out, how could he ever maintain his reputation? This child is likely Lin Zishan's scout. Hold your ground for now, Lu Quandu whispers. To him, it seems that the other party is aware of his presence while he remains concealed. By sparing the child, he hopes to lure Lin Zishan out. The 5 men conceal themselves behind trees or lie low on the ground, making it difficult to be detected in the night. Were it not for Lin Dong's extraordinary physique of 93 points, surpassing that of ordinary individuals, Lin Zishan would never have detected them. As Lin Dong ascends the steps, he appears exceedingly uneasy, as if he is being coerced. Simultaneously, he notes the positions of Lu Datu and his men. By piecing together Lin Zishan's descriptions, he identifies Lu Datu and begins to subtly maneuver towards him. Where's Lin Zishan? Lu Datu fails to notice Lin Dong's unusual behavior, or perhaps he simply does not care. What threat could a mere child pose? Moreover, he believes that the other party is oblivious to his presence. Thus, he and his comrades, including himself, focus their attention on Lin Dong, awaiting Lin Zishan's emergence. Feeling the moment is ripe, Lin Dong retrieves a screwdriver concealed at his waist. His physique surges to 93 points in an instant. Lu Datu barely registers the change before feeling a sharp kick to his left knee, causing him to collapse to a half-kneeling position. Following that, a chilling sensation envelopes his neck. In the next instant, he hears, "If you don't want a hole punctured in your neck, behave yourself." This commotion alerts the others. What do you intend to do? Let go of Lu Gu, or I will shoot. Despite the surrounding shouts, Lin Dong remains unfazed. Have your men lower their weapons. Only then does Lu Dada realize it is that very child from before. He has been taken hostage. What a farce! How could the esteemed leader of the underworld be held captive by a mere child? If this were to spread, how would others perceive him? With this thought, he contemplates resistance. In the next moment, Lin Dong seizes Lu Datu's outstretched arm, applying a slight force. Ah! A piercing scream echoes through the back mountain. Lu Datu's face pales, his left arm hanging limply, devoid of sensation. At this moment, one question haunts him. Where on earth did this strength come from? Have your men lower their weapons. Lin Dong strives to infuse his voice with menace. Yet his 8-year-old vocal cords, still maturing, impart a peculiar quality to his words. Meanwhile, he applied a slight pressure to the sharpened screwdriver in his hand. Feeling the pang of pain radiating from his neck, Lu Dadu hastily exclaimed, "Did you not hear? Lower your weapons! Lower your weapons!" Once the threat was neutralized, Lin Zishan approached with Li Ziki. Upon seeing the former, Lu Datu's breath quickened. "Lin Zishan, have I not treated you well? Why have you betrayed me?" Lin Zishan offered no response. Instead, he cast a look of astonishment towards Lin Dong. He had not anticipated that this young boy could so effortlessly subdue Lu Datu. I wonder if you might be interested in joining our Qinglong gang? Child labor? Does the underworld care about such matters? Chapter 40. The 18 Arhats. Enforcers. In the talent-rich region of Huaihai, Lu Datu is no ordinary figure. Gritting his teeth, he analyzes the predicament he currently faces in his mind. Finally, he coldly declares, "Do you think that by taking me hostage, you have achieved your goal? Oomph. You truly underestimate me, Lu Datu. At my command, I would rather accompany you to the grave. I tell you." Before he could finish his threatening words, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Lin Dong shook his hand and retorted, "Why waste words?" The four subordinates accompanying Lu Datu clenched their teeth, witnessing their leader being humiliated in such a manner. Although they wielded firearms, they were not fools. The consequences of gun violence in Huaxia could be severe. You. Feeling the stinging heat on his cheek, Lu Datu was momentarily bewildered. How dare this little brat strike him? He, who has roamed the streets for years, has always been the one to humiliate others. This was the first time someone dared to insult him in such a way. And this individual was not even a societal elder, but merely a schoolboy in uniform. Lu Datu's face twisted in anger. As he prepared to unleash a torrent of harsh words, Lin Dong interjected, "We shouldn't linger here. The longer we wait, the more unfavorable the situation will become when those two return." The two he referred to were, of course, Hou Yuqian and Fan Shuangyuan. Lin Zishan turned to glance back. If I'm not mistaken, those two should be following us along this very path. Despite having taken Wu Dada hostage, the moment Hou Yuqian and his men arrive, joining forces with the four here would pose a serious threat, especially with firearms in their possession. If they're a loyalist to Lu Datu or someone unafraid to pull the trigger, the consequences could be dire. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to enter the Diamond Casino first. Humph. Do you think that once inside, I will be at your mercy? Lu Dada scoffed. But before he could finish, Lin Dong was already dragging him towards the mountain ahead. Stop dawdling and hurry to the Diamond Casino. Lu Datu's four subordinates watched helplessly as their leader was treated like a rag doll, their eyelids twitching in agitation. Yet, they had no choice but to leave one behind to await the arrival of Hou Yuqian, while the other three silently followed behind. The Lion Temple occupies nearly half of the front mountain of Lion Mountain. Compared to the pitch-black rear mountain, this area was hardly better. Only the faintly lit lanterns hung above the entrance provided any illumination. Beyond that, the entire perimeter of the temple was shrouded in darkness. From a bird's-eye view, one would discover that not only the exterior, but even the interior of the temple was enveloped in utter blackness, devoid of any glimmer of light. It felt somewhat eerie. Arriving before the tightly shut door, Lin Dong looked up at the wall constructed of blue bricks. Under the moonlight, the silent temple appeared even more foreboding. Lin Zishan knocked on the door. Soon, a commotion could be heard from within, and a bald man peeked out. "Who are you looking for?" He immediately recognized Lin Zishan. "Oh, Brother Sean, long time no see." The The bald man swiftly opened the door and hurried out, approaching Lin Zishan with an eager demeanor reminiscent of a madam luring customers in a brothel. Clearly, Lin Zishan was a frequent visitor here. As the temple held its own secrets, it only welcomed familiar faces. The bald man, Wu Gu, then shifted his gaze to Lin Dong. The school uniform with the prominent Gu Feng primary school emblem on the left chest was strikingly noticeable. Li Ziki was also clad in a school uniform. Two elementary school students. Wu Gu's expression turned inquisitive, his gaze darting between the two. Had they not been brought by Lin Zishan, he would have long since expelled them. Brother Shan, who are they? Wu Gu hesitated to ask. Lin Zishan shot him a glance. Why the unnecessary questions? Just lead the way. Minors were prohibited from entering gaming halls due to potential gambling influences that could mislead children. However, this place... Wait. Lu. Gu. Just as Wu Gu was about to turn to lead the way, he spotted Lu Data being dragged by Lin Dong and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Clearly, Lu Data was also a regular here. Wu Gu looked at Lin Zishan with a perplexed expression, as if to say, I ascend and oppose. T this your boss? You used to come here together. Lead the way. Lin Zishan insisted impatiently. Although he was filled with questions, Wu Gu suppressed his curiosity and guided the two into the temple, promptly closing the door behind them. They entered a grand hall, still devoid of any lights, with moonlight streaming through the windows. The Buddha statue in the center glimmered with a radiant glow. Wu Gu approached the statue and flicked a switch. The entire sculpture slid to the left, revealing a passageway leading underground. Was this the so-called Diamond Casino? Lin Dong gazed into it, his eyes darkening. Host, Lin Dong, age, 28, physique, 93. Mission hall, current mission, initial wealth, remaining time, 27 hours. Following Lin Zishan down the passage, the scene ahead suddenly brightened. The expansive space was equivalent to several basketball courts, adorned with luxurious carpets covering the entire floor, and various chandeliers overhead illuminated the casino brilliantly. A cursory glance revealed dozens of gambling tables and other equipment scattered around. Clearly, this was Li Ziki's first experience in such a place, as everything appeared novel to her. She gazed in awe at the golden statue standing motionless beside her. How realistic, Lin Zishan explained, because they are real people, the 18 Arhats, colloquially known as the enforcers of the casino. Chapter 41. Let us utilize the rules to vent our frustration. Boy, release your hand. Upon entering the premises, Lu Daitu had nearly restored the use of his left hand. He broke free from Lin Dong's grasp and tidied himself up after the ordeal. Once inside the Diamond Casino, it was against the rules for anyone to resort to violence. Lugo, are you all right? His three subordinates hurried over. Before entering, their weapons and communication devices, including mobile phones, had been confiscated. Lu Daitu ignored them, his gaze fixed with malice on Lin Dong. He then turned to Lin Zishan. I am eager to see how long you can remain here without leaving. Instinctively, Lin Dong rubbed his hands together, surveying the surroundings. As a former mafia leader in his past life, he was no stranger to such environments, having mastered various cheating techniques. Moreover, he possessed skills that would come in handy. Gambling king, guaranteed victory at the table. The description of this skill alone attested to its extraordinary nature. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Dong glanced around and inquired of Lin Zishan, where is the place to exchange chips? Compared to his initial indifference, Lin Zishan's demeanor towards Lin Dong had significantly changed. Initially, he viewed the 8-year-old as a mere child, with a generational gap of over 20 years. However, after witnessing Lin Dong's remarkable abilities, that impression dissipated. Furthermore, from a certain perspective, Lin Dong had, in fact, saved his life. Lin Zishan led Lin Dong to the chip exchange area. At that moment, his thoughts were occupied with how to escape. Lingering in the Diamond Casino was not a viable option. He did not ponder why an 8-year-old would need to find the chip exchange. Inside the casino, there were no communication devices, and he had no idea if Brotherly had landed yet. Temples were known for their abstinence from women. But what did that have to do with the underground casino? Behind the counter for chip exchange stood a 20-year-old girl clad in a seductive bunny outfit and stockings. Clearly, Not only did the gamblers relish such sights, but even the abbot seemed to enjoy them. Lin Dong searched his pockets and finally produced 2 coins, each worth 1 unit. He awkwardly placed them on the counter and sheepishly asked, how much can I exchange for this? The bunny girl's lip twitched. Encountering a first-grade student in uniform at a place of such business was already difficult to maintain composure. And now this child presented 2 coins to exchange for chips? Was he seeking trouble? Had Lin Zishan not been a regular here, she would have summoned security, or rather the bouncers, to throw this kid out. Sensing her disdain, Lin Dong sighed in resignation. Had I known, I would not have given those few $100s to Lin Nan. After finally making it to the venue, he was on the verge of completing the system task, yet he found himself unable to proceed due to lack of funds. This daughter of a gangster must surely have some money, Lin Dong thought, turning his attention to Li Ziki. Li classmate, do you have some money to lend me? Yes. Li Ziki nodded, but quickly added, but it's all in my backpack. Her backpack was in the Bentley. Lin Dong forced a smile. Lin Zishan, drawn by his distraction. Look down, you wish to exchange chips? He then couldn't help but chuckle. This is no game for children. He abruptly halted mid-sentence. Indeed, the stakes of gambling, often reaching tens of thousands, were not meant for children. Yet, could this boy truly be categorized as a child? What kind of child could ascend a mountain for over 10 minutes? What child could effortlessly subdue Lu Daitu? What child, with a steely resolve? Lin Dong ventured to ask him for a loan. Could I borrow a bit? I don't have cash on me. Lin Zishan shook his head. Just as despair began to envelop Lin Dong, he noticed Lin Zishan unfasten the golden watch from his wrist and toss it to him. A Rolex. It can serve as collateral worth at least 100,000. For Lin Zishan, who owed his life to Lin Dong and Li Ziki, this sum was insignificant. Lin Dong did not hesitate, simply replying, thank you. In such casinos, items could be exchanged or pledged for chips, facilitating the conversion of personal belongings into cash for continued gambling. As Lin Zishan had mentioned, that Rolex indeed fetched 100,000 in chips. Outside, it would undoubtedly have been worth more. Yet Lin Dong had no time to dwell on that. He hastily stuffed the chips into his pockets and eagerly rubbed his hands together, turning his gaze toward the hall. 5 million. To the average person, this was a substantial amount. However, Lin Dong believed that in a venue of this caliber, even if he won 5 million, it would likely be inconsequential. His thoughts then drifted to the bald bouncers. Surely they wouldn't be so petty as to prevent someone from leaving after winning? While Lin Zishan pondered his next steps and how to contact the Qinglong gang, Lin Dong contemplated whether winning 5 million would attract unwanted attention. Only Li Ziki seemed bewildered by the unfamiliar environment, her eyes blinking in confusion. Suddenly, a derisive laughter pierced Lin Dong's ears. Lu Daitu, accompanied by his 3 subordinates, approached them. How intriguing. They had been watching closely, wary of the trio attempting to flee unnoticed. Upon witnessing the child pocketing 100,000 in chips, Lu Daitu sneered. Dare to wager against me? Since violence was prohibited within these walls, he intended to use the rules to assuage his grievances. I recall that my first fortune was earned in a casino. Lu Daitu reminisced about decades past. Cheating had always been his forte, as evidenced by the pristine condition of his equipment. He had never been caught. Lin Dong nonchalantly nodded, fine. Betting against anyone makes no difference. The outcome is the same. Regardless of Lu Daitu's prowess in cheating, could it possibly surpass the abilities bestowed upon him by the system? Chapter 42. Well, you have guts. Lu Datu's eyes flickered as he subtly nodded at Lin Dong. He then turned towards the counter and declared loudly, retrieve my chips stored here. The bunny girl, adept at reading people, naturally treated the notorious Lu Datu with far more enthusiasm than the boy clad in a first grade school uniform. With immense warmth, she presented him with several 100,000 in chips. Mr. Lu, you still have 600,000 in chips with us. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong curled his lips in disdain and muttered softly, is that all? Though his words were barely above a whisper, they were distinctly audible to those present. The smile on Lu Datu's face gradually stiffened, a forced grin replacing genuine amusement as he glared at Lin Dong. Is it too little? Very well. I shall see how much you can wager with that 10,000 you've spent on a watch. Lu Datu's subordinates accepted the chips without hesitation. If it's little, then so be it. I shall win them all back. It won't take too long, Lin Dong mumbled to himself as he strolled toward the hall. Lu Datu's expression darkened. This audacious brat was clearly speaking for his benefit. He would surely pay for his arrogance. The hall housed 20 various gambling tables, more than half occupied. Although only regulars were permitted, this was Jinling City, the capital of one of the top 3 economically prosperous provinces in Huaxia. One could easily imagine the devastation had a nuclear bomb been dropped amidst such wealth. Lin Dong approached a corner 2-person gambling table and inquired of Lu Datu across from him. Are we playing here? The latter nodded with a sullen face, indifferent. Lin Dong produced a dice cup from beneath the table. You have only this amount of chips. Playing anything else would be a waste of time. Let us stick with this. Lu Datu took the dice cup he tossed over with a scowl, his frown betraying a hint of amusement. Well, you dare to criticize my chips as insufficient. Yet more infuriating is the fact that you possess merely 10,000. Even less than I. Had he decided he would win against me? Lin Zishan stood behind Lin Dong, whispering a warning. Lu Datu is known by a nickname on the streets of Jinling. His moniker is Little Gambling King. Everyone knows his initial fortune was amassed at the gaming tables. His caution was abruptly cut short as he witnessed Lin Dong's nonchalant demeanor. Even yawning in apparent boredom, he was utterly disregarding Zishan's words. How incredibly arrogant! Even though Lin Dong had saved his life, Zishan could not suppress an expletive in his heart. Little Gambling King? Huh. Then let us see how you fare against the Indapos. Gambling King and Appos. Lin Dong wasted no time, placing all 10,000 chips from his pocket onto the table. Lu Datu, equally fiery, matched his wager with 10,000 of his own. The game was straightforward. Both parties would roll dice, and whoever had the higher score would win. Meanwhile, at Shizishin, a standoff unfolded along the mountainous highway. Captain Qian, we are all engaged in law enforcement. You must not make any mistakes. Deputy Captain Xiaoyu of the Gufeng District Criminal Investigation Team squinted slightly, addressing the opposing team. Captain Qian Shuangwan of the Nanshan Security Team. What do you mean by that? We have already received prior notice from the director, and we have thoroughly searched Shizishin. There is no sign of the person you are seeking. Xiao did not respond immediately, but gazed intently at him. After a long pause, he quietly remarked, Shizishin, including the back mountains, is not a small area. Did you really complete your search in such a short time? Qian Shuangwan avoided directly answering the question, instead patting Xia's shoulder with a smile. Old Xia, you're in Gufeng District, and I am in Nanshan District. We are both serving the people, good comrades, right? Surely you must trust my words? Whether we are good comrades is another matter, Xia replied pointedly. As the tension escalated between the two parties, Xia received a phone call from Li Weigua. After hanging up, he cast a glance at Qian Shuangwan and instructed his subordinates. Withdraw. Are you really leaving, Captain Xia? You've come all the way to Nanshan, and you want to even stop by the bureau for a chat? Not necessary. With that, Xia and his team departed. After driving a short distance, one officer inquired, Captain, the Nanshan team is clearly lying, and we are just leaving like this? Xia, seated in the passenger seat, replied, on their turf, what else can we do? However, while we may be powerless, the city bureau and provincial department might feel differently. Back at the original location, Qian Shuangwan exhaled deeply, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. He waved his hand at his subordinates. You all can head back. A small team of his subordinates drove away, leaving him alone with a police car. Sitting back inside his vehicle, Qian and Appos, his expression grew complicated as he reached into his pocket, intending to retrieve a cigarette, only to find his police badge instead. Staring at the silver emblem, he momentarily felt disoriented. Ultimately, reality triumphed over conscience as he carelessly tossed the badge aside and pulled out a cigarette. After lighting it, the tension in his demeanor eased slightly as the nicotine filled his lungs. Moments later, he took out his phone and called the head of the Nanshan Sub-Bureau, Bao Dahai, relaying the events that had transpired. The information was subsequently conveyed to the host of the Lion Temple, Yang Yangpian, just as they believed everything was under control. At the back mountains of Shizishin, Lu Chuando and his small team arrived on the scene. Indeed, those 2 vehicles had been abandoned here. Upon spotting the parked cars by the roadside, Lu Chuando opened the rear door of one vehicle. In the live stream, titled Revealing the Talents of the Maxed-Out Kid, the previously dark screen transformed as the scene shifted. Despite the absence of lighting in the night vision capabilities of the numerous cameras were undeniable. The image of Lu Chuando opening the car door illuminated the live stream. Did the police find them? That means the kid's capture is imminent. Be careful with your words. How can you say capture? The kid is a victim. Can the police take us along? We want to know what exactly happened. Add one. Many netizens have been imploring Lu Quandu and his companions to bring along a camera. Yet Lu Quandu and the others remain oblivious to these requests. Even if they could, it would be impossible to carry one. After confirming that there was no one in the vehicle, they closed the door once more. They proceeded along the mountain path. Gazing at a nearby trail ascending the hill, Lu Quandu pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding to ascend the mountain. Chapter 43. This is Chapter 43. Set in Lion Mountain, the front hill, the Lion Temple, and the underground. At the gambling table, Lu Dadu picked up the dice cup, a cold smirk forming in his mind. How utterly foolish to choose the easiest way to cheat. He shook the dice. To the untrained eye, this seemed the most fair method. Without understanding the intricacies, they believed the outcome relied solely on luck. However, those with even a modicum of knowledge understood that this was the prime spot for deception. Manipulating the dice or using tricks was the most primitive form of cheating. True masters could effortlessly roll the numbers they desired. From a serious perspective, this wasn't even cheating. It was a skill. Though Lu Dadu had yet to reach the level of amp, oppos, master, and amp, oppos, he was quite adept at shaking the dice. He couldn't and oppos, summon any number at will, but he was not far from it. Moreover, he possessed a unique skill, the ability to discern the numbers within the opponent's dice cup solely through sound. I shall accept this 100,000 yuan, Lu Dadu remarked, glancing at the chips before Lin Dong. He regarded the modest sum with disdain, yet pride wouldn't allow him to back down. The reason for today's plan falling through was partially due to Lin Zishan, and partly due to this brat. Winning 100,000 from him would barely suffice to vent his frustrations. Let the game commence. Lin Dong, with an air of indifference, picked up the dice cup before him. Skillfully extracting the 4 dice within, he inspected them closely. After confirming all was well, he began to shake. Opposite him, Lu Quandao remained still, closing his eyes to listen intently to the sounds emanating from Lin Dong's cup. Until bang, Lin Dong forcefully slammed his hand down on the gambling table. 12 points. Lu Dadu opened his eyes, clearly hearing the result. He licked his slightly parched lips and shook his own dice cup. Only 12 points? Purely luck. You have no skill whatsoever, yet you dare to boast. Lu Dadu slammed his dice cup onto the table. Upon revealing, the dice displayed 5, 4, 6, 2. 17 points. Victory is mine. Lu Dadu shook his head, signaling Lin Dong to reveal his result, while he mockingly added, no need to fear losing everything. Our gang has a loan sharking business before he could finish. He noticed Lin Dong's cup had already been opened. The numbers revealed were 5, 4, 6, 3, 18 points. Lu Dadu's voice abruptly halted, his expression bewildered. This was impossible. He distinctly heard 12 points. How? How could it be 18? And just 1 point more than him. Lin Dong retrieved his tools from beneath the table, pulling Lu Dadu's chips towards himself. He exhibited no surprise at the outcome, as if he had anticipated the victory all along. Even if he had doubts about himself, could he not trust the system? Even Lin Zishan, standing behind him, was taken aback by the result. Having been an undercover for years beside Lu Dadu, he was acutely aware of the latter's gambling prowess. The moniker of Little Gambling King was certainly not unfounded. Yet now, he was bested by an 8-year-old child? Lin Zishan couldn't help but wonder if Lu Dadu had intentionally let him win. But upon reflection, there was no need for such theatrics. Then, Lu Dadu slammed his hands on the table, refusing to accept defeat, and declared to Lin Dong. Lin Dong placed 200,000 in chips on the table. Undeterred, Lu Dadu matched the wager with his own 200,000. This time, Lu Dadu was fully alert, fixating on Lin Dong's dice cup. His ears twitched. listening closely to the sounds inside. When Lin Dong finally placed the cup down on the table, Lu Datu's eyes gleamed. 12 points. This time it can't be wrong. It must be 12 points. He shook his dice cup. This time I'll roll a high number. Let us see how you win. Upon revealing, the number showed 6. 6, 6, 5, 23. Lu Datu clenched his fist, feeling assured of victory. Just shy of a perfect score. Even if the King of Heaven himself intervened, there was no chance of an upset. Lin Dong opened his cup. 6, 6, 6, 6. This was impossible. Lu Datu slammed his hands on the table, his cheeks trembling as he shouted hoarsely. His actions drew no attention from others in the room. After all, such outbursts were not uncommon among gamblers here. Once again, it was merely a point above him, and it was a perfect score. Lu Datu breathed heavily, his gaze darting back and forth between Lin Dong and Appo's face and the perfect dice. He could not comprehend. Once it'd be an accident, but how could it happen again? Even more infuriating was that he had rolled 23 points, and Lin Dong managed to surpass him by only 1 point, achieving a perfect roll. Lin Zishan's lips twitched uncontrollably. If the first instance was a fluke, what about the second? Reflecting on the earlier events, he increasingly felt that this 8-year-old was no ordinary child. No, it was beyond being simply extraordinary. It was monstrous. Lin Dong calmly used his tools to claim the chips Lu Datu had wagered. Yawning nonchalantly, he asked, "Shall we continue?" "Let us do it." The words were almost forced through clenched teeth. Lin Dong placed 400,000 in chips on the table, noticing Lu Datu had only 100,000 left. He cautioned, "You need at least 400,000. If you run out of money, I'll find someone else." "You." The words ignited Lu Datu's anger, twisting his face in rage. How dare he suggest he lacked funds? Money was the one thing he never lacked in this world. Now this brat dared to humiliate him like this? You wait. Just you wait. Provoked by the gambler's psyche, Lu Datu pulled out every valuable item he possessed, sending his underlings to exchange for chips. Soon, he returned with over 300,000. "Let us go." He placed all of it on the table, his face taut as he stared at Lin Dong. Meanwhile, in the back mountains of Lion Mountain, Hou Yuqian and Fan Shuangyun, along with others, made their way up the small path. They encountered Lu Datu's men, whom he had stationed to await their arrival. "Where is that traitor Lin Zishan and that little brat?" Hou Yuqian gritted his teeth and inquired. The man stationed there fell silent for a moment before revealing the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group turned exceedingly complex. What? That little brat captured Lugo? Those who are unaware might think, how pathetic to be held hostage by an elementary school student. Yet, Hou Yuqian and Fan Shuangyuan found no humor in the situation, for they had witnessed that young child and Appo's remarkable strength. "What is the current state of affairs?" Hou Yuqian inquired in a hushed tone. Brother Lu followed them into the Lion Temple, descending into the underground. Fan Shuangyuan spoke in a subdued voice, "We cannot take action inside. Our presence would be futile. It is better to wait here. I refuse to believe they can remain hidden indefinitely." Hou Yuqian nodded. "You take a few people to wait here, while I venture inside to assess the situation." Chapter 44. Fortuitous fortune for regular patrons wishing to enter the Diamond Casino within the Lion Temple. The process is remarkably straightforward. Hou Yuqian reveals his identity, depositing his communication devices and firearms outside. Upon entering the casino, a chorus of incredulous exclamations pierces the air. "No. How is this possible? I distinctly heard 12. There has never been a mistake. How could you not have gotten it right? And every time, you only beat me by a little. You must have cheated. How dare you cheat?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Hou Yuqian and his companions exchange bewildered glances. Following the sound, their gaze traverses the casino hall, landing on a corner where their boss, Lu Datu, is erupting in fury, vehemently accusing someone across the table. What has transpired here? Confusion reigns as they hasten towards the scene. Lin Dong, nonchalantly adjusting his ears in contrast to Lu Datu's agitated state, remarks, "The dice are provided here, and this is my first time at this venue. Accusing me of cheating is utterly unfounded." Without paying heed to Lu Datu's bloodshot eyes, he casually collects the 400,000 chips before him. 80,000. Gazing at the pile of chips, Lin Dong murmurs to himself. He is now 420,000 away from fulfilling the system task Initial Prosperity. Playing against just one person is still too slow, Lin Dong muses inwardly. In less than 10 minutes, he has won 700,000. Too slow. If Lu Dadu were to hear this, he would likely be infuriated. How utterly absurd. Boss. Hou Yuqian approaches with urgency, noticing Lin Dong and the chips amassed before him, connecting the dots from earlier. Did Luga lose to him? As Lu Datu's confidant, he is well aware that the title Little Gambling King is not without merit. And yet, he is now being outplayed by an 8-year-old child? How does one describe Lu Datu's current mindset? It is akin to a prodigy, revered since childhood, who upon reaching adulthood finds himself invincible, only to be bested in his area of expertise by a mere child. This is the psychological chasm Lu Datu now faces. Without delay, Hou Yuqian and the others gather their valuables, watches, gold chains, and exchange them for 50,000 in chips. Let's go again. Lu Datu's eyes blaze with fury as he fixates on Lin Dong. The latter merely glances at the chips, lightly retorting, "That's too little. It's not worth my time to play with you." Lin Dong's assertion holds merit. He requires 420,000 to complete his task, and Lu Datu's offer barely scratches the surface. Rather than wasting time here, it would be wiser to seek opportunities elsewhere. As Lin Dong turns to leave, Lu Datu nearly suffers a cardiac event. How utterly humiliating. An 8-year-old child has bested me. Li Ziki and Lin Zishan trail behind Lin Dong. The former remains oblivious to the unfolding drama, while the latter comprehends the gravity of the situation. This kid has managed to break the Little Gambling King. If there is no cheating involved, could be sheer luck. Lin Zishan reflects, having observed closely. If he were cheating, I would have noticed. Lost in contemplation, Lin Zishan is increasingly astonished, ultimately condensing his thoughts into a singular exclamation. This is truly an 8-year-old. As Lin Dong strides through the hall, he notices a table surrounded by onlookers, with a gambler rising from his seat. Curiosity piqued, he glances over. The table hosts 5 players engaged in a game of Jia Jinhua. Upon confirming that there are 420,000 chips remaining, he approaches. Suddenly, he feels a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he sees Lin Zishan shaking his head gravely. In a hushed tone, he advises, "That table is fraught with danger. You mustn't oppose. Go there." "Why?" Lin Dong inquires, puzzled. Lin Zishan elaborates. Among those 5, the bald man is Yang Yong, the host of this temple, and the man beside him is also affiliated with this establishment. Together, they surely possess the means to cheat. In a game like Jia Jinhua, especially with one of them as the dealer, manipulating the game is not difficult. The player who just left likely lost everything. Understanding dawns on Lin Dong, yet he proceeds towards the table. Lin Zishan's eyelids flicker. It appears his cautionary words have fallen on deaf ears. Shaking his head, he mutters, "Even if he is truly fortunate, it won't prevent them from cheating." Yang Yong, a balding man in his 50s, typically clad in a robe, reveals his true nature here. Donning a short black shirt emblazoned with a conspicuous LV logo. Around his neck hangs a chain of 10 golden beads, each the size of Lin Dong's fist. While the temple does generate income, it cannot compare to the quick riches earned from dealing. Is there no one else coming? Yang Yong calls to the spectators gathered around the table. Noticing their inaction, he scoffs at the other 4 players. "If no one else is joining, let us begin." At that moment, a slightly childish voice interjects. Turning to investigate, they see a clean-faced elementary student in a school uniform, clutching chips as he approaches. He plops down into an empty chair. Where did this child come from? Oh dear, this is hardly a place for a little one. 80,000 in chips. Did his parents bring him, or did he sneak out? The onlookers at the table, upon seeing Lin Dong, begin to murmur, for in such a setting, the sight of a schoolboy in uniform is undeniably peculiar. Chapter 45. 3 Aces. Meanwhile, in Huaihai Province, Jinling City, at the Nanshan branch, a police car cruised down the road before finally entering the precinct. The door swung open, and the head of the security team, Qian Shuangwan, stepped out with a grim expression. "Team leader, the director wishes to see you in his office," one of his subordinates reported. "Understood." Qian Shuangwan nodded, and made his way toward the director's office. Chung Dao, a graduate of Huaihai Police University, aged 45, currently served as the director of the Nanshan branch. Upon entering the office, Qian Xuanwan was greeted by his superior. Something felt amiss. Turning to close the office door, Qian Xuanwan heard the words, "What is going on? Is there trouble brewing at Lion Temple?" Chung Dao stood by the window, gazing at the luminous moon in the night sky, taking a deep breath. A group of robbers has kidnapped 2 individuals in Gufeng District. They seem to have fled to Lion Temple. As he spoke, he added, "But that is not the crux of the matter. The incident is being broadcast live across the internet." Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanwan's pupils dilated in shock. Clearly, they had been unaware that such an event was being streamed live. What should we do now? Chung Dao was about to elaborate when a knock echoed at the office door. Before he could utter a word to invite them in, a group of unfamiliar faces clad in police uniforms pushed the door open. "Are you the director of the Nanshan branch, Chung Dao? And you, the head of the security team, Qian Xuanwan?" "Indeed, that is us," they confirmed. After verifying their identities, the visitors continued. "We are from the City Bureau and are convening a public security meeting. You are invited to attend." To attend a meeting at this hour, the 2 exchanged glances, each reflecting their own unease. At Lion Mountain, in the Front Hills, at Lion Temple, in the Diamond Casino, Yang Yangpian lifted his eyelids, directing his gaze toward Lin Dong, who occupied a seat at the table. The most striking aspect was undoubtedly the school uniform adorned with the emblem of Gufeng Primary School. "Is there a rule against minors entering this establishment?" Yang Yangpian momentarily found himself in disbelief. No one of Lin Dong and Appo's age had ever stepped into this venue before today. Ignoring the stares of those around him, Lin Dong placed 800,000 chips before him. Raising his head, he surveyed the other 5 players, declaring, "We can begin now." "Very well." Yang Yangpian nodded. In this place, age mattered little. Only wealth counted. The bald man seated beside him jested. "Kid, in this game, if you lose, there's no refund for minors." Laughter erupted around the table. "The minimum bet at our table is 1,000 chips." Yang Yangpian explained to Lin Dong before signaling the bunny girl in the center of the table to deal the cards. A standard deck of cards was used, with the jokers removed. Each player received 3 cards, starting with Yang Yangpian. After receiving his cards, he chose not to reveal them, stating, "I'll keep my hand concealed and raise tenfold." Next was the young bald man on his right, who echoed, "I'll keep my hand concealed and raise 20-fold." The game continued, and when it was Lin Dong's turn, he confidently declared, "I'll keep my hand concealed and raise 500-fold." The table fell silent, stunned by his audacity. Had this young man truly just multiplied his initial bet tenfold? Was he genuinely so fearless? Impressive. Yang Yangpian had not anticipated such a bold opening. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong, mindful of not raising suspicion by winning excessively right away, had refrained from raising more than 500-fold. The player following Lin Dong hesitated, ultimately conceding and choosing to fold. "Curse it," the player scowled, discarding his poor hand of 382. "I'll keep my hand concealed and raise 600-fold." It was now Yang Yangpian's turn, 700-fold. When it was the bald man and Appo's turn next to him, he glanced at Lin Dong, comparing their cards. The middle-aged bald man scoffed and tossed his cards aside. The first round concluded with Lin Dong's chips soaring from 800,000 to 2,800,000, an astounding win of 2 million. Wow, who would have thought this kid had such prowess? Didn't he choose to cash out? This means he ensnared. No amount of winnings counts until he leaves the door. Lin Zishan contemplated advising Lin Dong to take his winnings and leave, as 2 million was already substantial. However, Lin Dong had no intention of stopping. 2,800,000 was merely halfway to achieving his system task. As the second round commenced, Yang Yangpian exchanged a knowing glance with the bunny girl dealing the cards. "Let us keep this going." The bald man beside Yang Yangpian sneered, "I'll keep my hand concealed and raise 100-fold. I'll keep my hand concealed and raise 300-fold. I'll keep my hand concealed and raise 500-fold. I'll keep my hand concealed and raise 1,000-fold." As Lin Dong called out 1,000-fold, some players began to fold. 2,000-fold. At this point, only Yang Yangpian and Lin Dong remained in the game. the other 4 having folded. 2,500 fold, Lin Dong casually announced. At this juncture, neither player had yet revealed their cards. Even with some underhanded tactics, Yang Yanpian instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Where had this audacious young man come from? At 2,500 fold, should Lin Dong lose, he would face bankruptcy. Yang Yanpian felt an unusual tension arise within him, curious about the cards they both held. Ultimately, Yang Yanpian could hold back no longer. I'll take a look at my hand. GKK. Gazing at his 3 kings, Yang Yanpian's eyes sparkled with excitement. 3 aces secured. This time, victory is assured. Chapter 46. Who cheated? I merely played my hand. He raised his gaze towards the dealer, a charming bunny girl at the center of the table. To his surprise, he had drawn the ostensibly highest hand, a 3 of a kind. In the game of Jia Jinhua, only a 9 can surpass a 3 of kind. The rarity of achieving both a 3 of a kind and a 9 in a single round is akin to finding a man in the kingdom of women, a near impossibility. Moreover, a 3 of a kind triumphs over all hands except for a 9, while a 9 can only defeat a 3 of a kind, losing to every other combination. A common player would abandon a 9 without hesitation, for who would gamble on a minuscule probability? Considering these factors, Yang Yanpian could only think, it's settled. It's settled. Though his heart raced with excitement, he maintained an outward calm. He looked at Lin Dong and lifted his chin, asking, will you continue to play or reveal your cards? Lin Dong pondered for a moment. Winning this round will complete my system task. With this thought in mind, he opted not to reveal his cards. 2,500 times I'll play. Yang Yanpian scoffed, realizing that even if someone had cheated, the odds of drawing a 3 of a kind were still slim. He intended to raise the stakes further, but was taken aback when his opponent folded. Nevertheless, 2,500 times was still a substantial amount. He tossed his 3 kings onto the table, prompting gasps from the onlookers. Kings! Kings! A 3 of a kind. This kid is finished. No one expected such a hand to emerge at the end of the round. With a stake of 2,500 times, it was not just a loss but a heavy debt to incur. Lin Zishan sighed deeply, expressing his regret for Lin Dong. What a pity. All the winnings of the day would be. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed Lin Dong had also thrown down his cards. 2, 3, 5. Yang Yanpian shook his head in disbelief. At such a young age, Lin Dong had shown promise, but now, the world would not show him mercy. Suddenly, he realized that the surrounding noise had vanished. It was an instantaneous silence. What was happening? Yang Yanpian opened his eyes and scanned the table, only to find the spectators frozen in disbelief as if turned to stone. Even the bald man beside him and the bunny girl dealer were equally stunned. What the hell? The host of the Lion Temple scratched his bald head, internally cursing. He looked at Lin Dong's cards. 2, 3, 5. A 3 of a kind against a 9. A piercing voice of incredulity rang out in everyone's ears. Yang Yanpian's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, the whites of his eyes reddening. He fixated on Lin Dong, enunciating each word with disbelief. How is this possible? How could his luck be so extraordinary? A 9, theoretically the weakest hand. How could he draw this at the last moment, precisely enough to defeat his theoretically strongest hand? Even if he lost a few million, given Yang Yanpian's wealth, it wouldn't be catastrophic. Yet, he could not swallow this indignation. A 3 of a kind against a 9. This was inconceivable. Had he cheated? Yang Yanpian murmured. Lin Dong cast him a glance, speechless. How could he dare to utter such words? Who would cheat without some awareness? He had merely played his hand. Standing behind Lin Zishan, his mouth agape, it took him a few breaths to comprehend. Is this truly a stroke of fortune? Is it possible for one's luck to surpass cheating? The shocks Lin Dong had delivered today were overwhelming. Only 2 individuals remained unaffected. One was Li Ziki, who was oblivious to the unfolding drama, and the other was Lin Dong, who, possessing the skill gambling king, had anticipated this outcome. As a result, Yang Yanpian lost 2,500,000, while the other 4 players, though their contributions were minor, collectively amounted to 1,000,000. 3,500,000. Lin Dong, unperturbed, gathered the chips to his side. Once these are exchanged for cash, the system task will be complete. Watching intently, Yang Yangpian clenched his fists beneath the table. This boy was not merely lucky. He resolutely thought. Even if this were sheer fortune, he would not believe it. No, he could not act here. If others discovered his loss, they would think Yang Yangpian could not handle defeat. He could not tarnish his own reputation. While Lin Dong exchanged his chips for cash, Yang Yangpian's mind raced with thoughts. He said aloud, "Let us go again." But Lin Dong was solely focused on completing his system task, gathering the chips. Unable to carry them all alone, Lin Zishan and Li Ziki took some and left the table. Observing their retreating figures, Yang Yangpian exchanged a knowing glance with the bald man beside him. The latter understood immediately and discreetly slipped away from the crowd. Yang Yangpian followed suit, departing the gambling table. Though the Diamond Casino was underground, it boasted private rooms and VIP areas, as well as a resting zone for their monks in Yang Yangpian's office. Upon returning to his office, Yang Yangpian retrieved an old mobile phone and dialed a number. After a moment of waiting, he frowned. No one answered. He tried again, but still no response. Humph, that rascal Chung Dao must be indulging himself somewhere. Too preoccupied to take my call? He had intended to give him a heads up about incapacitating someone. Perhaps he would discuss it later. Yang Yangpian patted his bald head. Cheating against me. Yang Yangpian? Huh, that's audacity. The young bald man, Wu Feng, approached. Host, everything is arranged. As soon as he attempts to exchange for cash, our people will act. We have the incriminating items ready, and we will pin the blame on him. Note, the following is a request for support, including votes, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Thank you. Chapter 47. You had better truly master shallow martial arts. Yang Yong nodded slightly, his voice resonating with gravity. Remember, such matters must be executed discreetly. We cannot be the ones to lift the stone and smash our own signboard. Wu Feng chuckled, his demeanor somewhat lewd. Rest assured, this isn't our first venture into such affairs. We are well versed in the art. However, his tone wavered midway, and his brow furrowed. The opponent is but a child. This is our first encounter of this nature. What if things escalate? Yang Yong's indifference was palpable as he waved his hand dismissively. What is there to fear? Even if something were to go awry, do you think the funds I expend annually to support Chung Dao and the others are merely squandered? Be bold and proceed. If matters truly spiral out of control, rest assured, there will be someone to back us up. With Yang Yong and Appo's reassuring words, Wu Feng felt considerably more at ease. Meanwhile, at the Diamond Casino, at the counter, Lin Dong placed all his chips on the table and addressed the strangely expressioned bunny girl before him. Please convert these entirely into cash. She cast a cursory glance, having worked here long enough to recognize chips, and estimated that this child had brought no less than 6 million. But didn't this elementary student just exchange a gold watch for cash? It's only been, half an hour? How did it become 6 million already? The bunny girl began to question her own existence. Due to the substantial amount, I kindly request that you accompany me to the VIP room for a moment. We require some time for verification. A middle-aged woman approached with a smile. Lin Zishan frowned, quietly warning Lin Dong, "Be cautious. Something seems amiss here." Lin Dong shrugged nonchalantly. "You all wait outside. I'll go to the VIP room alone." I didn't mean that Lin Zishan attempted to say more, but he watched as Lin Dong followed the woman into the VIP room. Suddenly, he recalled the boy's formidable physique. To his astonishment, he realized his own concerns had dissipated. Inside the VIP room, Gu Feng was flanked by 7 bald men dressed as temple guardians, seated silently on the sofa, their gazes fixed on the entrance. After a few breaths, a sound was heard. The door creaked open, and a middle-aged woman led a child clad in a school uniform inside. One might mistake this for a parent escorting their child to school. Upon entering, the middle-aged woman promptly exited, closing the door behind her, leaving Lin Dong alone. Gu Feng and his companions rose from the sofa, eyeing him with malevolence. They had expected the child to be terrified by the scene, to at least nervously inquire, "What are you going to do?" However, Gu Feng and his group were met with the sight of the school uniform child, his countenance tranquil, showing no sign of apprehension. As he calmly asked, "Are you planning to make a move, or merely intimidate me into relinquishing my chips?" Gu Feng and his companions were momentarily at a loss. The crux of the matter lay in Lin Dong and Appo's current stature, standing at a height of 1 meter, clad in a school uniform, with a fair complexion. How could he speak with the gravitas of a seasoned gangster? Were it not for his youthful tone, they might have believed him to possess at least 40 years of underworld experience. Lin Dong surveyed the room. In his previous life, he had not only faced off against 8 petty thugs, but had encountered even greater spectacles. Not to mention now, with a physique rating of 93, arhats, martial arts, Shaolin techniques, they had better truly possess the Buddha's palm. Otherwise, they would soon meet their demise. Gu Feng shook his head, realizing he had nearly been led astray by the boy's demeanor. He snorted coldly. Daring to cheat in our territory? According to the rules of the underworld, you may choose 2 limbs. Don't think that because of your youth, we would hesitate to act. As he spoke, the golden-clad arhats around him stepped forward, exuding an air of intimidation. With a sigh, Lin Dong cleaned out his ears. Since you have declared so, I assume you have prepared the evidence to frame me? His composed demeanor, nonchalant attitude, and the innocence of his school uniform left Gu Feng and his companions momentarily dazed. Get him! Gu Feng gritted his teeth and waved his hand, as 2 arhats approached Lin Dong with sinister smiles. He believed that dealing with a mere child required no more than his own prowess. However, the arhats had insisted on joining in, seeking a bit of excitement. I haven and Appo's. T broken the limbs of someone your age in quite some time. Gu Feng licked his slightly parched lips. Encountering cheating here was commonplace. Those with connections were one thing, but he had indeed dealt with many without any backing. As he pondered this, 2 piercing screams suddenly echoed in his ears. Opening his eyes, he saw the 2 who had just approached him now sprawled on the ground, writhing and clutching their stomachs, groaning as though they had been severely beaten. Gu Feng's body stiffened. What had transpired? He had merely closed his eyes for less than a minute. How had these 2 been reduced to such a state? Could there be a hidden expert? He had not witnessed it, but the other arhats beside him had seen it clearly. This child had leaped up and delivered a couple of kicks, and now, that was the result. Creak. Lin Dong stretched his body, the crisp sound of bones cracking resonating throughout the VIP room. He stepped toward the stunned individuals, a smile gracing his lips. Gulp. This smile, on the face of an 8-year-old boy, appeared so warm, innocent, and endearing. Yet, those standing beside Gu Feng felt a chill run down their spines. They had just witnessed him kick 2 men into submission. I refused to believe it. A mere elementary student could possibly contend with us all. Gu Feng gritted his teeth and stepped forward defiantly. Though the Lion Temple served merely as a front, these arhats were not to be underestimated. They had indeed trained in martial arts. Chapter 48. Equal strength, not to mention his early martial arts training. He had graduated from the Shaolin Martial Arts School. Taking on 2 or 3 ordinary individuals was child's play. Gu Feng mused inwardly. He signaled to the others surrounding Lin Dong. I refuse to believe that a mere child can turn the tables here. With gritted teeth, Gu Feng let out a cold snort, stomping his foot on the ground before raising his left leg to kick at Lin Dong. Crack! The sharp sound of bones shattering echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Lin Dong remained expressionless, raising an arm to shield his chest, and Gu Feng's leg struck it. With a physique of 93 points, Gu Feng's kick, executed with such speed, felt no different than striking a steel plate. His nerve reflex arc was slightly elongated. It took him a breath to react. The tearing sensation radiating from his leg shot straight to the top of his head. His face turned pale, devoid of color. Gu Feng collapsed to the ground, crawling and clutching his left leg, groaning in immense agony, just like the other 2. Pain, excruciating pain. The other 5, witnessing his pitiful state, instinctively took a few steps back, their hearts racing in terror. How could this be possible? This guy didn't even move. Gu Feng merely kicked his arm, and yet, his leg was broken? Was he even human or merely a sentient steel plate? Exchanging glances, they all recognized the shock in each other's eyes. In stark contrast, Lin Dong merely shook his arm. With the support of his 93-point physique, he felt nothing at all. His gaze fell upon one individual as he stepped forward. He unleashed a punch, devoid of any combat techniques, relying solely on brute force. The man attempted to resist, extending his hands to block Lin Dong and Amp, Oppo's, as fist. But how could he withstand a physique of 93 points? The punch landed on his abdomen, forcing out a mouthful of white viscous liquid, nearly causing him to regurgitate last night and Amp, Oppo's, as supper. Lin Dong had held back, for a full-force punch could have penetrated him completely. Not to mention the gruesome sight of internal organs scattered about. Even the minor protection laws for minors would not shield him from the repercussions. Gulp. In less than 3 minutes, 4 out of the 8 on their side had been knocked down. The remaining 4 had never witnessed such a scene. Their Adam's apples bobbed up and down, the sound of swallowing saliva resonating in the VIP room. The Diamond Casino was armed, but they had come in such haste that no one had brought a weapon. Initially, they had been informed only that their target was an elementary school student. Who would have thought that 8 adults would be outmatched by a child? Bringing guns? They had deemed it unnecessary beforehand. Now, it was too late to regret. Where's Lin Dong? In the hall, Li Ziqi's large eyes sparkled as she looked towards Lin Zishan. The latter's gaze was fixed on the VIP room. Pondering for a moment, the Arhats of Lion Temple are no mere decoration, but your Lin Dong is quite the monster. With narrowed eyes, he continued, if I am not mistaken, a battle of equal strength is currently unfolding inside. Meanwhile, on Lion Mountain, at the rear path, the trio of Fan Shuangyuan were feeling somewhat bored. A gust of wind swept by, obscuring the moon overhead with clouds. One of them yawned and said, after exerting such great effort, it will be fortunate if we succeed. If we fail to capture Li Qianlong's daughter, the retaliation will be surrounded by trees and shrouded in darkness. Despite being in close proximity, they could hardly see one another. Fan Shuangyuan turned towards the source of the voice and snorted coldly. Failure is not an option. The Diamond Casino will close at dawn, and when they're expelled, we can ambush them with Lu Ge from both inside and out. They won't escape. The others found his reasoning sound and echoed in unison. Brother Yuan is indeed wise. On the uphill path behind them, Lu Quandu raised his hand, signaling the others to halt. In the same pitch-black night, where visibility was almost non-existent, how could Fan Shuangyuan and his group compare to Lu Quandu's seasoned squad? This small team of about 8 was clad in bulletproof vests, equipped with various gear, and wore police night vision goggles. At this moment, within Lu Quandu and Oppo's line of sight, he could vaguely discern 3 figures at the end of a nearby path. Although their features were indiscernible, their physique made it easy to conclude that the 2 were not kidnapped. Lu Quandu gestured to his subordinates, then grasped his handgun with one hand, stealthily advancing. Fan Shuangyuan and his companions remained oblivious to the unfolding events. It was July, and being on the mountain, their ears were filled with the sounds of cicadas, drowning out any other noise. By the time they realized what was happening, the 3 had guns pointed at their heads. Lu Quandu whispered, "Be compliant, and all of you. Hands on your heads, squat down. Oh no, it's the cops. When were we targeted?" Someone beside Fan Shuangyuan exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Hearing this, a police officer felt speechless. Were they even targeted? Now, even the police were becoming more entangled, while the underworld seemed to grow increasingly foolish. Did they think they could kidnap minors in front of tens of thousands of online viewers? After successfully capturing them, they should have turned off the live stream. Instead, they ran around citywide with cameras broadcasting live. Those unaware would think they were deliberately provoking the police. Everyone, be quiet and don't speak. Without encountering any resistance, they smoothly subdued the 3. What a joke. How could they resist with their heads bowed? During the scuffle, Lu Quandu managed to extract a handgun from Fan Shuangyuan. Having navigated the streets for many years, he was well aware of the 3 iron rules of survival. He promptly cleared himself of any involvement. This gun belongs to Lu Daitu. It has nothing to do with me. And I have no idea how it ended up in my pocket. You just need to acknowledge that this is your pocket. Lu Quandu cleared his throat. A significant opportunity for a remarkable accomplishment is now before the 3 of you. One among you may receive a sentence reduction of 1 to 3 months. A young police officer beside him felt a surge of admiration upon hearing this. Experience prevails. Lu's words are indeed divisive. Chapter 49. After years immersed in the underworld, I felt like a mere child before him. As anticipated, Upon hearing about the possibility of merit-based sentence reduction, the three of them immediately showed interest. Lu Quandu continued, "Speak of what you know about this place. If it is indeed true, I shall grant you a certificate of significant merit." However, he paused, his tone shifting to one of gravity. "If it turns out to be false, and we suffer losses because of it, you will be guilty of fabricating criminal information, which could lead to severe consequences, even the death penalty. Understand the weight of your words." As soon as he finished, Fan Shuang nodded vigorously. "I understand. I grasp the reasoning. Given how far this has escalated, there is no room for brotherhood. If you truly consider me a brother, you would not blame me for betraying you. Instead, you would rejoice at the prospect of my reduced sentence. If not, then you are no brother of mine, and my betrayal becomes quite reasonable. This mountain is called Lion Mountain, and atop it lies a temple known as the Lion Temple, where a group of bald monks resides. By day, they chant scriptures, and by night, they become the casino operators. This is the situation here," Fan Shuangyuan declared, his lung capacity astonishing as he divulged the details of the diamond casino beneath the Lion Temple and the monks' involvement. Lu Quandu's brow furrowed deeper, forming a knot of concern. A criminal organization of such magnitude was operating here, and they had been entirely oblivious. No. Lu Quandu recalled their attempt to search Lion Mountain only to be thwarted by the people from Nanshan. It wasn't an oppose, ignorance. Rather, a protective shield had obstructed their understanding. "Captain, what should we do now?" one of the subordinates inquired. Since he had stated that outsiders could not act there, it was safe to conclude that the two kidnapped victims were secure for the time being. Lu Quandu pondered. "I will first report the situation to the director and seek his advice." He dialed Li Weigu's number and briefly summarized the circumstances. Soon, Li Weigu's voice came through. "The Municipal Bureau has long been watching the Nanshan substation. The municipal SWAT team is en route to your location. For now, do not make any noise." After the call ended, Lu Quandu gazed towards the mountain ahead. According to Fan Shuangyuan's account, not only were there over 30 monks in the Lion Temple, but also 8 formidable guardians, each a graduate of martial arts academies, capable of taking on 2 or 3 ordinary individuals without difficulty. Most importantly, they were armed. Lu Quandu had only brought 8 men. To avoid unnecessary losses, he decided to wait for the Municipal Bureau's reinforcements. Meanwhile, Fan Shuangyuan, eager to secure a reduced sentence, continued to speak incessantly, leaving no room for the other two to interject. The so-called temple guardians were nothing more than the casino and oppos, as enforcers. Ruthless individuals responsible for meting out punishment to those caught cheating. Hearing this, Lu Quandu grew increasingly cautious. "When we act later, we must pay close attention to those so-called guardians." On the other side, in the Lion Temple's Diamond Casino, within the VIP room, a battered guardian pleaded with Lin Dong. "Stop! Please stop!" Lin Dong raised his foot just as the door behind him swung open. The middle-aged woman who had brought him here entered and exclaimed, "Is it done yet? The host has sent me." But before she could finish, she witnessed the sight of a schoolboy, clad in uniform, kicking down the robust, battered guardian. The newcomer blinked, finally taking in her surroundings. "What the hell?" she cursed, unable to contain herself. Inside the VIP room, 7 guardians covered in gold powder lay sprawled across the floor in a pitiful state, while among them stood a young student. Had she not witnessed Lin Dong kick the last one away, she would never have believed such a scene was possible. How could this be? 8 seasoned fighters fell by a mere child? As she contemplated the surreal scene, ready to retreat and shut the door, Lin Dong had already approached her, gazing down at the petite, fair-skinned child who stood at his waist. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have found him adorable. But in this moment, all she could think was, "Please, don't come any closer. Take me to your host." Lin Dong replied calmly, and the middle-aged woman, on the verge of tears, nodded fervently, embodying the expression of someone willing to comply with any request as long as she remained unharmed. Meanwhile, Yang Yangpian sat in his chair, irked by the earlier encounter that had left him feeling humiliated. Having spent his life in this world, being outsmarted by a mere child was utterly disgraceful. After dealing with that brat, he intended to call in a few people to vent his frustrations. Contemplating this, A sly smile crept across his face. Why is this still not over? He muttered impatiently, glancing at the clock. 10 minutes have passed. How long does it take to deal with a child? Just then, a knock echoed from his office door. Come in. The door opened, revealing his finance manager, who entered with trepidation. Where are Wu Feng and the others? Is it not finished yet? They're done. The youthful voice came from behind her. Huh? Yang Yangpian was taken aback, rising from his seat to see the same schoolboy in uniform. Wu Feng and the others didn't tea. Before he could finish, Lin Dong had already bounded over, delivering 2 swift slaps to his face. In the underworld, integrity is paramount. You run a casino, yet attempt to cheat your patrons? How do you expect to build a reputation and sustain your business? Don't you realize the need for transformation? To pursue a quality-oriented approach? Lin Dong's words echoed with a tone of disappointment, as if he were a seasoned industry leader chastising a wayward novice. Having been struck, Yang Yangpian stood frozen, his mind in a daze. How did this sound so much like an industry titan reprimanding an unworthy newcomer? After 10 years in the underworld, had he truly become a rookie? Chapter 50, completing the task. Yet this was not the end. Lin Dong leapt onto the table, firmly planting his feet, and grasped Yang Yangpian by the nape of his neck. With a sudden force, he slammed his face onto the tabletop. Simultaneously, he uttered, "So it's black eating black. Is it?" Bang! Yang Yangpian's nose fractured, blood oozing from his nostrils. He attempted to articulate a defense for himself. In the next moment, Lin Dong lifted his head again, forcefully smashing his face back onto the surface. You even extort money from elementary school students. Is there no sense of professional ethics? Our industry has been tarnished by your ilk. Bang! After several blows, when Yang Yangpian's head was raised once more, his lips quivered as he attempted to speak, only for 2 of his front teeth to loosen and fall out. His face was bruised and swollen. He was nearly unrecognizable even to his own mother. However, Lin Dong had not exerted his full strength, allowing Yang Yangpian to retain a semblance of consciousness. A middle-aged woman, witnessing this scene, stood utterly dumbfounded. As the financial supervisor of Yang Yangpian, she oversaw the entire revenue of the Diamond Casino and the laundering of this ill-gotten money. Without a doubt, she was Yang Yangpian's most trusted confidant and was acutely aware of his ruthlessness. But now, this woman, who usually ruled like a local emperor within the Lion Temple, was being humiliated like a dog by a schoolboy clad in a uniform. The reason she used the word humiliation stemmed from Lin Dong's words, spoken with such youthful innocence, yet echoing the sentiments of a crime lord. Is this right, child? Stop! 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 Yang Yangpian hastily waved his hands, halting Lin Dong. Where did this madman come from? I was wrong to target you. I will immediately convert your chips into cash. Recognizing the situation, Yang Yangpian knelt on the spot. He turned to the dazed middle-aged woman, yelling, "Quickly bring this young hero's chips and convert them into laundered money." After completing this action and witnessing Lin Dong cease his assault, Yang Yangpian felt a sigh of relief. Though he still had not fully grasped what had transpired in the VIP room, he surmised enough. Gu Feng and his companions had vanished, yet this boy had emerged unscathed. Coupled with his recent experiences, a thought began to form. Could it be that Gu Feng and the others were taken down by this kid? As soon as this notion surfaced, Yang Yangpian attempted to dismiss it. 8 adults, all graduates of Shaolin martial arts schools. It should be no trouble for them to handle 2 or 3 ordinary individuals. How could they possibly be bested by a mere schoolboy? Yet, upon further reflection, if Gu Feng and his colleagues were capable of winning, why would this little brat be here? The absence of Gu Feng and his crew only compounded his doubts. Despite his reluctance to believe, the truth was undeniable. Gu Feng and the others had undoubtedly fallen victim to this boy's hands. Lin Dong stood atop the table, hands in pockets. He did not desire to push the matter to an extreme, particularly given that he was on the opponent's turf. The repercussions of further actions were unpredictable. His gaze fell upon an open drawer containing a box of cigars. Yang Yangpian, adept in navigating both the legal and illicit aspects of Nanshan, displayed keen insight. He promptly retrieved the box of cigars and took one out. This was a Cuban cigar, procured at great expense from abroad, worth several $1,000s each. After lighting it, he offered it to Lin Dong, who, having traversed to this world, had not indulged in cigars since. Lin Dong accepted it, placing it between his lips. Moments latte. He nodded in appreciation. Ah, rich and mellow, akin to aged red wine with delicate tannins. Yang Yangpian observed his reaction, akin to that of a seasoned cigar connoisseur. The bald man was filled with bewilderment. He had smoked for a decade, yet could never exhibit such a natural air of sophistication. How had this child achieved it? Savoring the luxury of a cigar worth thousands, Lin Dong felt elated and remarked, "What is paramount in running a casino? It is credibility. Only with a solid reputation can one attract a continuous stream of clientele. It is not that one cannot engage in black eating black, but rather that it must be done with restraint, planning, and organization. Take your scheme to frame me as an example. Why resort to clandestine methods? Would it not be more effective to act openly? Simply claim I was cheating. Gamblers are inherently jealous of those who win excessively, and all it takes is a spark to ignite their ire. Deny me the chance to explain, beat me, and then plant the pre-prepared evidence on me. Thus, you could preserve the casino's reputation while executing your scheme flawlessly." Listening to this sage advice, Yang Yangpian experienced a sudden epiphany. Why hadn't I thought of that? In the future, if I wish to engage in black eating black, I shall do it this way. It's efficient and hassle-free. Brilliant! Yang Yangpian felt compelled to jot down these insights for thorough study and digestion. Yet, when he raised his head and beheld Lin Dong speaking, an unsettling sensation washed over him. This child could not be more than 10 years old. How was it that he appeared more mature than Yang Yangpian himself? Without 2 or 3 decades of experience, it would be impossible to grasp such intricate concepts. Host, Lin Dong, age, 28, physique, 93, task call, current task in progress, initial wealth, time remaining, 25 hours, just as Lin Dong contemplated the system interface before him. The middle-aged woman entered, holding a bank card. First, she glanced at the battered Yang Yangpian, then turned her gaze to Lin Dong. Observing this schoolboy, dressed in a uniform and possessing an appealing visage, half sitting on the table with a cigar in his mouth, was a scene that invoked a profound existential crisis within her. This was an international card issued in Hong Kong, free from domestic regulation, yet usable within the country. The middle-aged woman approached Lin Dong, offering him a white bank card. The total sum exchanged for all chips amounted to 670,000 Huaxia coins, all contained within. Lin Dong accepted the card. Verification was unnecessary, for the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Initial wealth, task reward, physique points 30, random max level skills 2, chapter 51. The 8-year-old with $1 million salary in the province of Huaihai. Within the city of Jinling, at the municipal bureau. Inside a command room, Li Weigua furrowed his brow, fixated on the screen before him. He was not in the center of attention. That position was occupied by a middle-aged man, seemingly around 40 years of age, with a robust physique and piercing eyes. Qi Ting, the director of the Jinling Municipal Bureau. At that moment, the screen displayed footage from the municipal special police team, who had surrounded the Lion Temple. According to the information obtained by Liu Quandu from the 3 captives, there was purportedly an underground casino hidden beneath. The 2 victims, abducted by gangsters, were likely held there. Li Weigua stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Logically, the presence of a casino and a hostage situation would not typically warrant the personal involvement of the bureau chief. Such matters were usually handled by the deputy chief or other officials. However, this situation was different. The repercussions were too severe, and the news had spread too widely. One must understand, as of now, the live stream titled Revealing the Talents of the Full-Level Kid had not yet concluded. The fervor had swept across the internet, igniting a cacophony of opinions both domestically and internationally. The provincial office had taken it very seriously, with the director himself pressuring them with phone calls. Qi Ting slightly closed his eyes. 2 hostages, victims of a heinous crime. It was difficult to fathom the treatment they would endure in such a chaotic and vile environment. The others in the room lowered their heads upon hearing this. Indeed, what kind of place was a casino? A den of vice and corruption. 2 innocent elementary school students kidnapped to such a hellish location could hardly expect anything but torment. After a moment, Qi Ting opened his eyes, as if a resolve had taken hold of him. He issued commands through the intercom. Leave personnel from the Gufeng Sub-Bureau outside to maintain vigilance and prevent any escapees. Jin Dahu, lead the special police team to storm the Lion Temple and swiftly regain control of the situation within the casino. On Lion Mountain, upon receiving the orders, the captain of the municipal special police team, Jin Dahu, immediately began to orchestrate the operation. He instructed the Gufeng Sub-Bureau personnel to remain on the periphery. With a deep breath, he pulled back the bolt of his firearm. 1, 2, 3. He kicked open the doors of the Lion Temple. Who are you? What do you want? The guard, taken aback, barely had time to react before a gun was pressed to his forehead. You too. Restrain them and throw them out for the Gufeng Sub-Bureau to handle. The rest, follow me. The layout inside the Lion Temple had been thoroughly divulged by a regular patron. Fan Shuangyuan, Jin Dahu and his team had a clear objective as they charged toward the entrance of the Diamond Casino. Meanwhile, Lin Dong carelessly stuffed a bank card into his trouser pocket. The expensive cigar worth several $1,000s was nearly finished. The middle-aged woman's expression was peculiar. Not due to Lin Dong, but rather, Yang Yangpian. What was with his lingering demeanor? Wonderful. After hearing Lin Dong's exasperated remarks and subsequent suggestions, the more Yang Yangpian pondered, the more he appreciated their brilliance. Being a diligent learner, he inquired, aside from the previous suggestion regarding black market dealings, do you think there are any other areas in our casino that need improvement? The middle-aged woman's eyes twitched beneath her glasses. Had this fellow's brain been addled? Asking a mere child how to reform a casino? Yang Yangpian continued, in truth, I've long desired to pivot our operations, but have been at a loss on how to proceed. Why not join me as the reform director? You would receive 10% of the profits annually. What? The middle-aged woman was momentarily stunned. Elevating a child to the position of reform director and offering them 10% of the profits? One must understand the exorbitant profits involved in running a casino. 10% would amount to at least 10 million. Simultaneously, at the entrance to the casino, the mechanism was activated, and a statue of Buddha shifted to reveal a hidden passage. Jin Dahu was the first to descend. According to intelligence, the interior was likely guarded by martial artists from Shaolin Academy, potentially armed as well. Lu Quandu's voice crackled through the headsets. Although they had faced no resistance since entering the temple, Jin Dahu understood that true opposition would undoubtedly be concentrated within the casino. Just a mention of those martial artists, as revealed by Fan Shuangyuan, posed a significant challenge. Passing through the passage, they reached the casino entrance. Indeed, guards were stationed there, but they were not the golden-skinned arhats described by Fan Shuangyuan. Instead, there were two bald men, one tall and one short. Upon seeing the heavily armed special police, they immediately cowered, covering their heads, not even attempting to shout a warning. It was as if they had anticipated this day all along. After subduing the two guards, Jin Dahu and his team entered the casino without any hindrance. Lin Zishan had been worried about Lin Dong and Appo's safety, but upon seeing the police, he quickly scooped up Li Ziki and dashed toward the throng of panicking patrons, cursing under his breath, "Damn it! Who the hell called the police? Police! Don't move! All of you get down!" Jin Dahu's voice boomed throughout the hall, his gaze swiftly scanning the crowd. He soon locked onto the figures of Lu Datu, Ho Yuqian, and Lin Zishan. You three stay here. Do not allow anyone to leave. After issuing the orders, Jin Dahu charged toward the trio. Why are the police here? Lu Datu trembled, cursing vehemently. Damn it! How did the police get in without any prior warning? Where are Yang Yangpian and the others? The gamblers erupted into chaos. Due to the regular customer system, only about 20 to 30 people occupied the hall, so the disorder was relatively contained. Everyone crouched down, covering their heads. Jin Dahu bellowed, while internally perplexed. Where were the casino and Appo's enforcers? Wazn and Appo's. T had said that there were armed arhats? Why in T they emerged? Typically, upon entering the casino, the enforcers would confront them immediately. Yet now, aside from them, the hall was filled only with frantic patrons and panicked bunny girls. Chapter 52. The Bewildered Qi Ting. Who was the real kingpin? Lin Zishan mingled with the crowd alongside Li Ziki. Regardless of the circumstances, he was a member of the underworld, whether affiliated with the Qinglong gang or under Lu Data's command. If caught, involvement in organized crime was inevitable. How did the police find this place? And how did they manage to enter without any word? Lin Zishan pondered, perplexed. Logically, there should have been trusted aides of Yang Yangpian at the entrance, namely the 8 great arhats of the Lion Temple, the local enforcers. Even if they couldn't withstand the fully armed SWAT team, at the very least, they should have relayed a message. Yet now, not a single one was in sight. Jean Dahu had already plunged into the chaotic throng. In such a situation, firearms were impractical, but each officer was equipped with a baton. Hold him back for me. Once I get out, I won't forget your help. Lu Datu urged Ho Yuqian anxiously. There was certainly more than one exit, but Lu Datu realized that the SWAT team seemed fixated on him. Speaking rapidly, he continued, Old Ho, remember, no merit surpasses that of saving the master. You've worked for the gang for years, and when you come out, you can directly take over my position. Tempted by the promise of wealth, Ho Yuqian felt a stirring in his heart. Having been inside before, he knew escape was futile. It was better to delay these officers. With resolute thoughts, Ho Yuqian declared, Brother Lu, you go on. I'll hold them off for you. Just as he finished speaking, a pitch-black baton loomed larger in his vision. As a member of the SWAT team, the daily training intensity was immense. They practiced with batons for at least 2 hours each day. Jean Dahu swung thrice in a second, striking Ho Yuqian, rendering him dazed. Stop hitting me. I can endopos. Take it anymore. Hurry and chase after him. In under 10 minutes, the scene was brought under control. Most gamblers understood that they were merely engaging in a trivial pastime. At worst, they would face detention. Only Lin Zishan, Lu Datu, and a few others had resisted. However, lacking weapons, their efforts were virtually ineffective. Jean Dahu and his team were still unaware of the connection between Lin Zishan and Li Ziki, worried that the latter might use hostages as leverage. Yet, seeing no opportunity left, Lin Zishan released Li Ziki and surrendered. Once everyone was subdued, Jean Dahu began to tally the numbers. We an amp, oppos, still missing one. Where's the other hostage you brought? Lu Datu gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. He realized he was in deep trouble and was reluctant to respond. Lin Qingshan remarked, that kid is in the VIP room. Upon this reminder, Jean Dahu noticed there were indeed a few compartments remaining. He promptly organized personnel to investigate. Meanwhile, in Yang Yangpian's office, one must admit that the soundproofing was exceptional. Despite the ruckus outside, nothing was heard within. This was primarily because Yang Yangpian often brought female disciples here to study Buddhist doctrines, occasionally summoning his trusted aides. The noise would inevitably be loud, hence the soundproofing was a requirement. Moreover, Yang Yangpian believed that no unexpected incidents could occur. He paid millions annually to the protective umbrella, and should anything arise, he would receive immediate news. Now, the priority was to recruit the 8-year-old child before him, who possessed 30 years of underworld experience. Their Lion Temple crime syndicate had reached a bottleneck, urgently needing experienced and innovative minds for reform. In Yang Yangpian's view, Lin Dong was the ideal candidate. For this reason, he had already adjusted the profit sharing to 15%. That would amount to tens of millions each year. With this, Lin Dong could avoid decades of missteps by starting at such a young age. By the age of 10, he could retire and enjoy a life of leisure. A middle-aged woman leaned against the wall, feeling that the host's mind had been muddled. The enticing offer he proposed was indeed substantial. Yet Lin Dong showed no sign of interest. He understood that the police would soon raid this location. After all, he was aware that he had been kidnapped while live streaming to hundreds of thousands. It was only a matter of time before public opinion swelled online, prompting the police to locate this place. Bang! Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Several fully armed SWAT officers appeared before the three. Upon recognizing each other, both parties paused in shock. To the SWAT team, the scene was surreal. An 8-year-old boy in a school uniform half sitting on a table, one leg casually dangling below. Beside him crouched a bruised bald man, seemingly pleading for something. This scene was relayed to the city bureau. Chi Ting, Li Weigua, and a host of other bigwigs were left questioning whether the cameras had malfunctioned. Was this the correct image? How could a hostage appear to be seated like a kingpin, while the supposed kingpin, Yang Yangpian, bore bruises, and seemed to be at his mercy. Is he truly 8 years old? Qi Ting pondered, a strange expression crossing his face. Li Weigua remained silent, secretly vowing to investigate the household registration department upon his return. Where do you come from? Yang Yangpian rose, furiously pointing at the group. I will call your chief Cheng Dao. If you wish to keep your jobs, you better. Yang Yangpian had already considered the worst-case scenario, but still spoke defiantly. Don and Oppos, bother. Your protective umbrella, Cheng Dao, has been apprehended under the pretense of a meeting. Deputy Captain Zhang, he murmured. On the other side, Jin Dahu opened the door to the VIP room. He finally understood why he had not seen the enforcers mentioned by Fan Shuangyuan. Inside the room lay 8 individuals, sprawled in disarray. Who could have reduced them to this state? Jin Dahu's mind raced with suspicion. As the image reached the city bureau, Li Weigua's body trembled. A thought surged in his mind, one he desperately tried to suppress. Yet it was futile. He finally murmured, could these people have been taken down by that child? Chapter 53. The true Buddha has arrived. Even reincarnation requires official approval. Upon hearing his mumblings, Qi Ting and the other dignitaries from the municipal bureau cast him peculiar glances. Even the former began to reflect inwardly. Had he exerted too much pressure on the subordinate bureau? Had he nearly driven a bureau chief to madness? How could he utter such words? On Lai Mountain, Yang Yangpian took a few steps back, shouting, You. Stay back. I have a hostage. As he spoke, he shot Lin Dong a furtive glance. Good brother, given how dire the situation has become, if you cooperate as my captive, we might still have a slim chance of escape. Holding an 8-year-old hostage was certainly preferable to attempting a breakout alone and being turned into mincemeat. Lin Dong, of course, understood his implication. However, as a victim, he was not a criminal suspect like Yang Yangpian, now that the police had arrived to rescue him. Under Yang Yangpian's incredulous gaze, Lin Dong climbed down from the table. Yes, he climbed down rather than jumping, fearing that with his frail body, a fall from such a height could result in serious injury. Police officers, you have finally come to rescue me. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yangpian and Oppos' expression twisted into one of utter dismay. Aren't an Oppos, we comrades? Just moments ago, you were discussing your experiences in the underworld and the rules of the game with me. If it weren't for your age, I might have considered you my elder brother. But now, comparing the two faces in his mind, Yang Yangpian began to suspect if he was experiencing a form of dissociation. The middle-aged woman who had been restrained shook her head, sometimes feeling as though she were already deceased, as she continually encountered the spectral. Lin Dong endeavored to present himself as a frightened child. Fear gripped him, yet hope glimmered. Police officers, you have finally come. I was on my way to a friend's house when I was suddenly kidnapped. Jin Dahu had also arrived in the private room, snorting disdainfully, to brandish a firearm and abduct someone in broad daylight. What audacity! Lin Dong knew that he could not conceal the events he had endured. Thus he took the initiative to recount his ordeal. I was brought here under duress, and I thought I had entered a game hall from a film. He then handed his bank card to Jin Dahu, saying, I recall winning some game tokens, but I have no idea what transpired afterward. They called me over and handed me this card. Jin Dahu nodded in acknowledgement, reassuring him, You're safe now. We are here to take you home. This statement seemed utterly nonsensical. However, it was contingent upon one fact. The child was merely 8 years old. Had an adult dared to speak to him in such a manner, Jin Dahu would have already swung his baton at him, thinking, do they take me for a fool? Yet, given this context, if Jin Dahu did not believe the child in Oppos' words, should he rather entertain the notion that a crime lord had somehow transmigrated into the body of this 8-year-old, equipped with a system, and had chosen to visit a diamond casino, winning millions? Yang Yangpian's features contorted as he recalled that this same boy had, indeed, won millions at the card table with him, then demanded to exchange the winnings for cash. In a daze, a voice echoed in his mind. This is the final lesson I impart to you. You must learn to disguise yourself. Shielding Lin Dong behind him, Jin Dahu advanced towards Yang Yangpian. Do you still intend to resist? Yang Yangpian gritted his teeth, declaring, Do you think I merely hold the position of host as a mere fade? Let me inform you. I ascended the mountain decades ago when the temples remained untainted. I mastered Shaolin martial arts while delving into Buddhist teachings, rising through genuine ability. As he spoke, the flesh on Yang Yangpian's face ceased its trembling, as if he were reminiscing about his glorious past. Decades ago, when he first ascended the mountain, it was indeed through his martial prowess and understanding of Buddhism that he distinguished himself among the disciples, securing the position of host. Yang Yangpian spread his feet apart, drawing a half circle on the ground with one foot. With his hands joined in prayer, he proclaimed, "Do you know what my former nickname was? The Jade-Faced Buddha." Lin Dong blinked, recalling that nothing about him had suggested this moniker during their earlier encounter. "You wish to capture me, the Jade-Faced Buddha?" Humph. Yang Yangpian suddenly opened his eyes wide and exerted all his strength. In the next moment, before his clothes could even tear, a police baton was swung towards him. Jin Dahe's expression remained calm. What Jade-Faced Buddha? Even a true Buddha would require official approval for reincarnation. The situation at the Diamond Casino was entirely under control. Lin Zishan, bound and gagged, watched as the bruised Yang Yangpian was escorted away. "Where's that brat?" He furrowed his brow, searching for Lin Dong's figure. Soon, he spotted him trailing behind a group of police officers. While relieved, he was also puzzled. How was it that he bore no injuries at all? Upon seeing Yang Yangpian emerge, Lu Datu furiously shouted at him. "How the hell did you manage the venue? The police have come in, and you failed to relay any information? We were caught off guard and wiped out. And this place is still called the And Oppos, Little Peace Hotel of Jinling and Oppos. What about your thugs? Behave yourself." A special police officer approached Lu Datu, speaking curtly. The latter and Amp, Oppos, cheeks bulged, but the pain from the baton strikes still throbbed, preventing him from retorting. Soon, the mystery of the casino and Amp, Oppos, thugs would be resolved. One by one, special police officers emerged from the VIP room, carrying bald men covered in gold powder. Wow! Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Are the police really that ruthless? Did they beat these 8 men to this state? But something seemed amiss. They bore no visible wounds, unlike those inflicted by police batons. Who else could have done this to them, if not the police? Amidst the surrounding commotion, Lin Zishan paid no heed, focusing his gaze on Lin Dong. A bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be that these 8 men were beaten to this state by him? Chapter 54, Crackdown on Crime. In Huaihai Province, Jinling City. At the Municipal Bureau, Qi Ting and his colleagues breathed a sigh of relief as the operation came to a close. Fortunately, the 2 innocent hostages had not sustained any harm. However, as Li Weiguo began to express his thoughts, he abruptly realized his lack of precision. Which little girl is certainly innocent? Could this boy also be innocent? Li Weiguo pondered, feeling perplexed. Deputy Director of the Municipal Bureau, Bao Tianhua, remarked, "This operation did not result in any casualties, but what is the situation with the 8 individuals that Jin Dahu carried out from that VIP room?" Others were equally puzzled. According to intelligence, the individuals covered in gold dust, known as the Arhats, were loyal subordinates of Yang Yangpian, the head of the Lion Temple. They should have posed fierce resistance. How could they have been rendered incapacitated on their own turf? Setting aside that mystery, the situation had been brought under control by Jin Dahu and his team. Qi Ting instructed the economic department colleagues at the foot of the mountain to tally the criminal assets. After a moment's thought, he added, "Notify the city's propaganda department and media outlets, such as the Jinling Daily, to swiftly draft and publish reports on this incident online. The entire internet is focused on this matter. In modern society, public opinion wields a lethal sword. If manipulated by those with ulterior motives, it would not only jeopardize my position as the municipal bureau chief, but could also shake the provincial office and the city committee. By the way, how is the crackdown on organized crime progressing?" Qi Ting inquired, turning to the deputy director beside him. The latter adjusted his police cap and replied earnestly, following the incident. "Our personnel collaborated with the provincial office and drew reinforcements from surrounding cities to launch a crackdown on organized crime. So far, we have apprehended over 100 individuals involved in criminal activities in our city and targeted 20 different venues." "And the so-called Qinglong gang?" Qi Ting pressed. According to our investigations, the Qinglong gang has virtually no operations in our city. Their profits are primarily offshore, including their members. Recent intelligence suggests that their leader, Li Qianlong, boarded a flight to the United States just before this incident occurred. However, we have captured several of their members left behind in our city, including the driver, Li Guangxiang, who is currently in custody. Meanwhile, at an airport in Florida, United States, due to the time difference, it was midday. Li Qianlong, accompanied by Li Da and Li Er, exited the airport and entered a Mercedes-Benz. Brotherly, do you wish to take a break, or shall we head directly to our Qinglong gang branch in the U.S.? Asked Jack, the branch head. Li Qianlong waved his hand, signaling to proceed to the branch. With no signal on the plane, his first thought upon landing was to call his daughter. Yet, he found that he could not get through. Not only can I not reach my daughter, but even the driver Li Guangxiang and Appo's phone is unreachable. Brotherly, Li Da and Appo's pupils dilated as he glanced at the phone, his lips trembling slightly. Xiaoqi was kidnapped by Lu Data this afternoon. Li Qianlong and Appo's body trembled as he snatched the phone from Li Da and Appo's hand. The screen displayed domestic news, broadcasting the very kidnapping incident. Return. Book me the fastest flight back home. Li Qianlong spoke rapidly, his gaze fixed on the phone screen. The Qinglong gang may remain inconspicuous in the country, yet they were substantial abroad. Private jets were certainly at their disposal. However, crossing the Atlantic from the U.S., one must consider whether they could even make the journey. The moment they entered the latter's airspace, high-caliber artillery would turn them into a pincushion. Brotherly, it's all right. The latest news states that the Chinese police have apprehended the suspects, and Xiaoqi and her classmate have been rescued. In the face of Li Qianlong's impending loss of reason, Li Er hastily showed him the latest report from the Jinling Daily. Upon seeing that his daughter was safe, Li Qianlong's demeanor began to stabilize. Brotherly, there is one more thing. This report mentions that Jinling is currently conducting a large-scale crackdown on organized crime, and our remaining members there have been captured, making it impossible for us to return in the short term. After confirming his daughter's safety, Li Qianlong began to think rationally. They had come to procure arms and were to transport them to Heizhou with no immediate plans to return. As for Xiaoqi, he would contact her grandfather and have her stay at his place. Send out word. Let it be known that anyone daring to threaten me, Li Qianlong, will find a substantial bounty placed on their heads on the dark web. Once arrangements were made, Li Qianlong waved his hand to the branch in Huaihai Province, Jinling City, on Lion Mountain. After the situation at the Lion Temple was brought under control, the area was swarmed by reporters. The municipal propaganda department, several public media outlets, private media, and self-media were all present, including some familiar faces from Sun Ruowei and her crew. In an abandoned vehicle at the foot of the mountain, a camera still broadcasting live was discovered. After a prolonged silence in the broadcast, over 60,000 viewers remained in the live stream, a remarkable feat in the media industry, revealing the ultimate talent of the child brother. The program crew stood at the entrance of the Lion Temple. The special police team from Municipal Bureau and personnel from the Gufeng Subbureau led Lu Datu, Ho Yuqian, Yang Yangpian, and others out. Finally seeing the light. What about the child brother? Has he been sentenced? What nonsense from upstairs? The child brother is a victim. These bald monks from Lion Mountain are quite extravagant. As Lin Zishan was escorted out, he wished to convey a few words to Li Ziki, but that naturally was against protocol. He was loaded into a police vehicle. Currently, there were over a dozen police vehicles parked on the mountain, containing gamblers and monks from the Lion Temple, along with the 8 members from Gufeng being carried out. Chapter 55. The Wealthiest in Jinling. As Gufeng was carried out of the Lion Temple, he blinked awake, his eyes struggling to focus. Upon recognizing his surroundings, he momentarily disregarded the pain in his fractured left leg and shouted, "What are you doing?" He wriggled free from the special police officer's grasp and collapsed onto the ground. Despite several attempts, the injury prevented him from sitting up. He was not alone. Several others adorned with golden powder, resembling an amp, Oppos, Arhits and amp, Oppos, were also regaining consciousness. However, all of them were shackled with foot chains and handcuffs, rendering them incapable of causing any disruption. Most were still in a daze. only recalling that they were in a VIP room preparing to extract a child into Appo's leg. How had they ended up being carried by the police? In the midst of their struggles, Lin Dong emerged from the Lion Temple's entrance. Upon seeing him, Gu Feng and the others finally remembered how they had lost consciousness. Their expressions morphed into sheer terror as they beheld Lin Dong. "Stop! Please, get me away from him," they pleaded. "I'll go with you. Just don't let me see him. I'll tell you everything. Please, take me away. I no longer wish to encounter him." Observing the frenzied and almost deranged reactions of Gu Feng and his companions, Jin Dahua, standing beside Lin Dong, wore a perplexed expression. What on earth could have transpired? How could a mere child instill such fear in you? This scene was captured by the surrounding media, including the crew of the program, revealing the talents of the max-level child. Viewers unfamiliar with the show were bewildered, questioning whether this was an exaggeration. Conversely, longtime followers of the program expressed their approval, claiming, "This is exactly what we anticipated." Although it seems exaggerated, given that it involves the child brother, it becomes quite plausible. Many members of the media sought to interview Lin Dong and Li Ziki, but were halted by Jin Dahua, who informed them that the case was still under investigation and thus, details could not be disclosed. Subsequently, he escorted both individuals into a police vehicle, heading toward the city bureau. Inside the car, which held 4 occupants, Lin Dong, Li Ziki, and Jin Dahua in the back seat. With one officer driving, Jin Dahua turned to Lin Dong and produced the card he had received. "Do you have any idea how much money is on this?" Lin Dong shook his head, puzzled. Jin Dahua continued, "I just had our financial department check. It amounts to 670,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong displayed the bewilderment expected of an 8-year-old. "What is 670,000? Jin Dahua was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the child was not uninterested in money. Rather, he simply did not comprehend the figure. Indeed, Lin Dong's heart was bleeding at that moment. "Damn, the cook duck has flown away." Jin Dahua's suspicions grew. Even if he won such a fortune by chance, how did they exchange chips for him? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be the Qinglong gang? He recalled that Lin Zishan was affiliated with them, and that Lin Dong had been brought in by him. Did the casino mistake him for a member of the Qinglong gang? This theory, albeit tenuous, seemed to provide some explanation. Jin Dahua had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet none held. After all, Lin Dong himself was an enigma. After approximately an hour's drive, they arrived at the city bureau. There, Lin awaited, and upon seeing her brother emerge from the police vehicle, she rushed over, crouching to inspect him. "Xiaodong, are you all right? Did they hurt you?" She embraced him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "You're my only family now. If anything were to happen to you, how would I survive?" Witnessing this poignant reunion stirred a sense of melancholy within Lin Dong, prompting him to reassure her. "I'm fine, sister. Look, I'm perfectly all right." Just then, Qi Ting and Li Weigua appeared at the entrance, observing the heartfelt moment between the siblings. Jin Dahua approached Qi Ting, handing over the bank statement while recounting its origin. After a moment, Qi Ting struggled to articulate her thoughts, finally asking with a complex tone, "Are you saying he was kidnapped to that casino, mistook it for an arcade, and accidentally won 670,000, which they then exchanged for him?" Jin Dahua's smile was strained as he replied, "That is what he conveyed to me." At this moment, the roar of a sports car interrupted the conversation. A pink Ferrari screeched to a halt outside the bureau. The scissor doors opened, and a fashionable young woman with exquisite features rushed over to Li Ziki, her face etched with concern. "Xiao Qi, are you all right?" Li Ziki nodded. "I'm fine, Annie." An elderly gentleman, sporting sunglasses, stepped out from the passenger's seat, groaning, "This old body cannot endure the rides of youth." The arrival of these individuals left Qi Ting and the others momentarily stunned. The wealthiest man in Jinling, Ma Huayan. Chapter 56, The Power of Qi Ting. This little girl is the daughter of Li Qianlong, the leader of the Qinglong gang. And then, the wealthiest man in Jinling is her grandfather? "Comrade, thank you for finding my granddaughter." Ma Huayan, dressed in a brown Zhongshan suit, appeared to be in his 60s, with a few strands of gray hair at his temples. Qi Ting contemplated for a moment and replied, "No need for formalities. It is our duty." After a brief pause, he hesitantly inquired, "Old Master Ma, what is your relationship with Li Qianlong?" Sigh. Ma Huayun exhaled deeply, and before he could respond, Ma Xiaoduo indignantly interjected, "That scoundrel. Not only did he abduct my sister, but he also caused her demise. How many times have I told you not to speak so much in front of Xiao Qi?" Ma Huayun admonished. He then turned to Qi Ting and the others, well aware of the thoughts occupying the city bureau chief's mind, and explained, "Our Ma group has no dealings with the Qinglong gang. Comrade, if you do not believe it, you may investigate. Our Ma group will fully cooperate. Ever since my daughter's unfortunate incident, we have severed ties with Li Qianlong. He is currently abroad, and my granddaughter cannot fend for herself, which is why she contacted me." After finishing, Ma Huayun looked at Lin Dong and the other two behind him, asking, "Who are these individuals?" Qi Ting replied, "This child, like your granddaughter, is also a victim of abduction." Ma Xiaoduo clenched her teeth and asked, "Officer, who is the mastermind behind this kidnapping?" There were more words she wished to express, but kept them to herself, silently vowing, "Anyone who dares to harm the Ma family, I shall ensure they pay dearly." Qi Ting furrowed his brow, merely stating, "The suspect have all been apprehended. We are still investigating the specifics." The Ma family is the wealthiest in Jinling, a name that resonates with prestige. However, Qi Ting's willingness to engage was merely a sign of respect for the elder. In truth, as the city bureau chief of Huaihai province's capital, his power was unfathomable. Should the opportunity arise, he could even ascend to the position of provincial department head. "Can we take Xiao Qi with us now?" Ma Xiaoduo inquired, inhaling deeply. Qi Ting nodded yes. According to the laws of this world, as well as the Minor Protection Act, those under 10 years old are exempt from criminal liability, as long as it does not involve criminal cases. There are essentially no repercussions. Moreover, Li Ziki is a victim. As Ma Xiaoduo held Li Ziki's hand while departing, they passed by Lin Dong, who paused to apologize. "I'm sorry, Lin classmate, for not inviting you to my home." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoduo and Appo's gaze towards Lin Dong turned decidedly hostile. Perhaps it reminded her of her sister's abduction by the young Li Qianlong over a decade ago, leading to her tragic fate. Although Lin Dong was still a child, in her eyes, he would surely grow up to be another young scoundrel. To prevent Li Ziki from suffering the same fate as her sister, Ma Xiaoduo picked her up and shot Lin Dong a warning glance. Watching them enter the sports car, Lin Dong muttered in disbelief, "Are they out of their minds? This is absurd." Ma Huayun, along with the two others and Li Ziki, totaled 3 individuals. The pink Ferrari they chose was a 2-seater. The suddenness of the incident meant that when they received the news, they hadn't considered the specifics and simply picked the fastest vehicle available. On a normal day, with Li Ziki included, they could have squeezed in. Overloading would violate traffic laws. Well, has the Ma family ever adhered to such rules? But now, they were not far from the city bureau chief, the head of the traffic division, and the chief of the criminal investigation team. Particularly with the traffic division chief present, violating traffic laws in front of him seemed rather audacious. Ma Huayun instructed, "You take Xiao Qi home first. My driver will be arriving soon." "Officer, if there is nothing else, we'll be on our way," Lin Nan remarked as they prepared to leave. Qi Ting hesitated for a moment before producing a bank card. Lin Nan blinked behind her black-rimmed glasses. Qi Ting took a deep breath. "There are 670,000 within." Lin Nan was bewildered. Although it was a substantial amount, what did it have to do with them? "This was won by your brother." Upon hearing the last remark, Lin Nan froze in place, as if turned to stone. They remained in that state for 3 breaths. What? The impact of that statement felt akin to telling someone that the national football team defeated Argentina and Brazil to win the World Cup. Lin Dong's heart bled. This was all earned through his true strength. Alas, the duck had flown from his grasp. But there was no choice. If he didn't proactively present it, it would be even harder to explain when discovered. This money is ill-gotten gains and will be turned over to the national treasury, Qi Ting clarified. In the end, Lin Nan left the city bureau, despondent, accompanied by Lin Dong. "What a joke. I toil endlessly at work and worry for your safety, only for you to indulge yourself." Lin Nan pulled out her phone and opened the map. It would take over 3 hours to walk from the city bureau to their home. Public transport had long ceased operation at this hour. As for taking a taxi, The fare was 150. She set her phone down, her smile tinged with bitterness. Just as they decided to walk home, a police car pulled up alongside them. Lin Dong frowned. The window rolled down, revealing Fan Xiaolan at the wheel. I'm headed back to Goofing Branch. I can give you a ride. Thank you. Seeing that it was not someone coming to summon him for an investigation, Lin Dong felt relieved and opened the car door to sit inside. Fan Xiaolan had come to the city bureau with Li Weiguo. Now that her business was concluded, she was free to leave for the day. On the way, Lin Dong activated the system panel. Host, Lin Dong. Age, 28. Physical strength, 93. 20 usable points remaining. Mission hall, current tasks. None. Random max level skills 2 and used. Chapter 57. Is a mustache growing beneath my nose? Is this system attempting to elevate my physical form to sainthood? Lin Dong pondered darkly. Each time I complete a task, I receive a varying number of vitality points. Aside from this and the random skills, is there nothing else? Initially, Lin Dong could only express his bemusement. To his astonishment, the system indeed responded in the next moment with a cold, mechanical voice echoing in his mind. The host and amp, oppose, as current strength is insufficient. Please focus on accumulating influence. Upon reaching a certain level, the rewards will change. The host is advised against seeking immediate gratification. Flowing water does not earn without first establishing a foundation. It strives for an unceasing surge. While the first statement was tolerable, the latter two struck Lin Dong as nothing short of a steaming bowl of motivational broth prepared by the system. Your popularity on Douyin now surpasses that of top internet celebrities, exclaimed Fan Xiaolan, driving with a sense of wonder. Just a few days ago, we participated in the same drill, and now you've become a sensation. After the recent exposure of revealing the talents of the maxed-out kid, the program has become a colossal hit across the internet. Numerous clips and adaptations on Douyin have garnered hundreds of thousands of likes. Lin Dong nonchalantly replied with an "oh," redirecting his focus to the system panel before him. After some contemplation, he immediately utilized 20 vitality points. Vitality, 113. Fan Xiaolan continued to chatter. Netizens are even joking about wanting to study you, theorizing if you grew up drinking compound number 5, given your incredible strength. Ha ha! Lin shared her doubts. She recalled that her brother had not been particularly strong in kindergarten. In fact, he had been rather weak. He was often bullied by classmates, and she would sometimes pick him up only to find him bruised. How had he transformed so drastically over a summer? Emerging from elementary school, as if he were a different person, he could outmatch not only his peers, but even adults. If it were a talent, why did she feel nothing of the sort? As their inquiries echoed in his ears, Lin Dong seemed oblivious. His left hand absent-mindedly stroked beneath his nose, where he had just activated a random skill. After reading the description, he suddenly felt an itch beneath his nose as if a mustache were about to sprout. The host has acquired a max-level skill, adoration. Adoration. The words spoken by the host possess immense charisma, allowing for rapid establishment of authority in the hearts of others. Inciting admiration. System prompt. Recommended for use in bars. Upon reading this, Lin Dong felt an urge to raise his hand at a dramatic angle. Wait, old system. Is this correct? How can such a skill exist? It reminds me of an old acquaintance. Are you suggesting I piece together the shattered remnants of Europe? Lin Dong wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. The system was tempting him with a golden opportunity. Fortunately, he was not yet 18 and thus barred from public speaking in bars. Due to the host and oppose, as prolonged inactivity regarding tasks, a suitable task has been automatically assigned. Lin Dong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Wait, how long has it been since I completed my initial task? Not even 5 hours. The system, however, was unfazed. The host has already achieved a modest financial success. The next step is to cultivate loyal subordinates and await the opportune moment. A suitable task has been identified for the host. Establishment of influence. Establishment of influence. Form an organization with over 30 members and become their leader. Task duration. 50 hours. Upon reading this, Lin Dong's lips curled in a semblance of smile. Suddenly, he recalled that decades ago, a certain young figure had mobilized a small organization to instigate the spring of soul. But where on earth could he find 30 people for such a venture? Little Dong. Why does your face look so grim? Lin Nan asked with concern upon noticing his expression. Nothing. Just a little tired, Lin Dong replied, mustering a smile. Although he now possessed the skill of adoration, it was merely a supportive skill, not an active one. He still needed to speak. This skill merely facilitated the process of brainwashing others. It was not as if he could stroll down the street and casually inquire, "Would you like to be my dog?" Even with the enhancement of adoration, he would likely still be perceived as deranged. Of course, if the individual in question were a construction worker, that might present a different scenario altogether. This world, assembling 30 individuals without a legitimate goal seems rather illegal, does it not? Lin Dong mused, turning to Fan Xiaolan. "Excuse me, officer, if 30 individuals are organized, planned, and led, but lack a legitimate reason to gather, is that a crime? You were about to call me a cop, weren't you?" Fan Xiaolan's eyebrow twitched. Was this kid watching too many gangster films? Nevertheless, he answered, "What you're describing sounds like a cult. Typically, such situations warrant a prison sentence of 3 to 7 years, or even longer in particularly severe cases." Having delivered his legal wisdom, Fan Xiaolan narrowed his eyes, glancing at Lin Dong through the rearview mirror. "Why do you ask this?" If it were an ordinary elementary school student inquiring, he might assume it was mere curiosity. But is Lin Dong just an ordinary elementary school student? Lin Dong awkwardly laughed and waved his hand. "Officer, I'm just curious. Could an 8-year-old like me really establish a cult?" "True. I suppose you lack the capability for such a feat." Fan Xiaolan nodded in agreement. The police car came to a halt at the entrance of Lin Nan's community. "This is where I drop you off," Fan Xiaolan announced. "Thank you," Lin Nan replied politely. Upon returning downstairs, Lin Dong noticed several familiar figures seemingly awaiting their arrival. As he approached, he recognized Sun Ruowei and her companions. At that moment, the live stream of revealing the talents of the maxed-out kid had concluded, and they were here to discuss the filming plans for the following day. Upon seeing Lin Nan and Lin Dong, a portly man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, standing beside Sun Ruowei, immediately perked up. He hurried over, enthusiastically extending his hands to shake both Lin Nan's and Lin Dong's hands. "My name is Cheng Xiao, the editor-in-chief of the Jinling Daily." Chapter 58. Such exceptional elementary school students should not exist in Jinling. Hello. Lin Nan nodded. Sun Ruowei approached, introducing. "This program is entirely orchestrated by our chief editor." Cheng Xiao, aptly named, wore a radiant smile upon his face. When he conceived the idea for this program, he merely intended to capitalize on the buzz generated by Lin Dong and Oppo's performance during the last drill, hoping to ride the wave of popularity. To his utter astonishment, the show became an unprecedented sensation. Today, the online viewership soared to over 800,000. It is essential to note that this surge is entirely organic. "I have come specifically to express my gratitude," Cheng Xiao remarked with a smile. "Currently, our program's ratings are soaring to unprecedented heights on the internet. The traffic is experiencing an explosive growth." He spoke with fervor, while Lin Dong stifled a yawn. "All this is mere drivel." Finally, Cheng Xiao said earnestly, "Should you encounter any difficulties during filming, feel free to reach out to me directly. I still hold some connections here in Jinling." Although Cheng Xiao had much to say, he refrained from divulging his true sentiments. The director of Jinling Television is on the verge of retirement, and whether he can advance his career and succeed the position now hinges on this program. "Very well, I shall not intrude any longer. You can discuss the specifics of tomorrow and Oppo's shoot," he concluded before departing. Sun Ruowei inquired with concern, "You weren't and Oppo's harmed during your kidnapping, were you?" Before Lin Dong could respond, Fang Yufan, standing behind her, scoffed and jested. How could he have been mistreated? The entire internet is buzzing with reports that this little boy was the one who dealt with those criminals. His laughter echoed. "I can't stop laughing." After all, on Lion Mountain, upon regaining consciousness, Gu Feng and his companions witnessed Lin Dong's display, which was captured clearly by several media outlets. There were multiple trending topics surrounding this incident. "I'm fine. Are we still gathering at the school gate tomorrow morning?" Lin Dong broke the slightly awkward atmosphere. Sun Ruowei shot an exasperated glance at Fang Yufan and turned to Lin Dong. "We and Oppo's LL meet at 7:30 at the school gate. After confirming, the crew departed together. Upon returning home, Lin Nan handed a package to Lin Dong. This is the express delivery I picked up for you this morning. What did you order? Lin Dong received it, but did not open it on the spot. A book. Lin Nan squinted. Does a first grader really need to purchase extracurricular books online? Since when did my brother become such a diligent student? Lin Dong paid her no mind, rushing to his room and locking the door. Upon unwrapping, he discovered it was indeed a book, specifically a comprehensive analysis of criminal law. He promptly sat cross-legged on his bed, engrossed in his studies. The following morning, at the school gate, Sun Ruwei and the crew arrived early, while Feng Yufan munched on soy milk and fried dough sticks. Stop eating and turn on the camera first, Sun Ruwei said irritably. Feng Yufan shoved an entire fried dough stick into his mouth, washing it down with soy milk. Wow, Master, you're unbelievable. His disciple was left speechless. The show unveiling the talents of the ultimate kid went live. Instantly, 200,000 viewers flooded in. Greetings, and welcome to this episode of And Oppos, unveiling the talents of the ultimate kid. And Oppos, I am your host, Sun Ruwei, she announced with a sweet smile. Is it true that such extraordinary elementary school students exist in Jinling? For those newcomers, just wait and see. The ultimate kid never disappoints. The bustling school gate was abruptly interrupted by the roar of a sports car. Turning to look, a pink Ferrari was parked by the roadside. As the scissor doors opened, Li Ziki emerged from the passenger seat. Though the surrounding elementary students were oblivious to the car's significance, they could easily discern its striking appeal. What a stunning car. Daddy, I want to ride in it. You need envy, my dear. This car boasts a Kirin chip, a Xuanwu chassis, and a touring base, far surpassing that Ferrari. Is this why your father allows you to attend school here? Ma Xiaoduo stepped out of the car, surveying her surroundings with a furrowed brow. Li Ziki looked up at her, still puzzled by her discontent. Would you prefer to transfer to a prestigious private school? The environment and educational resources are far superior. However, Li Ziki firmly shook her head. I don't want to, Auntie. As Ma Xiaoduo escorted her to the school entrance, her attention was drawn to Sun Ruwei and the crew. Initially unaware of the program, being the daughter of a wealthy tycoon, her entertainment options were vast, and she rarely ventured online. Yet, upon searching for Li Ziki yesterday, she inadvertently stumbled upon the show. Reflecting on the elementary student she had glimpsed the previous night at the municipal police station, Ma Xiaoduo murmured, "Is it true that Jinling has such impressive elementary students?" At 7:30, Lin Dong appeared punctually at the school gate. He had nearly pulled an all-nighter, spending half the time studying criminal law and the other half contemplating how to fulfill the system in Oppos' tasks. Yet, as of now, he still lacked clarity. If only he were older, possessing such skills could rally a group around him. But alas, he was merely 8. Who would heed the musings of an 8-year-old? Joining Sun Ruwei and the others, Lin Dong noticed the live stream and Oppos' viewership had surged to 400,000. He seems no different from an ordinary elementary student. I expected someone with an imposing stature and rippling abs, one viewer remarked. If an 8-year-old looked like that, he should be studied extensively. Another chimed in. Is he really formidable? I also reside in Jinling. Should I challenge him? To the one above, if he fights you, the minor protection laws will apply. Should you strike him, that would incur additional penalties. Chapter 59. Do these things test the cadres? At the school gate, amidst a throng of elementary and middle school students clad in uniforms, Sun Ruwei and her crew, burdened with an array of equipment, trailed behind Lin Dong, drawing considerable attention. Although the program revealing the talents of the ultimate child was immensely popular, it bore little relevance to these younger students who had no access to the internet and remained blissfully unaware that their classmate had become a sensation. Upon returning home from school, their routine consisted solely of completing homework and indulging in animated shows, relishing the antics of Bear Big and Bald Chong as he lumbered through the forest. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Dong settled into a seat while Sun Ruwei and her team positioned themselves at the back to film. Observing the program's back end, Feng Yufan remarked with a hint of trepidation, "Surely, today cannot bring any more surprises?" Ever since the show commenced, the child had been plagued by a series of abductions. Was it mere coincidence or something more sinister? Lin Dong, would you like some? A voice interrupted Lin Dong's thoughts, and he turned to see Li Ziki holding a box of cookies. Thank you, Lin Dong replied, not one to refuse. Although his current constitution rendered him immune to hunger, he couldn't resist the allure of a sweet treat. As he popped a chocolate-covered cookie into his mouth, a singular thought consumed him. The wealthy are truly insufferable. The velvety texture and rich flavor were a delightful assault on his taste buds. For Lin Dong, in his previous life, such delicacies would have evoked no particular sentiment. Yet since his arrival in this realm, his daily diet had been limited to instant noodles. Thus, this luxurious snack felt like a monumental blow to his senses. At the back of the classroom, Fong Yufan zoomed the camera in, capturing Li Ziki and Appo's cookie box with remarkable clarity. Even the seasoned Sun Ruowei was momentarily stumped by the brand. Yet the online audience was quick to identify it. Wow, isn't this the Swiss luxury cookie, Royal One? There are no exclusive stores in the country. It must be fake. Did you not watch Yesterday and Appo's episode? This child's sister arrived in a Bentley. Would she eat counterfeit cookies? I've heard from a friend studying in Switzerland that these cookies were once exclusive to royalty, with a shelf life of no more than 10 hours post-production, meaning they were airlifted from Switzerland. This box starts at no less than $1,000. Has the child truly found a wealthy benefactor? Goodness, I'm both envious and delighted for him. Lost in contemplation of the lingering taste of the cookie, Lin Dong was suddenly overshadowed by a figure. Opening his eyes, he found a chubby boy standing before him, his uniform bulging with exuberance. Li Chengfeng beamed brightly, producing several bags of snacks from his backpack and placing them on Lin Dong and Appo's desk. Lin Dong blinked in confusion. What's this about? Classmate, I'm Li Chengfeng, and my father is the vice principal of our school. He pushed the snacks toward Lin Dong. If you cast your vote for me in the class monitor election, all of these will be yours. Lin Dong glanced at the assortment of roadside snacks, Li Ji, Wangzai candies, and mushroom chocolate bars. Is this your version of a bribe? Who could resist such temptation? Lin Dong smirked, but a thought ignited in his mind. Yes, the class monitor, with 32 students in their class. This precisely met the system's criteria. Moreover, while adults might form organized groups with fervent beliefs akin to a cult, surely a gaggle of elementary students posed no threat, right? Lin Dong reasoned that it should be harmless, shouldn't it? Classmate? Classmate? Seeing Lin Dong lost in thought, Li Chengfeng tentatively called out, You may not be accustomed to such a bounty of snacks, but once I become class monitor, this will be your new normal. Lin Dong looked up at this chubby boy, perplexed by how he could present such a meager offering with such grandiloquent enthusiasm. Without committing to a response, he accepted the snacks. Believing he had secured Lin Dong's favor, Li Chengfeng then turned his attention to his deskmate, Li Ziki, who was holding a box of cookies adorned with English packaging, an unfamiliar brand to him. Without hesitation, he retrieved a box of Rendanyang cookies from his backpack. Classmate, forsake that unknown brand. If you vote for me in the upcoming election, I'll bestow upon you this renowned cookie. Investigated it, Rendanyang cookies. $9 a box with free shipping. This chubby boy is pulling out all the stops for votes. I'd gladly trade 10 boxes of Rendanyang for her unknown cookies. In Lin Dong's class, Li Chengfeng was not the sole contender for class monitor. Several others approached Lin Dong, presenting him with an array of snacks and stationery. Lin Dong remained non-committal, neither accepting nor declining, yet accepted all the offerings. Before long, the class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Yu Qingyu, entered the room. As a young individual well-versed in the online realm, she was acutely aware of Lin Dong's rise to fame among her students. Standing at the podium, Yu Qingyu surveyed the class and proclaimed in a melodious tone, Students, after this period of acquaintance, I believe you all know each other well. Today, we shall hold our class monitor election. With that, she turned to the blackboard and inscribed 4 large characters, Class Monitor Election. Now, which student wishes to begin? As she finished speaking, Li Chengfeng was the first to leap to his feet, striding confidently to the front. Hello, classmates. He bowed deeply, brandishing several certificates. These are accolades I received in kindergarten for exemplary student behavior and outstanding leadership, as commended by my teachers. My father is the vice principal. If elected, any issues you have can be directly conveyed to him. Is this really necessary for an elementary school class monitor election? Perhaps he should write an essay titled in AMP, Oppos, my vice principal father and AMP, Oppos for the contest. Following Li Chengfeng, a girl stepped up. Hello, classmates. I am Xia Zihan, skilled in singing and dancing. Hello, classmates. I am Lu Kuan, who enjoys singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. Chapter 60. I believe this world should not be like this. Lin, who are you planning to vote for? Li Ziki asked Lin Dong softly. I and Oppos. LL vote for myself, Lin Dong replied. Li Ziki blinked in surprise. Are you running for class president too? Those who took the stage earlier distributed quite a bit of snacks and stationery to the class. Are there any other students who wish to participate? Yu Qingyu inquired. At that moment, Lin Dong, who had remained silent until now, stood up. Huh? Li Chengfeng, sitting in the second row, was taken aback. Didn't he just take my snacks? He thought to himself, wondering how someone who had campaigned could even consider running. Lin Dong approached the podium, clutching a bundle of items. The other candidates looked at him with suspicion, certain that while they had been actively seeking votes, he had made no effort at all. In Huaxia, we value relationships. Without effort or gifts, how could one sway others solely with words? Li Chengfeng mused. Having grown up in a politically inclined family, believing he understood more than his peers. Lin, you go first. Yu Qingyu began, but Lin Dong raised his hand, signaling for silence, his gaze fixed ahead. He placed the snacks and stationery on the podium, standing tall and straight, his eyes scanning the audience. What is happening? What does he intend to do? Shouldn't he introduce himself first? I won't vote for him unless he gives me snacks and stationery. Lin Dong remained silent, and murmurs began to circulate among the students. The crew at the back of the classroom was equally puzzled. What is he doing? Is he frozen? This reminds me of someone. Now that you mention it, I think I know who, but it can end Oppos. TB, right? A minute passed, then 2, then 3. Lin Dong remained statue-like in his stance, and the noise in the classroom diminished until it ceased altogether, all eyes fixed on him. Yu Qingyu felt a sense of unease. Should she intervene to break the tension? After 5 minutes, having built up enough suspense, Lin Dong finally moved. He slammed his fist on the podium, his voice resonating powerfully. Classmates, I believe this world should not be like this. The students stared at him in stunned silence, the 5 minutes of anticipation having captured their full attention. Lin Dong picked up the snacks he had placed on the podium, speaking passionately. What is this? Some among us, in pursuit of power and votes, neglect self-improvement and how to better serve our peers. Instead, they resort to underhanded tactics, attempting to bribe others for votes. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Li Chengfeng and his companions. With the skill of and Oppos, admiration and Oppos, activated, they lowered their heads in shame. Yu Qingyu was baffled. The group at the back was equally bewildered, and the 50,000 viewers in the live stream were astonished. Is this something an 8-year-old would say? I must be dreaming. This has to be footage from a political meeting. I understand the reasoning, but the more I listen, the more I find his words compelling. Lin Dong clenched his fists against his chest. Classmates, our nation and Oppos. Reform and opening up is a grand tide, and we are amidst it. This is both the best and the worst of times. We are young. The future belongs to us. His voice rose with fervor. Our class does not lack the vice principal's son. We do not lack those who can sing or dance or play basketball. What we lack is, Lin Dong's voice rang out like thunder, resonating in every student's ear. If I were to be elected as class president, grant me 6 years. I shall return to you a brand new class 5. When he finished, the room remained eerily silent. The young students gazed ahead with wide, innocent eyes. Yu Qingyu stood frozen, as if turned to stone. As admiration worked its magic, Lin Dong's voice reached deep into their hearts. After a few breaths, Li Chengfeng was the first to react. He sprang to his feet, clapping vigorously. That was brilliant. I regret my actions. I should not have sought shortcuts by bribing for votes. The others quickly followed suit, their gazes towards Lin Dong transformed. Although many did not grasp every nuance of his words, they felt the impact. His message resonated deeply. Yu Qingyu swallowed hard. If he became class president, would she, as the homeroom teacher, have to heed his words? The most bewildered, however, were the viewers watching through their screens. Whatever is happening, I feel compelled to vote for him. I want to recognize this kid as my elder brother. My long-dormant heart has stirred to life. I can even hear my heartbeat. I'm a medical student. This sounds like a cardiac issue. Why do I feel a tickling sensation in my philtrum, like I'm about to grow a mustache? Never mind. To Shihai. As the votes were tallied, it came as no surprise that Lin Dong was elected class president by an overwhelming majority. Host, Lin Dong, age, 28, physique, 113, current task, power, remaining time, 40 hours. Lin Dong waited a moment, realizing that despite becoming class president, he had not completed his task. P.S. I have a matter to attend to today and owe a chapter. I will make it up later. Chapter 61. The Azure Dragon Study Group. Lin Dong rested his elbow on the table, cradling his chin in thought. Why has this system task not been completed? Mission: establish an organization of 30 individuals and become their leader. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the task requirements. Moments later, a realization dawned upon him. To accomplish this task, I must form my own organization. Although being class monitor ostensibly makes me the leader of 32, this class was not founded by me. With this in mind, Lin Dong understood. He needed to establish another organization and recruit these 30 individuals. What should I call it? The United Hearts Society? The Catholic League? The Grand Alliance of Students? All right, classmates, we now have a candidate for class monitor. Next, we need to select other officers. Yu Qingyu stood at the podium, still reeling from the shock Lin Dong had delivered moments earlier. It took her a while to regain her composure. What sort of 8-year-old operates this way? In the first grade class 5 of Gufeng Primary School, class monitor Lin Dong provides crucial directives for the ongoing class committee election meeting. During the meeting, Lin Dong emphasized, we must steadfastly maintain a student service-oriented approach, ensuring that as officers, we uphold integrity. In light of vacancies for vice monitor, sports commissioner, and cultural commissioner, Lin Dong promoted several candidates. Class monitor Lin Dong specifically highlighted Li Qingfeng, a candidate with profound experience who has ascended from grassroots beginnings, having strived at the front line since kindergarten, is suitable for the role of vice monitor and study commissioner. Lu Kuan was appointed sports commissioner, and Xia Zihan was appointed cultural commissioner. After the election, Li Changfeng, elected vice monitor and study commissioner, expressed unwavering support for class monitor Lin Dong's vision and directives. Yu Qingyu stood in bewilderment. This was not how it was meant to be, was it? The officers in her class were all nominated by him, completely disregarding her authority as their homeroom teacher. Had she been sidelined? It was not just Yu Qingyu. The scene of Lin Dong confidently nominating various officers had indeed astonished over 500,000 viewers in the live stream. Isn't this outrageous? Do you think you're Sharu Jin? I'm the class monitor, the ultimate authority. I'm the homeroom teacher, the ultimate authority. This child's demeanor is excessively domineering. Isn't it? Principal, if he becomes the grade director, will I have to answer to him? This cannot be allowed. I sense that it won't be long before this child initiates the end oppos, spring of Gufeng, and oppos. The homeroom teacher is in jeopardy. Simultaneously, at Gufeng School, in the principal's office, Lu Yixiao was fuming, his face turning a shade of green, observing the recent military training of the middle school department. He nearly suffered a heart attack. There were 4 individuals in the office, Zhang Yuwei and Xiang Mu, both dressed in military attire, and Yoshua Hai, the grade director. Look, after standing in the sun for just half an hour, they're already succumbing to heat exhaustion. What a physical condition. Lu Yixiao paced the office with a grave tone. Out of 100, only 10 can properly complete 15 push-ups. As for pull-ups, not a single one can manage 10 correctly. Is this the new generation of youth? Back in my middle school days, under far harsher conditions, my physical fitness was leagues ahead of theirs. Zhang Yuwei sighed helplessly. Old Lu, it's not that I'm not training them according to military standards. We've already renovated the training grounds, but with these students in oppos, physical capabilities, if we continue, it'll surely lead to disaster. As his words hung in the air, the office fell silent. Physical fitness cannot be altered overnight. It must be addressed from the root. Indeed, addressing it from the root. Lu Yixiao smacked his forehead. Since the middle school students are in this state, I absolutely cannot allow the primary school students to follow suit. Zhang Yue glanced at him. Old Lu, you're not suggesting we train the elementary students, are you? That's out of the question. I'm not asking you to train them. Lu Yixiao shook his head. What I mean is, while you're training the middle schoolers, let the primary school students observe. They must witness the dire consequences of neglecting physical fitness. After pondering, Zhang Yue realized that Lu Yixiao's suggestion was indeed viable. Starting from primary school would effectively address the issue at its core. Lu Yixiao turned to the grade director and instructed, Old Neo, go to the middle school department and find a few students to act as examples, showcasing their struggles during military training. They should kneel and weep, lamenting why they didn't prioritize physical exercise during their primary years. Zhang Yue and Xiao Mu exchanged glances, smirking slightly. Is there really such a plethora of tactics outside the military camp? Then Xiao Mu curiously inquired, Principal, how on earth did you cultivate that child? Lu Yixiao and Appo's forehead darkened. I've told you countless times, that child hasn't even been in our school for a week. How could he possibly be our doing? Xiao Mu exclaimed in astonishment. In under a week, you've managed to develop him to this level. It's truly remarkable. Lu Yixiao. He too was immensely curious about how that first-grade student in his school had developed. What had the kindergarten teachers imparted to him? In class 5, first grade, within a classroom. After class, Lin Dong looked at Li Chengfeng before him. I have established an Azure Dragon study group. Please make arrangements to recruit our classmates. Azure Dragon study group? Li Chengfeng was taken aback. The name sounded rather awkward, yet he still readily agreed. Lin Dong shook his head, struggling to think of a better name. After all, the target members were a bunch of elementary students. Calling it the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall or the Kill Emperor Gang would be even more problematic. The Azure Dragon study group. The first two characters were his last vestige of stubbornness. Chapter 62. Military Training? As the school bell rang, signifying the start of what was supposed to be a mathematics lesson, Yu Qingyu entered and announced a surprising piece of news. Students, I have just received a notice from the principal that all classes for the rest of the day have been canceled. A curious student inquired, Does that mean we have a day off? Yu Qingyu shook her head. No. Instead, we will be participating in military training. Lin Dong was taken aback upon hearing those last two words. Why on earth are first graders undergoing military training? And what about this group of 8-year-olds? What do they possibly learn? They can barely manage to march in place. Yu Qingyu added, the specific details will be explained by the instructor. All right, class monitor, please organize the students so we can head to the playground in an orderly manner. At the back of the classroom, Sun Ruawei exchanged glances with her classmates. Military training? Are elementary students really required to participate in military training nowadays? I distinctly remember my first military training experience occurring in high school. Fong Yufan reminisced. Surely, these little ones aren't truly going to undergo military training. It must be just an opportunity for them to observe those middle schoolers in action, right? After Sun Ruawei voiced her thoughts, she noticed her classmates staring at her with peculiar expressions. To articulate fragile middle schoolers suggests her family must have some influential connections. As they browsed through comments, Sun Ruawei suddenly realized. Indeed, what would happen if Lin Dong were to participate in military training? Given his astonishing physical prowess, the outcome would be fascinating. The first group summoned to the playground consisted of students from grades 1 to 3, numbering in the hundreds. Gufeng School boasts an impressively vast playground. Half of it has been transformed into a simulated military training ground, while the other half accommodates the students, creating a rather spacious atmosphere. It was the height of summer. Lin Dong looked up at the scorching sun above, its relentless rays mercilessly beating down on the students. Everyone, drop and give me 20 push-ups, bellowed several instructors clad in military uniforms, their skin a dark hue. The students, having endured days of unrelenting sun exposure, had all grown increasingly tanned. After struggling to complete the 20 push-ups, They were met with the command, now, a 5-kilometer run around the playground. Please no, instructor. After all this running, my legs feel like jelly. Can we take a break before running again? I'm just a child. The instructors responded with a cold laugh. If you don't run, it'll be 10 kilometers. Instantly, the crowd erupted in wails reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. Meanwhile, Sun Ruowei and her production team arrived at the playground, capturing these unfolding scenes on camera. Enjoying air conditioning and chilled watermelon while watching these students makes me feel absolutely delightful. Indeed, students must undergo rigorous military training. I propose we do this once a week. After all, I've already graduated. Lin Dong's class stood at the center of the playground, observing the middle schoolers, their faces filled with trepidation. What should we do? Surely, we won't have to endure this too. It looks exhausting. At that moment, a young man dressed in camouflage approached them, introducing himself. I am Jiang He, the squad leader from a certain unit in the Huaihai military region, and I will be your instructor today. Having been briefed prior to his arrival, Jiang He understood that they were not to be subjected to real training, but rather to impart the importance of physical fitness. After all, what could one expect from a group of 8 or 9-year-old first graders? Even if they were pushed to their limits, they likely wouldn't be able to complete a single push-up. You're class 5, right? Jiang He cleared his throat. Class 5, stand at attention. After guiding them one by one, a relatively orderly line was finally formed. Stand still for 10 minutes. He kept a vigilant eye on the students, ready to respond should anyone show signs of heat exhaustion. 10 minutes later, Jiang He nodded approvingly. Very good. You may rest for 5 minutes. Beside Lin Dong, the chubby Li Chengfeng squatted down, shaking his head as he wiped the sweat from his brow. I'm so tired. My dad never made me do this at home. Not only him, but other students also slumped weakly on the ground, primarily due to the sun and Oppo's relentless glare. Jiang He stood tall, arms crossed, surveying the scene. His eyebrows furrowed as he spotted one child among the sea of weary faces who appeared unaffected. Although he too had crouched down, his expression remained calm, starkly contrasting with his peers. Although Jiang He was a squad leader, he usually had no access to his phone, only permitted to check it on weekends. The recent online buzz surrounding Lin Dong had come to his attention, but he was unaware of the specifics, who he was or what he looked like. After glancing at the time and noting the 5 minutes had passed, he called out, "Everyone, stand up." Meanwhile, among the middle schoolers, some classes had completed their 5-kilometer run. A few students exchanged glances, remembering the words of their grade supervisor. You must put on a good show in front of the younger students, perform well, and you'll earn extra credit. At that moment, a plump boy on the edge of the group suddenly collapsed. I'm so exhausted. I regret not taking better care of my physical fitness back in elementary school. If only heaven would grant me a second chance. I would certainly utter those 3 words to my PE teacher. Seeing this unfold on the monitor, Principal Liu couldn't contain himself and ended up spitting out the tea he had just sipped. Chapter 63. Before the arrival of the person, the health bar enters first. Turning my head, I glanced at the stunned grade director standing beside me. I instructed you to find a few recruits. Is this the best you could bring? Could the acting be any more exaggerated? The grade director, under my scrutinizing gaze, wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. Principal, rest assured, I sought out several individuals. This is merely an unforeseen incident. On the playground, with that hefty leader taking charge, others began to perform for the sake of credits in front of the elementary students. I'm dizzy. This is unbearable. If I had taken physical education seriously in elementary school, I wouldn't be suffering like this now. I'll tell the PE teacher that in my next life, I still want to be his student. Through the surveillance, Liu Yixiao slapped his forehead in realization. I was wrong. I shouldn't have allowed a group of middle schoolers in their rebellious phase to partake in this display. On the playground, Lin Dong felt so embarrassed he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his feet while watching the antics of a few nearby. Li Chengfeng blinked. If we don't take our physical education classes seriously now, we'll end up just as embarrassed when we grow up. Jiang He noticed the corner of his eye twitching madly. Taking a deep breath, he redirected his gaze back to the students of class 5 in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he commanded, "Everyone, stand at attention. March in place." Li Chengfeng and the others were expressions of confusion. "Instructor, what is marching in place?" Jiang He demonstrated, and soon they began to mimic him. 5 minutes later, they all collapsed onto the ground, except for one, Lin Dong. Jiang He looked over and noticed that Lin Dong remained squatting calmly on the ground, while the others sat around him, red-faced and panting heavily. Oh, Jiang He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The student in the front row, the first on the left, stepped forward. Lin Dong stood up and took a step forward, drawing curious glances from the others. Jiang He scrutinized Lin Dong for a moment and asked, "What is your name?" "Lin Dong. Do you feel tired now?" Lin Dong reflected briefly. With his current physique of 113, he could easily endure 10 hours of marching in place without fatigue. He replied diplomatically, "I and Amp, Oppo's, am doing all right." In the principal and Amp, Oppo's, office, for individuals observed everything happening on the playground through the surveillance. Is this the viral sensation known as an Amp, Oppo's, kid brother and Amp, Oppo's? One remarked, setting aside various talents. To achieve 60 pull-ups in a minute requires exceptional physical strength. Xiaomu stated thoughtfully, last year at the national military competition, the record for the most pull-ups in a minute was held by someone from the neighboring military district, and it was only 45. Upon hearing this, Lu Yixiao shook his head. From a physical perspective, he indeed has the potential to be a soldier, but his other talents are rather ominous. Back on the playground, doing all right? That means you're not tired. Jiang He's eyes narrowed. Lin Dong paused for a moment and candidly stated, "Instructor, I believe we are merely wasting our time here. We will not see any improvement." Jiang was taken aback. What insight could an 8-year-old possibly have? This was not due to his underestimation of others, but rather a matter of perception. Imagine dedicating 10 years to a field, believing you have achieved a modicum of success, only for an 8-year-old to come along and instruct you. How would you feel? Lin Dong continued. Letting a group of 8-year-olds sunbathe for 2 days will only subject them to discomfort. What can we possibly gain from this? As for understanding the importance of physical fitness from 2 days in the sun, that is even less likely. Children do not think that far ahead. They will forget as soon as they turn away. Though Lin Dong's voice was soft, his words reached Jiang He's ears clearly. Fang Yufan, a seasoned photographer, had already recognized the moment and adjusted his angle and lighting. As Lin Dong spoke, he captured him backlit, standing against the crowd of students, bravely opposing an unfair system all on his own. Whoa, is it heating up? This kid brother is younger than the soles of my shoes, yet he understands more than I do. Don't you think he makes a valid point? Can letting a group of 8 or 9-year-old elementary students sunbathe for 2 days really change their mindset? That and Amp, Oppo's, that's absurd. Count me in the principal and Amp, Oppo's, office. Although the surveillance had no sound, the live stream did. Hearing Lin Dong and Amp, Oppo's, words, Lu Yixiao felt a surge of anger. Yet, he couldn't end Amp, Oppo's, team muster the outrage. Instead, he found his reasoning compelling. Reflecting on his earlier decision, he realized it was indeed rather foolish. He glanced at the gray director, his eyes seemingly pleading. Why didn't you stop me? His thoughts were not solely influenced by Lin Dong's reasoning, but were also bolstered by a sense of admiration. How could a common player compete with a prodigy? Intrigued, Xiaomu decided to see what else this boy had to offer. On the playground, Jiang He shook his head. He was merely following orders to act as the instructor, not the one who devised this plan. Could this boy truly be 8 years old? That was the only thought lingering in his mind. Just as Jiang He was about to speak, he noticed someone approaching from a distance and quickly changed his tone, smiling. If you're not satisfied, let us settle this on the training field. If you win, your class will be exempt from military training. But it's not against me. Rather. At that moment, Xiaomu also approached. Jiang He continued, it's against last year's national military competition 3rd place winner, the 1st place from the Huaihai military district, and the youngest recipient of a 2nd-class merit award in our regiment, Xiaomu. His words were partly jest with a hint of flattery. As Xiaomu stepped into the camera's view, Jiang He finished his introduction. Did I just see a health bar? Before the person even arrives, a string of health bars longer than my life shows up first. Every title here is well-earned. There's no exaggeration. This person truly possesses strength. Definitely a king among soldiers. Chapter 64. Is this the soldier you brought out, student? In the first grade class, 5, the young students sat on the playground, their curious little faces turned towards the approaching Xiaomu. What do you mean by comparison? Xiaomu inquired, glancing at Jiang He. The latter waved his hand, his mouth opening to utter, "It's nothing, Sergeant. I merely spoke offhandedly," but the words hadn't escaped his lips before a slightly childish voice interjected. "So, if I win, our class won't have to stand under the sun anymore?" Jiang He blinked, momentarily stunned, and turned to look. Indeed, the voice emanated from this 8-year-old child. Behind Lin Dong, Li Chengfeng and others wore expressions of bewilderment, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Further back, Feng Yufan, wielding a camera, was ablaze with excitement. He had witnessed Lin Dong and Appo's physical prowess firsthand. Although the opponent was a soldier king, the outcome remained uncertain. Wow, has this child always been so audacious? The opponent is a soldier king. 3rd place in the national military competition. 1st place in the Huaihai military district. The youngest 1-star 3-star in the military district. Each of these titles could represent several lifetimes for an ordinary person. If it were anyone else, I would say they're overestimating themselves, but a child? If it comes to blows, let this green recruit return and reflect for a few years. Smirking emoji. Oh. Xiaomu became intrigued and looked at Lin Dong. Are you certain you wish to compete with me? Although the opponent was merely an 8-year-old child who could perform 60 pull-ups in a minute. Lin Dong nodded and stated, "If I win, can our class end this military training?" This boy aimed to defend his classmates in Appo's honor. Feng Yufan remarked, "Yet, you must admit, he possesses a certain commanding aura. One cannot merely speak such words without decades of experience as a leader." Even the group of 8-year-olds comprehended at that moment. Is our class leader competing against this military uncle for us? Go, class leader. Xiaomu nodded earnestly, affirming, "As long as you can defeat me, your class will be exempted from military training." Jiang He, listening from the sidelines, felt his mind clouded. I truly just said that offhand. This little brat took it seriously? Yet, that was not the crux. What mattered was that the sergeant had taken it seriously too. However, before the formal competition commenced, Xiaomu declared, "I must first assess whether you possess the capability." He had only learned of Lin Dong's unusual talent through the program, and had yet to witness it firsthand. Lin Dong nodded, inquiring, "How will you assess me?" Xiaomu pondered for a moment, "Run a lap around the playground. If you can keep up with me, it will demonstrate your ability to compete with me." Lin Dong agreed readily. Xiaomu donned camouflage short sleeves, and the two positioned themselves on the track. The gathering of students, both from the middle school and elementary school, formed a circle, granting space for the two competitors. 7 or 8 instructors watched in astonishment, similarly to Jiang He, as they had not been online for days and were unaware of the child in Appo's identity. Moreover, it appeared that the sergeant was about to race him. With a whistle, Xiaomu glanced at Jiang He. The latter, reminded, grasped the whistle hanging around his neck and blew it forcefully as the sound pierced the air. Xiaomu's foot struck the ground, propelling him from the starting line. Is our sergeant so idle that he comes here to bully a child? Shoo, keep it down. If overheard, we might be reprimanded. Should I perhaps ease up a bit? Xiaomu mused, feeling as if his legs were longer than Lin Dong and Appo's entire frame. To be fair, he should probably hold back. He contemplated this, yet before he could, he felt a gust of wind rush past him. Looking up, his pupils constricted. Lin Dong's silhouette had already appeared ahead of him. Am I being overtaken by this child at full throttle? Wow. Witnessing the scene on the playground track, Jiang He could not restrain himself from exclaiming a curse before the young students. It was not due to a lack of decorum, but sheer astonishment. Their sergeant was being outpaced. Their soldier king's sergeant was being overtaken by an 8-year-old child. Other instructors gaped in shock at the unfolding event. As the two raced along the track, Lin Dong maintained a significant lead over his sergeant. A few instructors shouted aloud, "Sergeant, stop holding back. Quickly overtake him. You carry the pride of our Huaihai military district. If you lose to this kid, we and Appo's be the laughingstock of the other districts." Xiaomu and Appo's expression darkened as he listened to the voices around him. Who is holding back? Is it that I do not wish to surpass this child? It's that I simply cannot. Regardless of how he accelerated, Lin Dong and Appo's figure remained far ahead. Ultimately, Lin Dong completed the lap 2 seconds before him. Now this feels good. This kid never disappoints. It's over. The Soldier King will return to face consequences. I'm new here. Is this really an 8-year-old? Whose 8-year-old can run at such a speed? In the principal's office, Lu Yixiao, Zhang Yuwei, and the grade director stared blankly at the screen. After a few breaths, Lu Yixiao finally turned his stiff neck to meet Zhang Yuwei and Appo's gaze. Their eyes locked, and without a word exchanged. It felt as though they simultaneously heard. Is this the soldier you brought out? Is this the student you taught? Good, good, good. On the playground, Xiaomu expressed his recognition of Lin Dong. Truly, he was just as extraordinary as depicted online. He continued, in the upcoming formal competition, I shall no longer hold back. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang He leaned in with hopeful eyes, whispering, Sergeant, did you really hold back? I recall you running these laps in the same time back in the camp. Xiaomu ignored him, as though he hadn't heard. Why you talk so much? Just wait for your reprimand when we return. Chapter 65. The class leader's kindness and benefits. Lin Dong remained oblivious to whether Xiaomu had held back during their race. However, he was certain that he had not. Given his substantial lead over Xiaomu, if he had truly exerted himself, with his physique rating of 113, the victory margin would have been far greater, at least 10 seconds, if not more. Xiaomu turned to glance at the modified area of the playground and pondered aloud. What do you think about a 400-meter obstacle course and firearm assembly? Suddenly, he remembered that in Huaxia, firearms were not accessible to the average person. Comparing his extensive military training to that of someone who had never even touched a gun would indeed be quite unfair. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Dong nodded in agreement. Sure, let an Appo's go with the 400-meter obstacle course and firearm assembly. Xiaomu instinctively inquired, have you ever handled a gun? Lin Dong hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. No, but I've seen them in video games. His confidence stemmed from his skill, Weapon King. Although he had never assembled a firearm, he had a distinct advantage. Observing Lin Dong's nonchalant demeanor, Xiaomu chose not to press further, and they proceeded towards the 400-meter obstacle course. Sun Ruowei and the production team, along with the 5th grade students, followed closely behind. An obstacle course? That pit is a nightmare for newcomers. One remarked, I remember spending an entire morning in that 2-meter pit during basic training 7 years ago. Another mused, I'm Appo's. Am quite curious how our little friend will manage to climb out of that pit given his height. Someone else chimed in. The course included various challenges, a bottom stake net, high walls, a balance beam, deep pits, a jump platform, trenches, and low walls. After explaining the rules and equipment to Lin Dong, the whistle blew, and they both sprang into action. Overcoming obstacles was fundamental in military training. Their company commander Kuden and Appo's possibly lose this time. As they both leaped into the 2-meter pit simultaneously, Xiaomu propelled himself upward, stepping off the wall. And with a swift motion, he flipped out of the pit. The next moment, he heard a commotion behind him. Before he could turn around, Lin Dong landed gracefully beside him. How had he jumped out? Xiaomu's pupils dilated in astonishment. He had missed it. However, Jiang He, Sun Ruowei, and the others witnessed the feat clearly. Did that guy just leap straight out of a 2-meter deep pit? Jiang He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. With such explosive power, he could surely compete in the Olympics. In contrast, the production team remained relatively composed, having been awed by Lin Dong's remarkable abilities time and again. This was just another instance. The online audience of over 600,000 viewers condensed their astonishment into a single phrase. Basic skills, no big deal. The 400-meter obstacle course continued. Xiaomu took a deep breath to steady himself. Upon reaching the balance beam, he caught a glimpse of Lin Dong effortlessly leaping onto it, running down as if it were flat ground, all within 3 seconds. The subsequent high walls, jump platform, and trenches were traversed by Lin Dong in the simplest manner imaginable. Finally, at the last challenge, the bottom stake net, he utilized his physique to lie flat and roll through with ease. A sudden realization struck Jiang He. Wait, isn't it time to stop the timer? He blinked in shock. 1 minute and 15 seconds. This result could not be compared to their Huaihai military district. It shattered all military records. Xiao Mu approached in silence, fully aware that he had just been bested in his area of expertise by an 8-year-old. Jiang He's gaze darted between the timer and Lin Dong, questioning the validity of the timing device. Yet, the reality was undeniable. This young boy had decisively outperformed their commander. What a remarkable child, Xiao Mu thought, considering that if Lin Dong weren't an amp, oppos, T so young, he might have been tempted to enlist him. 1 minute and 15 seconds. This was a record-breaking achievement. In a military competition, it could even warrant a second-class merit. Li Chengfeng and the other students were baffled. Had their class leader truly won? Now, they faced the final challenge, firearm assembly. Xiao Mu explained the strict regulations surrounding firearms in Huaxia. For this military training, only 2 rifles have been permitted, kept securely behind the modified playground by 2 soldiers from their company. Commander! The soldiers saluted Xiao Mu, their gazes instinctively shifting to Lin Dong. They had witnessed the young student obliterate their commander's record on the obstacle course. The 2 rifles, both standard issue type 56 firearms, were disassembled and spread across 2 tables. Xiao Mu and Lin Dong took their positions on either side. At Jiang He's signal, they sprang into action. Lin Dong, possessing the weapon king skill, boasted maximum proficiency with all firearms. Even so, he completed the assembly just 2 seconds faster than Xiao Mu. This time, Lin Dong had not held back. Long-distance running, the 400-meter obstacle course, and firearm assembly. He had triumphed in all 3 challenges. In the principal's office, the 3 observers, who had been watching the entire event through surveillance, were momentarily taken aback, especially Zhang Yue. Xiao Mu was a soldier, someone he had personally trained. Last year, they had placed 3rd in the national military competition. Yet, here he was thoroughly outperformed by this young boy. Even a staunch materialist like him felt a flicker of doubt in that moment. Trust in science? Even Einstein, if present, would likely exclaim, "My God." On the playground, Lin Dong's voice broke the reverie. "So, can we cancel our class's military training now?" Xiao Mu gritted his teeth and nodded emphatically. Initially, he had thought the boy's online persona was exaggerated, but experiencing it firsthand revealed the truth. Online portrayals have been far too conservative. Realizing they could escape the sun and enjoy air conditioning back in their classroom, the 5th grade students erupted into joyous celebration. Li Chengfeng felt deeply moved, thinking, "Our class leader has sacrificed so much for us. Why do those students look at our little friend with such admiration?" Someone pondered. The class leader and Oppo's kindness is truly overwhelming. Will our little friend become the son of their school? Another mused. Chapter 66, System Upgrade, awaiting the right moment. The elementary students returned to the classroom. After Li Chengfeng persuaded each one, all 31 members of the class, except for Lin Dong, chose to join the Qinglong learning group. Lin Dong waited for a moment, and then the cold prompt of the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have established an organization and successfully recruited 30 members, completing the task. Since ancient times, a talent from a county can determine the destiny of a nation. Please nurture them well, and they may become the founding heroes of the future." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong silently lifted his head. With no teacher present, the classroom discipline was, unsurprisingly, chaotic. "I am a true milk dragon. 6-8-13. I am the White Ultraman, and you're Godzilla." Watching the bewildering antics of these elementary students, Lin Dong felt an urge to correct the system. The notion that a talent from a county could determine the fate of a nation dates back to 2,000 years ago in Peixian. Here he was, leading a group of children who couldn't even comprehend simple addition and subtraction to change the world. The thought alone might send any intervening police officer into fits of laughter. Task completion reward. Physical points 30, random max level skills 2. Another batch of physical points. Lin Dong sighed inwardly. With 113 physical points plus this additional 30, he now possessed a total of 143. This meant his physical abilities could rival that of 14.5 average adults. And Oppo's, surely. Even a small caliber handgun would pose little threat to me now. Lin Dong mused silently. His doubts were growing. Was the system trying to turn him into a paragon of physical prowess? If he could indeed reach such heights, that would be splendid. But continuously stacking physical points without transforming his flesh and blood. Against small-caliber firearms, he might withstand their assault, but what if faced with a 100mm anti-aircraft gun? That would be an insurmountable challenge for any mortal body. The host has completed the accumulation of the basic phase. A different voice from the system resounded in Lin Dong's mind. With resources, technology, and subordinates, the second phase awaiting the right moment will soon be activated for the host. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong blinked. Did this system possess an automatic upgrade feature? If it upgraded, would the rewards and tasks change? Yes. The system's response was merely a single word. Lin Dong felt a surge of joy. Finally, he would no longer need to hoard physical points. Yet he couldn't shake the unease. What did the second phase awaiting the right moment truly signify? Did this imply that the tasks would become even more arduous? And those four characters sounded exceedingly peculiar. Awaiting the right moment? What was to be done once the right moment arrived? It was so difficult to decipher. Did Liu Bang and Oppos, as cultivation in Hanzhong 2,000 years ago, count as an Oppos, awaiting the right moment and Oppos? Did Zhu Yuanzhang and Oppos, as strategy of building high walls, stockpiling grain, and delaying his claim to the throne 1,000 years ago, count as awaiting the right moment? What actions did they take once the right moment materialized? With these thoughts, Lin Dong swallowed hard. I am merely an 8-year-old child, unversed in such matters. System upgrading. The final 5 words echoed in his mind. And then the system fell silent. Sigh. Lin Dong sighed, pondering whether the upgraded system could still safeguard him under the minor and amp. Oppos, as protection law, at the back of the classroom. Fang Yufan was filming Lin Dong as he sighed. What troubles could a child have? What to eat for dinner tonight? Did his favorite cartoon end? Melancholy is a gift. A rich heiress, a military kingpin, and an academic prodigy. This child and amp. Oppos. life is already more exciting than mine, and it has an end amp. Oppos. Even begun. What could possibly trouble him? Just then, the mathematics teacher, by Zishu, entered. The classroom immediately fell silent. Lin Dong laid his head on the desk, adjusting his position several times. Finally, he could drift off to sleep to the most effective lullaby. Who on earth devised mathematics classes? Just hearing it made one want to sleep, and waking up afterward felt particularly refreshing. After mathematics came English. The English teacher, Yin Lily, saw Lin Dong still asleep when she arrived at the podium. She threw a piece of chalk to wake him. Lin Dong possessed the skill, language proficiency, mastering the languages of various countries on Blue Star to their fullest extent. He recited a passage from the English lesson in a perfectly standard London accent, leaving Yin Lily questioning her very existence. It felt as though he had grown up in London itself, speaking with such an impeccable London accent. Even if his university professors from England were to hear him, they would surely be baffled and exclaim, "Fellow countrymen?" Meanwhile, in the principal and Oppos' office, Xiaomu wore a helpless smile as Zhang Yue patted his shoulder. If the soldiers under him were to lose to an 8-year-old child, whether new recruits or seasoned lieutenants, they could forget about any rest for the next month. But this time, Zhang Yue could only offer comforting words to Xiaomu. It was not that the soldiers under him lacked strength. Rather, that little brat was extraordinarily gifted. 8 years old? Forget 8. Even if he were 10 or 18. Completing a 400-meter obstacle course in 1 minute and 15 seconds would astonish the entire military. How could a civilian player possibly compete with a prodigy? Xiaomu smiled bitterly. I can endure this, but if that child in Oppos' impressive physical prowess is due to and Oppos' talent and Oppos', how can his speed in assembling firearms be explained? This thought reminded Zhang Yue, Liu Yixiao, and the others. Surveillance footage clearly showed Lin Dong assembling the parts with remarkable skill, even after 10 years of handling firearms. Xiaomu could not match his speed. Assembling firearms was not a matter of talent. It was purely a skill honed through practice. Zhang Yue murmured. As they contemplated this, they connected it to Lin Dong and Amp, Oppos' earlier performances. Indeed, assembling firearms did not require talent. But what about manufacturing firearms? Starting from scratch to create components seemed daunting, yet practical execution proved equally challenging. Modifying wood to iron or adhesive to welding. This task would be arduous even for specialized university students. But was this child an ordinary elementary student? Considering Lin Dong's previously displayed gifts, combined with his apparent ability to assemble firearms, it seemed quite reasonable. Chapter 67. Lin Dong suspected of illegally possessing firearms. Upon reaching this point, the four individuals fell into a profound silence. The only sound in the principal's office was the weighty rhythm of their breaths. It suggested the possibility that this young boy inadvertently crafted an automatic rifle and frequently disassembled it. Lu Yixiao, mid-sentence, swallowed hard as he continued. Thus, when he encountered the Type 56 today, he was not inexperienced but rather adept at assembling it. After his statement, the other three remained silent. The notion was preposterous. How could an 8-year-old child possess such talent? Yet what if this 8-year-old happened to be Lin Dong? Could there be other possibilities, perhaps involving his family? Zhang Yuwei pondered aloud. Lu Yixiao shook his head. According to the information filled out upon enrollment, this boy's parents suffered an accident, leaving only his sister as his sole relative. Besides the earlier speculation, the four could not find any other reasonable explanation. Although Lin Dong claimed that his knowledge of firearms came from video games, no matter how realistic those games might be, one could not physically interact with the weapons. There was only one possibility. He must have had frequent contact with firearms, allowing him to assemble them with such speed and precision. Given the level of firearm control in Huaxia, while some small-caliber handguns might be smuggled into society, an automatic rifle, such a notion was utterly unfathomable. No smuggler would dare to import an automatic rifle into the country. After all, the lethality of such weapons is well known. If a criminal were to wield one in a crowded area, the consequences would be unthinkable. Xiao Mu's tone grew somber. If this boy indeed has frequent contact with firearms, does it mean he manufactured it himself? If he had never touched a firearm, how could he explain assembling a Type 56 for the first time and outmatching someone like me, who has handled weapons for over a decade in the military? Various speculations arose, yet the four ultimately lacked evidence. Furthermore, given Huaxia and Oppo's as policy of military-civil separation, they could only submit their conjectures, along with the surveillance footage, to the Jinling City Bureau. In Class 5 of Year 1, Lin Dong sat at his desk, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Why do I always feel like someone is watching me? He murmured to himself. Soon, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, marking the end of the school day. As Lin Dong exited the school gate, he waved goodbye to Li Ziki, who was heading toward a pink Ferrari parked by the roadside. Lin Dong squinted, finally spotting Lin Nan among the throngs of parents picking up their children. Sis. Upon seeing her attire for the day, Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt paired with jeans, and her face bore a rare touch of makeup. You, Lin Nan, with a proud smile, declared, I secured a job after the interview this morning. The salary is 10,000, along with 5 insurances and a fund. Huh? Lin Dong scratched his head. Such generous treatment? What is the job? Lin Nan explained. The interviewer mentioned a cosmetics company. With her tall stature and naturally exquisite features, the light makeup enhanced her appearance even further. The newcomers have no clue that this boy's sister is so beautiful. From now on, we each have our titles. I'll call you little brother, and you'll call me sister-in-law. Mom, Mom, Mom. Is the upstairs kid still at the internet CAF all night playing games? Moreover, Lin Nan chuckled. I just passed the interview this morning, and the company invited me to their annual meeting at 6 this evening. I heard there will be a lottery. Huh? Lin Dong felt even more bewildered. An annual meeting? What month is it now? Which respectable company holds an annual meeting at this time of year? Lin Nan added. We need to tidy up a bit. Family members can accompany us to the annual meeting. Although Lin Dong was reluctant to attend, he was even less comfortable with the thought of his sister going alone. After all, something about this company fell off? A lottery? Could the prize be a 3-day trip to Southeast Asia? The kind where they reimburse the airfare? Lin Dong recalled similar news from his past life. Yet he found no such memory in his current consciousness, implying that such events had yet to transpire in this world. Lin Dong believed it unlikely, considering the current legal society. After taking an electric bike home, Lin Dong changed out of his school uniform and into a new outfit featuring a Tiga Ultraman design on the chest. He glanced around, ensuring no cameras followed him into the room, then struck a transformation pose. Once ready, he made his way to the venue for Lin Nan's company's annual meeting, Kai Kai Hotel in Gufeng District. Meanwhile, in Huaihai Province, Gufeng Branch, Fan Xiaolan knocked on the office door of the bureau chief, glancing at Li Weiguo, who was waiting inside, and inquired, "Chief, did you call for me? Is it about that boy again?" Li Weiguo nodded. Well, Fan Xiaolan pondered, having merely asked out of curiosity. What could have happened to the boy this time? Had he been kidnapped again by criminals? He had already been abducted once by counterfeiters and once by a gang. Was another incident occurring now? Could it be that he was kidnapped 3 times in a week? Was he some kind of coveted delicacy? Consuming him could grant immortality? Li Weiguo shook his head. This time he was not kidnapped. Hearing this, Fan Xiaolan sighed in relief, only for Li Weiguo's next words to cut through the air. This time, he is suspected of manufacturing an automatic rifle. Not kidnapped, but what? Suspected of what? Fan Xiaolan and Oppo's jaw dropped slowly, his eyes widening. Are you saying that an 8-year-old elementary student is suspected of what? Manufacturing firearms? An automatic rifle, no less. Seeing his astonished reaction, Li Weiguo was not surprised, for upon receiving the news from the city bureau, his own response mirrored that of Fan Xiaolan and Oppo's. Such a situation was indeed hard to believe. Chapter 68. The Annual Meeting of Huamei Company. Li Weiguo turned his computer screen to reveal surveillance footage sent from the municipal bureau. The video displayed Lin Dong and Xiaomu. At the sound of a signal, they both sprang into action, with Lin Dong completing the assembly of the firearm 2 seconds ahead of Xiaomu. This is Fan Xiaolan and Amp. Oppo's expression was one of skepticism. She struggled to grasp the significance. Surely, this must pertain to their school and Oppo's military training? The firearm appeared to be one that was utilized by the military. Li Weiguo took a deep breath. This is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that this young boy assembled a Type 56 firearm faster than a company commander who has handled weapons for over a decade in the army. Fan Xiaolan shivered at this revelation. With renewed focus, she scrutinized the footage once more. The implication was clear. How could an 8-year-old possess such proficiency with firearms? He must have frequent access to them. This raised suspicions that he might be involved in illicit possession or manufacturing of firearms, Fan Xiaolan mused. From the initial bank robbery drill to this, Lin Dong's impact on her was overwhelming. Most striking was his age. If he were a man in his 30s or 40s, it would seem plausible. Li Weiguo rubbed his temples. For now, everything remains conjectural. The directive from a bureau is to ascertain the truth swiftly. Does this boy indeed manufacture or possess automatic rifles? Fan Xiaolan and Oppo's expression turned serious. This situation was unlike previous incidents. Automatic rifles, if such weapons truly exist, the societal threat they pose is far greater than mere bank robbery or gambling. Fan Xiaolan pondered, frowning. This boy has been live-streamed all day. Even if he did possess one, he likely wouldn't have it on him. It's possible he might hide it at home or elsewhere. Li Weiguo nodded. You and Xiao Lin should take advantage of his absence at home to search for clues. In Gufeng District at the Kailai Grand Hotel, Lin Dong stood at the entrance, gazing up at the opulent structure. A staff member responsible for greeting guests approached Lin Nan. Hello, are you here for the Huamei Group annual meeting? Lin Nan nodded. They took the elevator to the 4th floor. The staff member warmly guided the group, including Sun Ruowei, to the elevator entrance. As the elevator ascended, Sun Ruowei murmured the name Huamei Group. She shook her head in disbelief. I've never heard of this company in Jinling. As a premier reporter for the Jinling Daily, she had covered nearly every corner of the city over the years. Fang Yufan shrugged. There are so many companies in Jinling. It's impossible for you to know them all. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 4th floor. Following the directions, they arrived outside the banquet hall. Flanking the entrance were 2 men in suits, wearing sunglasses and displaying Huamei Company employee badges. They did not check credentials or invitations. allowing Lin Nan and his companion to enter while stopping Sun Ruowei's group. "We're sorry, but photography is not permitted here." Lin Dong halted and turned back. The individual blocking Sun Ruowei's group stood directly in front of the camera, effectively barring the program crew from entry, which meant preventing over 70,000 viewers from tuning in. "What is this? Are you constructing an atomic bomb inside? And you want an oppos? Let us in to see. Do you dare stop me? Do you believe we could unleash online backlash against your company? Please don't leave me outside. I want to go in too." At that moment, a man standing to the left of the banquet hall in trance suddenly spoke. "If you wish to enter, you may, but that camera cannot come inside." He pointed at the camera slung over Fong Youfan's shoulder. Lin Dong stroked his chin. "Why are unauthorized individuals allowed to attend the annual meeting so freely? Is this truly a legitimate company?" It seemed they hadn't verified Lin Nan's identity either. How did they know he was an employee? The more Lin Dong contemplated, the more he felt something was amiss with the company. It didn't seem like a legitimate enterprise at all. Outside, Sun Ruowei and her companions exchanged glances. Fong Yufan cleared his throat and took his apprentice and Oppo's suitcase, tossing the camera to him. "You all wait here." After relinquishing the camera, he entered the banquet hall alongside Sun Ruowei. The hall was of moderate size, adorned with about a dozen tables. At the front stood a podium, led by the staff. Lin Dong and his companions settled at an unoccupied table in the corner. Perhaps due to the early hour, the banquet hall was still sparsely populated. Lin Dong's attention was drawn to the peculiar suitcase held by Fong Yufan. With a chuckle, Fong Yufan leaned in to explain quietly. "This is cutting-edge technology. A camera disguised as a suitcase." As a top photographer for the provincial capital's official newspaper, such disguised cameras were trivial for Fong Yufan. However, they could not compare to those worth hundreds of thousands. This one required supervision from a control room. Fong Yufan shook his head. His apprentice and the others would return to the van, using the control room to stream the footage captured by the suitcase camera to the live broadcast. Lin Nan curiously asked, "What if someone here discovers it?" Fong Yufan shrugged nonchalantly. "We'd just get kicked out." As reporters and photographers, they had been caught sneaking shots before. In a lawful society, the worst outcome would be being scolded and escorted out. As for face, the moment one lifts the first camera, that concept is rendered moot. More and more guests enter the banquet hall. Meanwhile, in a small adjoining room, a middle-aged man in a white suit with a shifty demeanor nodded gently. "Brother Xiao, the time is nearly upon us. The Oppos, chives and Oppos, are almost gathered. Shall we begin?" Chapter 69. Having come this far, let's first enjoy our meal. In the banquet hall, at a table in the corner where Lin Dong and his companions sat, 3 additional guests had joined them. A young couple clad in matching outfits, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit, who wore a badge from Huamei Company around his neck. Lin Dong rose from his seat and glanced around at the neighboring tables, only to discover that they were not alone. Every table featured a robust man sporting a Huamei Company badge. "Hey, darling, we are truly fortunate. We landed a job at a big company right after graduation," the girl remarked with a cheerful smile. The boy patted his chest, exclaiming, "They say the job market is grim for graduates, but I feel otherwise. ISNT, a monthly salary of 15,000 with benefits, not easy to come by. It must be those others who aren't putting in the effort." Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 sitting opposite him. Fools. Soon, a lavish array of dishes was served, accompanied by several bottles of wine priced around 500 huaxia coins each. The middle-aged man with the badge beamed as he introduced himself. "Greetings, my new family. I am Wang Dashin. I see this is your first day at Huamei Company, right? I've been an employee here for 7 or 8 years now. I've switched jobs several times before, but none compare to Huamei. The benefits are exceptional. Salaries are never delayed, and we have various team-building activities." "Team building?" Lin Nan inquired curiously. "Where do you go?" The middle-aged man paused for a moment before replying with a smile. He traveled all over the country. Now, the company usually opts for locations in Southeast Asia. At this revelation, Lin Dong sprayed the juice he had just sipped across the table. "What? Did you say where? Which reputable company has team-building activities in Southeast Asia?" Lin Dong felt justified in his suspicions. There was something amiss with this company. "What is wrong with you, kid?" The middle-aged man wiped the juice off his face with a napkin, wearing a forced smile. "I'm so sorry." Lin Nan quickly apologized. Just then, the lights in the center of the banquet hall illuminated brilliantly. A magnetic voice resonated throughout the venue. "How in Appos? Is everyone doing?" This was followed by a prolonged bubble-like sound. Lin Dong and his companions turned to see a figure clad in a white suit had unexpectedly appeared on stage. With slightly curly long hair and a sharp face adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, the individual exuded an exuberant energy. "I am Nye Xiao Xiao, the owner of Huamei Company." A round of applause erupted, led by some previously arranged individuals. Nye Xiao Xiao, with a burst of enthusiasm, declared, "This year, Huamei Company has achieved remarkable success. Our products are exported to 18 countries, yielding a net profit of 10 billion. Under the hypnotic cadence of his speech and the incessant applause, many attendees failed to question the veracity of his statements. Wow, a company with a net profit of 10 billion in a year. Darling, we indeed entered a major corporation. The young couple at Lin Dong's table appeared elated. Sun Ruowei wore a puzzled expression. As an accomplished journalist, she was acutely aware of the three cardinal principles of journalism: exaggeration, misinterpretation, and fabrication. The statements made by this individual resonated with her professional instincts. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? A net profit of 10 billion? Fang Yufan wiped his forehead, chuckling wryly. "What do you know?" His words immediately drew Wang Dashan's ire. "Short-sightedness is one thing. Can't you see that while others boast of a net profit of 10 billion, they wouldn't even glance at us, the impoverished, ordinary folk?" Lin Dong remained silent. Indeed, they were impoverished, lacking in financial resources. However, they were surrounded by wealth. Meanwhile, Fang Yufan's apprentice and others backstage linked the footage captured by Fang Yufan's camera into the live stream. Upon hearing of a little-known cosmetic company boasting a net profit of 10 billion, some viewers could no longer contain themselves. "Such high income? Does the tax bureau know?" "I've already reported it. I checked. Online records show this company is just a shell. Could it be that they've fallen into a pyramid scheme?" In this moment, one doesn't know whether to sympathize with the misguided individuals ensnared in the pyramid scheme or pity the pyramid scheme leaders who encounter them. Alas, the poor pyramid scheme leaders remain oblivious to what is about to unfold. Nye Xiao Xiao's voice resonated clearly through the banquet hall's sound system. 20 years ago, I embarked on my journey from Shuzhou with just 100 yuan, building Huamei from the ground up, growing from a mere 100 to 100 billion. Listening to this mind-numbing rhetoric, Lin Dong couldn't help but smirk. What era are we in, still using such outdated tactics? If I were up there, I would surely captivate the entire audience. Alas, he shook his head and picked up his chopsticks. Having come this far, let us first enjoy our meal. At the table, the others were engrossed in listening to Nye Xiao Xiao boast, while Lin Dong's fervent eating seemed to disrupt the ambience. The clattering of bowls and chopsticks, the slurping of noodles, the loud chewing, and the burping were all too distracting. Wang Dashan felt a surge of frustration as he noticed that half the attention at the table was diverted by this boy's eating sounds. It's all right. Wang Dashan reassured himself internally. He's just a kid. How much can he eat? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 6 minutes, 10 minutes passed. At this table, Sun Ruowei, Fang Yufan, the young couple, and Lin Nan remained oblivious to Nye Xiao Xiao's speech, instead staring in amazement at Lin Dong devouring his meal. Have you not had your fill after 10 minutes of eating? Wang Dashan's eye twitched wildly. Chapter 70. The grand prize of a luxurious 7-day cruise. Fang Yufan concealed a camera within his suitcase, aimed squarely at Lin Dong. How much injustice must this child have endured at home to feast so heartily at a pyramid scheme venue? Has this child been devouring for nearly 10 minutes? He has polished off an entire table of dishes. Is he truly human? Forget school. Perhaps he should teach the buffet owner a lesson. The child isn't even overweight. He merely possesses a large appetite. After utilizing the latest 30 vitality points, Lin Dong's physical constitution has now reached an astonishing 143. This is equivalent to that of 14 and a half adults. Naturally, his appetite has increased. After finishing an entire table of food, Lin Dong let out a contented burp. Sun Ruowei and Fong Yufan exchanged glances between him and Lin Nan. What kind of affluent family could afford to sustain such a child? Wang Dashan smirked, observing the empty plates on the table, save for a solitary dish of pickled mustard greens and century egg. The prize draw was nearing. He spoke up, redirecting everyone's attention to the podium. Nie Xiao continued to speak energetically. With every word, he mentioned projects worth tens or even hundreds of billions. I have encountered all manner of individuals on this journey. Have I faced betrayal? Certainly. What do you do when confronted with betrayal? Do you retaliate? Dismiss them? Cut all ties? Would you like to know how I handle it? For those who betrayed me, I handed them 500,000. Consider this. If I bestow such generosity upon those who betrayed me, what does loyalty earn? The atmosphere in the banquet hall became increasingly fervent. Nie Xiao believed only the few dozen in the banquet hall were listening, unaware that over 700,000 were tuning in to the program titled Revealing the Talents of the Ultimate Child. Goodness, not to mention anything else. There seems to be some substance to his words. If I were present, I might have believed it too. Talking about profits in the hundreds of billions, does he have any concept of money? With so many listed companies in Huaxia, only a select few can achieve a profit of 100 billion in a year. Standing at the podium, Nie Xiao felt a sudden jolt. His bloodshot eyes behind the lenses sparkled with an infectious smile. Today, as you join our Huamei family, we are now kin. Words alone may not suffice. Merely asserting our company as benefits might lead you to think I'm spinning tales. Thus, we have prepared a special program for this year's annual meeting. That is, a lottery. New family members may also participate. There are 5 grand prizes and 10 second prizes. Upon finishing, 2 staff members wheeled in a contraption resembling a gacha machine. The lottery would commence from Table 12. As Nie Xiao concluded, the lights focused on Table 12, where Lin Dong and his companions sat. The first to be called. What fortune! Wang Dashan rubbed his hands together, expressing a hint of excitement as he stepped towards the podium. With him leading the way, the couple followed closely behind. What are the 3 family members? Why weren't they coming up? Noticing Lin Nan, Fong Yufan, and Sun Ruowei still hesitating, Nie Xiao chuckled. As for Lin Dong, an 8-year-old child naturally lacked the qualifications to participate in the lottery. Fong Yufan handed his suitcase to Lin Dong for safekeeping before following Lin Nan and Sun Ruowei to the stage. The 6 stood under the spotlight at the podium. Nie Xiao cleared his throat. Once you join Huamei, we are family. He then turned to Wang Dashan, who nodded. Approaching the gacha machine, he twisted the knob. As the machine whirred, a capsule containing a note fell into his hands. Upon opening it, Nie Xiao gasped. Lo and behold, it's the grand prize. Next came the freshly graduated couple, both securing second prizes. Lin then won the grand prize. When it was Sun Ruowei and Fong Yufan's turn, they exchanged a glance. Is there no verification for this lottery, be it for an annual meeting or a pyramid scheme? We are not part of your company. As a seasoned journalist, Sun Ruowei had witnessed numerous pyramid schemes, but those were always meticulous, ensuring no outsiders infiltrated. Yet here, she found it perplexing. Did they truly seem so desperate for participants? Both of them also received grand prizes. Nie Xiao feigned astonishment. Wow. Out of only 5 grand prizes, 4 have already been claimed. Wang Dashan inquired, what exactly is this grand prize? The grand prize is a luxurious 7-day cruise. The second prize is a 5-day trip to Southeast Asia. The third prize includes a full health check. Upon hearing this, the young couple appeared particularly exhilarated. A 5-day team-building trip to Southeast Asia. That's wonderful. I've never traveled abroad. The girl eagerly asked Nie Xiao, when can we redeem the second prize? Nie Xiao chuckled. The destinations we choose for team building require no visa. We depart tonight. In this world, there has never been a case of a company owner using the guise of team building to sell all employees into Southeast Asia. They would naturally harbor no suspicions. Shall we head back to pack our things? No need. Nie Xiao shook his head. The company has prepared everything. Moreover, each person has a budget of 50,000 to spend freely. The banquet hall erupted into thunderous applause. In a corner, Lin Dong and Appo's lips twitched uncontrollably upon hearing the podium and Appo's words. Ah, this is precisely as I envisioned. This is not a pyramid scheme. It is outright human trafficking. Lin Dong recalled similar news stories from his past life, allowing him to make the connection swiftly. Realizing Lin Nan had won the grand prize of a luxurious 7-day cruise, he thought, upon boarding, I can only imagine dozens of AKs pointed at my head. Chapter 71. Employees and Appo's heartfelt contributions. Before long, Lin Nan, Sun Ruowei, and Fang Yufan returned. At the adjacent table, others were participating in a lottery. Fang Yufan, holding the first prize ticket, wore a dubious expression and murmured, "Why does it feel like something is amiss? The company's benefits seem too generous." Hearing his mutterings, Wang Dashan immediately interjected, "I and Amp, Appo's, been with the company for several years. I always win team-building prizes. It and Amp, Appo's, that's nothing to worry about." He thought his words would alleviate their suspicions. However, Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan were astute individuals. Just as the former was pondering how to probe further, a furious voice pierced through the sound system. "What is happening here?" Turning to the stage, they saw Nie Xiao, visibly enraged, facing 6 individuals who all held first prize tickets. Who was responsible for this event? "Get over here immediately," Nie Xiao demanded furiously. Soon, a balding middle-aged man approached, hunched over with a forced smile. "What have you done?" "I allocated a substantial budget for the welfare of our company's family members, and you produced this." "Apologies, it was our oversight," the balding man replied, his voice amplified by a hidden microphone, resonating clearly in the banquet hall. Nie Xiao, in a state of despair, covered his face with his hands. "My heart aches at such an incident." In the next moment, he seemed to make a monumental decision. "I have resolved to smash this lottery machine. All present may choose between the first and second prizes." The balding man in Appo's face turned pale, urgently protesting, "No, boss. That would severely exceed our budget." Nie Xiao shrugged off his grasp, declaring, "What does money matter? As long as our employees can relax, any losses will surely be recouped." Clapping ensued below. Observing the scene, Lin Dong and Appo's face contorted into a questioning expression, almost cartoonish. "ISN and Appo's. This performance worthy of an actor?" Fang Yufan and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape, as the camera in his suitcase remained focused on the stage, with over 700,000 viewers watching the live stream. "This is just like those influencers my mother adores. Going over budget for employee welfare? Haji Ban, you sly one. What a speech. If it weren't in Appo's Tifa screen, I might just believe it. Such a boss, willing to pour out his heart for his employees, is rare." Lin Dong understood the ruse, while the viewers enjoyed a godlike perspective. Their indifference did not render it ineffective. Many in attendance appeared genuinely moved. Whether orchestrated or genuine remained uncertain. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Nie Xiao pushed the balding man aside, announcing, "Everyone may choose between a luxury cruise or a Southeast Asia team-building trip. Of course, if you cannot attend, you may come find me later to explain. Participation is entirely voluntary. You can register with him for details," he concluded, pointing at the balding man. Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan exchanged a knowing glance. The instincts of a seasoned journalist hinted that the situation was far from straightforward, and a significant story might unfold. If not for their current involvement in the program revealing the talents of young master, they would have eagerly joined the cruise. For now, they could only observe Lin Dong and his sister. Noticing Lin Nan's hesitation, Lin Dong sighed in resignation. "What is there to hesitate about? It's obvious something isn't right." He then spoke up, "Sister, I still have school. If you go, I can't stay home alone." Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan shot him a meaningful glance. "What are you saying? You get an Appo's stay home alone? If you encounter a robber, it should be the robber who is afraid." Given Lin Dong and Appo's recent display of strength, Fang Yufan suspected he could easily subdue an adult. "All right," Lin finally pursed her lips, deciding against attending. Meanwhile, in a room next door, resembling a private lounge, Nie Xiao began to indulge himself. 2 dark-skinned men with non-Han features lounged on the sofa. Li Tian, with a playful smile, remarked, after this major deal. You'll never return to China. One must admit, your ingenuity is impressive. You attract people with high welfare, then send them abroad under the guise of team building. Nie Xiao, now visibly tense, glanced at the speaker. Why are you rambling? Have your boss prepare the funds. We will have about 60 to 70 people. Once they arrive at the venue and AMP, Oppos, as a straightforward operation. I want into AMP, Oppos, T interfere. Li Tian licked his lips for those with matching blood types. Naturally, we will opt for the quickest profit. As he spoke, he retrieved a suitcase from the floor, placing it on the table and opening it to reveal stacks of $100 bills. This is the deposit our boss instructed us to bring. $500,000. Nie Zhao's eyes brightened as he examined the cash, carefully counting. As long as there are no unexpected developments, we will exchange payment for delivery. Li Tian grinned in response. Chapter 72. An Unwelcome Toast. In contemporary Huaxia, competition has permeated every industry. Nie Xiao placed a stack of US dollars on the table and sighed deeply, lamenting. Even our pyramid schemes have been severely impacted. It's becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. The prospect of sending numerous individuals abroad, should such an endeavor be exposed, would undoubtedly become a sensational global news story. At that juncture, he would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly by the Huaxia authorities as the Oppos, mastermind and Oppos, behind it. The risks are substantial. Initially, Nie Xiao had no intention of pursuing this path. However, the dismal employment landscape left him with no alternative. Every sector is embroiled in intense competition. While their pyramid scheme might still have some leeway, given its illegality, many remained too fearful to engage. What irked Nie Xiao the most was the realization that those engaging in live-stream selling had successfully attracted his potential clients. They employed similar tactics of familial appeals, indoctrination, and exploitation. The difference? They not only garnered a positive reputation, but, most crucially, operated within the bounds of legality. Under the onslaught of live-stream selling, their pyramid scheme was rendered utterly defenseless. Thus, he resolved to seize the moment and orchestrate a grand scheme while the heat still lingered. Afterward, he could escape to the land of the eagle, ensuring financial freedom for the latter half of his life. Seated beside Li Tian, a man adorned with a jade pendant interjected with a meaningful tone. No wonder Huaxia has thrived. Your entrepreneurial minds are far more agile than those in our region. Nie Xiao cast him a sidelong glance and scoffed. What was the point of boasting about origins? Li Tian, however, inquired with genuine curiosity. Are you so confident that everyone will willingly board planes or cruise ships to foreign lands at your behest? Nie Xiao coldly shook his head. It is not necessary for everyone to believe. As long as the majority do, that suffices. I have already informed them that if they wish to abstain, they need only to come to this room and express their reluctance. Once here, their decision will no longer be theirs to make. After all, this is the final transaction to be conducted in Huaxia. It must be executed with fervor. As he spoke, there was a knock at the door. Nie Xiao was taken aback. It seems someone is indeed seeking discomfort. Should we retreat momentarily? Li Tian asked with a hint of amusement. Nie Xiao shook his head. No need. You can simply observe. Closing the suitcase brimming with US dollars on the central table, he cleared his throat. Come in. The door swung open, revealing two apprehensive young women, appearing to be recent university graduates, akin in age to Lin Nan. President Nie, they greeted upon entering, their nervousness palpable as they beheld Nie Xiao and the two others seated on the sofa. The manic energy that had previously enveloped Nie Xiao had faded, replaced by a congenial smile. Are you the new members joining us today? The two women nodded, and one ventured, President Nie, may we opt out of the upcoming team-building trip abroad? She hastily added, it's not a matter of distrust in the company. It's just, we have personal matters to attend to. Nie Xiao calmly nodded. Of course, that is completely acceptable. It is not mandatory. The two women were taken aback by the billionaire's amiable demeanor. Nie Xiao rose and poured each of them a glass of water. If you choose not to attend the trip, you may stay at home. That will still count as work time, and your salaries will remain intact. Thank you, President Nie. The young women expressed their gratitude and, without a hint of trepidation, drank from their glasses, under the watchful, bemused eyes of Li Tian and his companion. A peculiar sensation began to brew in the minds of the two women mere seconds later. Suddenly, they lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. Xiaotian rose, arms crossed. How do you find the effects of the sedative we provided? It guarantees they won't awaken for at least 10 hours. Nie Xiao merely shook his head in silence, summoning two of his subordinates to carry the women to a separate room for monitoring, aware that more guests were yet to arrive. Indeed, after a brief wait, there was another knock at the door. This time, 3 individuals entered, no 4, including a young schoolboy. Upon spotting Lin Nan and Sun Ruowei, Li Tian exchanged glances with his companion, both sporting lewd smiles. No time for the trip? No matter. Resting at home will suffice. And this period will also count toward your pay. Nie Xiao empathized, pouring 3 glasses of water laced with a sedative. As for Lin Dong, he was disregarded entirely. Nie Xiao's motives for not targeting Lin Dong were not rooted in concern for the young, budding talent. Rather, it was due to the knowledge that the sedative mixed with the water could inflict considerable harm on a developing body. An adult might withstand it, but a mere child of 10 could suffer irreversible consequences. Consuming it could lead to something far worse than unconsciousness. With a journey to Southeast Asia spanning several hours ahead, the body would surely succumb to the elements long before then, rendering its organs unsellable at a good price. Thus, Nie Xiao and Appo's actions were ultimately driven by a desire for maximum profit. Drink up, Nie Xiao said gently. It would be quite unreasonable not to accept water poured by a billionaire himself. However, Sun Ruowei and Fong had already discerned the underlying issues with the company. Rather than sipping, they simply brought the cup to their lips without taking a drink. Lin Nan was prepared to indulge, but Lin Dong stumbled, causing Lin Nan's cup to topple. My apologies. Nie Xiao's smile faltered, realizing that his toast had gone unheeded. Chapter 73. Why are there so many piers? In Huaihai Province, Jinling City, Gufeng District, a vehicle came to a halt beneath the community building where Lin Dong and his family resided. Fan Xiaolan occupied the driver and Appo's seat, unfastening her seatbelt, while Lin Xiangwei sat beside her, her phone playing the program titled Unveiling the Talents of the Maxed Out Kid. The child was currently absent, and it seemed unlikely he would return soon. Neither of them donned police uniforms. Lin Xiangwei's tone bore a hint of complexity. The municipal bureau suspects that this child might be hoarding or even manufacturing firearms. I'm reluctant to accept this notion. After all, he is merely 8 years old, a first grader. To claim he could craft an automatic rifle with his own hands? Fan Xiaolan sighed. It is difficult to say. If he weren't in regular contact with firearms, could his assembly speed possibly surpass that of a seasoned soldier with over a decade of experience in the military? Lin Xiangwei fell silent. It was incomprehensible. From kindergarten to elementary school, then to middle school, high school, and finally to the police academy, they had been taught to trust in science. But how on earth could one apply scientific reasoning to this? Lin Dong's emergence had caused Lin Xiangwei to question the validity of her years of higher education. Let us go to his house and see if we can uncover any firearms. Fan Xiaolan declared as she opened the car door and stepped out. The pair approached the entrance of Lin Dong's residence, room 301. Gazing at the locked door, Fan Xiaolan retrieved professional tools from her backpack. Lin Xiangwei inquired curiously, "Did you learn this during your time at the police academy? Why was I never taught how to pick locks?" Fan Xiaolan shook her head, earnestly explaining, "This wasn't he learned at the academy. During high school, my father often locked me in at home to encourage study, and over time, I learned how to unlock doors to sneak off to the internet CAF. These tools were confiscated by the Bureau from individuals caught illegally picking locks." Lin Xiangwei blinked. "You managed to gain admission to Huaihai Police University while visiting internet CAFs daily? Impressive. That university ranks among the best in Huaihai Province." Fan Xiaolan paused her actions as memories of those carefree days resurfaced. "Not quite. My father eventually discovered it. That night, his 7 wolves and my legs were nearly broken." Lin Xiangwei. The skills remain intact. Before long, the lock was successfully opened. The sun had already set, and the room was engulfed in darkness. Both became instantly alert. If firearms were indeed concealed within, there could be unforeseen consequences. Cautiously, they approached, their flashlight illuminating the surroundings. Fan Xiaolan murmured, "The environment here does not seem conducive for him to craft a firearm. Wood to metal, glue to welding. Forget professional machinery. Surely there must be an angle grinder?" However, they found nothing in the living room. Their footsteps were nearly silent. "Brother, it appears we have encountered fellow peers." In the pitch-black room of Lin Nan, two pairs of bright eyes blinked, ears pressed against the door. Approximately half an hour earlier, two figures, one tall and one short, had stealthily appeared before door 301. The taller, Yu Yun Chao, glanced at the shorter, Yu Yun Feng, who crouched beside him, nervously asking, "Are you certain we should proceed this way? What is there to fear? There is no one home." Yu Yun Chao shot him a glance. "Aren't they internet celebrities? They must be wealthy, live streaming outside. What is wrong with borrowing a bit of money?" Yu Yun Feng pondered and concurred. "I've read online that the kid knows a wealthy woman who drives a multi-million-dollar Bentley and casually hands out 100,000 in pocket money. Thus, his family must be affluent." Evidently, they had taken the absurd clips circulating online at face value. The explosive popularity of unveiling the talents of the maxed-out kid had led to a proliferation of marketing accounts, clips, and parodies, many of which were taken out of context to garner views, such as an 8-year-old child flirting with a wealthy woman in a Bentley, receiving hundreds of thousands in pocket money. The duo had clearly watched such videos, and living nearby had driven them to attempt to procure some quick cash. Yet unexpectedly, before they could find any money, they heard the commotion from Fan Xiaolan and her companion. "What should we do, brother?" Yu Yunfeng asked anxiously. Yu Yunchao whispered, "What is there to fear? They're not law enforcement, merely peers. At worst, if we find money, we'll split it evenly." Just then, another sound of a lock being tampered with reached their ears. "Brother, it seems more peers are arriving." In the living room, Fan Xiaolan and Lin Xiangwei shuddered. They turned to look. After entering, they had locked the door, yet now it echoed with sounds of rattling. Someone was attempting to unlock it from the outside. Glancing at the live stream that had been muted, they realized it was not Lin Dong and his friend returning. Fan Xiaolan and Lin Xiangwei exchanged concerned glances. Could it be his accomplices or others? They had no time to ponder further, swiftly moving to a door, opening it, and slipping into Lin Dong's room, pressing their ears against the door to discern the commotion outside. "Commander, is this truly acceptable?" At the entrance of 301, Jiang he glanced around, visibly uneasy. Before him, dressed in civilian clothing, Xiao Mu crouched, inserting a wire into the lock. This household undoubtedly harbored secrets. After the morning's military training competition, Xiao Mu and Appo's suspicions only deepened. Having assembled firearms for over a decade in the military, he recalled that when he first held a gun, that child had yet to be born. How could he possibly be outperformed? Talent? Even if there were talent, how could one assemble a gun so swiftly without being familiar with every component? He must have had frequent exposure to firearms. It was imperative to uncover the truth. Otherwise, morale would falter. As the third-place winner of the National Military Arms Competition and the top soldier of the Huaihai Military District, being outshone by an 8-year-old elementary student would be a damaging reputation. Should word spread, others might mock him, saying, "Oh, ISNT, that the soldier who is outperformed by a little student." Thus, Xiao Mu was determined to ascertain whether Lin Dong and Appo's home concealed any firearms and if he frequently practiced with them. Chapter 74. He is playing you. He's playing you. Jiang he gazed at the hollow corridor, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. In a hushed tone, he ventured, "But company commander, doesn't this count as trespassing?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xiao Mu. "I have already applied for a special search warrant." A special search warrant? Jiang He's pupils constricted. Although the military and police were supposed to operate separately in Huaxia, typically, police handled such cases. The military's role was merely to coordinate. However, with a special search warrant, the situation changed entirely. How did you manage to obtain it? The question lingered on Jiang He's lips, but he swallowed it back, recalling the background of his company commander. While it was generally prohibited, a little flexibility in power could go a long way. Using a piece of wire, they pried open the door lock. The dark interior of the living room loomed before them. They removed their shoes and quietly stepped inside. Surely, there would be something akin to the 56-style firearms hidden in this house. Xiaomu whispered. In Lin Dong's room, Fan Xiaolan and Lin Qiangwei exchanged glances. What exactly is the identity of the person in the living room? Is he one of that kid and Oppo's as accomplices? How else would he know there were guns here? In other words, there were indeed firearms hidden here, just as they pondered whether to call for reinforcements. In the adjacent room belonging to Lin Nan, Yu Yinfeng asked in a barely audible voice, "Big brother, more associates have arrived. What should we do?" Yu Yunsha gritted his teeth, affirming in his heart that this house must contain a considerable amount of money. Otherwise, why would it attract so many associates? Should they reveal their identities and negotiate a fair split? Or, back in the living room, after searching for a while and finding nothing suspicious, Xiaomu and Jiang, he turned their attention to the door of the room. They cautiously approached, their footsteps light, yet with each step, the sound of their heartbeats grew louder in Lin Qiangwei's ears. Fan Xiaolan raised his left hand, extending his index and middle fingers to signal Lin Qiangwei that there were two people outside. His right hand rested on the stun gun concealed beneath his short sleeve, ready to incapacitate anyone who opened the door. Click! The sound of a hand twisting the doorknob from outside pierced through the tension. Fan Xiaolan's heart raced. If the person was indeed one of that kid's accomplices and knew he had a gun, did he carry one as well? If the door opened and he couldn't subdue the individual immediately, allowing them a chance to react would put them in peril. Click! The sound of the doorknob twisting seemed to slow to a crawl in their ears. The door was about to crack open when suddenly, the sound of another door opening echoed. Yu Yunsha and Yu Yinfeng emerged from Lin Nan's room. In the dimly lit living room, they barely discerned the silhouettes of Xiaomu and Jiang he by Lin Dong's door. The sudden appearance of the two made Xiaomu and Jiang he instinctively seek cover, withdrawing their hands from the doorknob. Don't be nervous. We're all in the same line of work. Yu Yunsha spoke in a commanding tone. Xiaomu and Jiang he exchanged glances and asked, "Same line of work? You are his accomplices?" Yu Yunsha was baffled by the question. He called into Lin Dong's room. "Since the associates are all here, there's no need to hide anymore. Come out, and let's find the goods to split." Fan Xiaolan's pupils dilated. When had he been discovered? Cautiously, Xiaomu opened the door. In the pitch-black environment, the outlines of Fan Xiaolan and Lin Qiangwei emerged. "What are you doing here?" Lin Qiangwei exclaimed, her head spinning in confusion. Who was who? And who was associated with whom? Was anyone truly an accomplice of that kid? In contrast to their wariness, Yu Yunsha appeared much more relaxed. "Aren't we all here for the same reason? Since we're all in this together, let us search for the goods and split them. Can guns even be split? No, there might be more than one here." Xiaomu pondered. If they were to uncover several automatic rifles, coupled with the two groups present, it would surely lead to significant rewards. Fan Xiaolan was similarly contemplating. If we can control these two groups and uncover the firearms, the prospect of recognition beckons. The urgent priority was to locate the firearms. This was their shared objective. In contrast, Yu Yunsha and Oppo's thoughts were much simpler, just one word: money. Ultimately, the three factions scoured the place thoroughly. Strange, there are no firearms, not even a single piece of equipment to manufacture them. Fan Xiaolan and Lin Qiangwei frowned. Meanwhile, Xiaomu and Jiang he found themselves equally perplexed, having discovered nothing suspicious at all. At that moment, four voices simultaneously echoed in their ears. "Damn it! Is this all there is?" They found something. Fan Xiaolan, Lin Qiangwei, Xiaomu, and Jiang he hurriedly turned towards the direction of the voice in the living room. In the darkness, two figures, one tall and one short, voiced their discontent. "I expected to find a lot more. How is it possible that we only uncovered this? Even a little firearm is still a firearm. I can't believe this kid was actually hoarding weapons at home." Fan Xiaolan's pupils contracted. He had initially thought Lin Dong was merely a bit more mature than his peers. Little did he know, well, even if it's little, we just have to split what we have. Despite the stark deviation from his expectations, Yu Yunsha adhered to the rules of their trade, a fair division. As he held the few banknotes and coins handed to him, Fan Xiaolan and Xiaomu stood frozen. Uh, is this what you mean by splitting? Yu Yunsha even calculated the details. We found a total of 560 yuan. Damn it. This family is broke. He is playing me. He is playing me. Xiao Mu and Appo's left hand, clutching the banknotes, trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead. Being humiliated by a kid earlier was one thing. But now to be toyed with again? Did they truly think he was a soldier with a good temper? Chapter 75, Underworld, Military, and Lawful Paths. Are they all in the same game? Yu Yunsha curled his lip in disdain. Is all the information online fabricated? Did they not say that this family casually spent millions from a wealthy patron? How was there only 560 bucks at home? Even splitting this meager, some would barely afford a meal. Truly, what a destitute family. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a gust of wind brush past the back of his head. Turning around, he was met with a thud. In shadowy surroundings, the dull sound of soles colliding with flesh echoed. Yu Yunsha was sent sprawling backwards, crashing into the light switch on the living room wall. "Big brother," Yu Yunfeng exclaimed, glaring at Xiaomu. "What are you doing? Are you trying to engage in black-on-black violence?" As the lights flickered on, everyone present could clearly see one another in Appo's faces. Why did these two look so familiar? Lin Xiangwei narrowed her eyes, recognizing Xiaomu and Jiang He in their casual attire, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Fan Xiaolan stood with her hands on her hips, warily observing Xiaomu. After all, this could potentially eliminate one suspect. There were now only 3 individuals left on the scene. Perhaps she could even earn a second-class merit? These gangs today are utterly lacking in decorum. Yu Yunsha leaned against the wall, feeling dizzy. That kick nearly sent him to meet his great-grandmother. The rules of the trade state that when encountering peers, the spoils are to be shared. Where do you hail from that you cannot grasp this simple principle? Attempting to engage in black-on-black? Xiao Mu's expression darkened. What a joke. I can't find any firearms, but if I can't subdue these 4, it might barely qualify as a third-class military achievement. Wait. Arin and Appo's. To you the instructors from that kid in Appo's. At school today? Lin Xiangwei suddenly recalled where she had seen the two, exclaiming loudly. Her reminder caused Fan Xiaolan to squint. Indeed. Aren't you the company commander who was bested by an 8-year-old? Xiaomu had been somewhat curious, but upon hearing Fan Xiaolan's remark, his expression soured, wishing he could deliver a kick in return. Yu Yunfeng rushed to his brother and Appo's side. Big brother. It seems they know each other? Fan Xiaolan silently produced her police badge, tossing it to Xiaomu. We are officers from the Gufeng Sub-Bureau. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunsha, Xiaomu and Jiang He exchanged glances and retrieved their military identification, revealing themselves as the commander and squad leader of a certain unit in the Huaihai military region. Yu Yunsha. Once their identities were confirmed, an eerie silence enveloped the living room. It became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xiaomu solemnly produced a document stamped with a red seal. I suspect this household harbors large-scale lethal weapons. I've obtained a search warrant. Fan Xiaolan added, the city bureau believes this family is hiding firearms, and we've been dispatched to conduct a search. At this point, the identities of both parties were clear. Subsequently, the 4 of them simultaneously turned their heads, their gazes landing on the 2 individuals crouching against the wall in the living room. We have all disclosed our identities. Now, it is your turn. For a moment, they exchanged wide-eyed stares, the atmosphere growing awkward. Indeed, they were all involved in the underworld. One in law enforcement, one in the military, and one in the underworld. Brother, it seems they are not our peers? Yu Yunfeng gulped nervously. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, Huaihai Province, at the Kailai Hotel, refusing to toast is akin to asking for punishment. Observing that none of the 3 showed him any respect, Nie Xiao felt a vain throb on his forehead. Let us leave, shall we? With that, Sun Ruowei turned it apart. Unintentionally, Fang Yufan snapped a photo of the entire private room, capturing the appearances of Nie Xiao, Li Tian, and the others. Just as they opened the door, 2 burly men in suits stood outside, their expressions menacing as they fixed their gaze upon them. From behind, Nie Xiao and Appo's voice rang out with amusement. Don and Appo's, TB so eager to leave. What does this mean? Wasn't it said that attending or not is entirely voluntary? Sun Ruolwei said, her expression flustered. As long as you arrive, I ascend and oppose. That considered voluntary? Nie Xiao replied with a cold smirk. Why is it that your cosmetics company, worth billions, is coercing us to Southeast Asia? As a seasoned journalist, her expertise lay not only in sniffing out major news, but also in navigating the art of conversation. Ha! Nie Xiao's smirk deepened. How naive! You actually believe that? As for what you'll be doing in Southeast Asia, well, it's simply to ensure that you are well taken care of by various zones. Lin Dong, caught among the crowd, sighed, feeling exasperated. Why waste words? Don't they know that villains often perish due to their verbosity? Of course, Nie Xiao was aware, but he was indifferent. Everyone here was his own, and in his eyes, these two women, one man, and a child could hardly stir up any trouble. I am a reasonable person and will allow you to depart with clarity. Sun Ruolwei and Fang Yufan exchanged looks of realization. This explained why the pyramid scheme did not strictly verify identities, allowing anyone to blend in. It turned out this scheme was not about selling products. Instead, it was about wholesale. Not just them. Over 70,000 viewers in the live stream suddenly understood as well. A genius. To devise a way to attract people with high welfare from a company, then use the guise of a lottery to send them to Southeast Asia, truly ingenious. If this succeeds, it would undoubtedly be a global sensation, the largest human trafficking operation of the 22nd century. This cannot be left unchecked. I have already reported it. Nie Xiao clapped his hands. All right, you can now prepare to take your leave. Drink this water, and when you open your eyes again, you should find yourselves elsewhere. The two burly men in suits squeezed into the room, closing the door behind them. Their faces bore fierce expressions, threatening the four with their eyes, as if to say, refuse to drink, and you shall await a beating. You. Lin Nan retreated a few steps, a hint of panic in her demeanor. Yet, to her astonishment, apart from herself, the other two appeared completely calm, including her brother. Fang Yufan licked his lips, a hint of amusement in his voice. Have any of you ever been beaten by an 8-year-old? Chapter 76. Kung Fu. China Kung Fu. Two burly men exchanged a glance. Do we truly appear so ferocious? We Haven and Amp. Oppose. T even made a move yet this person is utterly petrified, uttering nonsense. Let an Amp, Oppose. Take action. Perhaps soon there will be some fool attempting to refund their tickets. Nie Xiao sneered. After speaking, he turned away. In the next moment, two dull thuds echoed from behind him, akin to fists striking his stomach. Immediately after, he felt a chill on his back, as if something was about to collide with him. Before he could fully turn around, he caught a glimpse of the two burly men flying towards him. Their powerful forms slammed into his back, sending his frail body hurtling forward, pinned against the floor by their combined weight of 400 pounds. Cough, cough. Nearly dislocating every bone in his body, he coughed up blood and managed to wriggle out from beneath them, his mind spinning. What just happened? He glanced at Li Tian and the others seated on the sofa beside him. They were all wide-eyed, staring in shock at the doorway, their expressions frozen as if witnessing an unforgettable spectacle. Nie Xiao blinked, following their gaze toward the entrance. Despite having prepared himself mentally for the extraordinary capabilities of this elementary school student, witnessing it firsthand was another matter entirely. This 8-year-old, with his diminutive frame, effortlessly tossed both burly men, each over 6 feet tall and weighing more than 200 pounds, as if they were mere chicks. The visual impact was astounding. Oh my God, Kung Fu, China Kung Fu? Dear Lord, are foreign friends truly here to witness this child? Only now do they comprehend the weight of the earlier remark. Have you ever been struck by an 8-year-old? Who dares to say that elementary school students lack divine prowess? The two men flung away by Lin Dong shook their heads and stood up, exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting utter confusion. Nie Xiao, having missed the earlier commotion, gritted his teeth. On my turf, how dare you cause such a ruckus? As he spoke, the door opened, and several more individuals entered. 4 robustly built men in suits joined the 2 previous ones, making a total of 6. Charge! Nie Xiao commanded, lifting his hand. Leave it to you. Fong Yufan said with reassurance before hastily retreating from the area of conflict. Sun Ruowei followed closely, pulling Lin Nan along with her. It must be noted that as a top journalist and photographer, they possessed remarkable instincts for self-preservation. Upon entering, the four newcomers noticed three individuals fleeing, leaving behind only a small child, standing at around 1 meter tall, adorned with an Ultraman emblem on his chest, his fair face framed by two bright, watery eyes. How could they possibly lay a hand on a child? Under the gaze of those innocent eyes, the four men felt a pang of hesitation. They could not bring themselves to act. However, Lin Dong harbored no such reservations. Wait, let me find the right angle. Fong Yufan's shout rang out. But Lin Dong seemed oblivious. With a powerful push against the ground, he leapt into the air, his head aligning perfectly with the approaching men. Simultaneously, he unleashed kicks with both feet. While his remarkable height was indeed surprising, the softness of his kicks felt insufficient to even scratch oneself. Were they truly to avoid his might? The two men exchanged cold laughs, still reeling from being thrown earlier. Surely, it could not have been this 8-year-old child. They both reached out, attempting to grasp Lin Dong and Appo's legs. Crack! The anticipated scene of easily capturing him did not materialize. Instead, a series of sharp, cracking sounds reverberated. Their shrieks echoed, as piercing as a slaughtered pig. With a physical prowess of 143 points, Lin Dong had held back during his kicks. Otherwise, it would have been a gruesome separation of flesh and bone. Blood gushed forth as their arms flailed, their lives extinguished in an instant. Witnessing the dire state of the two men, the four newcomers halted in their tracks. Lin Dong turned, casting a sweeping gaze over them. The four men trembled, an ominous feeling creeping into their hearts. While everyone in the room was momentarily stunned by the spectacle, only Fong Yufan swiftly positioned himself for the best shot, relaying the scene live to the streaming audience. Kung Fu. China Kung Fu. Super Idol. Oh my god, what are the foreigners upstairs babbling about? Forget school. Open a martial arts school and cash in on the foreigners. $300 per class. Is this child always this formidable? Yeah, Xiao felt his eyelids twitch violently. He had missed the earlier events, but now he had witnessed everything clearly. This little brat had just incapacitated the henchmen he had painstakingly trained and paid. Did they realize how much he invested in their annual salaries? And now, they had been bested by an 8-year-old child? Nie Xiao found himself questioning whether this was all a deliberate act against him. Yet, the sight of the two men writhing on the ground, clutching their wrists and howling in agony, suggested otherwise. But Nie Xiao simply could not bring himself to believe it. An 8-year-old child possessing such strength. What are you standing there for? Charge! The four men behind Lin Dong gritted their teeth. Whatever. Attack! They leapt forward, their massive shadows descending upon Lin Dong and Appo's slender form, intent on overwhelming him. In the next instant, they collided with Lin Dong, as if crashing into a concrete pillar. Lin Dong remained unmoved, while the four men spun in disorientation, falling at his feet. Observing 6 burly men, each over 6 feet tall, incapacitated in under 3 minutes by this small child. Nie Xiao's throat tightened. The calm demeanor he had maintained earlier evaporated, replaced by a palpable tension as he swallowed hard. If 1 or 2 of them had been defeated, he might have attributed it to luck. But all 6? This indicated that the child was genuinely extraordinary. Lin Dong turned, his large, innocent eyes locking onto Nie Xiao's. Upon meeting that gaze, Nie Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine, the hairs on his body standing on end. He cursed himself for not realizing sooner. Had he known this child was so formidable, he would have ensured their swift departure earlier. On the sofa beside him, Li Tian and the others had already risen, their expressions dazed. Is it true that 8-year-old children in Huaxia are this powerful now? Chapter 77, The Super Dollar. Upon seeing Lin Dong approaching, Nie Xiao instinctively wanted to retreat. However, he was acutely aware that the confines of the room left him with no escape. His gaze darted around before finally settling on the briefcase atop the table. Gritting his teeth, he grasped it with both hands, took a few steps forward, and knelt before Lin Dong with a loud thud. A true man knows when to yield. I apologize for my ignorance and for offending you, a revered figure. I beseech you to spare my life for the sake of these belongings. Nie Xiao understood that this child could not be more than 10 years old. If he could eliminate his underlings within moments, he could just as easily snap Nie Xiao's neck. With the protection of juvenile laws and the peculiar circumstances, even if his life were taken, the repercussions might not be severe. The briefcase creaked open, revealing stacks of dollars within. Lin Dong exchanged a glance with Fang Yufan behind him, who was momentarily taken aback. What did that look mean? I'm about to do something illicit, so you should move the camera. Such a considerate look. Fang Yufan thought to himself, complying by shifting the camera away. Lin Dong took the briefcase, opened it, and casually picked up a bill. Why do I feel as though I've been duped? Nie Xiao's eyelids twitched. The sensation was peculiar, but he genuinely felt as if he had been swindled by an 8-year-old brat. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Dong snapped the briefcase shut. In the next instant, with a swift motion, Lin Dong struck the briefcase, and before Nie Xiao knew it, 3 of his teeth flew out. This what? A youthful yet furious voice echoed in his ears. Are you trying to play me with counterfeit money? Lin Dong had initially thought that the matter could be resolved with $500,000, but as he held the money, he swiftly grasped the reality. Every single bill was counterfeit. Having been a veteran in the underworld for quite some time, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. Counterfeit money? Nie Xiao, ignoring the throbbing pain in his cheek, incredulously shouted, That's impossible. They just brought this money here. How could it be fake? As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly faint. Was it indeed possible that it was fake? This group of Myanmar operatives had no credibility whatsoever. Could it be that he had overlooked something? Unthinkable. He had navigated the underworld for decades and prided himself on his understanding of counterfeit currency. How could an 8-year-old child discern it so effortlessly? Beside him, Li Tian and his companion shared a look of astonishment. As Lin Dong had pointed out, the $50,000 in the briefcase originated not from the Federal Reserve, but from their General S production of superdollars. The materials and craftsmanship were exact replicas. They had been mass-produced and distributed globally, never before detected. How could it be that an 8-year-old child uncovered the flaw so easily? This superdollar was their crowning achievement, now rendered obsolete in an instant. Li Tian blurted out, How did you figure it out? Lin Dong glanced at him, casually pointing out over 20 flaws. Li Tian and his companion were left dumbfounded. They had never even considered such aspects while manufacturing the superdollar. Was their so-called masterpiece truly that rudimentary in the eyes of a genuine expert? You Myanmar folks, after knowing you for so many years, you dare to use counterfeit money to swindle me. Nie Xiao, disregarding the swelling on his face, stood up and unleashed a tirade against Li Tian and his companion. If this deal fell through and he ended up with nothing but counterfeit cash, how could he sustain himself? In that moment, Nie Xiao even contemplated expressing gratitude to Lin Dong. His appearance was timely. The situation had not escalated yet. If he could disperse his employees, he might avoid criminal charges. As long as the matter remained under wraps, there was still a chance for redemption. Fang Yufan had just aimed the camera at Lin Dong, capturing the moment where he pointed out the 20 flaws in the superdollar. The live stream boasted over 70,000 viewers, both new and longtime watchers, who were utterly bewildered. Is it possible that this child's knowledge is simply too vast? How could he be so familiar with this industry? I now suspect that the child was kidnapped by criminals a few days ago. There must be more to this story. Dare to play me? I'm done. Damn it. Nie Xiao spat on the floor, continuing to berate Li Tian and his companion. Their expressions grew increasingly grim. Ignoring Nie Xiao, they turned their attention to Lin Dong. Originally, everything was set. They planned to deceive these individuals in Southeast Asia, and Nie Xiao hadn't noticed anything amiss with the superdollar. But now, due to this child's unexpected appearance, their plans had flown out the window. If they returned empty-handed, they would surely be fed to the crocodiles by the general. Resolute, they decided. If Nie Xiao refused to cooperate, they would force him to comply. Shut your mouth. Li Tian growled through clenched teeth, drawing a pitch-black handgun from his waist. In an instant, Nie Xiao fell silent. The room was engulfed in an eerie stillness. Li Tian slowly aimed the gun at Lin Dong, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Are you really that tough? What good is toughness now? Kneel before me. Chapter 78, Justifiable Defense. Don't act recklessly. Myanmar boy. If you dare to pull the trigger, you may find it impossible to leave. Nye Xiao S. Adams' apple bobbed, as he anxiously warned. He had resolved to dismiss the people present today. However, if Li Tian truly dared to fire then. Behind Lin Dong, Sun Ruowei and Feng Yufan exchanged glances. A handgun, though it was of a small caliber, it was still a firearm. No matter how skilled this young man was, he could not possibly withstand a bullet with his flesh. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Li Tian's mouth as he raised his other hand, extending 3 fingers. I will count to 3. Kneel before me. 3. Bang! As the first count echoed, a thunderous gunshot suddenly erupted, the bullet whistling from the muzzle. Xiao Dong. Lin Nan's pupils constricted, wanted to rush forward, but was held back by Feng Yufan. They VE killed someone. How dare this group of Myanmar boys commit murder in our homeland? Where are the police? Why haven't they arrived yet? It's over. This young man, so full of life, Lin Dong's body stiffened, his neck rigidly turning downwards. A strange sensation coursed through his chest. After dealing with him, Li Tian aimed the gun at Nye Xiao. If you wish to live, instruct your people to follow the original plan. Meanwhile, on the road leading to the Kalai Hotel from the Gufeng police station, every traffic light was green, ensuring the police car could move swiftly, sirens blaring. It's over. In a police car, Li Weigua's face turned ashen, murmuring to himself. They had only received the call from the public after Sun Ruowei and the others extracted information from Nye Xiao. It wouldn't take them more than 3 minutes to arrive. Li Weigua's phone played the show titled Revealing the Talents of the Ultimate Young Man. Just moments ago, a gunshot had echoed. In his jurisdiction, before over 700,000 viewers, a citizen was shot by a foreigner. Such a heinous act would undoubtedly cause a nationwide uproar. If Lin Dong truly died, his career as a police chief would be over. No, it wouldn't just be him. The entire political and legal system of Jinling would be affected. Drive faster, Li Weigua urged anxiously. At Kailai Hotel, Nye Xiao's pupils dilated. The man beside Li Tian, wearing a jade pendant around his neck, opened his mouth, intending to warn him. Be careful. But the moment the words left his lips, a gust of wind swept past. Li Tian felt a chill at the back of his head. A small hand pressed against his nape. Lin Dong exerted force, propelling Li Tian's body downwards. His face crashed onto the table, causing spiderweb-like cracks to form on the glass surface. Li Tian's head was deeply embedded within. After a brief struggle, his hands fell limply to the ground, leaving one to wonder whether he was dead or merely unconscious. Regardless, Lin Dong would come to no harm. After all, he had shot at him. Wasn't that justifiable defense? Silence enveloped the room. At the entrance, Sun Ruowei, Feng Yufan, and Lin Nan were somewhat relieved. After all, when Li Tian fired, Lin Dong had been facing away from them. They hadn't witnessed the shooting. Now they believed the bullet had missed. However, Nye Xiao, the man with the jade pendant, Li Di, wore an expression of disbelief. They had clearly seen the bullet fired by Li Tian striking this boy with precision. How? How could he appear unscathed? WTF? Li Di questioned his own sanity, wondering if he had inhaled too much and was hallucinating. Shaking his head, he focused on regaining his composure. Drawing a pistol from his waist, he aimed for Lin Dong's head. That must have been an accident. This time, he would take the shot. Could he possibly? Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out, accompanied by Li Di's anguished scream. His index finger, poised to pull the trigger, was blown away, blood splattering everywhere. Beside him, Nye Xiao stared in disbelief, switching his gaze between Lin Dong and the wailing Li Di. This gun was fired by this young boy. He knows how to use a gun? That wasn't the crux of the matter. The key point was his remarkable skill in precisely severing Li Di's index finger. Was this mere coincidence or sheer luck? After a brief silence, Nye Xiao dropped to his knees. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The bullet had indeed found its mark, striking Lin Dong's chest, right at the center of his being. Why was he unharmed? With a physique of 143 points, this small caliber bullet could not penetrate Lin Dong's flesh. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open. A squad of fully armed police officers, led by Liu Quandu, rushed in. Scanning the room, their gaze quickly locked onto the figure wielding a weapon. Liu Quandu bellowed, "Drop your weapon." "Wait." ISNT that the boy? Upon recognizing Lin Dong's silhouette and features, Liu Quandu paused. Li Weigua entered with his team. Seeing Lin Dong, who was completely unscathed, alongside 6 burly men lying on the ground and one with his head embedded in the table, clutching a bloody finger and wailing, the scene was utterly incongruous. At first glance, these men appeared to be the victims, while Lin Dong seemed to be the perpetrator. Li Weigua expressed even more concern for Lin Dong than Lin Nan did. He dashed forward a few steps. "Are you all right, boy? What about that shot?" If Lin Dong was harmed, Li Weigua's future would also be jeopardized. "I acted in self-defense. He was preparing to shoot me." "You're fine. You're fine." Li Weigua's emotions resembled a roller coaster, and he exhaled a sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally relaxing. It seemed that the shot had indeed gone astray. Li Weigua murmured in gratitude. As for the bullet hole in Lin Dong's short-sleeve shirt, it must have been part of the fabric's design. Could it be that this boy had actually withstood a bullet without harm? Soon, the situation was brought under control. Paramedics cautiously detached Li Tian's head from a table. His nose was broken, teeth shattered, and his ear likely damaged beyond repair. Even if he survived, his life would never return to normal. The attending physician shook his head solemnly. Chapter 79. First-Class Merit. A reward of 100,000. After Li Tian, it was Li Di who had his index finger broken by Lin Dong. The injury was not severe, just a couple of inches. There was no cause for alarm. The attending physician conducted an examination and ultimately reached a conclusion. Lin Dong handed over his firearm to Li Weigua, who promptly declared, "Both of these individuals are not citizens of our great nation, and they were preparing to act against you within our territory. Your actions were merely a necessary means of self-defense." Upon finishing, he turned his gaze towards the restrained Nie Xiao, his previous gentle smile vanishing and transforming into fury. If it weren't for today's unexpected incident, 30 or 40 people would have been deceived by you into being taken abroad under the guise of team-building benefits. Nie Xiao gulped, attempting to justify himself. "Officer, this is entirely a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Li Weigua scoffed, recalling the explosive revelations Nie Xiao had made in the live stream, which they had preserved as irrefutable evidence. If those 30 or 40 individuals had truly been lured abroad, it would be nothing short of the largest human trafficking scandal of this century. Such an event would undoubtedly cause a sensation both nationwide and globally. Fortunately, the situation was averted in time. Li Weigua approached Sun Ruowei, Fang Yufan, and Lin Nan, shaking each of their hands in gratitude. "I sincerely thank you all. Without your intervention, we would have witnessed the shattering of numerous families, a calamity beyond imagination. I shall report the circumstances to the higher authorities and advocate for your rewards." The financial establishment was ordered to seal off the Grand Fortune Hotel. The Municipal Bureau had also responded to Li Weigua. "I kindly ask the 4 of you to accompany me to the Bureau to receive your commendations." Meanwhile, at the Gufeng Sub-Bureau, 2 cars appear by the roadside. Fan Xiaolan, Lin Xiangwei, Xia Mu, Jiang He, and a restrained Yu Yuncha and Yu Yinfeng were present. The latter 2 wore expressions of despair. How unfortunate! They had believed the rumors online about a wealthy family, only to find a meager total of 560 yuan upon searching. Even more infuriating was their encounter with 2 groups they thought were allies, one being the police and the other the military. Not only were they disgruntled, Fan Xiaolan and Xia Mu wore faces clouded with frustration. They had initially thought the individual in question possessed firearms and that they might find his accomplices. They had envisioned receiving second-class military honors, only to discover that they couldn't even find a single screw from a firearm in that household. These 2 were mere petty thieves. They were not even worthy of third-class merit. At that moment, 2 police cars approached. Upon seeing Li Weigua descend from one of the vehicles, Fan Xiaolan muttered, "Director, we found no firearms or suspicious weapons at that individual and Oppo's residence." After encountering Yu Yuncha and Yu Yinfeng, they had not paid attention to the live stream of revealing the talents of the top-level kid, thus unaware of the events that had transpired. Just then, Fan Xiaolan spotted Lin Dong stepping out of the police car. Their eyes met. You mentioned not finding any firearms or suspicious weapons at that fellow's home. It wouldn't be my home, would it? Instructor? Lin Dong noticed Xiao Mu and Jiang He beside him. None of them expected to meet him here under such circumstances, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Director, why are you all back together? Lin Xiaowei inquired. Li Weiguo replied, had it not been for these comrades, a heinous incident would have nearly occurred. The Municipal Bureau has issued a directive. Comrade Lin Dong is to be awarded first-class citizen merit, along with a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Comrades Sun Ruowei, Fang Yufan, and Lin Nan will each receive second-class citizen honors, along with a reward of 50,000 yuan each. Fan Xiaolan and the others were momentarily taken aback by this announcement. They had toiled through the night, yet received no recognition, not even a third-class merit. Meanwhile, this individual had effortlessly attained first-class status. Although the distinctions were not directly comparable, it left a profound sense of imbalance in their hearts. Once they fully understood Lin Dong's actions today, they would realize that without him, Nie Xiao would have indeed and oppos, packaged in oppos, those 30 to 40 individuals for overseas transport, an unimaginable human trafficking scandal that would have reverberated across the globe. The honor of first-class citizen merit, while sounding prestigious, held significant implications. It not only allowed for priority in party membership, but also influenced future career advancements. However, at that moment, Lin Dong's primary concern lay with the substantial cash reward. Despite numerous opportunities for wealth since arriving in this world, they had all slipped away. This time, surely, 100,000 yuan would be his. As night fell, a simple award ceremony was arranged, with Li Weiguo presenting titles along with the monetary rewards. The media was summoned, with the Jinling Daily being the most authoritative. Over 800,000 viewers tuned in to the live stream of revealing the talents of the top-level kid. I'm not the least envious of this 10,000 yuan. The families of the victims should come and bow to them here. I am curious, with the bullets fired so close, how could they possibly miss? You mustn't oppose. TB suggesting that the bullets hitting the kid would have no effect? It's obvious that it's impossible. Through online clips and replays, Fan Xiaolan and the others learned of the events that had just unfolded. After the awards ceremony concluded, Li Weiguo sought out Lin Nan and Lin Dong to explain the Bureau's suspicions. Lin Dong was indignant. How could they suspect him of secretly harboring firearms at home? I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly engage in such activities?